After 364 hours of overtime, S has finally finished this masterpiece. Lookism is a story about Hyung-seok, a fat guy who is frequently bullied at school. Accidentally, he discovers that he can swap bodies with another version of himself. In the new body, he gains everything he has ever dreamed of: handsomeness, strength, a 20-pack body, and especially the ability to beat up bullies at any time. But this heaven-sent power has a weakness. When swapping to the new body, his original body will fall into a soulless state. It wouldn't be wrong to call it a corpse. To avoid misunderstandings where others might bury him, he has to divide his time and location reasonably for the swap. At the same time, he uses this power to take revenge on the bullies. However, there is one thing that the main character doesn't realize. Every time he swaps to the new body to fight, his original body will also adapt and become stronger over time. Anyway, let's dive right into the content and enjoy it slowly. The chapter begins with a student holding a cigarette in the restroom. While smoking, he says, "It's so hot." The female student next to him, JG, also complains, "Don't blow smoke at me, clothes easily catch the smell." However, Taesung calmly curses, "Shut up, you bitch." From within this suffocating space, a person's inner voice echoes, "I'm about to suffocate from the cigarette smoke, the floor is full of spit." Taesung then looks over and asks, "Is this your cigarette?" JG is shocked, "What the hell, that was my last one." Taesung brazenly asks, "So what?" The inner voice continues to echo, "Actually, I am in danger." Taesung then looked straight ahead and said, "Hey monkey, if the teacher comes, block him with your body." JG said in disgust, "The men's toilet smells awful." The inner voice continued, because Taesung was in a bad mood. Then, Taesung stared intently at the person in front of him with a distorted face, and asked, "Are you ignoring me?" The young man kneeling on the ground in front of Taesung was Park Hyung-seok, who was also the male lead in this story. Seeing Taesung warm up his hands, he cried out bitterly in his heart, "I am dead." Feeling unhappy, Taesung said, "This bastard is too slow to catch on, do Pikachu right now." Seeing this, JG tried to stop him, "Hey, stop it." However, right then, that foot was quickly brought in front of Hyung-seok's face. Taesung stepped on his head and said, "Do better." Hyung-seok didn't dare to resist, but was secretly startled, "Huh, wet, is that urine?" His inner voice suddenly echoed, "I am." But before he could finish thinking, Hyung-seok was kicked right in the face. Taesung then threatened in a cold voice, "Don't get caught by the teacher again." He forced Hyung-seok to play the role of an animal, an elephant, "Do it right now." JG shouted from the side, "Stop it, you crazy bastard." And Hyung-seok felt like he was nothing more than a zoo for this scumbag. Not stopping there, even in the classroom, he was bullied by Taesung's gang. He treated Hyung-seok like a punching bag to vent his anger at all times. After a pow sound rang out, it was also the moment Hyung-seok was hit hard in the stomach. His chubby body could not bear these tortures, Hyung-seok thought in pain, I can't breathe." Taesung cracked his knuckles again, "The first punch you have to aim and hit the opponent like this, a guaranteed instant kill." Jong Jin standing nearby was also amused, he fell down. Not stopping there, he looked at him and ordered, "Stand up, Pikachu." Hyung-seok quickly jumped up, blurting out a funny sound. Taesung smiled with satisfaction. Jong Jin excitedly said, "Idiot." The female student nearby also teased, "Oh my, is he a Pikachu?" The female student excitedly asked, "Is Park Hyung-seok Taesung's Pokemon?" He replied, "Yeah, wanna see?" Hyung-seok guessed the next sentence, "It would be 100,000 volts." Indeed, Taesung immediately said exactly that, Pikachu 100,000 volts. He silently complained, "Just as I thought." After that, Hyung-seok crawled on the ground, using his two arms as legs, just like that. He acted like a defective version of Pikachu to make a laughingstock for them. Hyung-seok's inner self constantly cried out, "I want to die." He looked at the disdainful and teasing eyes of everyone, some even cursed, "Idiot." He thought, "This is exactly their nonchalant expressions when looking at me." Hyung-seok told himself, if only he were stronger. Jong Jin suddenly called out, "Hey, Taesung." He smiled slyly, "Lend me Pikachu for a bit." Taesung was surprised, "What for?" He fearfully cried out in his heart, "Huh? No." Jong Jin then said, "You know, today is my 100th day anniversary with Jeej." And just like that, Taesung was once again forced to act like an animal. He asked himself as he crawled over there, "Why can't I resist even just once?" The sweat on Hyung-seok's face drenched him and he felt resentful. Everyone looked at him with both pity and mockery. "Idiot, how can you live like this? Where is Charmander?" Crawling in an inhuman posture, Hyung-seok finally arrived. "Here it is, class 4. As soon as he entered, a schoolgirl shouted, "What the heck? Hi fatty, why are you crawling on the floor?" Looking at Jeej lying on the desk, his inner self was startled, "Tight skirt." She then casually asked, "What do you want?" Yet Hyung-seok had improper thoughts, underwear, just a little more. Hyung-seok nervously sweated and replied, "Taesung asked me to show you this." Jeej was surprised. What is it? After that, he just silently stared at her, which made Jeej very confused. Then he thought in depression, whatever. He took out the red bouquet of flowers from behind his back and said loudly, "Happy 100th day anniversary, 100,000 volts." After bowing down, Hyung-seok couldn't hold it back and dropped a huge bomb. He was startled. Fuck. The two girls found it even more disgusting, their faces distorted with revulsion. Hyung-seok's face was as red as a tomato. He complained internally, "Oh mom." Jeej sitting on the desk spoke up, "I won't tell Tae-sung, so don't do that anymore. You are really pitiful." Hyung-seok just looked at the gap in those long legs and guessed it was pink. While thinking, the thing he felt most disappointed about himself, even more than being humiliated in front of a girl, was being grateful for her useless pity. At night, right after returning, the street was now deserted. Going home, he changed out of his uniform and asked loudly, "Mom, is the ramen ready? I'm so dizzy." His mom replied loudly, "It's on the table." Looking at the delicious and beautifully presented pot of noodles on the table, Hyung-seok was still dissatisfied. Then he just frowned and shouted, "What is this? I told you no eggs." While eating, Hyung-seok complained, "This is why I'm fat, and it tastes bad too." But his mom was secretly craving it in the kitchen, she thought to herself, so delicious. After eating a few bites, Hyung-seok thought of something and took a deep breath. He stopped for a moment and then hesitated to say, "Mom, can I transfer schools?" She was washing dishes in the kitchen, immediately turned to him in surprise and asked, "Transfer schools?" He tried to find an excuse, "Yes, the people at school are too good at studying and my grades are not very good, so." She quickly interrupted, "Son." She turned away to wash the dishes and continued, "It was very hard for me to find a stable place to live." She didn't dare to look at her son's face, she said sadly, "And nowhere has rent as cheap as here." "I'm sorry." Hyung-seok's mom added, "Besides, if you transfer schools, you will be far away from your friends, right?" Hearing this, he recalled those demonic faces and mocked himself. Friends? Hyung-seok's hands furiously clenched into fists. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, he lashed out, angrily shouting, "Damn it!" Hyung-seok reacted harshly, "I already said I want to study, what do friends have to do with this?" She was startled, "Son, what are you doing?" And that day, Hyung-seok lost his temper with his mother, yelling, "Is it my fault we are poor?" Hyung-seok punched the wall hard, helplessly thinking to himself, "I only act tough in front of her." But he still couldn't hold back and continued to criticize, "Have you ever done anything for me?" Hearing this, she stood behind him as if turned to stone. Hyung-seok also felt absolutely terrible. Later, when alone in his room, he wrapped himself tightly in a blanket, silently cursing himself, "I am a..." Trying not to let his tears fall, Hyung-seok cried, "Mom, I'm sorry, the truth is I'm always bullied. Mom, I'm sorry." In the dark room, Hyung-seok's mother was also sitting in silent sadness, unclear what she was thinking, but her back looked incredibly lonely. Now, standing before his mother's sorrow, Hyung-seok said to himself, "I am a..." Morning came very quickly. Hyung-seok complained as he walked, "I don't want to go to school." His face contorted, "It will start again today." Looking at that hand again, he thought, "My hand hurts from punching the wall," but Hyung-seok felt proud. This is the hand of a real man. Walking alone, he was slightly narcissistic, who knows, maybe my punch is actually strong? Recalling Tae-sung's face again, even so, I will never be able to beat Tae-sung. Hyung-seok secretly relished the thought, how great it would be if he possessed a talent for martial arts right from the moment he was born, and then hooked up with an incredibly beautiful girl. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. "Pig." From the darkness, Tae-sung yelled, "That pig." He looked at him. "Pig." Jong-jin also added, "Run over here like a pig and let me see." Immediately after that, Hyung-seok ran as if flying, following each count, 5, 4. He secretly grumbled, "It's already like this first thing in the morning." Tae-sung added, "Lose some weight. You really look like a pig now." Jong-jin secretly sneered, "You too." Then he put his arm around his shoulder. "First period is physical education, right? Get ready." And all his gym equipment was under Tae-sung's complete control. Hyung-seok quickly said, "I'll put it on the table." Actually, he had lied to his mother, saying that he lost it and bought a new one. In the school's office, in the quiet space, a voice rang out, "So, madam." The teacher then asked, "Why so suddenly?" Hyung-seok's mother was embarrassed. "Yes, I'm sorry for never coming, and it seems I was careless." Hearing her say this, the teacher was also a bit confused. He was silent, his lips now fluttering as if wanting to say something more. Finally, a voice rang out, "Madam." Pausing a bit, he sighed again. He looked at his grades. It seemed no school would agree to accept a transfer student with such low grades. Pausing a bit, the teacher thought again before saying, "And?" Sweat broke out on her forehead due to tension, her feet in old sandals constantly crossing each other. The teacher added, it also costs a lot of money. Transitioning to the physical education field, Tae-sung kicked the ball while shouting loudly, head. Hyung-seok didn't dare to resist, sweating profusely. Reflexively, Hyung-seok ducked down and covered his head. The two guys next to him felt displeased. That bastard dodged, one muttered. What did you bet? Hyung-seok covered his head and inwardly groaned, hey, I'm doomed. Tae-sung was annoyed, I told you not to dodge, huh? He then added, I bet you want to die, right? Hyung-seok turned pale, how can I just stand still? Right after that, another guy also brought up a ball, now it's my turn. The schoolgirls murmured. That was Messi, from the soccer club. Messi, his nose was huge. Over here, 3 schoolgirls looked over wearily. What are they doing? One asked. I don't know, another replied, like a competition of kicking a ball at someone's face. Hey, don't do that, a third girl murmured. Messi launched a kick. Cheering shouts rang out. JG spoke up, I will report you guys. However, one of the guys immediately yelled, shut up, you bitches. Then his inner voice rang out, come on, this is what you call a real kick. Now Hyung-seok was sweating inwardly, thinking, I might die. He said to himself, I will die if I take that hit. And Hyung-seok ducked down by instinct. Now, the ball flew straight towards him. Hyung-seok inwardly told himself, but the soccer genius calculated everything. Suddenly, the ball stopped midair, leaving him slightly surprised. Right after that, the ball just slammed hard into his face. At that moment, Hyung-seok felt more than just the pain, and looking up at the sky, he thought to himself, this is more than just broken glasses. His classmates shouted, someone stop him. What made Hyung-seok even more afraid was that Tae-sung had lost his bet. Tae-sung then said in a cold voice, pig, while Hyung-seok cried miserably inside, I'm dead. Tae-sung grabbed his shoulder and said, my kick was quite easy to dodge, wasn't it? Hyung-seok hesitated, I'm sorry. Nearby, a group of schoolgirls screamed, you perverts, hey, stop it. Tae-sung yelled, shut up. I lost my money. Hyung-seok was squeezed so tightly it was uncomfortable. He tried to say, hey Tae-sung, I'll give you my money as a replacement, all my savings. Tae-sung cast a disdainful look, what? Hyung-seok tried to smile, thinking, you lost your money because of me after all. In his heart, he felt miserable, even apologizing to his mother. However, the response to that offer was a punch. Tae-sung beat Hyung-seok badly, saying, look at this bastard. He continuously slapped his face, are you pitying me? Ha! At that moment, Hyung-seok felt his vision being forced to spin horizontally and vertically. Hyung-seok said to himself, his gaze stopping at the bystanders who only knew how to watch. The last thing he saw was a familiar outfit. His mother was running over from a distance. Now, he was sweating profusely, huh? While he was still dazed, she shouted, you bastards. Hyung-seok's eyes couldn't hide his surprise, huh? And what he saw then was the furious appearance of his mother. The gymnasium suddenly became frighteningly quiet. His mother was extremely worried, Hyung-seok, are you okay? Hyung-seok sweated profusely, Mom, he wondered to himself, why is Mom here? She looked at Tae-sung's fat-covered face, you bastards, why are you beating Hyung-seok? She looked at her son heartbreakingly, oh my god, look at his face. Hyung-seok silently cried out in misery, it's over. Then he hesitated, Mom. The group of girls sneered again, what's this? Looks like it's his mom, they kept gossiping, did you tell your mom? Hyung-seok stood there dumbfounded, no. Seeing her so angry, Tae-sung said, ma'am, we were just playing around. Hearing this, she got even angrier, playing? Then his mother continuously hit him, slapping someone in the face as a game? You uneducated brat. He tried to stop her, Mom. Hyung-seok, on the contrary, felt extremely embarrassed. Those schoolgirls mocked again, what? Should we post this on Facebook? Hearing this, his face turned bright red. She kept scolding, go with me to see the teacher. Mom, stop it, who are you to dare hit my son? Hyung-seok still said in a small voice, Mom. She continued to ask, what is your name? Seeing her keeping a grip on his collar, Hyung-seok shouted, Mom, stop it. Finally, he snapped at her, damn it, you are making me a laughingstock. Hearing her son say that, Hyung-seok's mother was completely stunned. After saying that, he felt sad and blamed himself. Hyung-seok had thrown stones at the only person who supported him in this world. Then he looked at that guy again, Tae-sung, I'm sorry. Hyung-seok unexpectedly shielded his enemy. Her eyes dropped, a tired sigh echoed. Then Hyung-seok again said, Mom, just go home. His hands clenched into fists, Hyung-seok blamed himself, the worst piece of trash is me. When night came, there were no longer cars passing by on the street, but the lights in his house were still on at this time. Hyung-seok was worried, thinking he couldn't go home. Even though he was hungry, he looked at the mailbox, which was full of bills again, and he didn't even want to touch them. He felt endlessly guilty. His glasses had been bought by his mother after saving up for a long time. Then Hyung-seok gently sneaked into the house, thinking he should quickly return to his room and eat something. It seemed his mother was already waiting. She then asked, "Are you back?" Hyung-seok asked shyly, "Mom, have you had dinner?" She looked at her son seriously. "We need to talk." He sighed, not daring to look her straight in the eye. Then Hyung-seok sat down next to his mother, asking himself, what does she want to say? Finally, his mother spoke up, "Hyung-seok." And then she said, "Transfer to another school." Hyung-seok was startled. "Huh?" She said, "It seems I haven't paid enough attention to you. Because of work, I can't go with you, but..." Then she asked her son again, "You can take care of yourself, right?" Hyung-seok was surprised. Why all of a sudden? She continued, "You said you want to study, so friends don't matter." Hyung-seok said to himself, "She knows." And now, thinking about the days he was bullied, he told himself, "I knew it, I just pretended not to notice." She smiled brightly at him, "Mom will take care of the expenses for you. Trust me and transfer schools." Hyung-seok's eyes suddenly paused at his mother's words. Now thoughts continuously echoed in his head, Mom is alone, and the expenses, even when she has no money. "I want to run away, I'm sorry, Mom. So I won't have to see that bastard Lee Tae-sung anymore. I want to go." Complex emotions mixed together, and Hyung-seok's tears kept falling to the floor. He couldn't hold back and sobbed aloud. Hyung-seok's tears flowed endlessly. It seemed Hyung-seok had endured for a long time without being able to tell anyone. Hyung-seok sniffled, "Mom, my glasses, I'm sorry." She immediately replied, "You're grown up now, don't cry." He blamed himself. Hyung-seok hated himself for pretending not to understand his mother's burden and running away from it. The next day, he began to move out. The mother and son chatted continuously. "Mom, you really don't need to come. You've already done all the cleaning. I'll eat carefully and study hard. Yes, I can take care of myself. That's all, Mom, thank you." Hyung-seok seemed genuinely very happy. "Yes, I'm waiting here, don't worry." He continued, "Yes, I'll call you back later, bye Mom." Hyung-seok then slightly despised the cheap business high school. However, having a school to attend was good enough. He wanted to start over. Hyung-seok determined to himself, "This time I will make friends with lots of people." And just like that, he chose to run away instead of fighting back. The bus quickly brought Hyung-seok to his destination. He looked around, so what if it's an isolated village? Hyung-seok hesitated, here it is. He then immediately thought, so what if it's a house that looks like it's about to collapse? His chubby face bloomed into a smile, "I'm so happy," the comfortable feeling of freedom. He looked everywhere, "Hello, neighbor auntie." He looked over at the two dogs, "Hello, beautiful love." Hyung-seok felt like flying, even this bumpy road was wonderful. He greedily breathed in, "No one knows me here, I don't have to worry about tomorrow anymore." Hyung-seok made a resolution, "I must change." He compared himself to a larva waiting 7 years to emerge as a cicada. Hyung-seok felt this was also the time for him to become a cicada. Now, looking at the bustling city here, he made a firm resolution, "I will change." At the same time, Hyung-seok walked into a barbershop. The boss spoke up, "Welcome." Upon seeing him, he said it once again, "Welcome." Looking at him, he asked, "Do you want a haircut, sir?" Hyung-seok was startled, "Huh? Ah yes, a haircut, that's right." His heart silently cheered, "Oh my god, this place is really beautiful." The cheerful young barber said, "Please have a seat, this is the most eccentric shop." Hyung-seok was thrilled, "That's great." Seeing that he liked it, the barber recommended to him, "Then how about the two-block style?" Hyung-seok was puzzled, "What do you mean?" He said, "That means cutting the hair really short or cleanly shaving both sides of the head, a lot of celebrities have this hairstyle." Hyung-seok hesitated, "Then please give me that, the celebrity one." Seeing him look so clueless, the shop owner couldn't help but sympathize, thinking maybe he had his own reasons. Then he said, "Alright, I will give you the best cut possible." Next, an enthusiastic consultation began. "Dear customer, would you mind taking off your glasses? I apologize, my eyesight is quite poor. Your eyes are truly beautiful, you should try to show them off instead of hiding them." Finally, he exclaimed, "It's done." The women around all looked at Hyung-seok and said, "Oh my god, you narcissist. Without glasses, everything is too blurry." Looking in the mirror, Hyung-seok was dazed. "Is this really me?" He added, "I did my best, but I'm not sure if it satisfies you." Holding the glasses, Hyung-seok asked again, "Have I really become handsome?" The barber tried to explain, "At first, it might take some getting used to." Looking at his appearance, someone couldn't help but exclaim, "My god, should I call the police?" When he went out on the street, everyone avoided him because he was so ugly, but Hyung-seok was confident. "This is great." He walked and enjoyed it. I can feel everyone's eyes on me. This is the first time, it feels so good. Hyung-seok felt thrilled. Please stop gossiping about me. Then he looked into the store's mirror again. Hyung-seok looked satisfied and wondered to himself, do I look that different? He was somewhat delighted. I guess I look tougher. He monologued to himself, hey, you want to fight? You want to die, right? I look like I'm really good at fighting. Come here, do you know who I am? Hyung-seok was so proud. I look so dangerous. At this moment, a cough startled Hyung-seok. He turned his face and met the bewildered eyes of a girl looking at him with a strange intensity. Hyung-seok felt like he wanted to dig a hole and hide, his face flushing red. Hyung-seok told himself, she saw everything. It's okay, I've already transformed. Calm down, just act cool. The girl looked at him like an alien creature. What's wrong with him? Hyung-seok then struck a charming pose and smiled like a man, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he looked like nothing more than a clown. Seeing her blush like that, Hyung-seok was amused, thinking, is she shy? At this moment, a voice rang out, Mi-jin, have you been waiting long? The girl startled and turned around, Jin-sung. Hyung-seok turned pale, wondering, her boyfriend? Jin-sung immediately questioned, who is that? Do you know him? Mi-jin replied, it's nothing, let's go. Jin-sung glanced over, wait, who is that guy, and why is he smiling at you? Mi-jin smiled bitterly, why do you have to make such a big deal out of it? Jin-sung got annoyed, make a big deal? Wait a minute. Hyung-seok silently cried in misery, I'm doomed. Then he pointed his finger at Hyung-seok, hey, how old are you? Mi-jin pulled Jin-sung's arm back, ignore him, let's just go. Hyung-seok replied, 17. Jin-sung said again, same age as me. He felt a bit uneasy inwardly, he's so scary. Mi-jin, while pulling Jin-sung's shirt, shouted loudly, hey, let it go. Jin-sung then said, you're lucky today. Mi-jin lowered her voice, please don't act like this on the street. He threatened further, I'll remember your face. Hyung-seok looked on, sweating profusely, and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking up at the sky, Hyung-seok sighed, I'm saved. I'm always pitted by girls. His inner train of thought suddenly stopped. Wait, Hyung-seok became nervous again. I have changed, like a cicada recalling Mi-jin, that's right, she smiled, she must have found me interesting. Thinking of Jin-sung again, that guy was just trying to act dangerous because he was standing in front of a girl. Hyung-seok was sweating all over. I wouldn't be able to change if I just let this happen then, in the middle of the bustling street, Hyung-seok ran after them. He spoke loudly, causing both of them to stop. Sorry. Hyung-seok arrived panting, having caught up. Then he said again, I understand what is going on, so can we consider it a misunderstanding? Hyung-seok became narcissistic again. I look so cool, then he boldly asked, could we go drink coffee together? Jin-sung slowly approached Hyung-seok. A wicked smile instantly appeared on his lips. Jin-sung actually calmly replied, maybe. Mi-jin was scared. Jin-sung. He said, let go, I won't hit him. As for Hyung-seok, he was excited. It's a success. Then he raised his hand again. The three of us, coffee. Hyung-seok replied, yes. Looking at Jin-sung, he couldn't help but marvel, he's so tall. After that, Hyung-seok's vision suddenly flipped upside down, he started to feel his eyes blur. It turned out Hyung-seok had taken a punch from Jin-sung. He was dazed. Ha! He said in a cold voice, don't mess with us. The people on the street were now in an uproar. There's a fight. He said angrily, I told you to get lost. Mi-jin hurriedly intervened, Lee Jin-sung, hey, don't. Everyone was gossiping. What? Then he grabbed Hyung-seok's hair while he just stood there dazed. Ha! Everyone around was in an uproar. Someone call the police. Now Jin-sung said again, get ready. Hyung-seok then also thought, the fist in front of me is indeed terrifying, but he glanced at the crowd. More than that, I felt embarrassed because of the sound from the phones pointing their cameras at me. By evening, as the light shone down on the familiar street surface, the news of Hyung-seok getting beaten up had spread across all social networks. He trembled as he watched, wishing he could die. In the video, someone even said, are you filming this? Shouldn't we stop them? He looked at the number of likes and comments, he had now become a star on FB. Hyung-seok told himself, I have lost all hope. His heart was in turmoil. The little confidence he had just received disappeared without a trace, and Hyung-seok cried to the point of shaking, thinking, I am truly a useless piece of trash. His heart ached, knowing everyone was now laughing at him. Hyung-seok grew increasingly desperate. He searched through his contacts, but there wasn't a single friend. He looked around, his comfortable living space had been filled with freezing loneliness. As he thought about it, he cried like a child. Hyung-seok knew nothing else to do but cry. He told himself, I am here, I am also a human being, and he cried, and cried, and cried, as if to forget the loneliness. And just like that, Hyung-seok eventually fell asleep. Not knowing how much time had passed, he groggily woke up. Hyung-seok asked himself, did I just fall asleep? He looked around. I have to pee, he thought. Hyung-seok told himself, toilet, toilet, where are my glasses? He felt a bit more comfortable after waking up, as if he felt lighter. Hyung-seok kept monologuing internally, has the ceiling always been this low? I'm still not used to living here. He was a bit dazed, the sink also seemed much lower. Will my eyes be swollen from crying, he wondered. Hyung-seok did his business while thinking to himself, I need to wash my hands. How swollen are they? However, when looking in the mirror, he told himself, the eyes I thought were swollen look completely fine, but how? Pausing for a moment, he stared intently at himself in the mirror. Hyung-seok spaced out, everything looked perfectly fine. Now, looking at his own face, Hyung-seok was stunned. He told himself that he was so shocked he couldn't say anything. Hyung-seok complained to himself as confusion and thousands of questions followed. He asked himself, the police, 119, no, he had to call his mom first. Hyung-seok was a bit uneasy now. In his state of extreme panic, the scariest thing was, pausing for a moment, he went over to stare intently at the chubby body lying on the floor. And this was the scene of Hyung-seok still in a deep sleep, completely not understanding what was happening. He told himself that he was sleeping right in front of himself. The light on the wall reflected into the room, making it even more dazzling for Hyung-seok. He spaced out. Hyung-seok stared at himself again, this man whose face he had never seen before, looking over his own body. Hyung-seok couldn't believe that this was actually him. Then he peeked out, his expression a bit stealthy, like a thief. That fat body was still fast asleep, almost as if he had two bodies. Hyung-seok affirmed once again that it was definitely him too. Hyung-seok told himself that the vitality from this new body was telling him that this was not a dream but reality. Thinking of this, Hyung-seok turned pale. The street near his house was still as quiet as a mouse. Hyung-seok kept monologuing internally, while looking at himself, he immediately said to himself, so scary, what I feel is fear. Hyung-seok started searching, just as I thought, there is no information on the internet at all. He thought that he was either dead or had gone crazy. Then Hyung-seok dialed the police number, 119. He wondered to himself if he should call his mom. Hyung-seok said to himself, the police and hospital? Definitely not. At least his mind was still lucid enough to realize his situation could be worse. Pausing for a bit, Hyung-seok remembered his grandmother, he hesitated, and then thought of his mom. Thinking for a while, he decided, for now, maybe I should keep this a secret. That body still lay motionless on the ground, the fat Hyung-seok was still sleeping very soundly. The room became quiet, the flickering light shining in made the space even lonelier. Hyung-seok now quickly hit his body hard, at the same time he shook it vigorously, excuse me, hey. Hyung-seok continuously called his sleeping body, excuse me, please wake up. Now his inner self also silently cried out, I am acting polite to my own self. However, that fat body still would not wake up, excuse me, hello, please wake up, hey, you. Despite calling endlessly, his own self still would not wake up. Hyung-seok got a bit frustrated. Right after that, he used all his strength and slapped it hard, hey. Time just passed by. Hyung-seok had fallen asleep without realizing it when he could not get that fat body to answer. After opening his eyes, raising his hand to look at it, Hyung-seok was a bit bewildered. The big and thick hand was his own. He now just gaped in silent amazement, a dream? The feeling of reality is not like a dream. Slowly sitting up, Hyung-seok looked around again, I feel heavy, I need to pee, but calling it a dream is easier to accept. He seemed a bit regretful, too bad, it was indeed a nightmare but it was also a beautiful dream. When he had acknowledged it was a dream, he was surprised by the lack of honesty in the human heart. After that, Hyung-seok quickly sat up, I should go to the bathroom, huh? And the sight before his eyes made him gape in astonishment, what? Hyung-seok's eyes seemed like they wanted to pop out, he did not believe himself anymore. He was now extremely bewildered seeing his body from earlier lying there, so it is not a dream. Hyung-seok's inner self now silently cried out, a second me. He sweated and hesitated, it does not seem like a dream, but the fear has returned. Now he tried his best to wake the other body up. Sorry, Hyung-seok said to himself. Was it because he had done this once before that this time it was much easier? He shook himself awake while shouting in frustration, sorry. Hyung-seok said to himself that the moment he tried to force him to wake up, the other body remained completely motionless. In the end, he chose to go to sleep. When the sunlight shone in, it was also the time Hyung-seok slowly woke up. His eyes began to twitch, Hyung-seok slowly regained consciousness, and now, it seemed like he had grasped how this body worked. Hyung-seok immediately forced himself to sleep again, only to sit up in a daze. Startled, he had woken up again in that unfamiliar body. Hyung-seok's face still couldn't hide his shock, sweat pouring down his forehead. He then immediately shook his plump body vigorously, muttering, "Sorry, hey," and Hyung-seok continued like that all night. He told himself, doesn't it just take time for a human to adapt to anything? In just a few days, Hyung-seok had completely adapted to this bizarre situation. Now he secretly thought, I don't know how this body was created, I can't let anyone know about this, but he realized the important thing: when Hyung-seok sleeps in this body, he will wake up in the other body. And what he knew was that when one body was awake and the other was sleeping, Hyung-seok would force himself to sleep, go to sleep, one sheep, two sheep, and at that same time, the awake body would fall asleep. And when the skinny body woke up, it seemed this body had gotten enough sleep. I don't feel sleepy at all, he finally knew, meaning he would wake up in the other body. During the break, he discovered 4 truths about his bodies. First, the sleeping body cannot wake up on its own. He told himself, it seems I have to go to sleep myself if I want to switch bodies, no matter how long I wait, he still doesn't wake up, sleepy. Second, if I am forced to wake up, I will fall asleep immediately. If I force him to wake up, take this slap, the body that just woke up will be forced back to sleep. Hyung-seok, having just woken up, looked at the other body and muttered, that hurts. Third, the other body just sleeps, so it still feels hungry and has other problems. Hyung-seok is a bit tired now, having let himself sleep in this body all day, he feels very dizzy, hungry, and almost peed his pants. Furthermore, whenever he forces one body to be active, the other body immediately falls asleep like a log. And during the remaining time of the body swap, he can't do anything. For example, not sleeping for 20 hours results in sleeping continuously for 20 hours, leading to starvation, health issues, and psychological disorders. And now, Hyung-seok begins to calculate how to keep the body healthy. Sleep time must not be too much or too little, he decides to alternate every 12 hours. Since falling asleep naturally seems harder and takes longer, he decides to use the forced wake-up method, number 4. And finally, Hyung-seok's consciousness is always awake 24/7, and if he switches to the fully rested body, somehow it feels like his brain is rested too, making Hyung-seok feel very comfortable. Now he silently wonders, if one body dies, will the other body still live? But he doesn't have enough courage to try, as there is no proof that it is safe. Time passes quickly, and the day he has to go to the new school is approaching. Hyung-seok confusedly holds his face and thinks, should I go to school tomorrow? Anyway, no one understands my situation. Now, he finally has to face his 2 choices, remembering the faces of those bullies from school. Thinking about this, he no longer wanted to go to school in a body like that. Finally, the day of school arrived. The schoolgirls nudged each other, look, that's Seonbum from the music department. Did he just dye his hair? So cute. This blonde youth was narcissistic, thinking, they're looking. The second semester will be my time. The 2 schoolgirls were still attentive, he's a freshman, right? So cute. The girls said to each other, there must be a lot of beautiful people in that department. Jang Hyun from the beauty department is also hot. At this moment, a figure walked past, causing both of them to startle and freeze. The 2 girls were completely shocked, their eyes unable to hide their infatuation. Over here, Seonbum was still stroking his hair, thinking, don't I look really handsome today? A voice suddenly rang out, I'm sorry. He was endlessly furious, what the hell? Are your eyes just for decoration? A deep voice rang out, I am very sorry. This youth was silently exclaiming, this body is so light. But Seonbum at this moment couldn't help but gape in astonishment. That youth spoke again, are you okay? Did you get hurt somewhere? His inner voice constantly rang out, my field of vision is higher, so the world looks much smaller. Now, that young man had successfully attracted everyone's attention. He asked himself, will I be okay? The 2 schoolgirls walking behind also blushed. Hey, do you see? I'll run up ahead, remember to call me. The youth continued his inner monologue, knowing this day would come, I bought clothes that fit perfectly. As soon as he finished speaking, that girl immediately ran flying forward, while the friend behind excitedly called out, hey, Sujin. Sujin pretended to be innocent and turned her head back, what? But now, her face couldn't help but turn red as well. It turned out that Hyung-seok had used his second body to go to school. She silently cried out, damn, he's so hot. I chose a uniform that fits this body perfectly. He walked while thinking to himself, hoping he wouldn't be bullied. The scene transitions to the quiet schoolyard, class has now begun. Several young men in the class are buzzing and discussing, it's finally the second semester, time flies so fast. Inside, 3 young men are talking among themselves. So freaking hot, how the hell is it still hot in September? Losing weight again. The fattest guy gets annoyed, hey, Park Cho, what kind of fanning is this? It's still so hot. Let's see number 3. That friend, who seems to be the target of bullying in this class, opens his mouth wide and shouts loudly, number 3. Now, while fanning, he constantly shouts out to entertain them. Number 3. The other 3 smile slyly. So freaking cool, having a mini fan is so convenient. Park Cho silently complains, bastards. He grits his teeth and turns pale, so embarrassing, I just wanna die. Nearby, another classmate also speaks up, hey, the wind is too cold, go away. But that guy shouts, shut up, you ugly witch. The fierce girl retorts, you shut up, stinky mouth. Mi-jin, nearby, puts on her jacket, shivering, so cold. Seeing the beauty speak, those guys immediately change their attitude, huh? Is Mi-jin cold? Hey, who told you to fan towards Mi-jin? Turn it off right now. The scene transitions to another class, where a loud voice rings out, remember that. At the same time, the teacher speaks up, quiet, class. Today we have a new student joining us. The crowd can't help but buzz, a transfer student? To our school? Male or female? Then, right after finishing the introduction, the teacher looks towards the door, come in. As the person walks in, everyone drops their jaws and widens their eyes in absolute amazement. He stands in the middle of the class with a captivating physique and an alluring face. My name is Park Hyung-seok, I hope everyone treats me well. Hyung-seok's inner thoughts silently complain, what the hell are you looking at? Practice, let's practice, don't make eye contact with anyone. The classmates exclaim, oh my god, he looks so freaking hot. The teacher points to an empty desk and says, you sit in that empty seat over there. And that day, all the students froze because of the new student's appearance. The female students also marveled as if seeing a celebrity, 1m81, 1m82, oh my god, so freaking handsome, so cool. On the other side, the boys in the class constantly darkened their faces, sensing trouble. Nearby, a young man in the class had now also started staring fixedly at Hyung-seok. He didn't say anything, but his expression was somewhat indifferent. The classroom became quiet again. Hyung-seok was instinctively sweating profusely. On the first day, he remembered stepping out the door with his right foot first this morning. He remembered getting acquainted with the neighbors yesterday morning. He reminisced, feeling scared as he remembered last year. As soon as he sat down, a classmate threatened, if you talk to me, I'll kill you. Now, Hyung-seok also sat down, telling himself, give a smile, say hi. His eyes suddenly froze. Hyung-seok wondered, was the twist of fate repeating itself? As soon as he saw the friend sitting next to him, he immediately recognized, it's this guy. Jin-sung raised his hand, hi. Hyung-seok was terrified, the bastard who beat me up. The other guy secretly praised, mom and dad, he's so handsome. Hyung-seok was constantly sweating, it's the first day and everything is already a mess. The group of female students gossiped incessantly, his background is also insane, is he a model? He's so pleasing to the eyes. After that, he sat silently in the classroom, observing everyone's actions, when a voice rang out. Hey, the female student stared intently in his direction, you're Hyung-seok, right? I'm Ha-nul. The whole class started whispering, Auntie Park Ha-nul is here. I told you she'd make a move no matter what. She sticks to any handsome guy, about to use her flirting tricks again. She looked at Hyung-seok, wow, what a handsome face. Seeing the girl taking the initiative made the other girls endlessly frustrated. There's a mark on your hand right there, huh? Where? This bitch, what is it this time? Ha-nul happily said, it's handsomeness. The group of schoolgirls couldn't stand this brazen shamelessness. Damn it, the same old trick again. Hyung-seok secretly felt delighted inside. Oh my, from childhood until now, this is the first time a girl has called me handsome. At the same time, a voice rang out. Hey, Park Ha-nul, Jin-sung said in annoyance, stop bothering people. It's annoying enough being this hot already. Ha-nul got frustrated. Hey, Jin-sung, what are you saying? Do you have to be so harsh? Actually, she was secretly cursing him, that dog. Jin-sung snapped, go to hell, I've had enough of you. Bitch, the other girls listened with pure enjoyment. Keep going, Lee Jin-sung. Right at this moment, he suddenly froze. His eyes shifted, and at the same time, he saw Mi-jin also staring intently in this direction. His inner self cried out, hey, Mi-jin. Hyung-seok broke out in a sweat. This damn new student, why does he look so creepy? On another note, the new school is a comprehensive high school, featuring departments for applied music, physical education, construction and interior architecture, clothing and fashion, beauty, food, and singing and dancing. Therefore, the goal of this school is geared more towards vocational training and education rather than the purpose of continuing to university. The fashion department allowed uniforms to be freely altered, the beauty department allowed hair dyeing, the practical music department had many types of instruments, and there were students from other schools here. And precisely because of this unconventional comfort, this school had formed a kind of mental intimidation against nearby schools. As far as Hyung-seok knew, despite this, there were many famous students from this school, ranging from trainers and models to idols. Finally, time passed, and it was lunchtime. Today, he was the center of attention. Hanul kept blabbering, "Hey Hyung-seok, what do you like to eat?" Looking at him, she momentarily dropped the food tray in her hands without realizing it. Everyone was amazed, so hot, while Hyung-seok was secretly rejoicing. Now he only had to get his own food tray and didn't have to offer it to any other guys. And now the cafeteria was in an uproar. An appa of the century had appeared. Hanul turned back and forth. Damn it, I just turned around, along with a girl who didn't know what tiredness was. The crowd around began to feel uncomfortable with the gossip. Freakishly hot. Does he have a girlfriend yet? An exchange student? Is he from the fashion department? Super hot. The tough guys in the class now had incredibly ugly expressions. While Hyung-seok was eating, a young man walked over. "Hey, new student." His face was extremely cunning. "Let's talk a bit after lunch." Instinctively, he obediently replied, "Yes." Finally, lunch passed very quickly. In the empty hallway, Hyung-seok secretly sweated. What the heck is this? This scene is too familiar. He recalled the past. He was frequently bullied in places like this, taking painful punches and all kinds of kicks. As soon as he saw him, the leader said, "So, your name is Hyung-seok, huh?" He secretly complained, "Ew, so creepy." Hyung-seok turned pale. "I'm completely broke after buying this uniform," but that guy immediately held out a pack of cigarettes in front of him. He smiled brightly. "Where are you from?" The two guys behind also chimed in. "You're freaking tall. How tall are you?" "Smoking after lunch is the best." The two started gossiping. "He must have been a badass at his old school to transfer here, right? Look at his shoulder muscles. Do you play sports?" The other guy flashed a friendly smile. "With a face like this, you must have a lot of girlfriends. Introduce us to some, bro." Hyung-seok spaced out. "What the hell do I do now?" Internally, he grumbled, "If I say I don't know how to smoke, they'll definitely look down on me, and if I get beaten up, I'm screwed." Then Hyung-seok decided to say, "Sorry, but I quit smoking," pausing for a moment, hesitating, and Hyung-seok continued, "Honestly, I don't know any girls either." All three secretly broke a sweat. What the hell, this dog is acting all poetic again. Then he dodged the confrontation. "I'll head back to class first then." The other two were startled inwardly. "Damn it, this dog looks tough." Hyung-seok sighed in relief. "Getting out of here right now, I escaped, that was so stressful." The three of them were just left behind like that, making them extremely angry. What the hell is up with him? I don't like this guy one bit. The scene shifted again. After lunch, Hanul excitedly walked in silently. He's sleeping so soundly. After wrestling with sleepiness, he had surrendered. Hanul was delighted. He looks handsome even when sleeping. On the street leading to Hyung-seok's rundown market area, it was still devoid of passers-by, and now he was just beginning to groggily wake up. Oh crap, he thought, when I sleep, I wake up in the other body. He was sleepy because he had to go to school in the new body after sleeping for only a few hours, ever since he sat there brooding over whether to go to school in that supermodel body or not. Right after that, Hyung-seok lay down to sleep again. Need to return to that body urgently, otherwise I'm doomed. Now he thought to himself, I don't know if I can even fall asleep, this body has been sleeping all day. To switch bodies, Hyung-seok had to try and force himself to feel sleepy, or... Over here, Hanul was extremely excited. After waking the handsome boy up, I will speak very sweetly to him. Hyung-seok, on the other hand, was endlessly miserable. Damn it, I knew it, not a single damn bit sleepy. Hurry up, go to sleep, please go to sleep, please go to sleep, sleep now. Now his sweat began to pour out, penetrate it. Hanul in the classroom was fiercely pulling him up, penetrating through the night. Finally, he was also woken up by her. Come on, baby. As soon as he saw her, he was startled. What? Penetrate? Hyung-seok was miserable. Forcing his sleeping body awake with physical force hurts like hell. Over here, the crowd was buzzing at Hanul's audacity. Did he just curse that bitch out for tailing him all day? So funny, feel kinda bad but whatever. Hanul spaced out. Did he just curse at me? Hyung-seok wondered, was it this big-boobed hot girl who just woke me up, while she silently lamented, unbelievable. Hanul was mesmerized. He is so manly. Hyung-seok transitions to the evening scene at the convenience store. Hyung-seok was now in his chubby body and working at the store. That will be 801 in total. Do you need a bag? He mechanically said, have a good evening. Looking at the customer's attitude, he silently complained, there should be at least a thank you. With great difficulty, Hyung-seok finally got a part-time night shift job at a convenience store. Recalling the past, yesterday after school, Hyung-seok went to apply for a job right after classes ended. The night shift part-time job was from 9 p.m. to 7 a.m., with a negotiable salary. As soon as he walked in, he immediately said, excuse me, does the store still need a night shift worker? Still do. Come in. At that time, he was still in his handsome body, Working the night shift was just perfect. Walking in, he smiled brightly. I saw the sign outside. The store owner was delighted. Hit the jackpot. A handsome employee means more female customers, sales will increase. Hyung-seok said again, this is the first part-time job I'm asking about, do I need a letter of recommendation? The store owner was still calculating. Caught a big fish. Hyung-seok gave a bright smile, I'm just starting out, is that okay? The store owner immediately said, you're hired. He was a bit surprised, excuse me? He asked rapidly. Can you start right away? How much do you want per hour? I'll pay whatever. Hyung-seok couldn't help but marvel, he's so nice. Right after that, he quickly said, it's not me, I'm asking for a friend. Holding the uniform in his hands, the man was surprised, what? And just like that night, Hyung-seok went to work, but the store owner didn't look very pleased with him. He scoffed a bit, it's you? The friend of? Yes. Noticing the completely different attitude, he secretly wondered in surprise, did something happen to him? Then the store owner turned his back, sorry, it won't work. I don't hire students. Hyung-seok was confused, but my friend said everything was fine. He added, you're just a student, how would you even know cigarette names? Right? There are dozens of brands you have to memorize. Hyung-seok said, menthol. The owner was surprised, huh? Camel, Essie, Marlboro, Cigar, Dunhill, Pall Mall. Seeing him list them off, the store owner's face was in shock, what kind of guy is this? Standing there, Hyung-seok breathed a sigh of relief, luckily I got accepted, but why is the salary different? It's so low. Before leaving, the store owner reminded him, if possible, call your friend over later. And he also thought to himself, with two bodies, my living expenses have doubled. My daytime self is sleeping now. The new body for the day, the old body for the night. From 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., I hang out with the new body. Study during the day, work at night, and from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m., I'm the ugly guy again. To ensure my health, I operate each body for 12 hours. Now he silently complained, why is this happening to me? This new body suddenly appeared, if only I had my old body. For Hyung-seok, waking up to a beautiful dream every morning and returning to harsh reality in the evening, although right now it felt just like a dream, a nightmare. At this moment, the supermarket door quickly opened. Welcome, Hyung-seok silently thought, another customer. The people coming in were 3 of Hyung-seok's classmates. One of them looked at him and said, give me 4 small packs of Marlboro, bro. Hyung-seok, of course, recognized them immediately, students from his class. The guy looked at him and thought, is this kid stunted, or does he have too much iodine? Hyung-seok was startled. What now? Selling cigarettes to them would be the end of me. Right after that, he hesitated. Please, can I see your ID? They were surprised. What? Huh? Hey, why isn't it like the other times? It worked fine the other days, with such an old face. Finally, an ID card was pulled out. Here. Hyung-seok was surprised. Huh? He was dumbfounded. Born in 1984? Why does he have the ID of this damn old guy? Hyung-seok said, this doesn't look like your ID. He said, huh? It's because I'm a bit fat now. Fat, it's fat, you damn bastard. Hyung-seok still flatly refused. No, I'm sorry. Hey, but he still stubbornly explained, that's my ID. It's a bit, what? Let's go. He started to sweat. So how old are you? Why, yes. Hyung-seok was miserable. I'm going to get fired. The supermarket door opened once again. A familiar voice rang out, hey. Jin-sung walked in. If we can't do it here, let's go find somewhere else. This is so annoying. Seeing the person walking in, he was startled. Lee Jin-sung. He also recognized him immediately. Huh, this fatty. Remembering that face, even though he was wearing glasses, he still couldn't forget it. Hyung-seok now wanted to pass out right on the spot. Oh my god. He was secretly terrified. It's that guy again. Jin-sung smiled brightly. Who is this? Then he said to the other 3 guys, hey, no need to go anywhere else. Jin-sung was amused, we can even buy alcohol now. The others were surprised, what about this guy? Do you know him? The street was quiet, the convenience store on the corner of the street was still lit. Looking at the banned substances being bought, Hyung-seok still couldn't accept it. No, they are only my age. Jin-sung said, hey, consider this compensation for last time. Why don't you take this as an apology? His eyes glared fiercely, what, damn it, didn't I say it was free? The other 3 stood still watching the fun. Jin-sung said again, what's up? So you don't want to make peace with me, right? He stammered, no, it's not that. Some of those guys were amused. Is our boy Sung having a bad day today? His personality is always a bitch, did you just find out? At the same time, those words reached his ears. Saw me Jean following the new transfer student a lot today. Jean Sung listened. She's definitely going to dump Sung, right? So the boy's grumpy because of the new guy, huh? They're going to date, and me Jean ignores him, huh? Jean Sung was shaking with anger. This bastard, no, that bastard, I can't take it anymore. The other three were still scared. Quiet, he's going crazy now. He remembered his handsome face, that troublesome guy, who dared to flirt with his Mi Jean. In his imagination, hey, do you know you're very beautiful? Jean Sung looked at the ugly face in front of him again, and now comes this pig. Hyung-seok suffered, I'm sorry, I'll get fired, you know, if. Jean Sung got mad, daring to mess with my Mi Jean. Now, he immediately spoke up, hey. Jean Sung said coldly, there's no reconciliation anymore. Hyung-seok was startled, huh? Right after that came a heaven-shaking punch. Hyung-seok resigned himself to getting beaten again. The three guys behind were startled. He's crazy, stop him. In the store that night, a chaos happened. Hey, what are you doing? Stop, you madman. And then, he was beaten again by the bastard Lee Jin-sung. The three guys saw his swollen face and were terrified. Forgive us, we're leaving right now, this guy is crazy, let him go. Jin-sung yelled, let me go. The whole group locked him together. Stop it, this jerk. And his nude photo was taken. Let us go, just in case. We're also tired of these things. If you report to the police, your photos will be hot online tomorrow. Understand? Raise your head and see, expose that, and Hyung-seok had to accept this. When he went home, it was very late. Hyung-seok sat in a street corner. At least I avoided selling liquor to underage people, almost got fired on the first day of work. He thought to himself that he couldn't rely on his mother forever, wondering if he should call her. In the end, he couldn't hold back and called her. Who is this? Is that my son? Hyung-seok spoke up, Mom. He thought to himself that his mother seemed very happy. On the other end of the line, she asked worriedly, Son, why aren't you asleep at this hour? Hyung-seok said, I was just going out for some fresh air, the night breeze here is great, Mom. She said happily, oh, I'm also sitting here getting some fresh air, telepathy. So how is the new school, son? Hyung-seok said, the school, it's fine Mom, I'm actually quite popular. You know what, just during the day, I made a lot of friends. Inwardly, he was complaining, even though he just got beaten up by them. Hyung-seok said, are you still doing well, Mom? She replied, of course, I'm very fine son, since you're not here, I go for a walk every night. After that, his mother asked, Son, is the money I sent enough for your living expenses? Hyung-seok replied, it's enough, Mom. She happily advised her son, leave it to Mom, just focus on studying. Sitting in front of a pile of scrap paper, she said, don't worry about money matters, hear me? Actually, his mother was lying. Alright, I'll walk a little more and then go straight home. I love you, son. And just like that, the nightmare of that night passed, and when the dawn broke, that beautiful face slowly opened its eyes. Meanwhile, that chubby body was sound asleep, its face beaten and swollen. Hyung-seok in this form was truly incredibly handsome. When he opened his eyes, he looked like an angel. Hyung-seok said to himself, I feel better now. And he returned to that dreamlike reality. Stretching his arms, Hyung-seok was immensely satisfied, strong as an elephant. He stood up and sat down several times continuously. So light. Hyung-seok felt like he had revived with full mana. Was this it? He said to himself, when you are big, the world around you becomes smaller, it feels like I'm about to fly like Son Goku. And after waking up, the next task was going to school. As soon as Hyung-seok arrived, the group of schoolgirls blushed shyly. Oh my god, it's him, I'm drooling. He just walked on like that. He looked just like the main character in those Korean comics. Looking at his body, it was deadly attractive. Hyung-seok, on the contrary, felt depressed. Going to school with a face like this wasn't fun at all. He thought to himself, I didn't want to go to school anyway, especially after getting beaten up, even though they don't know it was me. When Hyung-seok returned to the classroom with this new body, right after opening the door, he heard the gossip. Then this idiot suddenly attacked that fat guy, hot as. Hyung-seok was surprised, huh? The kids in the class were chattering, we have some really fun stuff, just in case he blabs to anyone. What is it? I don't know if I should show you, never mind, what's so fun about beating up a pig like that? Hyung-seok said to himself, I guess they are definitely talking about me. As soon as Hanul saw him, she happily said, Hyung-seok, there you are, come here, these guys have something really cool. The other guy excitedly held out his phone, do you want to see? Hyung-seok was surprised, what is it? The classmates were talking again, saying that yesterday Jin-sung beat up a guy, and Jin-sung, over here, was secretly smug, thinking, of course I did. The other guy continued, a few pictures of a naked pig. Surprised voices rang out, oh my god, nude? His hand clenched into a fist. Hyung-seok hated it so much, they were mocking him. The crowd was still buzzing, did you take pictures? Wanna see? Hanul pouted, I don't want to, that's disgusting. She actually wanted to scream, I want to see, but not in front of Hyung-seok. Those guys heard it and saw right through her, this girl is talking big again. Hanul tried to act noble, what, why are you so vulgar? Hyung-seok silently screamed, don't open it. Now murmurs of praise echoed, Jin-sung's punches were so fast, couldn't even see them. Jin-sung said again, come on, stop it, there's nothing great about praising these things. Actually, he was extremely delighted inside, louder, say it louder. In his mind, it went like this, do you two hear that, the new student, Mi-jin, about how strong this guy is? Jin-sung, so scary, better stay away from him. Over here, Mi-jin was annoyed, I hate those games. Her deskmate was surprised, what, just date him, he's so good to you. Mi-jin said, quick-handed, hot-blooded, this guy is too immature. Mi-jin then recounted, even on our last date, when he invited me to the movies. You know what, he aggressively picked a fight and beat up a passerby. Marnie listened with great interest, isn't that right, he used to be. She paused and glanced over, an amateur boxer in middle school, that's all. That was Jin-sung, the classroom atmosphere was still very chaotic. Jin-sung showed off but tried to appear humble, stop it, honestly, as a boxer, I also feel ashamed getting involved in this. Didn't even need an uppercut, just a straight punch and that guy was on the floor. Everyone was amazed, professionals hit different. Hyung-seok was secretly trembling. There was no denying it was really fast, and it seemed like it knew all the neighbors next to his house. At the same time, two female classmates walked by, hey, Hyung-seok, do you have a girlfriend yet? He was surprised, huh? Hanul became anxious as soon as she saw this scene. She then walked over, Hyung-seok, what are you doing? Do you want to hang out with Hanul? The two girls were annoyed, that bitch, she never misses a chance. Who does she think she is to act like that? But she was trying really hard. Jae-yeol sat silently on the side. Gossiping voices rang out again, maybe that pig's mother is also as fat as a pig, huh? Her son is that fat, so she must be too. Watch out, the baby pig is calling the mama pig right now. Mi-jin was unamused by their nonsense talk. The fattest guy in the group stuck his tongue out, then we'll just have two naked pigs. Pervert. Having a son like that must be really troublesome, right? Mi-jin said in disgust, crazy jerks. He mocked with a crude remark, she shouldn't have given birth to him in the first place. Hyung-seok sat there with anger boiling inside his heart. Just because of him, his mother was being humiliated and ridiculed. He remembered his mother, who had always tried her best. If you want to insult someone, don't insult my mother, just target me, even though I. After that, he finally couldn't hold back and spoke in a cold tone. Staring intently at those guys, Hyung-seok said, don't say such things about my mother. He felt extremely relieved, having finally managed to say it out loud. Unexpectedly speaking up like that, everyone present dropped their jaws in astonishment. Jin-sung, on the other hand, was now so furious that his face turned red, glaring at the other guy. Not again, in front of me, Jin. Instantly, the desk was kicked away, and Jin-sung arrogantly looked toward him. Pausing for a moment, he glanced over and then asked, do you know you're acting very funny? Jin-sung then looked at him and said loudly, stand up, you bastard. The classmates were buzzing, a fight is breaking out. Right after that, everyone started causing a commotion. A big fight in the design room. Let's go watch, it's the new student. Some were scared, what, with Jin-sung? Scary. Where are you guys? The female students were excited, how handsome is he? I want to see, he's gorgeous. Eventually, the room was packed at the door. Don't gather around here. Is that the newcomer? I can't see him. The female students pushed through, it's Lee Jin-sung, the speedster? Others gossiped, what about the new student? Where is he? Looking at Hyung-seok, none of the girls could hold back their infatuation. Hyung-seok inwardly complained, he had stood up as told, but the female students were still marveling, so handsome, drop-dead gorgeous. He was terrified, thinking he was going to get beaten up again. Jin-sung said, come here, didn't I already tell you? Hyung-seok secretly thought to himself, did I misunderstand him from the beginning? The other three guys scoffed, why is he just standing still? He's probably weak. Guys, being afraid of him last time was a mistake for all of us. The girls panicked, oh no, it's like he doesn't know how to fight. No way, what do we do now? Oh, my heart is breaking. Jae-on now also looked up. Jin-sung mused to himself, so, is that body just for show? His stance was relaxed. Jin-sung grew even more smug. Fine, he thought, I'll make him eat dirt with the first punch. Here I come, watch me, Jin. However, at that very moment, his eyes suddenly froze. His arm was suddenly grabbed tightly by a solid hand. It was Jae Yeol, who, for some reason, wanted to help him. The crowd began to murmur. What? This guy? Is that Jae Yeol? This is the first time I've seen him get involved in something like this. Jin Sung couldn't move his hand. This guy is quite unnoticeable, so I hardly paid attention to him, but his grip strength isn't bad. His eyes darted to the girl sitting nearby, watching attentively. Her bewildered face made Jin Sung feel a bit embarrassed. Jin is. He trailed off. He frustratingly shook off the hand. Let go, you bastard. Then he aimed at Hyung-seok again. Go to hell, newbie. Looking at that fist, he cried out in bitterness, from the very beginning, I've. But suddenly, Hyung-seok could clearly see the punch coming from the right. He remembered the left side of his face, which had been beaten countless times. Thinking about it made him angry. And now, Hyung-seok seemed to be reading his opponent straight on. He was a bit surprised. After all? As he watched that force slowly coming towards his face, so slow? The punch was like it was in slow motion right in front of him. He blamed himself. But I'm even slower, my body can't dodge it. Now, Jin Sung's eyes froze. And he also didn't know what was happening to him. And now, looking at that arm slowly rushing in, it was like a slow-motion movie. Hyung-seok managed to dodge, moving his head out of the way, easily avoiding that attack. The crowd buzzed constantly. Did he dodge Jin Sung's punch? So fast, great. The schoolgirls were excited. Did he dodge it? Did you see that? Who is he? Amazing, so good. Jin Sung was even more astonished, his eyes wide open and mouth agape. Even Jae Yeol and the other three guys were stunned. Hyung-seok was dazed, and today, for the first time, his body moved according to his will. Jin Sung recalled the past. He had always been the faster one, friends had praised him since childhood. Teacher, Jin Sung is the fastest. Jin Sung runs the fastest, the little kid said. Lee Jin Sung, the rising star of kindergarten. In elementary school, he used to bully his friends. Give me your Digimon. Then in middle school, opponents looked at him in fear. Isn't his punch too fast? Good enough to compete in the finals. Is it true he's only in middle school? And after entering this high school, those three ringleaders asked him, so you are Lee Jin Sung, ranked second in the middle school boxing club? They continued, look at him copying my hairstyle. Don't show off too much, you. Don't you dare look up, hear me? At that time, Jin Sung didn't hide his contempt and smirked. Those three guys were then beaten up, I couldn't even hold back so he just punched them. Let's switch to using hair gel, it's quite trendy these days. Jin Sung was full of pride, I am always fast. And at that moment, Jin Sung felt that this whole world was so easy for him, but now, he dodged it, his illusion was shattered. Not only that, all the punches he threw didn't land a single hit, everyone was surprised, so cool, I've never seen anything like this before, he dodged them all. Jin Sung was dumbfounded, what is this thing? The crowd was gossiping, he dodged every punch from Jin Sung, too fast, too dangerous, so cool. Jin Sung looked at him blankly, not only does he have quick eyes, he can even read my moves. Jin Sung was momentarily terrified, I bet this guy has fought fiercely too, he is, too good. He constantly complained inwardly, Jin is watching, I'm dying of embarrassment. Jin Sung calculated again, if so, I just need to. Hyung-seok looked on helplessly, here he comes again. He gloated, got you now. Hyung-seok was a bit startled, I can't dodge it. Seeing this situation, Jae Yeol was also somewhat anxious and was about to rush in. However, right now, Hyung-seok had caught that punch, he was surprised, almost couldn't be recognized by my own mother, oh my god, what the? The crowd opened their mouths in horror, he blocked it? What the hell, that's insane. Jin Sung was stunned, he blocked it? So cool, I've never seen this before, just tracking me closely with his eyes? He evaluated him, this bastard, he's not someone who has only fought once or twice. Jin Sung, with years of fighting experience, confirmed his status as a true fighter. In the opponent's eyes, the boy's face was strangely calm. However, internally, he was silently crying in misery, wondering what to do now. It was getting harder and harder to dodge. He cast a pleading look, thinking, I can't keep going on like this, I will definitely get hit by him. The crowd discussed excitedly. Wasn't he just dodging earlier? He must really hate fighting. Is he always that fast? Hyung-seok was terrified, thinking, everyone, please. Those three guys also discussed, Jin Sung will win, right? Absolutely, he will. He was ranked second in the national middle school. Stop it. Now, his eyes suddenly swept over the opponent. Hyung-seok said to himself, the moment I looked at them. He recalled the voices echoing in his ears, fat as a pig, huh? That pig's mother might also. Watch out, the piglet is calling the mother pig now. Your son is so fat, surely you must be too. His mother is just like a pig. Hyung-seok could not forget that feeling of anger, which he still remembered. That was his mother's forced smile, etched deep in his soul. Jin-sung gritted his teeth, thinking, what, you bastard, did I do anything wrong to these guys? Now the opponent was the king of dodging, none of Jin-sung's punches landed even a bit. These scenes made Hyung-seok somewhat remember how he had been miserably beaten by Tae-sung at his old school. At that time, Hyung-seok tried to breathe, I can't breathe. Tae-sung was delighted at that time, you like that, right? Jong Jin beside him chimed in, great, he's down. He explained, hit right at the lung lobes, you know, the first strike must always be. Now Jin-sung continued to attack, of course, he could still dodge it. The image of himself being beaten by him several times flashed back, now Hyung-seok's eyes also changed, he stared intently at his opponent. After that, the other hand threw a powerful punch just like that. Jin-sung felt his body flying up, his feet were no longer touching the ground, that punch from Hyung-seok sent Jin-sung flying. This scene really startled people. Jin-sung was shocked, he didn't expect to be taken down like this in the end. Now, the other three guys also dropped their jaws in astonishment. Hearing Jin-sung's dry coughs, everyone in the crowd was wide-eyed and open-mouthed, one punch sent flying. Looking at Jin-sung, they still couldn't believe it, down after one hit? Did you see that? It's unbelievable. Even Hyung-seok couldn't believe he could do such a thing. The girls cheered, so cool, one hit, what, he's the best, awesome. Hyung-seok was secretly dazed, everything is so new to me. Cheers rang out, Hyung-seok, you're the best. Does he play sports? That must hurt a lot. He wondered in surprise, did I punch that hard? Disdaining the opponent. The main door was packed with people. What a great punch, what kind of thing is that? The crowd cheered for him, it seems he doesn't like fighting, but he had no other choice, right, Hyung-seok? So cool. I've never seen people react like this before. Jin-sung lay on the ground. He looked over at her, me Jin, what are you looking at? He threatened angrily, is there something funny, you bastards laughing at me? I'll remember all your faces. Jin-sung was furious, just wait, I'll gouge your eyes out. He inwardly groaned as he looked at Kroth, don't look at me. Hyung-seok was stunned. For the first time, Ji-ho was a bit scared, now there's another one. He inwardly complained, oh, it's another battle of the destroyers, only those standing in the middle like me have to suffer. Hyung-seok felt a bit of sympathy for him, the wary look of the weak, just like himself in the past. In the restroom, the atmosphere was quiet. Jae-yeol was standing silently, he was releasing his essence into the earth. At the same time, noisy sounds rang out, and Jae-yeol listened closely. That bastard is dead meat, that new student, even Jin-sung was. In the other room, a familiar voice rang out, let's gang up on him, we have 3 guys after all. The 3 guys calculated, 1 guy would hold him tight, the other 2 would beat him up, what could he do to them? You punk, playing so dirty yet acting like it's nothing, we can't let it stay like this forever. They agreed, with my brute strength, I will grab him from behind, what do you think? Brute strength? You? Okay. The whole group didn't know that Jae-yeol had heard everything. Let's do it later when we go home. Game on, let's smash his face in. The scene transitions back to the school. Jin Ho-bin was quickly informed. Lee Jin-sung, 1 hit, the guy next to him replied. Exactly, they're making a huge fuss over it, that sissy. Ho-bin then asked, but the important thing is, does he look more handsome than me? He was Jin Ho-bin, from the vocal and dance department. The other guy continued, what do you think? If you want me to tell you, take off those glasses first, you idiot. In just one session, the rumors had spread far and wide. Jang Hyun, have you seen the face of the new student in the design department? He's handsome but not your type. Is that really true? Lee Jin-sung was taken down? This blue-haired young man spoke up, who cares about the fight? As long as he's handsome, it's fine. Should I ask him to be my hair model? He was from the beauty department, the only male member, Jang Hyun. Lee Eun-tae, over here, sat and listened to everything. Handsome? Really famous? Is he good at fighting? He then spoke up, this guy is also as badass as that bastard Jang Hyun. Jang Hyun said, hey man, don't cry, I'll beat both of them up. This crybaby was Lee Eun-tae, from the design department. Over here, Ji-ho grabbed his pants, running and complaining, I'm going to pee my pants. He just walked past Jae-yeol like that. Ji-ho was startled, Jae-yeol, that guy was always so sullen and quiet. Right after that, the scene before his eyes startled Ji-ho. Those 3 guys were beaten to a pulp just like that. Everyone's faces were swollen. Seeing everyone trembling, Ji-ho was inwardly startled, asking himself, what the hell? Now Ji-ho secretly wondered, could it be Jae-yeol? A long day passed just like that, and now night had fallen. Just as he calculated, that handsome body had returned home and was fast asleep. Hyung-seok said softly, good night, my body. And to him, what had happened today was like a dream. Hyung-seok still remembered that feeling. The first time he beat someone up, the first time he was cheered by others. He was a bit curious, what would it be like if it happened to his other body? Hyung-seok thought of all the mockery aimed at him, looking that fat, he's like a gorilla. So brutish. He shouldn't have shown off in a place like this for the first time. Many thoughts ran through his mind. After waking up, as usual, he went to work at the store. Hyung-seok asked himself, should I exercise a bit to lose weight? Even though he didn't have much time to earn money right now. He instinctively said, welcome. Hyung-seok spoke up, that will be 801, please. He was secretly annoyed when looking at that customer. This guy looked at him as if telling him he was so pathetic. Hyung-seok told himself, what they think about me is entirely shown in the way they look at me, just like everyone else. It was another female customer's turn, yours is 9901. Hyung-seok was a bit surprised. This auntie was just buying toilet paper, so why was she looking at him like an alien? And to him, those looks showed the first impression. Hyung-seok gave the customer a friendly look, do you need a bag? Ugh, his inner voice cried out, he was being judged even without talking to them. Then came another dirty customer. It was only 1001, no need to overthink. Hyung-seok was surprised, even beggars pitied him? Now he secretly thought, the looks they give me are so different. It's best to just live pretending not to know those differences. But he still sold things as usual, asking, do you need a receipt, sir? He told himself, even though he really hadn't changed at all. Finally, it was late at night. Hyung-seok looked at the clock, it was 3 a.m. It would be strange not to be bored in a place like this at this hour. Looking at himself in the mirror, he told himself, maybe I should try to lose some weight? Hyung-seok immediately jumped around, tried some happy dances, and planned to reward himself with a steamed bun later. He tried to do a push-up, 1. Hyung-seok's inner voice rang out, I can do this. Right then, the store door suddenly opened. He instinctively looked at the customer, welcome. Her beauty startled Hyung-seok. A beautiful girl. He hesitated to the point of sweating. I am. Hyung-seok was also a bit disappointed, thinking she would just look at him like some lowly insect anyway. However, the girl smiled happily. I'm sorry, you seem to be like me, I also exercise a lot. Looking at him, she spoke carefully, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at you, really. But this moved the pitiful boy. It's okay, he said. The girl continued, you must be tired. Drink this and then continue exercising. Hyung-seok was stunned. Thank you, he stammered. The girl lowered her voice. Have a good day, she said. Hyung-seok secretly marveled, so kind. Is there anyone else like her in the world? He then told himself, how wonderful the world would be if there were only people like her. Outside the neighborhood, 3 notorious thugs and an ugly hag were walking and chatting. Damn it, what's wrong with my mouth? How can I go back to school after being humiliated like that? I'll kill that bastard, one of them fumed. Hey, where is Jin-sung? Another began, but the hag immediately cut in, if Jin-sung isn't here, I'm leaving. So annoying, get lost, go back to your planet, one of the thugs retorted. The 3 young men sweated. It's a good thing he's so quiet and sullen, one of them muttered, maybe he won't spread rumors. Yeah, not sure either. I haven't even heard his voice before, and if he spreads rumors, what the hell can we even do to him? They told each other, but that bastard Park Ji-ho saw us. We've been messing with him all this time, he'll definitely get back at us. One of them quickly took out his phone. Let's see, there's nothing to worry about. It turned out they had also kept naked pictures of him. Then he sneered, let me call him and teach the kid how to keep quiet. In the dark night, the phone kept ringing. Inside Ji-ho's house, he was still sleeping. In that picture, his smile was very bright. Hearing the phone ring, he groggily opened his eyes. What time is it? Ji-ho quickly picked up the phone. Who's calling at this hour, damn it? As soon as he picked up, the other end yelled loudly, beep beep Park Ji-ho. Hey, you bastard, didn't I tell you that you have to answer immediately every time I call? He woke up startled. Yes, I'm sorry. Ji-ho blanked out. Yes, it's nothing, I'll be right there. His parents were extremely surprised. Huh? Where are you going at this hour, Ji-ho? He hurriedly answered, the convenience store. Ji-ho ran through the dark night. Just 2 more stations, I'll make it in 5 minutes, gotta hurry up. Finally arriving, he rejoiced inwardly, alright? Seeing him, they were amused. He's here, he's here. You dog, you're late. Who's that, 2 minutes late? How cute. I'm sorry. Jinsu said, Jin-sung isn't here, but it's okay now, let's do a live chat. Do you have the number? I'm Glamour. Ji-ho scoffed, get lost, are you crazy? Hyung-seok said, hey, Park Ji-ho, are you going to tell anyone about what you saw this morning? Ji-ho replied, no, sir. He asked, can you be trusted? Ji-ho complained inwardly, why did they call me out here? Ji-ho scratched his head, but why did you guys? They interrupted him, alright. Ju pointed at the phone, because you took forever to answer the phone, see that my battery is low? Ji-ho hesitated, sorry. He was actually complaining inwardly, this is terrible. Then that guy said again, now go into the convenience store and get me a phone charger. Ji-ho hesitated, but, that's stealing. Sumin said, you know our secret now. He licked his lips with a perverted face, might as well let you join the gang, absolutely F***king right. They quickly told him, go, we will keep watch for you. Jin-soo insisted, here is your number. Sumin got annoyed, take it. Reluctantly, in the end, he had to go inside. Hyung-seok said loudly, hello. Ji-ho was confused, what do I do now? I've never stolen anything in my entire life. Remembering that guy's words, don't worry, the store clerk is as weak as a snail. Ji-ho sweated, that's for you guys, but for me. However, as soon as he saw Hyung-seok, Ji-ho cursed, damn, really as weak as a snail. Both of them now had the same thought, like looking at themselves in a mirror. Hyung-seok thought inwardly, he could feel the power of weaklings like no other. Ji-ho also scratched his head inwardly, one look and I know right away, the most pathetic of the pathetic group, just like me. Excuse me, where are the phone chargers? Over there. Hyung-seok also evaluated him, poor guy, one look and I know he's the most pathetic of the pathetic group. Ji-ho now wondered, this is it, if I get caught, will I be taken to the police station for tea? Sweat poured down his forehead profusely, he was so nervous his heart could break. The employee seemed to be looking at me, who knows what he's thinking? Hyung-seok whispered in amusement, I wish that pretty girl from earlier would come back. In an instant, Ji-ho's hand had grasped the power bank, he felt like he could hear his own heartbeat. However, if he didn't do this, it seemed those three guys wouldn't leave him alone. Left with no choice, Ji-ho gritted his teeth and quickly stuffed the item into his shirt. Meanwhile, Hyung-seok's jaw dropped in astonishment. Ji-ho just ran off like that, mentally exclaiming, oh my. Hyung-seok called out loudly. Ji-ho turned around, I'll pay next time, I promise, I'm sorry. However, in his panic, his feet tripped over each other. Ji-ho just fell down like that, mentally crying out, oh my god. Hyung-seok was calling out from behind, hey. Ji-ho clenched his teeth, it's over. Hyung-seok reached out his hand, are you okay? If you leave without paying, I'm dead. So? Ji-ho was moved to tears. Such a kind weakling. At the same time, a voice rang out, what are you doing? Those damn guys immediately said, I told you to steal, who told you to rob? Hey fatty, what the hell is this? Looks terrifying, you look terrifying as hell too. Go home, auntie. Hyung-seok was also startled, what are they doing here? They spoke up, now we have to sew this fat pig's mouth shut too? Ji-ho asked in fear, what are you guys going to do? Under the streetlights, Jo-oh smiled slyly, a match between retards. He said, let's see which of you two wins. Ji-ho and Hyung-seok silently lamented, oh my god. Let's see who is the strongest. What? The weakling is done for. Their eyes were incredibly scary. What? Fight, fight. Hurry up. If you report to the police, I'll put your pictures online immediately. No. Do you want to die? On this side, the man was casually listening to music, but the piercing sounds kept ringing out, fight. Then, he listened a little closer. The mocking laughter kept ringing out again, fight. Under the dimly lit street, that voice rang out, what? Are you going against me? Those guys looked at the two pitiful targets in front of them, I told you, whoever wins, I'll delete the pictures, okay? Hyung-seok said, it turns out this guy also got dirty pictures taken of him. Seeing the two of them just standing still like that, the gang lost a bit of interest, they're not fighting? No fun at all. At the same time, Jo-oh smiled coldly, it seemed like he had thought of a trick. Alright, stop for a bit. He added, if Park Ji-ho wins, we'll guarantee your errand-running business. He was a little surprised inside. What? Ju spoke again, good for you, Park Ji-ho. His inner voice cried out, really? Looking towards Hyung-seok again, if I beat this guy, I'll be free. Ji-ho clenched his fists, I can be free. After that, he just lunged forward like that. Hyung-seok bowed his head in resignation. So that's how it is, I understand now, I understand this guy's frustration. Hyung-seok thought to himself, I'll just let him hit me, I get beaten up every day anyway, so. The other four stood aside cheering. Come on, you pig, fight back, you're always taking a beating. Hey, should we post this on Cash? Let the cute boy win, punch him, Park Ji-ho. At this moment, a voice rang out, stop. They were surprised, huh? Ju spoke up, which bastard is interfering? Get lost, kid. Sumin immediately turned pale right after, this guy is. Lee Yoon-tae smiled brightly, are you guys regretting it yet? This was exactly Lee Yoon-tae, the boss of the architecture department, and his nickname was Vasco the Black Dog. Now the crowd was entirely astonished. Jinsu was amused, exactly my type. The other three chimed in, is there anyone who isn't your type? Hey, it's Vasco. Oh shit. Now both of them froze. It's Vasco? Is it the guy from the architecture department? What do we do now? So, what is this situation? At this same moment, Lee Yoon-tae's arm reached over, and he tightly grabbed Ju's neck. That guy was terrified. He irritably said in a cold voice, you bad guys. Ju struggled to breathe, sorry, let me go. He was secretly terrified, what kind of beast is this? Lee Yoon-tae then looked over at the other group, do you guys want to get beaten up too? No, sir. Scram home in silence for me. Yes. Ji-ho looked at him, hey, I'm sorry. Hyung-seok replied, it's nothing, we're saved. After that, he sincerely advised, you guys should exercise or something. Ji-ho was touched, thank you, Vasco, this guy is really nice. Lee Yoon-tae asked again, you know me? Same school? Ji-ho mumbled, I'm from the design department. Lee Yoon-tae asked back in surprise, design department? The place where the new transfer student is? The one who beat up Lee Jin-sung? Hyung-seok secretly lamented, they are talking about me, and it seems the small guy is in the same class as me. Lee Yoon-tae then asked Ji-ho to pass a message, tell that new student, don't be too arrogant, understand? As he spoke, tears fell from his eyes. Ji-ho was startled, thinking, don't cry. Hyung-seok was secretly afraid, I need to be careful of this guy. Ji-ho was secretly surprised, the rumors were true, protecting the weak, hating the hot boys. Here was the strong fool, and that was the first time he met Vasco. Morning came again, and the school was still incredibly quiet. Ji-ho struggled immensely at school. The whole group, one more tray, lunch for 4, don't spill it. Not only that, he was also on the phone, yeah, I got everything. After neatly arranging the 4 meal trays, Ji-ho sighed, done. When will I get to fetch my own tray? At that moment, he was slightly surprised by the atmosphere, don't tell me. Looking over there, Ji-ho was a bit jealous of the new student. Han-nul said sweetly, Hyung-seok, let's eat together. Hyung-seok also quickly recognized the small guy from yesterday. Ji-ho was secretly amused, his appearance is so badass. Following Hyung-seok's direction, he was a little surprised. Huh? Ji-ho thought to himself, it seems like he's getting closer. Hyung-seok smiled brightly at him, we are in the same class, right? Let's eat together. Inside, Hyung-seok was also thrilled, this is so fun. This reaction startled Ji-ho, what the heck? The crowd murmured, why that guy? What a surprise, so jealous. As soon as they arrived at the cafeteria, everyone fell silent. Jin-sung was quiet without saying a word, and the other 3 guys also looked bewildered. 4 pairs of eyes stared intently at Ji-ho, while he was now secretly sweating. Jin-sung was surprised, the errand boy? Hyung-seok happily greeted, where do you live? Hyung-seok seemed to like this friend and had made up his mind to befriend him. Jin-sung wondered to himself, why is he here? Jin-sung was secretly annoyed. Damn it, he's driving me crazy. The girls admired Hyung-seok even more, thinking, he seems like he wants to step up and help that guy, how nice. Many people couldn't hide their excitement, is that him, the one who knocked out Jin-sung with one punch? Jin-sung angrily turned around. Which bastard? However, the compliment came from Ho-bin, he looks pretty handsome. The 2 friends walking beside him also marveled, it's true, he's so handsome. Ho-bin was stubborn, but I still look more handsome, right? One of them glanced over, take off your glasses first, dude. These were the guys from the vocal and dance department. In his mind, Jin-sung silently cursed, Jin Ho-bin. He asked again, hey, did you get beaten by that pretty boy, Lee Jin-sung? Makes sense, who told you to always hang out with those ugly guys? The other 3 got annoyed, we are handsome, okay? But Jin-sung calmly replied, yeah, I lost to that handsome bastard. He glanced at Ho-bin, but I don't think I'll lose to you. Not stopping there, he added, and the guys you're hanging out with are just average too. Both of them gritted their teeth, what? Why drag us into this? At the same time, Ho Bin's face darkened. Hey, do you want to die? Right after that, Jin Sung swung his fist in front of his face. Jin Sung stubbornly said, come on, bring it on. Ho Bin was a bit startled, thinking, he's really fast, he almost actually punched me. But then he raised his hand, I will take you down first. Jin Sung thought to himself, this guy knows wrestling. If I don't take him down quickly, it'll be trouble. Everyone looked over and murmured, what is it, a fight? Hyung-seok zoned out, this guy is always so busy, how scary. Ji-ho was terrified, Lee Jin-sung and Jin Ho-bin, what a surprise. Hey, Hyung-seok, taste this. The sound of commotion rang out. What now, a fight? Lee Jin-sung and Jin Ho-bin? His eyes suddenly stopped. Hyung-seok was a bit surprised. Hyung-seok quickly realized these guys were from the architecture department, it was Vasco, the person who saved him yesterday. He stared intently at Lee Yoon-tae, Vasco. Over here, another classmate asked, who will win? Hyung-seok wondered to himself, what should I say? Then he excitedly stood up and said loudly, hello. Hyung-seok's inner self was thrilled, so happy. Hyung-seok then suddenly startled, forgetting that this guy didn't know him. The person walking next to him said to Lee Yoon-tae, that's the new student, probably looking for trouble or something. He didn't say anything, just silently looked at him, then shifted his eyes to Ji-ho and immediately recognized him too, the kid from yesterday. Jin Sung evaluated, hanging out with that bitch doesn't look too bad. Han-nul felt disgusted, really hating guys with beards. Ji-ho whispered miserably, oh, it's like being lost in a storm again. Jin Sung was a bit surprised. With that weakling like a snail? He then shifted his eyes to him, just as I thought, handsome guys like him are as annoying as dogs. Lee Yoon-tae then said, what, you know me? He asked, hey, are you always this easy to make friends with? Hyung-seok was now a bit scared, no matter how he looked at it, he was so different from yesterday. Lee Yoon-tae grabbed his shoulder and continued, just because you're handsome and a little bit strong. It doesn't mean you can mess with me, he said while squeezing hard, making him wince. Ouch. Meanwhile, Ho Bin was stunned. Not again, this guy got caught. Jin Sung gritted his teeth, this idiot, a shoulder squeeze or a drag? The whole group was a bit scared. This move made the entire crowd kneel on the ground. Remembering Yoon-tae's words, kneel down. This is the difference in strength. Jae-yeol said nothing, he just stood there silently. Hyung-seok gritted his teeth, this guy, he's really strong. He also secretly remembered, oh right, this is the first time he's seen me in this form. Does he think I'm being rude to him? Yoon-tae was a little surprised, he endures really well. Others would have been on their knees by now. Hyung-seok held his hand, having to explain so he could understand, then quickly said, sorry. Hearing this, Yoon-tae was slightly startled. Jin Sung casually pulled his hand away, sorry if I made you angry. I must have mistaken you for someone else. Yoon-tae couldn't understand at all. What is this? The crowd gasped in astonishment. To be able to escape Vasco's strength? Ho Bin was so surprised his mouth made an O shape. With just one hand? Yoon-tae gritted his teeth, feeling a bit suffocated. He had only heard that he was faster than Jin Sung, but didn't expect him to be this strong. However, Hyung-seok remained calm. 10. Now in the cafeteria, the atmosphere was extremely quiet. Those three ugly guys started to widen their eyes. Hyung-seok was still gripping Yoon-tae's hand. For a moment, neither of them reacted, as if in a slow-motion movie. He was confused but also admitted, strong, really strong, this guy is very strong. Hyung-seok was still innocent. Why is he so angry? What should I do now? Ho Bin was startled. Is that guy smiling? Jin Sung also guessed, does he mean this is as easy as a joke? Bum Jae was also scared for them. He's much stronger than I thought. If this continues, it won't be good for us at all. He secretly gritted his teeth. If they win against this new transfer student, it's fine, but if they lose, it will be very, very bad for their group. If Vasco loses, it means. Over here, Yoon-tae secretly thought, this handsome bastard must be punished. For Yoon-tae, if he won against him, the whole group would be defeated. Yoon-tae looked around. There were too many people waiting, a fight wouldn't bring anything. Then he clenched his fist. No, he decided to just beat him up. Fighting here, at this very moment, Bum Jae suddenly cut in, you mistook him for someone else, right? Huh? He gave a wry smile. Sorry, how could that be, right? Yoon-tae was surprised. Park Bum Jae? Then he enthusiastically asked, what department are you in? Architecture, right? Yoon-tae secretly thought, Bum Jae, there's no need for that. You are the new transfer student, right? Ho Bin secretly regretted, missed a good match, damn you, Park Bum Jae. Jin Sung was also annoyed. That little punk. Over here, Bum Jae said again, don't think about it anymore, keep eating. Hyung-seok was deeply moved. He really is a good person, thanks. The crowd buzzed, that new guy is really tough. Daring to go against Vasco is crazy. Interesting. So handsome. Absolutely amazing. However, at this moment, the look in Bum Jae's eyes as he peeked at him was a bit strange. Hyung-seok obediently sat and ate. I want to be his friend. He is really nice. Ji-ho whispered in distress. I just want to get out of here. Just then, a voice rang out, hey, you weakling over there. Lee Eun-tae said before leaving, don't listen to this guy, you need to be more confident in yourself. Bum Jae said, hey, stop it. Let's go get something to eat. What's for lunch today? Hyung-seok silently admired, he looks really cool. But who did he say not to listen to? Ji-ho then said, no matter how you look at it, there's a huge misunderstanding here. Moreover, calling me a weakling. Isn't that a bit impolite? The crowd is now buzzing and talking. Is that guy the boss? He's so handsome. I heard Lee Jin-sung is here too. Ji-ho hesitates at this moment. Meanwhile, Jang Hyun looks at Park Hyung-seok and smiles faintly. He pretends not to pay attention, yet secretly finds him interesting. He's very handsome, but not arrogant at all, a lovely guy. Should I ask him to be a hair model? His two girlfriends next to him are still chirping, Jang Hyun, try this. Jang Hyun, change my hairstyle for me. Scene change. Inside the restroom, Sumin's voice rings out, so, you mean we should team up with that Hyung-seok? Jeo says loudly, you saw it, that guy isn't even afraid of Vasco. Sumin reminds him, Vasco lifted you up with one hand, remember? Jeo gets annoyed, shut your mouth. You mean sticking with him is still better, right? Jeo adds, add him and Jin-sung too. Chun-seo also says, then we will have the best position in this school, but what do we do now? Inside the classroom, everything is still normal. Hyung-seok seems a bit surprised, huh? A party? Sumin smiles brightly as all three say together, right, anyway it's a new semester, we're thinking about having something to bond with each other better, why don't you join for fun? Hyung-seok is startled to hear it. This is a gathering to promote friendship between us. He can't help but be surprised. A gathering, an event that only happens between friends. Hyung-seok is extremely happy. The thing I've longed for so long, friends. He says to himself, how long have I dreamed of this? Amusement parks, game rooms, karaoke, a life with friends. Hyung-seok feels sorry for himself. I've been lonely for too long. Singing alone, playing Minesweeper, crocheting, even talking with animals, too lonely. Guys, since we're friends, let's meet at 7 tonight. Can you go? Remember to come, my good friends. Sumin's group smiles affably. Pausing for a bit, Hyung-seok says again, if so, today. He gathers all his courage. Can we take a sticker picture together? Sumin's group is overjoyed. Hyung-seok says inwardly, alright, it's only for a few hours, then I'll save the picture on my phone. Just thinking about it, my heart is already. He feels a bit happy. Luckily, today is my day off at the convenience store. Probably sleeping a few more hours for the other body, then going out to party with this body is not a big deal. Meanwhile, Han-nul has been eavesdropping and heard quite a few things. This makes Han-nul interested. Evening comes very quickly. The whole group chats together in the group message, Hyung-seok, where are you? Hyung-seok, I've arrived at rodeo. Go into the small alley right behind the wool shop. Go to both High GOP gang on the second floor. Okay, I got it. Hyung-seok walked and smiled happily, group chatting with friends, it felt just like a dream. He felt a little sad looking back, even though the group chat reminded him of the terrifying past when using KakaoTalk, at that time he just wanted to die to get it over with. Stopping for a bit, Hyung-seok looked around, wait, is this the place? Going inside following the address, it's the right way, but this place is a bit dark. Hyung-seok said to himself, the restaurant is on the second floor, this is the place you guys mentioned. Right now, Hyung-seok was extremely happy and excited. A gourmet restaurant? Oh, eating at a restaurant with friends, awesome. He calculated, let's see, after dinner, there definitely has to be a sticker photo booth session, they're small enough for me to put in my phone. Hyung-seok was nervous. Behind this door were his friends. He reassured himself, take a deep breath before entering, feeling so nervous. Sumin's group's voices echoed, hi, he's here, he's here. But as soon as he entered, Hyung-seok was stunned. However, the hopeful image he had in his mind was. Sumin's voice rang out, you're here? It's Hyung-seok, come sit down, sit down. The room was an eyesore with its white patches, dim and unclear. Jae-ho said loudly, it was hard to find, wasn't it? Here you don't even need to show your ID. Hanul smiled brightly. Come sit next to me, Hyung-seok. It seemed like he was a bit disappointed, a scene he completely didn't expect. Jin-sung was surprised. What the hell, why is this cat guy here? Soo-min said again, surprised? Jun-soo, smoking a cigarette, added, come sit down, are you hungry? Hanul happily said, I also came to eat gapchang and coincidentally met them, it's destiny. Right? The boys scoffed, what the hell is she talking about? And how did he know this place? Look at her boobs are all sagging. Jae-ho and Soo-min looked at her and secretly had dirty thoughts, not bad at all. So everyone started fighting over the seats. Hyung-seok, come sit next to me. No, the seat next to Jin-sung is empty. Hey, what are you guys trying to pull? You think, sit there, you pig. What, you slut? Hyung-seok secretly spaced out, there's alcohol? Are they even allowed to drink that stuff? Oh man, he was now a bit anxious, having a feeling like, I'm coming to a place I shouldn't be. Transitioning to the evening in the small room, his inner voice echoed, Mom. Everyone immediately offered him drinks. Hyung-seok, we've been waiting for you forever to drink together. Looking around, he silently groaned, what do I do now? Holding a glass of alcohol, Hyung-seok heard them cheering, drink up, bottoms up. He thought to himself, I'm really in a tough spot here. Then he stammered, no, I can't drink. The whole group burst out laughing, you've got to be kidding me. They kept urging, drink up. Inside, he lamented, I really don't know what to do. Hyun-do held his glass and teased him, hey, are you really not going to drink? Are you a lightweight? Hyung-seok thought miserably, it's just that I don't know how to drink. Opposite him, seeing Jin-sung drinking alcohol like water, he complained inwardly, how can this guy drink so fast and like a maniac? Hanul smiled happily, really? I don't know how to drink either. Destiny is Kwang Ha's destiny. The others whispered with ulterior motives, come on, pass out already, with boobs that nice. Hyung-seok helplessly sighed internally, I don't even know where to look. This group kept spouting vulgar words. What the heck? He muttered in his head, what on earth are they talking about? He thought silently, this is the end. Hyung-seok sighed inwardly, what a mess. She smiled brightly and said, look at me. He groaned internally, Mom, I'm sorry, I was just pressured into it. Hyung-seok frowned, wondering, are students even allowed to do these things? Hyun-do held a cigarette and said, by the way, Hyung-seok. That guy continued to ask, where do you live? Startled, he replied, I just live alone. They were shocked and exclaimed, huh? Hearing that, the whole group clamored, alone? Why is your face suddenly red? Awesome. Meanwhile, Jin-sung angrily gulped down a glass of alcohol, damn it, he lives alone. Is he implying he's on a higher level than us? After hearing he lived alone, everyone got excited and said, we can have a barbecue party at your place. Great. Can we drop by? Hyung-seok, startled, quickly refused, no, I live with a friend. That guy asked in surprise, a friend? He bombarded him with questions, what school do they go to? Our school too? Hanul seemed annoyed, a girl? He hesitated, not knowing what to say, they. He tried to think, what do I say now? Hyung-seok hastily made an excuse, they dropped out, so they don't go to school anymore. Upon hearing his words, the group thought, we knew this guy was out of the ordinary, but who would have thought, he lives with dropouts. Hyung-seok scratched his head and said that his friend works at night and sleeps during the day, so if anyone drops by, they would panic and think, what, dropping out of school and working at night, what kind of animalistic life is that guy living? Hearing this, Jin-sung downed another glass of liquor and angrily thought, damn it, so he already has a freaking ally. Hanul leaned in close to his ear and said, but hey Hyung-seok, why are your clothes so baggy, do you really like wearing oversized clothes? It turned out she was trying to seduce him, thinking, damn it, look at my breasts, look at them. He didn't pay much attention and replied that these were his friend's clothes, his friend was a bit big. He then sighed, thinking, more like fat. Hearing this, everyone panicked, thinking, gangsters. He's a damn gangster. Only thugs work at night. Holy crap, he's involved with gangsters, this squinty-eyed guy, he even lives with them, they re-evaluated him, this son of a bitch, he looks much more dangerous than we thought. Getting even angrier, Jin-sung drank another glass of liquor, frustratedly thinking, damn it, motherfucker. Suddenly someone spoke up, hey. The continued voice caught his attention. Is someone coming? Turning around, it turned out to be the female boss approaching from afar, saying, eat quietly and then get lost. It was the shop owner. He exclaimed in his head, it's the boss. She cleared the stuff on the table and said, you kids are too loud, people are going to report my shop to the police. The whole group laughed loudly and said, yes, boss. Hyung-seok tried to signal in his thoughts, miss, we are underage, he miserably thought, please chase this group away. She looked up in surprise, huh? Then, seeing Hyung-seok's handsome face, she jumped up, startled by his beauty. The boss immediately thought to herself, oh my god, he worriedly thought, damn it seems this lady really realized we are students she secretly admired. Oh heavens, how can there be such a handsome boy in this world? The boss bitterly told herself, my husband has been dead and gone for 10 long years. The husband from afar grumbled, I'm not dead yet, you brat. She held her cheeks and thought, is this a gift from heaven from him? Then she spoke up, young man. The boss pressed close to him and asked, shall I bring you anything else? Hyung-seok embarrassedly tried to refuse, no thanks. The boss interrupted, just eat comfortably, today I will take care of you. The whole group, getting to eat for free, happily shouted, the boss is the best in the world. Han-il refused to be outdone. She pressed closely against his arm and said, Hyung-seok, taste this. Seeing this, the female boss got very angry, while she smiled and said, it's delicious, right? Then the boss raised her hand, pretending to tie her hair. My hair keeps falling down. Seeing her hot body, the whole group got nosebleeds. Then the boss smiled and said, it's September already, but it's still so hot. Han-il refused to lose, saying, are you too hot, Hyung-seok? The boss spoke even louder, no, I'm hotter, sweetie. She stepped forward, no, me. The two of them fought back and forth. Hey, is this little girl your girlfriend? What's your name? Meanwhile, he sat in the middle, sweating profusely, and hesitantly thought, this is a bit scary. She glared at the boss, signaling, it's useless, you saggy old hag. The boss didn't lose either, scolding, you little brat. He felt that women were truly terrifying. Jin-sung angrily drank another glass of liquor. Everyone has gone crazy. Oh, I miss me Jin so much. Scene transitions to where people are drinking. Because Hyung-seok's side was too noisy, it attracted the attention of others. Hey, look over there you guys, that group. Bok-nam said coldly, high schoolers, right? Lee Bin gritted his teeth and replied, unbearably noisy. Jun-woo angrily scolded, damn them. Over there, Han-il was still pressing her chest against his arm. The guy was talking while staring intently at her chest, and his face suddenly turned red. Then Jun-woo suddenly turned to look at Yu-bin. It turned out she was annoyed and said, look at that kid, touching her chest, that girl is showing off. She angrily added, these guys are only good at loafing around, right? So annoying. Hearing that, the guy looked at Yu-bin, pouted his lips, and thought, annoying? Really? Jin-sung was still holding a glass of liquor in his hand, his face flushed red from drinking too much, and then he downed another glass. Seeing this, Hyung-jo advised, hey, slow down. Why is this guy drinking so much today? Hyung-seok sweated and thought to himself, so this is what drunk guys are like. Meanwhile, they laughed and joked happily, acting up again, you chicken. He told himself, I shouldn't drink anything alcoholic. Dead drunk, Jin-sung started talking nonsense, hey, Park Hyung-seok. Jin-sung, who was lying down, suddenly jumped up, making him panic and exclaim in his mind, are you going to beat me up again? He suddenly cried out, you, then said cheesy words, you are very handsome, you know, I'm jealous now. Jin-sung lost control, stood up abruptly towards him, and said, let's do it. He stepped up close to Hyung-seok's face and said, let's share a kiss. Saying that, Jin-sung kissed him on the cheek, startling him, unable to believe his eyes. He panicked, what? Hyung-seok was stunned and thought, what the hell is this? Hyung-jo shook his head wearily, there we go, this guy is at it again. Sumin laughed and teased, it's very tiring when he's drunk. Jin-sung's voice coquettishly rang out again, Hyung-seok. He was dead drunk, speaking incoherently, me Jin is mine, do you know that? He sighed and thought to himself, so tiring to be with drunk people. Amidst the drunken crowd, Hyung-seok groaned inwardly, oh, mom. Han-il handed him water, pretending to be worried, hey, drink some water, Hyung-seok. You must be very tired, right? He took it and replied in surprise, thank you, that's so nice. Hyung-seok took the glass and drank it in one gulp, but after drinking, he realized it was liquor and spat it out, damn it, liquor. He cried inwardly, thinking it was just water. Jin-sung, completely drunk, muttered, you guys are too much. They grumbled back, go to sleep, get lost. He was mildly shocked, who would have thought it was alcohol? Hyung-seok trembled and thought to himself, alcohol? Who would have thought there'd be a day I'd drink this? He cried in his heart, Mom, I'm sorry, I'm only 17 years old. Then he blamed himself, I just committed a crime. Meanwhile, they laughed out loud, drink more. A voice rang out, damn it. That voice attracted everyone's attention. So noisy, you dogs, Jun-gu grumbled. These kids nowadays have no damn manners at all. Bin, holding a cigarette, gently reminded, they can hear you. Bok-nam took a drag of his cigarette and said, they need a beating to wake up. He shrugged, bringing the cigarette to his mouth, to hell with them, so what if they hear us? Hyung-seok thought to himself, these brutal guys, did they intentionally say that for us to hear? He secretly hoped the others would stay quiet, please be quiet, guys. But when he looked over, he saw that all of them were angry. Been put the cigarette in her mouth and mocked, only ugly ghosts like them show off their bodies. She sneered, she probably thinks she's so special, cheap stuff. Hyung-seok was confused and asked himself, that sister is the same, but who is she talking about? He rolled his eyes to the side and saw Ha-nul turning purple with anger. That's when he knew, damn, she's talking about this busty girl. He started to panic. No, don't lose your minds over anger, guys. We are criminals right now. Ha-nul picked up her wineglass, relaxed as if nothing happened. She responded cuttingly, I don't understand why flat-chested women have to wear bras, is it to keep warm or what? She continued without lowering her voice, not to mention the two guys with them. The words she just said made his heart skip a beat, don't be like that. The group over there heard it and was surprised, falling completely silent. Been frowned and spoke up, hey. Her eyes narrowed, questioning, what did you just say? She pretended to be innocent, what? Me? That attitude made Been even more bitter, what the hell? Still pretending, huh? Then the two sides started arguing back and forth. You, come here if you have the guts. Why should I? Who did anything to you? Damn this slutty little brat. Hyung-seok sweated profusely and screamed inwardly, trouble is here. Been gritted her teeth, damn it. Slutty little brat? She also replied, yeah, that's right. To everyone's astonishment, Ha-nul added another sentence, then you must be a perverted old hag, right? She shouted angrily, what? Been turned to complain to her gang, Appa, they are so arrogant. She looked at him, Hyung-seok, that perverted old hag called me a slutty little brat. Right now, in his head, there was only one thought left, I have to stop them. Hyung-seok blinked continuously, trying to regain his focus, thinking to himself, I have to stop them, but why is my vision so blurry? He took a deep breath, then asked himself inwardly, my heart is beating so fast, and my body feels so weird, a lightheaded feeling running all over, making Hyung-seok wonder if this is what being drunk feels like? On the other side, Bok-nam spat out his cigarette, then walked towards their group. TSK, students these days don't know the meaning of fear. Looking at the whole group trembling like leaves, he said, why do you keep looking down? Hyung-seok trembled slightly, damn it. Bok-nam lifted his chin and asked, how old are you guys? In his mind, he thought with amusement, the whole group is cowering. He tensed up and silently groaned, we have 5 people but he doesn't even take us seriously. Then a flash of sanity passed by, but wait, we have Jin-sung. But right now he was kneeling and crying, I'm sorry. Hyung-seok was speechless, oh no, this guy is done for. Soo-min glanced at Hyun-do and said, hey, look at Hyung-seok. Currently, his face was burning up, his vision swaying, he mentally groaned, ugh alcohol, I'm so dizzy. The guy standing behind stammered, he's really gone mad. In the back, the friends silently cheered, Hyung-seok, we can do this. Jun-soo smiled brightly, we're 20, not just kids. Hyun-do said, you're bluffing again. The guy laughed and said, for real lol. The whole group rejoiced inwardly, feeling so exhilarated. They calculated, Hyung-seok takes care of one guy. Jun-gu shouted, show us your ID. The other guys immediately replied, we don't want to. The guy got annoyed, I can't let these punks off. Bok-nam gritted his teeth, kid. Meanwhile, they were still thinking, the 3 of us will take care of the other guy. Great, while they were still lost in thought, Hyun-do immediately got grabbed by the hair. Bok-nam pulled him back sharply, growling, let's teach this big guy a lesson first. The guy immediately whispered a cry for help, Hyung-seok. Suddenly, a voice rang out, hey. The whole group stopped and looked toward the voice. Hyung-seok's face was flushed red, his breath reeking of alcohol as he asked, what are you trying to do? He took a drag of his cigarette and sneered, this guy wants to fight, huh? Then he thought, he must be the boss of this group. Seeing him stand up, Hyun-soo was extremely delighted, just as expected. Meanwhile, he felt weird, why is it so strange, I feel like I'm not afraid of anything. A rush of hot blood went to his head, and he sprang up, you guys. Then Hyung-seok suddenly turned to his friends, why are you guys being so disrespectful to your seniors? His friends gaped in astonishment, thinking, isn't it because of us? In a tipsy state, he muttered, alcohol is really strange. Hyung-seok annoyedly pointed at his friends and scolded, whenever you drink, you act like completely different people, starting fights and cursing at each other's parents. He frowned slightly, thinking in frustration, it's true that when alcohol goes in, words come out. Then Hyung-seok growled, is hitting others that fun? Is insulting and tormenting others that enjoyable? A drunken Jin-sung cried, I'm sorry. A chaotic wave of emotions hit his chest, making him tremble slightly, unable to suppress his feelings. Hyung-seok pointed at Hyun-soo and yelled, hey, you, the spiky-haired one. The guy was startled, huh? He said loudly, hand over the phone. Hyun-soo stared blankly, the phone? Then immediately handed it over, here. Hyung-seok paused for a beat, realizing inwardly that his way of speaking was becoming more and more ferocious. Baknam frowned and thought, that guy is chickening out, while Hyung-seok was confused, why is it my phone? And Hyung-seok crushed it with one hand. He gritted his teeth, his hands squeezing tightly, speaking full of anger, why did you take such weird pictures? He looked at his still tightly clenched hand, shuddering slightly at the thought, accompanied by increasingly violent actions. The bullies turned pale, that guy cried and complained, my phone. The whole group stared at each other, the same thought echoing in their heads, what the hell, did he just crush the phone with only one hand? The bullies tried to convince themselves, it's unbelievable, it's a scam, he must have just pulled some magic trick. They reassured themselves, right, no need to be afraid. He took a deep breath, trying to articulate every word, now let's apologize to the senior, because we were wrong first. They silently comforted themselves, he's just a student. His voice deepened, very sorry, but his posture looked more like he wanted to fight. Senior, he turned pale with fear and cried out inwardly, mommy. Baknam widened his eyes and thought, this guy, he's so tall. Hyung-seok was nervous, he must be very angry, how should I apologize now? Then he still tried to act tough, thinking, I can't lose, come on, come here. As for him, he looked at Baknam and told himself, I have to apologize without making people angry. Then Hyung-seok reached for the wine bottle, thinking, people usually offer a few glasses of wine while apologizing. But carelessly letting it fall made him panic, thinking he had grabbed the liquor bottle, and the whole group froze seeing that. Hyung-seok breathed heavily, why am I so clumsy, he thought dizzily, I should have grabbed it, why? With a nonchalant face holding the broken bottle, he said, your junior intended to offer you a drink but my hands must be too slippery, but the thought in his head now was, it's fucking broken. Hyung-seok quickly bowed his head and said, I am truly sorry, but in his mind, this is so embarrassing. Seeing this, the bullies turned pale and thought inwardly, freaking terrifying, this guy. The whole group muttered in their heads, sharing the exact same thought, getting a weapon so smoothly, acting as if it wasn't on purpose. Looking at how he handled the situation, they gulped and thought, this guy is freaking smart, absolutely dangerous. Hyung-seok spoke up, I am truly and sincerely sorry, but they panicked even more, thinking, don't apologize while holding a weapon like that, man. Both Nam and Jun-woo frowned and closed their eyes, then suddenly he turned to look. Seeing her sad, he whispered, "Eu bin," and then he gritted his teeth in anger, for the sake of the beauty. Jun-woo tried to threaten, hey, do you know who I am? I used to be the boss of J1 High School. He glared, lowering his voice, what school are you guys from? Hyun-seok tilted his head slightly and replied, what school? Soo-min laughed out loud, I told you we are 20 years old this year. Jin-sung, dead drunk, laughed and slurred, yes, we are first-year design department students at J1 High School. The whole group of friends cursed in despair, hey, can't you just shut up? Next time I won't dare to drink with this weirdo who's just learning to swim. Jun-woo yelled, first years, you're still wet behind the ears and you dare. He muttered quietly, he looks like he's 30 years old. Nam leaned in and whispered, hey, that school is completely terrifying. Jun-woo nodded and replied softly, I know, but whatever, they are still just first years. He frowned and said, these high school students. He bowed his head, breathing heavily from the alcohol, and said, I am truly sorry, while in his heart he was still somewhat sober, thinking, we are the ones at fault first. The group froze, huh? But upon seeing his bizarre smile, the whole group of bullies shuddered in unison, this guy looks freaking scary, if we fight him he'll probably beat the crap out of us. Jun-woo and Nam gritted their teeth tightly. Jun-woo turned to look, he glanced over and thought, you bin. Jun-woo had to muster all his courage. Jun-woo shouted loudly, hey, do you know who I am? I used to be the boss of Kian High School. Jun-woo asked again, what school are you guys from? The guy Jun-soo laughed loudly, while Hyung-jo asked with a smirk, what school? Soo-min smirked and said, we told you guys we're 20 this year. Jin-sung was drunk at this time, and he immediately replied, yes, we are first-year students in the design department at J1 High School. The rest of the group outside couldn't stop him in time, hey, can't you just shut up for a bit? Next time, we won't dare to drink with this crazy guy anymore. Jun-woo angrily said, first years, you guys are still wet behind the ears but dare to do this? You look like you're 30 years old. Baknam was a bit scared, and he reminded, hey, that school is a completely terrifying school. Although Jun-woo talked tough, he was still very cautious, I know, but whatever it is, they are still first-year students. Hyung-seok's face looked terrifying. He stood up and said something that shocked everyone, you high schoolers, honestly, we're sorry, we were the ones at fault first. Then he smashed a beer bottle, making everyone panic, huh? Seeing Hyung-seok's deadly expression, the group quickly backed away. This guy looks scary as hell, if we fight him, he'll definitely beat us up. Baknam said in terror, because you sincerely apologized, we seniors will let it slide. Jun-woo also hurriedly ran away, I remember your faces. Get up, let's go home, you bin. Before leaving, they left one last sentence, uneducated high schoolers. Everyone laughed out loud, and Hyung-seok thought to himself, they just scrammed like that. The atmosphere in the restaurant became quiet, then everyone cheered, Park Hyung-seok, that's amazing. They were scared shitless and just ran away. In this joyful atmosphere, Hyung-seok didn't understand a thing. What's going on? His friends were still praising him as the best. Changing scenes, the streets outside were lit up splendidly, but echoing in a small alley were curses. Damn it, they said they studied in the design department, it's best not to mess with them. Jun-woo said angrily, let the underlings handle it. Bok-nam cursed, arrogant bastard. Bok-nam added, bro, we haven't even paid yet. But Jun-woo didn't care, we're too familiar, it's fine. If she wasn't familiar with our group since we were in school, wandering around here. We should be thankful if the landlady doesn't call the police. At this moment, there was a noise at the end of the alley, and a surprised voice, huh? That person immediately asked, are you the seniors? Hearing himself being mentioned, Jun-woo turned to look. Jun-gu recognized the newcomers. It was Ju-young, wasn't it? The three of them answered in unison, yes, yes, yes. One lackey thought to himself, why is he acting like he knows those guys? Another was full of anxiety, we're doomed, these three are from John High School, including the third-year boss Lee Ju-young, 19 years old. Jun-gu asked Ju-young, you're in your third year now, right? He immediately replied, yes, sir. Jun-gu laughed loudly and said, you've grown so much, huh? He continued, you came at the perfect time, let your bro borrow your motorbike for a bit. Ju-young trembled and replied, I don't have my motorbike with me right now. Hearing this, Jun-gu scolded, damn it, are you tired of living? If you don't want to, just say it, stop messing around. Ju-young hurriedly explained, no, actually. Du-chi took it earlier. Jun-gu was suspicious upon hearing this, Du-chi? You like messing with me, don't you? He hasn't been to that MacDike school in a long time. But Ju-young firmly asserted, I'm just telling the truth. Jun-gu cursed, damn it, he's probably coming to wreck things again, huh? What? Bok-nam immediately asked, who is it? A son of a bitch, tough as a dog. Ju-young thought to himself, so it's true, this guy is even younger than Du-chi, even though he looks like he's 30. Jun-gu bitterly scolded, that guy is always like that, all grown up but still wandering around extorting bicycles from kids. Another guy heard that and cursed inwardly, you were just about to extort someone's vehicle yourself. Jun-gu called out, hey, you. He asked Ju-young, do you have any friends studying in the design department at J1 High School? Ju-young hesitantly replied, J1 High School, if it's the design department, then yes, I do have a friend. He asked Ju-young, third year? Ju-young replied, yes, but in his mind, he thought, I don't want to get involved with that damn school at all. Jun-gu frowned and said, let me meet that guy. Ju-young asked, yes, but what for? The scene transitions back to the restaurant. Among the first-year students, some friends mentioned there was a very thick-skinned bastard. At this moment, Hyung-seok just woke up, vaguely seeing the restaurant's atmosphere again. Everyone was still gossiping, he's really fierce, Hyung-seok is really awesome. But Hyung-seok's eyes were getting heavier. Hyung-jo punched the air while saying, then that's just how it has to be. These two guys were still discussing, hey, do you remember who I fought with last time? It was that bastard, right? Hyung-seok thought to himself, why are they so proud of fighting with others? They laughed loudly and continued saying, hey, looking at Hyung-seok smashing that bottle, that was so sick, man. This isn't your first time doing that, right? The gossip continued, getting more and more elaborate. Meanwhile, Hyung-seok still didn't understand, why do they waste their time on things like this? Hyung-jo put his hand on Hyung-seok's shoulder and said, Hyung-seok, don't worry about my broken phone. You just wanted to show them how strong you are, right? We'll just go extort one from some other guys to use. Hyung-seok pondered what was wrong with these people. Hyung-jo smirked and continued, we should have kept some naked pictures of those guys earlier. Hyung-seok wondered, how can they bully others so casually? Hyung-seok looked gloomy as he glanced at Hyung-jo's hand on his shoulder. Hyung-jo looked a bit scared. Hyung-seok immediately said, take your hand off me. Hyung-seok confirmed that he was truly angry. The three guys, Hyung-jo, Soo-min, and Jun-soo, who had been noisy just a moment ago, were now sweating profusely and remained silent. Under the influence of alcohol, Hyung-seok had turned into a completely different person. Hyung-seok recalled and said, do you enjoy what you are doing? He remembered the scenes of them bullying others and said, have you ever looked back at the friends you tormented, trying to understand what they thought? Hyung-seok knew that alcohol brought out the truth, the words from the bottom of his heart. Hyung-seok gritted his teeth and said, don't torment me. He continued, do you know, he looked up and asked, what I am thinking? Hyung-seok's thoughts were now spoken without hesitation, the words he had harbored for so long. These words shocked the whole group. Soo-min turned pale. What? Hyung-jo also didn't understand. What's wrong? They looked at Hyung-seok's demeanor and whispered to each other, What is he talking about? Who bullied him? Or does he want us to be less brazen? Please put the bottle down first. Jin Sung heard snippets from over here. Is he crying again? Right, don't bully us, you bastards. It was truly speechless. The group on this side cursed inwardly. This guy is really annoying. Next time he gets drunk, let's just beat him up and get it over with. Hyung-seok was feeling a bit uncomfortable now, so thirsty. He quickly grabbed the glass near him and drank, thinking he needed some water first. His body couldn't handle alcohol. The people outside couldn't stop him in time. The whole group looked at Hyung-seok spitting out the alcohol, speechless. Now he just realized this was the glass of alcohol from earlier. Hyung-seok immediately reminded himself, no, I drank too much and I'll get sleepy for sure. Before he could even finish his thought, his eyes drooped down. Finally, Hyung-seok couldn't hold it in, but he still reminded himself, don't sleep. Everyone saw that and shouted, Hyung-seok. At this time, in the small alley, Hyung-seok woke up in his original body. Damn it, I fell asleep, he thought to himself. When this body falls asleep, I will wake up in that other body. Hyung-seok knew that in a completely different body, he was as awake as if he hadn't drunk anything. Alcohol was truly dangerous. Hyung-seok felt embarrassed thinking about the scenes in that beautiful body. Hyung-seok tossed and turned on the bed, thinking, what did I just do? I swear I'll never drink again next time. His arms and legs continuously kicked the blanket and the pillow. Hyung-seok reassured himself, now, I have to worry about sleeping right away so I can swap to the other body. But he was still worried, can I even sleep? I've been sleeping all day. Hyung-seok changed his posture, trying to fall asleep. He thought that only by trying to sleep could he sleep more, on this quiet night. Suddenly, Hyung-seok saw Tae-sung. He saw him calling out, Hyung-seok. He immediately asked, what are you doing getting close to me? Tae-sung replied, look at me, just once. Hyung-seok then saw his mother. Mom. The other party happily announced, Hyung-seok, Mom put 100 eggs in the ramen. He was amazed, are we rich now? 100 eggs. Then he saw an image of himself. Mom, my grades are ranked first in the school again. Hyung-seok found it hard to believe. Me? Is that me? Very quickly, Hyung-seok realized he was dreaming again. He remembered it had been a long time. Hyung-seok said, I used to dream. I dreamed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. A dream? Hyung-seok raised his hand high, thinking it was his room ceiling. This chubby hand. He looked at the clock in the room, an hour had already passed. Was I sleeping? Hyung-seok was extremely panicked. What is happening? Didn't I turn into a human? What the hell is going on? Staring into the corner of that quiet room, Hyung-seok was sinking into his own confusion. Was everything just a dream? No, will I disappear? Why? What is going on? He was in an awkward situation, truly confused. Hyung-seok thought again about the reason. Was it because I drank too much alcohol? Or was it because I slept too much? Or was it because... He wasn't sure, maybe the reason was that he had always thought this would happen someday. He decided he had to go confirm it. After losing what he had, this feeling of loss was greater than he had thought. Hyung-seok quickly put on his clothes and ran out onto the street so fast that it startled everyone on the road. But honestly, his running posture couldn't have been any uglier. He ran while thinking, please don't disappear. Hyung-seok was trying his best, running so hastily that in the quiet alley, his breathing became even clearer. Hyung-seok climbed the stairs really fast. He ran to the front of the shop, thinking, I am here, and hurriedly opened the shop door. He still thought in his heart, as he frantically arrived, he saw the small eyes in the large face trying to look inside the shop. He heard people calling out, Hyung-seok, wake up! He is really sleeping soundly. Hyung-seok stared. He saw his other body unconscious from alcohol. He still didn't understand. It hadn't disappeared, so why couldn't he body swap? Everyone was surprised by the appearance of this ugly body, huh? Now Hyung-seok just had time to react, thinking, because I came here so suddenly everyone continued to surround and call Hyung-seok. Because of this appearance, everyone stared at me. Hyun-seok, in the ugly body, was thinking, what should I do? Hyun-do stared and asked, who is this? I remember seeing this face somewhere. Hyun-seok had completely forgotten about these guys. The other guys immediately reminded Hyun-do, idiot, it's that guy, the fat guy from the convenience store. They added, why is he here? He's probably going to eat grilled beef ribs, gopchang, by himself. Hyun-seok worriedly thought, what should I do now? Hyung-seok recalled Sumin, Hyun-do, and Junsu's smiling faces when they were wearing their shirts, those friendly faces from back then. Yet now that they had changed clothes, their expressions had also changed. Why were they acting like hyenas waiting for prey now? That guy, Jun-soo, smirked and said, hello. Hyun-do asked, what are you doing here, kid? Hanul still didn't recognize him. Wow, who is that? Soo-min, with a wicked face, said, planning to come be a photo model for us again? Hyung-seok was terrified inside, so scared, so scared. He thought to himself, they are looking at me as if I were an object falling from the sky. Hyung-seok looked at Hanul's disdainful eyes, bewildered. Ha! Hanul, why are you looking at me like that? The bar owner also appeared and asked, who is this? If you don't have an ID, get out. Hyung-seok secretly thought to himself, ma'am, owner, when there's trouble, you're nowhere to be found. It seemed the current situation was a bit disadvantageous. Is everything completely different like this because I'm in a different body? Hyung-seok looked at that beautiful body and sighed inwardly, my body, I need it. He still didn't understand, it didn't disappear, so why didn't we switch? Could it be that I'm too drunk to get up? He wasn't very sure, that body is in a state where it can't wake up, isn't it? But the situation right now was that I could only wait and see, but what should I say to get out of here now? Suddenly, a voice called out, hey, pig. The drunk Jin-sung ran over at that moment and yelled, pig. He hugged Hyung-seok's head, nice to meet you, pig. Hyung-seok sighed helplessly, seriously. Suddenly, Jin-sung turned to Hyung-jo's group and shouted, don't bully the pig, you bastards. You hit him, took pictures of him, and then hit him again. Soo-min was angry, this bastard is unbelievable. Hyung-jo also disliked it, you're the one who hit him, who else? Jin-sung raised his wineglass and said, pig, why are you here? Do you want a drink? Hyung-seok breathed a sigh of relief, thank goodness, he's drunk now. Because Hyung-seok knew that if he were sober, he would probably beat me to a pulp. Hyung-seok immediately said, well, I came to look for a friend. The others said, a friend? Who? We're the only ones here. Hyung-seok immediately pointed at the body lying there, him. Everyone was surprised. Him, what the heck, you're Hyung-seok's friend? The whole group couldn't believe it, it was impossible. Hanul's mouth dropped open as she said, a pervert like you, how could? Jun-soo added, Hyung-seok is your friend? Hyun was also surprised, unable to believe it. They said, don't bullshit us. Hyung-seok thought to himself, I really am bullshitting, he's not my friend, he is me. Hanul asked, so, you are? She continued, you're his roommate, right? Now it was Hyung-seok's turn to be startled, what, no? He secretly worried, damn, this is too dangerous. He was afraid he would be found out. Hyung-seok stammered, that is. He had to make up an excuse, the friend, the person who shares a room with him. Looking at the terrified faces of the three of them, Hyung-seok continued, sent me to bring him back. Hearing this, they became scared and remembered the name Tae-sung, right, bring Hyung-seok back. Hyun was left speechless, that bully sent him, what a real thug. The group whispered again, despicable, this bastard. Hyung-seok still didn't understand, despicable, this bastard. They looked at him again and said, working as a lackey for bullies at night. They continued to whisper to each other, what a pitiful fat guy, super useless basically. Working day and night, truly a 24/7 servant, probably couldn't get any more overtime jobs. So he has to kiss the bullies' asses. Hanul asked with an admiring face, great. So do you know where Hyun-seok's house is? Where is it? Hearing that, the others whispered again, don't be so casual, this woman, she must really want it. Jun pretended to cry with tears streaming down his face and said, you pitiful pig, I will delete all the nude models for you. But in his heart, that guy thought, but the phone is already fucking smashed. Hyung-seok hurriedly said, thank you. But he remembered, Jin-sung had also fucking smashed this guy's phone earlier. Jin-sung also cried and said, such a pitiful pig, getting beaten up day and night. Hyung-seok felt helpless, you are the only one who beats me. Jin-sung excitedly said again, alright, pig, let me tell you something good. He grabbed Hyung-seok's shoulder and said, just consider it a welcome gift. Jin-sung called out, come on, let's go out. Hyung-seok asked, huh? Out of the alley, to another store, huh? Hyung-seok was sweating profusely as he looked, while carrying that other body, he wondered, this is. Hyung-seok guessed, an arcade? Jin-sung rotated his wrists and said, watch closely, it's been a long time. Jun chimed in from the side, punch it. Hyung-seok looked at the machine and thought, a punching machine? What is he doing here? Hyung-jo said, I used to play this every day back then. Soo-min licked his lips and said, I was once the champion. Jun-soo scoffed, champion my ass. They recalled, I punched it, and then broke my fucking wrist. It happened to me yesterday. Soo-min laughed, this is a secret. If anyone asks what happened, just say we got into a fight and broke our arms. Junsu said, same time as me, also yesterday. Having some injuries on the body makes you look much cooler. They called out to Hyung-seok, pig, and he immediately stood up straight and answered, yes. Jin-sung said to look closely, taking a stance and saying, watch how I do this. Jin-sung looked over at Hyung-seok, putting his fists near his chin, taking a stance, and he wondered, huh? Jin-sung continued, place your feet shoulder-width apart, and keep your arms like the number 11, the joints right at the hips. Hyung-seok still didn't understand, what's that? Jin-sung bent his arms and said, this is the standard stance. Hyung-seok wondered, why are you teaching me? He stepped forward, and from this position, taking a step forward, Jin-sung rotated his body, shifting his entire body weight from his pelvis to his shoulders and then to his hand. He pulled his arm back and jerked it forcefully from behind his shoulder. Jin-sung continued with the next step, straighten your arm. Then he threw a powerful punch at the machine. Hyung-seok watched in a daze. Jin-sung said, that is, he turned to look at Hyung-seok and said, a straight punch. Looking at the displayed score, the guys immediately yelled, that's a record. Turns out he's not crippled yet. Jin-sung blushed and said, from now on, wherever you go, don't let yourself get beaten up anymore. If anything happens, just fight back for me. He looked towards Hyung-seok and said, although it's useless if they dodge it. He thought, I dodged his punch so perfectly before. Jin-sung covered his mouth and said, pig, you should try it. He struggled to say, I move too much, my stomach is. Junsu saw this and suggested they should just go home. Sumin agreed, guess we have to take care of Jin-sung now. Hyung-jo was speechless, let the pig take Hyung-seok home then. One of the guys in the group wondered, what about Han-nul? Han-nul said, I'm heading home too, it's my curfew. The guy was a bit in disbelief, you have a curfew too? Han-nul smiled and said, if Hyung-seok wasn't drunk, I probably wouldn't go home either. They had to disperse, then let's say goodbye here. Before leaving, they didn't forget to remind, we're leaving now, hey pig, take care of Hyung-seok. Hyung-seok rejoiced and said, yeah, goodbye, thank goodness. Hyung-seok looked at the machine and thought, a straight punch? He pondered, should I give it a try? Then he quickly glanced around to see if anyone was nearby. Hyung-seok recalled that at home he only punched walls, so this would be the first time he punched something else. He was a bit excited, could he really do it now? Since it was his first time doing this, Hyung-seok was a little scared and trembling. Then he immediately imitated Jin-sung, keeping his arms in an 11 shape, shifting his center of gravity to his legs, and using his hips as the core. Hyung-seok tried to remember, right arm straight, forcefully snapping both his shoulder and pelvis, then taking a step forward. After that, extending his arm, throwing a straight punch at a terrifying speed, Hyung-seok punched the machine. But practice was far from theory. He blushed out of embarrassment, was he punching the air? He had completely missed. Hyung-seok had to give up, carrying that body on his back while walking and thinking, alright, I shouldn't try these things next time to go home. Unnoticed, behind him was a man in black watching him. The man in black just looked at Hyung-seok's back without saying anything. Someone raised their voice and asked, what are you looking at? Bum Jae smiled, looking at Lee Yoon-tae and calling out, Vasco. He then said, hey, look, that's Burn Knuckles. Bum Jae asked, huh, what about it? Lee Yoon-tae said, do you know J1 High School? Those guys study in the design department there, but Bum Jae quickly reminded him, come on, let's go. Bum Jae looked at the machine and asked Lee Yoon-tae, do you want to give it a try? Punch it. Lee Yoon-tae didn't answer, but got into a fighting stance. With a straight, quick, and decisive punch, Lee Yoon-tae hit the machine very hard. Bum Jae looked in amazement, scary. Looking at the score, Bum Jae couldn't help but praise, wow, the highest score. He said, just as I guessed. Bum Jae called out again, hey, wanna throw another punch, Vasco? But at this moment, Lee Yoon-tae noticed the punching pad on the machine, it was torn open, right where Hyung-seok had just punched. Lee Yoon-tae recalled Hyung-seok's super goofy image from earlier. He thought, he tore it, ripped it wide open. Bum Jae didn't notice, still laughing and saying, I'll punch it too. Lee Yoon-tae looked in Hyung-seok's direction. He recalled the scene of Hyung-seok carrying the body on his back, that guy, in the dark alley without a single person. Hyung-seok still had to carry that body back. After finally getting home, I had to wait a few hours for the alcohol to wear off. Hyung-seok said, when enough time has passed, I shake and wake the other body up myself. I wake up again in another body. And the fifth piece of information I discovered, when a body is in a state where it cannot recover immediately, I cannot switch to that body until it is fully conscious. The afternoon sun spread across the red brick walls. Tree shadows cast long on the library entrance. The Seoul Library sign stood out under the sunlight. Two female students stopped at the gate, marveling together. The light shone down, highlighting his ink-black hair. Jin-sung was leaning against the wall at that time, and a voice suddenly rang out, he's so stylish, and tall too. He closed his eyes, thinking deeply, do I have a date with me Jean today? A few hours earlier, sunlight flooded the wide schoolyard. The gray wooden fence stood silently in front of the white gate. During break time, a female friend sharing the desk asked me, Jean, where are you going to study? She replied immediately, I'll go to the library later, because it's only open in the morning today. There was the sound of a chair being pulled. Then, a voice spoke up, hey, Kim me Jean. Jin Sung continued shyly, I need to, how about we go together? Why did I sound so stupid? She retorted, you? Actually going to study? Next, Mi Jin refused immediately, no way. He jumped up, shouting loudly, what? Why not? She immediately explained, you will just go and get into a fight. Hearing that, Jin Sung said, hey, do you think fighting is the only thing I know how to do all the time? Mi Jin scratched her head, what I'm saying is, I don't want to waste time standing around watching you pick fights. As soon as he heard the words, he replied immediately, I won't fight. Pausing for a moment, Jin Sung said softly, I promise, today. Back to reality, this is the Seoul Library. Someone's inner voice kept echoing, definitely never. It was Jin Sung, reminding himself, I won't fight. With a stern face, he whispered, calm down, calm down. A passing student said, his face looks so fierce. Another girl added, he looks really stylish though. He still told himself, this and that, calm down. Today, the sky is strangely blue. Suddenly, Jin Sung heard footsteps. He turned around when a soft voice echoed, you're here so early. He was stunned by what he was seeing. In front of Jin Sung was Mi Jin, looking very beautiful in a short dress and a pink coat. He exclaimed, so beautiful. Ah. Then, he told himself, dressed both beautifully and comfortably. Right then, she suddenly exclaimed, but. Then she blurted out, did you change your clothes? At this time, Jin Sung had gelled hair, wearing a man-to-man shirt, looking a bit thin. On his body now were a designer bag and a massive watch. He replied, I just changed my clothes, that's all. Mi Jin asked back, you don't look very comfortable, huh? Hearing that, he yelled, huh? Then, she said, never mind, and she smiled, whispering, anyway, let's go inside. In the corridor of the bustling library with people coming in and out, an inner voice spoke up, the library is truly. He felt delighted, a paradise for couples. He said, let me pay for it. She replied, thank you. Convenient, one ticket for two people. Next, Jin Sung continued to think, I really don't know. The library space was very quiet. He continued to enjoy it, totally worth it. The emotions became clearer and clearer. At this time, Jin Sung was dreaming, I hope the 2 hours pass really slowly, sitting next to her, studying, eating too. And he exclaimed, how romantic. While following Mi Jin, he said to himself, it's not because of this damn library, idiot. She innocently instructed, on the 3rd floor. He told himself, I didn't come here to study. Pausing for a second, he said in his heart when he saw her smile, Mi Jin, as long as I can be by your side. The two of them walked and chatted happily, and Jin Sung felt truly happy. Upon arriving, the library had separate seating for each person and separated males and females. A few minutes later, in the quiet space, a loud noise suddenly annoyed everyone. It was the sound of someone using a box cutter continuously scratching on the table. At that moment, Jin Sung, with a depressed and helpless expression, was continuously scratching the table with his hand. The atmosphere around him was so gloomy. He screamed in his heart, separate male room, separate female room, we've been separated. He gritted his teeth, telling himself, at least they should let us sit together. No wonder they ran out of seats. Oh my god, at least they should learn from figure skating. While thinking, his hand still scratching on the table, he muttered to himself, honestly, I don't understand a single thing about this. Even the attention part of Enchanted, I don't see how it's related at all. Jin Sung whispered, feeling both bored and uncomfortable. A male student in the room spoke up, please keep quiet. He was then met with Jin Sung's angry face. Seeing the panicked male student, Jin Sung tried to remind himself, no, I can't. Calm down. I promised. Just then, a message notification sound rang. Jin Sung was surprised, who is it? Jin Sung opened his phone immediately and saw Mi Jin texting him. She texted, I'm so hungry, do you want to go to a cafe and sit? He was delighted, sweet. At the same time, at the cafe, someone's voice rang out, I'm so hungry. That was Junwoo, he whispered, I'm so hungry, so hungry. He kept repeating, I'm so hungry. Yubin, sitting nearby, turned around abruptly and yelled, hey you. Then, she said firmly, come on, we had an agreement about the library. He forced a smile, worrying about studying like this will affect our dating. Yubin continued to scream, hey, isn't bothering me enough already? I'm about to get my SAT certificate. Then, she talked non-stop. Didn't you just drink alcohol a few days ago? Only 50 more days, there are only 50 days left until the university entrance exam. Junwoo said loudly, your hair looks more like a delinquent's than a student's. She replied in an even louder voice, I told you not to judge people by their appearance. Please be quiet, people can hear us now. He asked back, hear who? In the middle of the library, the two of them just kept yelling back and forth. See, they heard us, you're talking in the wrong place. Everyone found it too annoying, too accurate. After that, he gave a forced smile and replied, then whatever, I'm out. Right at this moment, she saw someone, she raised her voice in surprise, huh? You? Seeing Jin-sung and Mi-jin, Yubin asked Junwoo, hey, is that the kid from the other day? He replied, huh, what? She looked at Jin-sung and said immediately, the time at the bar. Junwoo was lost in thought at this time. She remembered. He then asked, is it that guy? He started to remember, boss, grunt, super grunt, it's that kid. She cheered, that's right. Then he threw out a derogatory remark, those damn high school kids. At that time, Mi-jin was talking to Jin-sung, we are here to study. At this moment, Mi-jin's figure caught his eye, and Junwoo's face began to flush red. Next, he turned to look at Yubin. At this time, she was staring intently at Mi-jin and blurted out, an eyesore. Hearing this, he told himself, true, what an eyesore. A few minutes later, at the coffee shop, Jin-sung was enjoying a hot sausage, looking straight ahead. Here, there were many couples hugging each other. He wondered to himself, looking closely, why are there so many couples here? Many people come here for different purposes. Jin-sung commented that in places like this, although the purposes may vary, ultimately, most of them come mainly to pick up girls. He got annoyed seeing a couple hugging, look how smug they are. A moment later, he said loudly, Mi-jin, I will be right back, just a few minutes. Outside, the sky was beautiful with clouds drifting slowly. Jin-sung lightly shook his pack of cigarettes. After that, he lit a cigarette while thinking that he couldn't avoid the no-smoking rule inside the coffee shop. Pausing for a moment, he asked himself, the first thing to do, should I invite her to lunch? At that time, many passers-by looked at him with confusion. He thought to himself with a fierce face, what are you bastards looking at? Have you never seen anyone smoke before? Suddenly, a female passerby's voice called out, student, can I ask for directions? Jin-sung hurriedly hid his cigarette behind his back and stammered, yes, ma'am, certainly. Then, he added, I'm sorry, just go straight. Right at that moment, Mi-jin was looking down from the window. He and the lady asking for directions were still talking, oh, is it that far? So? The clouds in the sky continued to drift slowly in clusters. By now, the woman who had asked for directions had finished and thanked the student. He replied, have a good day, ma'am, while muttering to himself, damn it, the cigarette burned out. A minute later, a voice rang out from behind Jin-sung, hey, crybaby from the bar, nice to see you again. It turned out to be Jung-gu, who was also smoking and muttering, bitch. Next to him was his group of friends. Yubin asked, where are your friends? Jong-jin, while smoking, chimed in, a bitch, huh? Bok-nam sneered, hey, did you pee your pants? And then Jin-sung shouted, come here, you punk. At that moment, Jin-sung listened silently to everything. Next, he slightly looked up, his lips pressed tightly together, and let out a sigh, an unspoken thought. Then he looked up at the clear blue sky. At the same time, on a long, high slope, a gentle voice said, this place is really high. I wonder if my boy is eating properly. In someone's hand was a piece of paper, clearly stating Hyung-seok's address, Seoul, Jingu, Sujongdong, San 62-9. That person said to herself, I'm so worried. It was Hyung-seok's mother, who was looking for her son's house. She thought, my beloved Hyung-seok, where are you? A quiet little alley, sunlight filtering through the old corrugated iron roof of a house, casting onto the patched walls, electrical wires tangled like a spider's web. Inside that house, Hyung-seok was sleeping soundly. A few hours later, in the sky, a white cloud stood out, quietly drifting toward the horizon. The handsome boy was walking to school. 16. Meanwhile, at the Seoul Library building. Right in the dark corner beside the building, a voice rang out, hey, aren't you going to answer? Junwoo opened his mouth, call all your friends here. Bok-nam added, today we'll finish you all. Jong-jin exhaled smoke and said, is it that guy? He has a fierce look in his eyes, let me handle him. Another voice replied, he's just a servant. Many images of the past, when Jin-sung was drunk, rushed back. Junwoo's friends mocked, crying from beginning to end like a baby. Really? Hearing that, he was embarrassed, at that time, I was embarrassed to death. Junja crossed his arms and sneered, he looks pretty wild, but he really cries like a baby. Yubin replied, beats me, don't ask me, and then thought to himself that he had a vocational skills test at school, so what was he even doing here? Right then, Jin-sung stood up straight, his hands tucked in his jacket pockets, his silhouette calm but his words sharp. You guys want to start a fight with me, right? Right at that moment, he remembered his promise to me. Jin, alright, I absolutely hate fighting, I won't fight, I promise, he reminded himself, calm down. After that, he looked up at the sky, sighed, and Jin-sung answered decisively, you guys just go, I'll let you off the hook, lucky you. Hearing that, Junwoo, Jaehyun, and Baknam burst out laughing. He yelled, what the hell is this weirdo saying? Contemptuous murmurs rang out, he's telling us to leave, and what's this about letting us off, is this guy brain damaged? Nearby, Junja also shouted, he looks kinda handsome but he's too weird, so funny. Meanwhile, Yubin kept thinking, I have to study, I should probably just go inside. He remained calm, whatever, just go, don't show up in front of me, and then he turned his face and walked away. The guy shouted loudly, he doesn't want us to show up in front of him anymore. Another added, I'm so scared I'm peeing my pants right now. A second later, Junwoo said softly, I'm bored to death waiting for you. Been here. Baknam agreed, let's finish him. At the same time, at the coffee shop, Jin-sung called out, me Jin. She happily exclaimed, you're here. Next, he asked, do you want me to buy you something to drink? Me Jin immediately replied, I want sweet Pocari. He said, okay. After that, Jin-sung went to buy it right away, 2 sweet Pocaris, please. Right at that moment, Junwoo pushed Jin-sung aside and cut in line, give us 5 Vitas. And he whispered to Baknam, what a weirdo. Seeing that, his face hardened as he said, hey, don't cut in line like that. Baknam immediately turned around, what do you want, dude? Junwoo put his hands on his hips, frowning, what are you gonna do, you punk? At that moment, Jaehyun stepped forward, he said, this dude is pretty cute, and stroked Jin-sung's cheek, I'm very busy, kid. At this time, he tried to suppress his anger. Jin-sung reminded himself, no, calm down, no fighting. Exactly at that moment, Mi Jin approached, what's wrong, Jin-sung? He pushed her shoulders and said, no, it's nothing. She asked again, are you getting into a fight again? Jin-sung immediately replied, what are you talking about, nobody is fighting. Simultaneously, he told himself, calm down. Mi Jin heard that, but she also felt something was wrong. Now whispers echoed, get lost, get lost. Junwoo's gang said disdainfully, just a servant, yet he dares to be arrogant, even showing off in front of a girl. Jang Jin chimed in, that girl is too hot for that guy. Baknam didn't hold back either, this servant. In the mail section of the library, on a desk where Jin-sung had sat, there were still traces of a cigarette pack and a box cutter. Jin-sung was standing there, looking for something. It's not here, he thought, I bought it for me Jin. It turned out he was looking for a bag of honey butter potato chips. Suddenly, he heard chewing sounds behind him. It turned out the sounds were coming from Junwoo, Baknam, and Jang Jin. Jin-sung screamed in his mind, these bastards. Next, he saw the bag of chips in Baknam's hand. Jin-sung realized, are those my chips? He approached, and the guy held up the bag of chips, mocking, hey, here's yours. Next, Jungu said, what, it's a snack, want a bite? Jang Jin followed up, what is that guy saying? And then Baknam challenged, do you have any proof that it's yours? A few seconds later, a sarcastic voice rang out, hey, do you think every snack in the world belongs to you? He was very angry at this moment, I didn't tell them it was a snack. Next, a mocking voice rang out, but it's a honey potato snack. Jin-sung clenched his fists, telling himself, calm down, I have to be really calm. In the boys' room of the library, a hand stretched a rubber band. It was Jang Jin rolling up scrap paper, putting it into the rubber band, pulling it back to aim. Then, he let go, and the scrap paper flew forward, flying straight into Jin-sung's forehead. After that, a series of other scrap papers were shot relentlessly at him. Now, looking at the pile of scrap paper, he asked himself, rolling up scrap paper and shooting it at other kids? This is the trick I usually do. Next, he searched his memory, taking their food, cutting in line, throwing paper at others. Pausing for a few seconds, Jin-sung blamed himself, I have been doing all these things. And then, when it happened to himself, Jin-sung was truly furious. He screamed, enough with you guys. Oh my god, and then asked himself, I'm going crazy. Seeing his fierce face, Junwoo, Jang Jin, and Baknam broke into an anxious sweat. Junwoo stammered, I. Yet the whole group suddenly burst out laughing. Jang Jin said, I froze for a moment there. Baknam chimed in, I was a little scared too. Next, they shouted, hey! How dare a servant glare at me? The other people in the library only dared to think to themselves, they are in the library, those damn bullies. After that, Jin-sung clenched his fists, stepping forward with a stern face. Junwoo didn't hold back either, what? Jang Jin said loudly, damn it. Baknam narrowed his eyes, got a problem? Next, Jin-sung walked outside really fast and closed the door. Inside, the whispers began. He just got up and ran away. So scary, just like I thought about those servants. At this time, right at the row of seats in front of the vending machine, he was breathing heavily as if wanting to tear apart the quiet space. Anger surged, his blood boiling, but Jin-sung still tried to suppress it. Calm down, I'm going crazy. A choked roar, calm down. Suddenly a voice rang out, Jin-sung. It was me Jin, she said softly, what's wrong? He jumped, startled, me Jin, and quickly replied, no. Immediately, she asked Jin-sung with a bewildered look, so, were those guys just now trying to pick a fight with you? He reminded himself, right, today is a date. He told himself, I need to think positive, and cheerfully replied to me Jin, they didn't mean to, it's nothing. Then, he told himself again, I had to dress up from head to toe today. He was lost in thought, not to mention the special care for my hair. Suddenly, Jang Jin's hand grabbed his head, he cried out, hey, servant. Jang Jin roughly pressed down on the top of Jin-sung's head, he smirked, is that girl your girlfriend? She's pretty. Now, Jin-sung told himself, my gelled hair took 40 minutes to. He restrained himself, I have to calm down. The people in the library started murmuring when they saw that, what's that? They are bullying him, so pitiful. Meanwhile, he was just worried, me Jin is looking at me. Junja mocked, go on, cry like a baby again, let's see. Me Jin saw that scene, she fell into deep thought. He looked at me Jin and said softly, hey, why don't we go find somewhere else to sit? Jang Jin pushed further, oh shoot, I forgot my hands were full of grease earlier, let's wipe them. He tried, calm down. A nearby voice rang out, what did that punk just say? Showing off in front of a girl again. Following that, he approached me Jin, lightly bumping her head with his elbow, hey, I like you, give me your phone number, baby. Jin-sung shouted, you bastard. Me Jin quickly used her hand to fix the back of her head, saying firmly, no, please excuse me. He thought to himself, nice one, me Jin. Seeing this, Yubin got annoyed, trying to act cool, acting like she's so pretty or something. Junja added, just look at that attitude on her face and you know. Meanwhile, Jin-sung cursed inwardly, these bitches. Jang Jin quickly replied, don't play hard to get, baby. You look so fine. Looking over at Jin-sung, he sneered, why waste time walking with this loser? Jin-sung reminded himself to stay calm. Me Jin screamed, worried, and he roared in his heart. What? How many people? He tried his best to stay calm. Calm down. Yeah, let's go, Jin-sung. And he reminded himself that he had promised her. Junja said, hey, are you leaving? Both of you are just as much of a loser. Now Jin-sung took out a comb to brush his hair, secretly thinking of me Jin. A voice rang out, you shouldn't be so arrogant. Give me your number. Give me everything else too. Then Jang Jin put his arm around me Jin's shoulder, exclaiming, the schoolgirls of J1 High are really. He groped her chest. So delicious. Right then, Jin-sung rushed forward and punched Jang Jin in the face. His face deformed, blood splattered everywhere, and Jang Jin's teeth flew out of his mouth. The whole group gasped in terror. They shouted, what? He fainted? One punch? Jang Jin mumbled, that servant. Then Jin-sung's voice rang out, me Jin, I'm sorry. He softly admitted, I couldn't keep my promise. At this moment, me Jin's eyes were full of admiration. Following that, Baknam acted aggressively, hey, you servant. Junwoo stood behind, echoing, why did you play dirty and sneak attack? At this time, everyone in the library realized it was Jin-sung. Do you know him? Yeah, I went to middle school with him. A voice rang out, he is currently the champion of the boxing club. Hearing that, they whispered, what the hell? Boxing? Nearby, Jin-sung was clenching his fists, his face truly full of resentment, you guys should have only messed with me. And then he said, now I have nothing left to lose. Baknam cringed while Junwoo spoke softly, listen. Right at that moment, he rushed forward, throwing continuous punches, shouting loudly, this is all because of you. Eui Bin and Junja startled and cried out. Meanwhile, he punched and shouted, you guys, you bastards. Next, he glanced behind him. Hey, what about you girls? A chorus of voices replied, yes. Both cowered and listened as he said, me Jin is naturally beautiful already, but ugly pigs like you. Immediately, Yubin and Junja screamed, what is he saying? He's crazy. That bastard. Me Jin stood silently. At this time, Baknam, who was beaten to a pulp, whispered to Junwoo, even a servant at J1 school fights this well. The sky was strangely clear and blue. In the small house in the alley, he was fast asleep when a voice rang out, my Hyung-seok. Hyung-seok's mother sat beside him, whispering, the boy sleeps so well, he must be very tired. A minute later, she wondered to herself, he will probably be very surprised to see me. Should I wake him up? Outside the house, the handsome Hyung-seok had returned from school and stood in front of the house. He was surprised. Did someone come? Normally no one drops by. A few hours later, as night fell, the lights of a luxurious high-rise building shone out. A text message appeared on the phone screen. Hey me Jean, I didn't mean to fight. Are you mad at me? I'm sorry. The story continued. I'm sorry, okay? Don't fight like that anymore. Jin Sung thought to himself, those bastards. He texted while thinking, why did I beat them up anyway? At this time, Mi Jean had changed into her pajamas. She was also texting. Then, she smiled. On Mi Jin's message drafting screen appeared the words, are you going to the library with me tomorrow? It was late at night before anyone knew it. In a shabby house in the slums, Hyung-seok's mother sat by the bed, looking at her sleeping son with warm eyes. After a while, she hesitated, thinking, he's sleeping so soundly, should I wake him? With that thought, Hyung-seok's mother gently touched her son's cheek. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out. Ha! From outside the door, Hyung-seok walked in with a surprised expression. Mom? But in Hyung-seok's mother's eyes, there was only suspicion. Yes, who are you? At that moment, Hyung-seok was terrified and cried out inwardly, oh my god, I'm screwed. While Hyung-seok's mother was still asking, who are you? For a moment, Hyung-seok didn't dare to answer, his mind a mess with many questions. Why is mom here? What excuse should I use now? Then he thought again, did mom come looking for me? My current body is having a problem. After thinking for a while, Hyung-seok finally blurted out, yes, hello. Next, he tried to put on a polite smile. Nice to meet you, ma'am, are you Hyung-seok's mother? Hyung-seok continued, I've heard a lot about you. A while later, everything in the old housing area remained as peaceful as ever. Meanwhile, in the room, Hyung-seok's mother hesitantly spoke up. Well, it seemed she quite believed the story Hyung-seok made up. To save on rent, you mean you two live together? He replied, yes. Not only that, Hyung-seok also cleverly explained, Hyung-seok must have just come back from his part-time job. Hyung-seok's mother wondered, working and then coming back to sleep? He nodded repeatedly, yes. Hyung-seok forced a smile to hide his embarrassment. He works part-time outside of class to earn money for his living expenses, even though he felt very guilty inside, thinking, I'm sorry, Mom. At that moment, Hyung-seok's mother's face suddenly registered surprise. She gave a warm smile and softly exclaimed, the boy has grown up a lot. Upon hearing her say, living with a friend to save costs, and studying and working at the same time, Hyung-seok, I can't believe it, Hyung-seok could only silently lament, I feel so guilty. Suddenly, Hyung-seok's mother turned with expectant eyes, student, may I know your name? Hyung-seok honestly replied, yes, it's Hyung-seok, Park Hyung-seok. Upon hearing this, she was amazed, really? I'm just finding this out now. With that, Hyung-seok's mother also softly praised, come to think of it, your name is exactly like his, so handsome, just like my little boy. Hyung-seok was embarrassed, yes, his inner feelings now only heaven could understand. Mom, isn't that a bit? Pausing for a moment, Hyung-seok's mother gently suggested, say, could I meet with you for a while? I'd like to hear more about Hyung-seok. The scene shifts to a nearby cafe. Inside, everyone is focusing on their own tasks. As soon as someone enters, Bum Jae flashes a bright smile, hello. Suddenly, his eyes light up as if he caught gold, oh. In front of Bum Jae is Hyung-seok walking with his mother. It's that guy. She is constantly marveling, you are really tall. Bum Jae becomes even more certain, the transfer student from the design department. He is unexpectedly drawn by the smile on Hyung-seok's lips. Park Hyung-seok. Not only Bum Jae, but the girls in the cafe also can't help but look up at Hyung-seok. Thus, Hyung-seok's mother suddenly panics having to walk amidst the whispers, so handsome, this guy must be a model, wow, oh my god, amazing. Right at that moment, Hyung-seok even turns to ask, what would you like to drink, ma'am, startling her, huh? But Hyung-seok's mother still hasn't escaped her surprise, you seem to be so popular. My Hyung-seok must be so jealous. Hyung-seok can only smile awkwardly, not daring to reveal, Mom, it's me. He has to change the subject, what would you like to drink, ma'am? Hyung-seok's mother tries to read the menu board and pronounces, Americano, Americano. But then she stiffens up at the numbers on the price board. Hyung-seok's mother freezes for a moment, then turns and secretly pulls Hyung-seok's sleeve, I'm sorry. She cautiously says, I think this place is too expensive. Just get me instant coffee. Hyung-seok didn't expect her to say that, temporarily not knowing how to reply, it is truly a shock to him. When he regains his composure, he answers, yes, they don't have instant coffee here, ma'am. Hyung-seok's mother asks cautiously, then do they have filtered water? He replies softly, yes, they do. Hearing this, Hyung-seok's mother gently suggests, then just get me filtered water. You are still a student, buying those things must cost a lot. Hearing that, Hyung-seok blames himself even more. Why didn't I consider my mom's situation from the very beginning? But then Hyung-seok still decides to buy 2 cups of Americano. Hyung-seok looks at the coffee cup in front of him, but his thoughts are muddled. Looking at these 2 cups of Americano makes him remember the times when he sat and ate while his mom only drank instant coffee. He suddenly realizes that throughout all those days, his mom never once complained or blamed him. At this moment, Hyung-seok's mother is still busy enjoying the coffee she considers expensive. This Americano, I have to start drinking it from now on. Hyung-seok suddenly sobbed. From the very beginning, his mother's figure had always been silently sacrificing for him. Mother! At this moment, she still did not forget to care about her son. By the way, is my Hyung-seok eating well? As long as he eats well, I am happy. That was completely contrary to what Hyung-seok thought of himself. I only think for myself. At that moment, he could only grit his teeth, silently tormenting himself. I suddenly realized how disrespectful I had been to my mother before. The sunlight gradually crept in through the window. Meanwhile, Bum Jae was clearing the table while talking with his friend. Here, drink this, let me take care of the money. Nice, why are you suddenly so nice today? He made a secretive gesture and whispered, hey, that transfer student is here. It is really hard to believe, that guy is with that middle-aged lady, but I admit he is really handsome. She must be his friend's mother. GTG, don't cause trouble this time, he said, casting a warning glance at Lee Eun-tae. Are you listening, Vasco? O'Hara quickly interrupted, he didn't even fight last time. But Bum Jae was still uneasy, so he advised, don't fight, or else I'll be fired. Lee Eun-tae, still busy looking back and not paying attention to his friend's conversation, vaguely heard someone ask, who bought milk, Vasco? Aren't you going to? In his heart, he just wondered, that lady talks so much. At this time, Hyung-seok's mother was still rambling on about her son. My child was very cute before. In middle school, he studied hard, always top of the class. The older he gets, the chubbier he becomes, but still handsome, even chubbier as he gets older. This made Hyung-seok just want to hide his face. Mom, it's me. I'm dying of embarrassment. Despite that, Hyung-seok's mother was always worried. Does Hyung-seok eat well? Is he still being bullied? What is he doing? Does the boy worry a lot? That only made Hyung-seok more awkward. Mom, don't mention these things anymore, he thought. He looked at his mother's smiling face, suddenly feeling a pang in his heart. Mom, you don't have to worry about me. Why did we meet like this? Why can't I break out of this mood? After a while, Hyung-seok's mother finally stopped. Oh my, I don't know what I'm thinking anymore. I've bothered you for too long. Hyung-seok gently replied, yes, it's fine, but he was also getting anxious. I have to body swap early to go to work. Hyung-seok's mother suddenly raised her hand. Excuse me. Bum Jae panicked and jumped. Yes? Hyung-seok's mother looked peculiar. Huh, is that the friend? Bum Jae acted surprised and approached. How can I help you, ma'am? Oh my, hello, new student, Hyung-seok's mother said. Hyung-seok politely replied, hello. She then asked, does he work part-time here? Hyung-seok's mother thought to herself, I am sorry. Hyung-seok's mother hesitated and continued, can I take that pile of cardboard boxes? Bum Jae was bewildered and then replied, yes, of course, but only take that part. Hyung-seok was startled. Mom, he thought, looking at Hyung-seok's mother's awkward expression. You're making me embarrassed in front of my friends. I was just afraid I might forget. He just realized, has his mother always been collecting scrap paper like this? Just for him? She even hesitantly said for the sake of her son's dignity, please don't tell Hyung-seok about this, I'm afraid he will be embarrassed. Oh, and this too. But she didn't know that Hyung-seok's heart was overflowing with sorrow. Since when? Suddenly, Hyung-seok's mother took out a banknote and handed it over. This is? She said gently, thank you for being friends with my Hyung-seok. Please continue to be good friends with each other. Hyung-seok's eyes only then noticed her cuffs. Mom, your sleeves are completely torn. This 5,001 bill is too old. Once again, Hyung-seok's mother pleaded for her son, I don't mean anything by it, please don't bully Hyung-seok. Please just do me this favor. Hyung-seok bit his lip tightly to suppress his feelings. He choked out, yes, please don't worry. Hearing that, Hyung-seok's mother finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief, thank you so much. Meanwhile, Hyung-seok's heart was sinking, why did he feel so heavy? In a blink of an eye, the sky had turned to the colors of dusk. Hyung-seok wondered as he watched his mother's fading silhouette. Really? Aren't you going back to see Hyung-seok? She sighed with affection, this kid sleeps too much. Next time I come, I'll bring some food, please tell Hyung-seok that I dropped by. She also carefully reminded him that Hyung-seok's birthday was coming up, so she would come back later. Hyung-seok quickly replied, yes, please take care on your way back. On the way home, Hyung-seok silently remembered, oh, speaking of which, his birthday was almost here. Thinking about it, he followed his mother's retreating figure with his eyes again. Asterisk mother, why does your back look so small? You worked so hard, all because of me. Asterisk suddenly, a realization struck Hyung-seok, wasn't that how he used to live? No, that wasn't him. He made a silent resolution, he had to change. Just then, a call came, pulling Hyung-seok out of his train of thought, hey. The person continued, new student. Hyung-seok turned around in a daze, huh? The newcomer confronted him directly, I saw your dirty trick. It turned out to be Lee Yoon-tae, who had come looking for him. You're not honest at all, are you? Hyung-seok's mind screamed, Vasco. It seemed Lee Yoon-tae didn't want to talk anymore. He ordered, follow me, I'm going to beat you up. Leaving Hyung-seok in utter shock, what? After saying that, Lee Yoon-tae decisively turned and walked away, leaving Hyung-seok with endless doubts. What is this? In a flash, the dilapidated scene of an abandoned construction site appeared. From inside, a voice rang out, why should I take off my shirt? Lee Yoon-tae took off his jacket in confusion. However, he quickly calmed down and threatened, don't regret this, leaving the opponent bewildered. What? Seeing his expression, Lee Yoon-tae even thought, looking quite calm, aren't you? Only Hyung-seok knew that his heart was trembling non-stop. What the hell made things turn out like this? On top of that, Lee Yoon-tae even declared, today, let's finish this, causing cold sweat to drop endlessly from Hyung-seok's forehead. Why is my luck so bad? At this moment, Lee Yoon-tae cracked his wrists and gestured, come here, let's start, while Hyung-seok cried out inwardly, with Vasco again? Lee Yoon-tae glared at Hyung-seok with daggers in his eyes, startling him and making him recall what happened at the cafe earlier. At that time, Lee Yoon-tae had just run into Hyung-seok. Seeing his smiling face, Lee Yoon-tae felt a bit annoyed, the new student. Hyung-seok didn't notice that gaze and accidentally mentioned, I wasn't at the convenience store when he was bullied. Hearing that, Lee Yoon-tae realized, convenience store, it's that kid. Then he immediately guessed the person sitting opposite Hyung-seok must be that kid's mother, the idiot. For a moment, Lee Yoon-tae suddenly remembered Hyung-seok's actions, orchestrating fights, and then thought of the scene, treating that kid like a beast of burden, forcing that kid to carry him. Yet, Hyung-seok told Hyung-seok's mother, yes, school bullying is just like that, so Lee Yoon-tae only thought, liar. He even saw her handing money to Hyung-seok, take care of Hyung-seok for me. And when hearing Hyung-seok say, thank you, Lee Yoon-tae's misunderstanding deepened even further, even with the parents, I can't believe he's extorting money from that mother too, unforgivable. Returning to the present, Lee Yoon-tae was in a combat-ready stance, I definitely won't let you off, I'll beat you to a pulp. It turned out Lee Yoon-tae wanted to protect that kid, declaring, I won't let you torment that kid. Come fight me, I'll knock some sense into you. Hyung-seok hurriedly backed away, I'm sorry, Vasco. He was wondering in his heart, what is going on, but before he could finish his sentence, he was almost punched by Lee Yoon-tae. Luckily, Hyung-seok dodged in time, but he was incredibly shocked inside. What? He attacked suddenly. Hyung-seok suddenly felt a bit of regret, thinking to himself that he once believed that guy was a good person. Meanwhile, Lee Yoon-tae was also thinking, unable to believe that he dodged it, just like that group had said. Hyung-seok, of course, didn't understand the reason, wondering why he would do that. However, Lee Yoon-tae's eyes conveyed a different thought, he doesn't look weak at all, he looks very comfortable even when wearing fighting clothes. He secretly evaluated that such a physique could only be achieved through frequent training and effort. While Hyung-seok wanted to ask, hey, why did you do that? Lee Yoon-tae was secretly lamenting, there's no way to get a body like that. At this time, Hyung-seok was trying to explain, did I do something wrong? Little did he know that Lee Yoon-tae had started making plans, just like him, but he had already made up his mind. Thinking that, he secretly concluded, his strength is truly violent. While Hyung-seok was still trying to justify, I think there must be some misunderstanding here, it only made Lee Yoon-tae even angrier, thinking he only bullied the weak. Damn bastard. Then, he threw another punch at Hyung-seok. Stop talking nonsense. After dodging a few times, Hyung-seok suddenly stopped. He suddenly remembered the scene of his mother giving him money. Why would he, did he see it? Hyung-seok then figured it out. It turned out he wanted to extort his money. Lee Yoon-tae had another intention. Hyung-seok thought to himself, I'll return the money to that guy at the convenience store. Hyung-seok felt uncomfortable because of that thought. It turned out that even Vasco was as bad as those guys. For a moment, he thought about his miserable situation in the past. He used to be extorted for money too. Usually, he would have handed it over immediately, but not now. At that moment, Hyung-seok's determination flared up unusually. I can't give away that money. Remembering his mother's smile, Hyung-seok became even more resolute. I will protect it. I have to take him down. That money is for me. In his heart, he wanted to scream that he couldn't let himself be extorted anymore. to the point where he blurted out, I hate it so much. From the thought that he couldn't be easily extorted like that, Hyung-seok gained the motivation to speak up strongly, I won't give it to you. Hearing that, Lee Yoon-tae provoked, come here. Actually, he was secretly despising him. So you finally revealed your true colors, huh? Under the sunset, a firm voice rang out, no. Hyung-seok took a proper fighting stance and replied in a low voice, I definitely won't give it. He said loudly, enough is enough, instead of just secretly mumbling the lesson, guard up, tuck the chin, keep balance. Even Lee Yoon-tae was a bit stunned, is that boxing? He asked. Why do you extort people if you hate it, you selfish bastard? Hyung-seok thought to himself. But then he also muttered, alright. At this moment, Hyung-seok was very tense. Lee Yoon-tae, observing him, thought, I've already seen the proper fighting stance. It seems that bastards like you won't surrender easily, huh? Right then, in Hyung-seok's mind, there seemed to be a voice, the technique of sensing distance in a boxing match, stand on your tiptoes and step forward. Hyung-seok's professional-looking stance also made Lee Yoon-tae wary. He had an advantage in strength rather than speed, so taking him down didn't seem easy. Even so, he had calculated it, stepping forward in a split second and finishing him off, that was the method he would use. Following that, Lee Yoon-tae disdainfully thought that the stance exuded his capability. Good, but that was just the correct posture. Lee Yoon-tae cursed inwardly, a bastard like you, while raising his voice to command, come on, and then secretly assessed, that's the right stance, he won't go down easily. Right in front of him, Hyung-seok was actually speeding up. Remembering the movements he had seen before, he silently reviewed, shift the weight starting from the hip bone, extend the arm quickly and powerfully from the shoulder. After that, Hyung-seok put all his strength into his fist, this is called, then he immediately punched hard forward, a straight punch. At the same time, Lee Yoon-tae's fist was already in front of Hyung-seok's eyes. It turned out both had unleashed their moves together, with the exact same power and speed. However, this alone was enough to make Lee Yoon-tae panic. Did he see it? Did he see it? For a moment, he cried out inwardly, this new student. Just a moment later, it was no longer clear what had happened, and the construction site remained as quiet as usual. In one corner, the scene was bizarrely messy. At this time, the Ohira group had arrived. They looked at the shirt left behind by Lee Yoon-tae and wondered, how could this be, the Burn Knuckles shirt? Nearby was his motionless body, which made the others even more shocked. Vasco was defeated? But only Lee Yoon-tae was lying there, Hyung-seok had disappeared without a trace. Back at Hyung-seok's dilapidated house, inside, his handsome body was sleeping peacefully. If judged from the perspective of Muay Thai, no one could defeat that kid. On this side, Lee Yoon-tae just woke up, I can never believe those guys pretending to be amateur boxers, I was tricked. After the battle, Lee Yoon-tae's confidence had also decreased somewhat. In the end, even if they fought dirty, they couldn't defeat such terrifying guys. A moment later, Lee Yoon-tae finally spoke up, Bum Jae, I lost. Those words immediately made Bum Jae despair, no, Burn Knuckles, the Burn Knuckles gang has no chance left. On another side, at the convenience store where Hyung-seok was working, he continued his work with a welcoming attitude as every day, please come in. A new day had arrived, and inside the apartment building, a calling voice echoed, Nam-soo, aren't you going to school? Nam-soo hurriedly replied, wait for me a bit, seriously. His slowness brought about nagging sounds, what are you doing every morning? Nam-soo yelled, I have nothing to wear here. My family has nothing special. But in return, there was only a question, you are about to go to school, what are you trying to put on a fashion show for? Nam-soo looked in the mirror and said in frustration, I've been wearing old clothes from a long time ago. I don't have anything special either. Suddenly, he imagined that if he were to describe himself like a character in a game, he would be a newbie with trash items and trash equipment. Evaluating himself with a low score made Nam-soo secretly lament that with abilities like this, he couldn't even roll the dice properly. Thinking for a while, he became even more depressed, I've only lived with trash equipment up until now, and it will probably be like this for the rest of my life. I will definitely live like this forever. On top of that, Nam-soo's mother brought over some things, here, Mom brought back the shoes your uncle wore when he was in college for you. You received the item Uncle's old shoes from your mother, which made Nam-soo even more frustrated, what? It's been more than 10 years, Mom, how can I wear such old things? Then one day, quite by chance, on the way to school, Nam-soo was so insecure that he kept his head down. It's so embarrassing, wearing stuff that's over 10 years old will definitely get me bullied. While everyone was talking, look at his shoes, Nam-soo continued narrating, when I went to school with someone else's old shoes. However, he unexpectedly received admiration from the people around him, it's the superstar, it's popular lately so it's hard to buy that type, it must be authentic. In a moment, Nam-soo suddenly straightened his back because of the compliment, it's beautiful. In Nam-soo's imagination, he always thought, student Lee Nam-soo level 1, uncle's old shoes, fame +5. I have lived my pitiful life up until now. And the old shoes became a valuable piece of equipment. He thought, you can now upgrade your shoes, plus 5 origin points Adidas Superstar. It was only then that he truly felt he had found valuable equipment. Since then, Namsu found a new hobby with shoes, and finally managed to buy some high-quality dye. He was so engrossed in drawing more patterns on them, making the shoe soles look brand new right away, that he ignored all reminders. Hey, aren't you going to school? Namsu carefully tied his shoelaces. These were very expensive, he had to walk carefully or the soles would completely come off. The item, a Jordan Carmine, had been recreated using dye glue, costing 500,000 won, about $500. Next, Namsu reached up to adjust his glasses frame, the glasses he had to beg his mom forever to buy. Perfect gentle monster glasses, costing 250,000 won, about $250. This was a top-tier item, one he had ordered directly. But the thing that satisfied him the most was the ring on his hand, Chrome Hearts. An authentic Chrome Hearts brand ring, 950,000 won, about $950. He had taken more than 2 hours by subway straight to where the ring seller lived, and thanks to that, he bought it for over 60,000 won cheaper. Awesome, Namsu gritted his teeth and cheered at the same time. With these, I'm invincible now, I look like DG now, like G-Dragon, GD, a pun on education, the leader of the most famous Korean music group, Big Bang. I poured all my pocket money into this. Lunch money, class fund money to buy this pile of stuff. In a flash, Namsu associated himself with a character in a video game. Now he's no longer at a noob level, he's a freaking hero. Glasses plus 10, ring plus 10, watch plus 10, Chrome Hearts plus 10. So, he looked down on the world with half an eye, calling them losers. He even thought that everyone was just an NPC, and he was the main character. His face clearly showed his pride in his designer clothes, wanting to get to class quickly to show off his goods. But he met his hard counter, Jin-sung, who was complaining. What, why are you wearing the same shoes as me again? Namsu silently cried out, Lee Jin-sung. In front of him, Namsu could only cover his face and avoid him. Why did I get noticed by this guy again? He then quickly added, sorry, I forgot, but Jin-sung angrily exclaimed, I told you not to wear them. Hearing that, Namsu thought, this guy also has high-tier gear, and he suddenly felt a surge of resentment. He just rolled the lucky dice a little better than me. Student Lee Jin-sung, level 80. He was giving Namsu a disdainful look, as if they were wearing matching couple shoes, a sight he found disgusting. He softly said, I'm sorry, but inwardly evaluated, hoodie plus 10, premium watch plus 10, looks 9, height 10, intelligence 1, skills 9, sports 10, strength 9, aura plus 10. Don't equip better gear than me. A moment later, Jin-sung suddenly fell into deep thought. After that, he turned and walked away. Fine, it's not like I gave you the money to buy them, making Namsu curiously look after him. What's going on? Seeing him go over to those other guys made Namsu confused. Unexpectedly, Jin-sung said, hey, don't bully him anymore. Seeing this, Namsu believed even more in the ring on his finger, that it was the power of the Chrome Hearts ring. See that, boy? He excitedly thought to himself, awesome, absolutely awesome. Expensive stuff is really different, brand names truly bring a man's class. Thinking so, Namsu directed his gaze towards everyone. Come on, now everyone admire my Chrome Hearts. Before he could do anything, Namsu suddenly stopped as if he had discovered something terrible. Following his gaze, it was Jae Yeol sitting thoughtfully by the window. Actually, Namsu was only focusing on Jae Yeol's hands. That guy, is he wearing Chrome Hearts all over his hands? Namsu was so shocked that his jaw dropped. A Hermes bag and bracelet, a Hublot watch, and he's even wearing Louboutin shoes. Only then did Namsu realize, this guy was always so quiet that he didn't pay attention to him. Hong Jae Yeol, LV, what exactly is this guy's identity? At that moment, some weird voices rang out, Namsu, did you buy a ring? Chrome Hearts too. Namsu suddenly felt tense, these guys saw it. Guk Sang praised, it looks nice. Guk Dae followed up, branded goods really bring out a man's class. Namsu replied, it looked nice so I bought one. The golden twins of the class. After that, the conversation was full of flattering compliments. Just as I thought, Namsu really has good taste. Should we get one too? Let's just get one, it's not that expensive anyway. This made Namsu even more proud. I'm being noticed by the famous golden twins in the class. In front of him, the twin brothers deliberately showed off those expensive rings. You know a lot about Chrome Hearts, huh? I don't even have a ring like that. Faced with those sarcastic remarks, Namsu timidly hid his hands. These guys are lucky to have freaking rich parents, look at how rich they are. Suddenly, Namsu noticed that the girls were paying attention to them. On this side, Guk Sang raised his hand and pretended to say casually, hey, I'm planning to buy a motorcycle now, are you going to get one, bro? Guk Dae said loudly, approved, let me go home and ask dad, I'll definitely get one. Namsu sighed inwardly. A motorcycle? It must be really expensive. They saw those girls and acted like that, but in order not to lose face, Namsu could only mumble, "Yeah, I guess I have to buy one too." Immediately, they hypocritically raised their voices, as expected of Namsu. "But what color now? A CBR? What brand of helmet does this company use?" Namsu secretly made up his mind not to lose to them. Following that was a round of mutual praise. "What brand are the shoes you're wearing? Isn't this bag made of 100% leather? Hey, your watch is so beautiful, is it expensive?" But in the eyes of the girls, it was nothing but a joke. What's wrong with these crazy guys? They look so outdated, they look just like three members of a retro band. At that moment, a sudden noise rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Hyung-seok walked in brightly from the door. Namsu exclaimed inwardly, he's here. Hyung-seok still didn't know he was being targeted, so he happily responded to his friends. "Hyung-seok, hello Hyung-seok, hi, hello." That made Namsu realize this guy was more than just a badass. While Namsu was still lost in thought about the guy who had knocked out Lee Jin-sung when he first transferred in, Hyung-seok walked over and sat next to Jin-sung, saying, "Hello Jin-sung, such a good guy." Jin-sung snapped, "Don't talk to me, and don't look at me Jin." Namsu softly exclaimed, "A dark horse prince." The more he thought about it, the more his face visibly distorted. This guy must have won the lottery the moment he was born. "I hate you." At this time, Guk-sang spoke up again, "Hey, but he's a bit weird." Namsu was surprised, "Huh?" The conversation was still centered around Hyung-seok. "He always carries an old backpack, always wears an old pair of canvas shoes." The other party also nodded, "Man, you're absolutely right." Guk-sang continued, "We didn't see it, we didn't know because his face obscured it." His next words immediately alarmed the whole class. Park Hyung-seok, this guy has no fashion sense at all. Looking over at Hyung-seok, Guk-sang concluded that he must be very poor. The surrounding students were left with their mouths hanging open by these words. "Ha? Ha?" A moment later, rumors spread wildly in the class, Hey, did you hear? Is it true? I think he's right. I even thought he was a prince." It just so happened to reach Jae-yeol's ears. "Did you hear? Park Hyung-seok is very poor." "No way." However, in another empty room, he didn't seem to care much. Oira's group was discussing, "Is it true that Vasco lost, man? He didn't even come to school today, that guy, it's totally absurd." They kept wondering, wasn't it a one-on-one? "We haven't heard any rumors either. Say something." In the center of the crowd, the silent Bum Jae was called out by name, Bum Jae. He silently called out, "Vasco," while everyone was worrying, "Can't we contact Vasco? What do we do now, man?" Bum Jae was also asking himself, "Where are you and what are you doing?" He could only scream to himself, "Do you know how hard it is for me alone? Come back, Vasco." Just then, the screen lit up with Lee Eun-tae's icon. Bum Jae hurriedly picked up the phone. "It's Vasco." Everyone finally dared to breathe heavily, at last. And Bum Jae silently made up his mind, "I will follow you to the ends of the earth." On the screen were a few short messages from Lee Eun-tae, "Bum Jae, my phone screen is broken. I'm going to get it fixed. How much does it cost to fix it like this, man?" After that, Lee Eun-tae sent over a screenshot. Completely new. Bum Jae felt totally helpless against this stupidity. Good grief, how can you take a screenshot if the screen is broken, Vasco? Nearby, everyone was urging, "Bum Jae, what did Vasco say? What did he say, Vasco?" Even so, this was a pretty good signal for Bum Jae. Thank God he isn't overthinking anything. Everyone was still asking repeatedly, "Bum Jae, what did Vasco say? Let's beat them up, let's beat them up." So, Bum Jae quickly made a decision, "I have to take care of everything now." Then, he raised his voice. First, Bum Jae calmly analyzed the situation, since they didn't spread any rumors, they must have some kind of plan. Just stay calm and wait. Even though he didn't truly understand in his heart, not knowing how they fought, if he acted carelessly and let that guy catch him, everything would be ruined. Vasco must have fallen into a trap. Hearing that, the crowd exclaimed, "Vasco is finished, oh, I get it, just as I thought." However, there were still those who were skeptical, does Vasco really think that much? Without Vasco here, who gave you the right to give orders? I follow Vasco, not you. Thinking of Hyung-seok, Bum Jae felt confused again. How could he lure the guy who took down Vasco? Meanwhile, Hyung-seok was also facing gossip. Is he really poor? No way. In the sky, the evening light had spread everywhere. In the classroom, the students who had just finished school were shouting, "Time's up, let's go raid." At this time, Hyung-seok also went over to greet Jae-yeol, "Goodbye." Faced with this unexpected action from him, Jae-yeol was slow to react and couldn't reply in time. Then, he instinctively waved his hand, which made Hyung-seok mistakenly think, he helped me when I got involved in a fight, he really is a good person. Just then, Hyung-seok looked at the screen lighting up, it's mom, then turned to say to Jae-il, see you tomorrow. After that, Hyung-seok happily talked to his mom, hello mom, my class just ended. Huh, tomorrow? Tomorrow is my birthday? That's right, I completely forgot about it too. Wherever he went, schoolgirls couldn't help but admire him. Hyung-seok truly looked like a prince. They say he's really poor, is that true? But this made a group of people red-eyed with jealousy. Guk-sang scoffed with disdain, he's just a beggar. Nam-soo chimed in, even the shirt he's wearing is second-hand. Guk-dae gritted his teeth, he can't even afford a watch. In the end, they labeled Hyung-seok a total loser. Meanwhile, he was still busy talking on the phone, Mom, you don't have to come. Yes, I'm fine. The more he acted like that, the more determined Nam-soo's group became, we have to expose him in front of the girls. In another corner, Jae-il silently watched Hyung-seok return to an old building. Amidst the white smoke, a voice echoed out. Thus, Ohira expressed the doubt in his heart, there are only 4 of us here, including me. After a moment of thought, he made his decision, we'll be the ones to teach that guy from the design department a lesson. Having said that, Ohira asked, what about Dae-won? Dae-won was still a bit hesitant, Vasco said not to act rashly. Ohira interrupted, did he say that? As if that wasn't enough, he roared, that wasn't Vasco, that was Bum Jae. We don't have to listen to him. In an instant, the opinion in the room shifted, right, does he think Burn Knuckles is his? Once we beat up that new student, Bum Jae will shut his mouth. I hate the look of that new student. Seeing everyone agree, Ohira smiled with satisfaction. Right. At the same time, he declared, let's do it today. Little did they know, the entire plan reached Jae-il's ears, he always goes home from school alone. He gently exhaled cigarette smoke, calmly listening to their whole conversation, wait for him at the gate, then ambush him. A moment later, only excited laughter remained. School's over, let's go to the internet cafe, guys. Meanwhile, Hyung-seok was also on his way home. He happily thought to himself, the day is almost over. On my birthday, I used to always stay at home with mom. Now that I'm alone, I want to have a birthday party too. Next, Hyung-seok looked up at the sky, seemingly filled with determination, since today is my birthday, let's work really hard and escape poverty. Just then, Hyung-seok was blocked in a narrow alley. Ha! Hyung-seok tried to look at the person's face and softly exclaimed, to think the person who came looking for him was Jae-il. Hyung-seok was a little surprised but then thought to himself, are you coming this way too, his heart dancing with joy at seeing him. Jae-il didn't say a word, just threw a heavy bag down in front of him. Hyung-seok had just been busy talking to his mother, realizing, tomorrow? Tomorrow is my birthday. That's right. Still, he also noticed the words on the piece of paper, happy birthday. Hyung-seok squatted down in astonishment. Are you giving this to me? It's all clothes. How did you know today is my birthday? He secretly guessed, probably when I was talking to my mom on the phone. Hyung-seok couldn't stop gasping in admiration. It's so much, too much. However, outwardly, he still acted shy. I'd die of embarrassment if I took all of this. I'm sorry, thank you very much, but just receiving your sincerity is enough. At the same time, Hyung-seok was also thinking, tomorrow? Tomorrow is my birthday. That's right. But Hyung-seok was still uneasy and asked again. Are these all the things you threw away? Your clothes probably won't fit me, so you probably threw them all away. They are very cheap? Receiving a nod from Jae-il, Hyung-seok suddenly felt moved. He is truly an angel. Meanwhile, Hyung-seok was still a bit hesitant. Anyway, these are the clothes he discarded, is it okay if I accept them? That's great, I don't have any clothes that fit this body at all. A moment later, Hyung-seok spoke up shyly, thank you. I will wear them and cherish them, really. Jae-il remained silent like that, but the corners of his lips suddenly curled up. Suddenly, Hyung-seok turned to Jae-il with his eyes sparkling, oh right, Jae-il, when is your birthday? At this point, there was only an empty, silent space in front of Hyung-seok. He's gone, did he leave that fast? Surprisingly, Hyung-seok widened his eyes in astonishment. At the spot where Jae-il had just stood, Hyung-seok found several more big and small bags. Hyung-seok couldn't believe his eyes and asked himself, what is this? Wasn't there just one bag? Hyung-seok looked around in a daze. He gave me all of this? This is way too much. For a moment, Hyung-seok couldn't think of a reason. Do people usually give birthday gifts like this? At the same time, in a nearby alley, a leg was stretching out. In the dark corner, Ohira's gang was lying scattered on the ground. Oira woke up first. He angrily cursed inwardly, damn that blonde guy, what kind of breed is he? In a flash, a new day dawned at school. In the classroom, students were happily chatting with each other. Meanwhile, Nam Soo's group was smiling wickedly. Gukdae sneered, let's make him die of embarrassment today. Guksang suggested, later, let's ask him what brand his clothes are, to humiliate him like a dog. Okay, Nam Soo laughed in agreement, exactly, I'm not really interested in these petty tricks either. Following the girls' cheers, Hyung-seok, Nam Soo's group whispered to each other, he's here, Hyung-seok. They maliciously thought, we'll humiliate you like a dog, boy. Hyung-seok waved friendly to his friends, hello. But before he could do anything, Nam Soo's group was so shocked that their jaws dropped. It seemed their attention was drawn to Hyung-seok's jacket, that's BAL, the jacket he's wearing is a BAL brand? The others then glanced down at his shoes, VAL. Valentino, are those Valentino sneakers? Next was the Givenchy Rottweiler backpack, and a Hublot watch. Hyung-seok walked to his desk, greeting Jin Sung. Under envious gazes, Jin Sung thought, what kind of situation is this? As for the schoolgirls, seeing that, their eyes immediately turned into heart shapes, calculating all of that, it's worth tens of millions. Hey, Hyung-seok looks so much like a young master today. Looking at the bright smile on Hyung-seok's lips, they marveled even more, today Hyung-seok is the brightest in the galaxy, truly a prince. So all those rumors back then were just nonsense. At this moment, Han-nul couldn't hold back and approached him. Hyung-seok, did you just buy new clothes? They look so good. At the same time, she was screaming internally, I'm dying, why is he so hot? Clothes? Hyung-seok honestly replied, thank goodness, I just got this cheap watch. This made Nam Soo's group even more startled, what, cheap? Which rich family does he belong to? At this moment, Nam Soo started to have his own calculations, Hyung-seok is truly amazing, he must be very rich, how can I compete with guys wearing such crazy expensive stuff? I absolutely must buy something more expensive than him. At this time, Hyung-seok accidentally dropped his wallet, causing everyone to become even more boisterous. Hyung-seok, what brand is your wallet? Is it vintage? Hyung-seok replied, this one? He smiled and answered, it doesn't have any brand. It's just from the market. The other person still praised, really? It's still pretty, making Hyung-seok naturally recount, yeah, it was last year, until they heard him say, my mom bought it for me. Nam Soo suddenly felt strangely empty. He felt like he was lost in the dark space of his soul, where words always echoed, why couldn't I do that? Thinking back, Nam Soo suddenly realized how unreasonable he had been, wasn't he ashamed to say those things? Mom, change this padded jacket for me, Mom, who wears a North Face jacket anymore? I have to buy reference books, give me more money, Mom, oh Mom, you don't know anything. Even he is like that, so all this time, I have. Back to reality, the sounds of praise kept ringing out, Hyung-seok lives so simply, he's the type of person who cherishes things and uses them carefully, truly a good son and a good student. Remembering what happened yesterday, Hyung-seok didn't forget to greet, hi Jae-yeol, yesterday was really. But facing Jae-yeol's cold expression, Hyung-seok stopped, did he not hear me? I have to thank him, maybe I should save it for later. Thinking about it, Hyung-seok excitedly looked at the watch on his wrist. When he said he was throwing it away, why did it look so new to me, and it fits me perfectly too, as if he picked it out for me. So lucky, it fits me perfectly. It's just that Hyung-seok didn't know, Jae-yeol on the other side was also smiling softly. Going back to the day before his birthday, in a luxurious room, Jae-yeol was lying dejectedly on the floor. Around him were many pieces of paper with scribbled words, but it seemed none of them satisfied Jae-yeol. On the corner of a piece of paper, the words carrying Jae-yeol's true feelings clearly stood out. To Hyung-seok, hello Hyung-seok, I am, yet, he only had the courage to send a short message, happy birthday. On a sunny morning at G headquarters, there was a room called G Recording Studio. Inside, Ho-bin was concentrating on recording his new song. Soon, emotional lyrics filled the room. On the other side of the glass door, Jin Hwan was looking at Ho-bin with a satisfied expression. After a while, he praised, not bad at all, this kid is the best of the bunch. Chun-man flatteringly added, his style is okay too, chairman. However, Jin Hwan still seemed to want more, is that kid the last one? Chun-man replied, no sir, there is one more person. Hearing that, he mumbled, let's see how it goes and then decide. Then it was Chun-man's turn to show hesitation, but, the last person is a bit. As he spoke, he glanced at a person with slanted eyes and a chubby, overly plump body. This was Diak-hwa. Catching a glimpse of him there, Jin Hwan stuck out his lower lip in disdain. Then, ignoring Diak-hwa, they discussed loudly, is it that guy? Yes, it's true that we shouldn't have let this guy go first. I apologize, Chairman, please leave it to me. This made him feel fed up inside, I can hear everything. I've been in situations like this before. Following that, Jin Hwan put his arm around Ho-bin's shoulder and said to Diak-hwa, see, someone passed the audition, you can go home now. He still tried to ask for a chance. Can't I sing? Jin Hoon sneered. I'm very sorry despite Deokwa's sincere pleading. If possible, please just listen to me sing this once, just this once. He repeated in despair. Just once. But then, Deokwa had to leave in disappointment. I understand. On the bus, the scenery slowly drifted by. Only Deokwa remained still, lost in his own thoughts. No one wants to hear my singing voice. However, that only made Deokwa more determined. I'll turn my mood today into lyrics right now, just like how Eminem wrote lyrics on the bus. But what he received in return was the scrutinizing gazes of the people around him. Oh my god, look at this guy, definitely an otaku, probably writing dialogue for an anime. Then they arbitrarily labeled Deokwa as a pervert. He even received public alienation. The seat next to me is empty, why is everyone standing? Returning home at night, Deokwa could only bury himself in his dark room. He continued with a pen and notebook in his hands. I will put my emotions into the lyrics. Eminem was really pitiful. Deokwa poured all his heart into the lyrics. Honestly, being poor isn't a crime, honestly. Because he has someone to take care of. Grandma, just wait for me a little longer. The next morning, in the vocal music department's classroom, Hobin was sitting amidst the praises of his classmates. Hey, Jin Hobin, you got accepted by Benji, right? Isn't that the place with Kim Gwonjun? That's really awesome. Hobin arrogantly spoke up, spot on, because I'm talented. Better than that new transfer student, right? He didn't even notice the annoyance of the others. Take off your glasses already. As if that wasn't enough, Hobin deliberately emphasized, only I got accepted, you know. Sure enough, the noisy wave pushed toward Deokwa, who also called himself a rapper. Deokwa participated in the audition too? Amazing. Not only that, Hobin swung his leg and kicked Deokwa directly. How embarrassing. He said in a weird voice, I was scared to death that you would greet me. What did you even go there for? Making Jai-hai annoyed as well. Hey, stop it. Hobin laughed loudly and spoke, let him off. This bastard, huh? The narration echoed, Eminem was also once an outcast. After that, they quickly turned their attention to another matter. Hey, who do you think will win first place in the slave auction at the festival? What, you really don't know? Right now, a group of schoolgirls were gathering and chatting happily. That's already a tradition at our school. First-year students will participate in that auction. Oh, who will be the ones to participate? Each department will vote to choose them. Only females are allowed to participate in the auction, and if you win, you'll get to go on a date with them for a day. Awesome. Meanwhile, the girls also paid attention to Jae Yeol and Jin Sung. The guys from the fashion design department are very stylish. True, they dress very nicely. Or Bum Jae and Lee Eun Tae. I actually prefer the guys from the architecture department. Don't they look quite scary? Exactly my type. Another person chimed in, what about that guy from the hair design department? He's really great, Jang Hyun. He'll definitely be there for sure. Right, he's the only male student in the hair design department, isn't he? But there were still those who disagreed. She spoke up, do you know who's the best? It's the new transfer student in the fashion design department. I think I saw him, his face is very bright and handsome. I heard his family is very rich too. The more she talked, the more the female student looked forward to it, hoping he would be there too. I want to buy him so badly. Girls from other schools will also participate in the auction, so if he appears, he'll definitely be very expensive. Saying that, they started discussing the prices together. The highest bid was 2 million won from 2 years ago, right? Now that guy must be a third year. The baking department and the practical departments also have a lot of good options. I think that guy was also in the practical music department. They chatted enthusiastically, great, this will be so interesting. Our department and the practical music department are rivals, aren't we? Only Deokwa was lost in his thoughts. The festival truly felt like a world beyond his grasp. Just then, a hand holding a pen reached out, and that person busily wrote a taunt on Deokwa's back. Deokwa only needed to hear the laugh to understand everything, it was so childish. Amidst all that, Mi-jin's voice caught everyone's attention. The ones performing at the festival will be Jin Hobin and Jong Jin. This pair is good, right? While Mi-jin continued to announce if anyone else wanted to participate, everyone's focus remained solely on Hobin and Jong Jin. Are you two going to do a duet? Great. Jong Jin will sing and Hobin will rap. Let's defeat the practical music department. As if to show off, Hobin even purposely revealed, the chairman of that music company is coming to watch. It has to be a spectacular hit. He then introduced Jong Jin. Jong Jin cheered happily, that's great. I will also try my best. Seeing them so excited, Deokwa, pushed to the sidelines, could only watch. I'm so jealous, I want to do it too, he thought. He sighed softly, feeling so tired, and then quickly hid those emotions in front of his grandmother. Did you sell a lot today, Grandma? Deokwa's grandmother replied affectionately, Is that my grandson? Are you back from school, child? She immediately regained her composure and asked Deokwa, Are you hungry? Eat something, let Grandma make it. Deokwa tactfully refused, No, it's food for sale, Grandma. How could I eat it? Deokwa's grandmother smiled lightly, All right. But the peaceful scene was quickly destroyed by a voice, Hey, Deokwa. Once again, it was Ho-bin's group. He tilted his head and looked at Deokwa, Is your house on this street too? Sung-jin raised his shrill voice, Is that your grandma? Hello there. Deokwa's grandmother didn't notice his strange expression and warmly chatted with those guys, Oh, are you Deokwa's friends? Yes, we are in the same class. Please treat our Deokwa well. Yes, absolutely. Not only that, she even invited them, You guys must be hungry, right? Have something to eat. They immediately exclaimed, Really? That's awesome, so delicious. What followed was a merciless sweeping of the food. Ju said, Please give me some more fish soup. Ho-bin begged, Do you have any more roasted rice cakes, Grandma? Sung-jin even threatened, That last fish cake is mine. But Deokwa's grandmother remained as cheerful as ever, Eat until you're full. And please be good friends with Deokwa for me. Those guys replied, You don't have to worry. Finally, Deokwa's grandmother was even thoughtful enough to say, Let Grandma pack the remaining rice cakes for you. Take them to eat. Only then did they leave in satisfaction, We are so full. Deokwa looked at the tray of food that was reduced to crumbs and felt heartbroken, They ate everything, those were the goods Grandma meant to sell. Later, before it was completely dark, Deokwa stood silently in a corner. He looked at the leftover food in the trash bag, not knowing what to say. Deokwa couldn't bear to extinguish his grandmother's happiness, Your friends are so cute, Deokwa. A new day arrived at the peaceful school. As soon as the classroom door opened, a piercing voice could be heard, Grandma. Deokwa walked into the class amidst the gossip, There he is, the grandson of the fish-selling grandma is here, because it sucks there, right? What a bunch of kids. Someone also spoke up to stop it, Stop teasing him, but it quickly faded away. But were they really teasing him? Moreover, Deokwa was intentionally publicly humiliated on the board by someone, making someone else uncomfortable, who wrote all this on the board. This is crazy, you guys are so childish. Sung-jin admitted, I wrote it, it was me, so what? Jai-hai annoyedly reminded, Don't do that. It also made Ju confused, who would ever be proud of this? No one paid attention to Deokwa, who was trying to hold back his anger, They ate everything Grandma could have sold. He clenched his fists, Those evil bastards. Eminem used to be bullied too, and then something big happened. But still, Deokwa, under Ho-bin's thumb, didn't dare to move even a little bit. He grumpily questioned, Why does this wild boar dare to stand in my way? Are you crazy? As soon as Ho-bin appeared, everyone cheered, It's Ho-bin. Awesome. The people around were just gossiping, Ho-bin hates Deokwa so much. Hey, why do you hate him so much? Deokwa still thought to himself, Eminem also from. Thinking for a moment, Ho-bin spoke up, Why do I hate him? Because he is too ugly. Deokwa silently lamented, Eminem is very handsome, and I am not Eminem. At that moment, Ni-jin was still standing at the podium. She raised her voice, Hey, no one else is volunteering to perform in the festival, so we will finalize it here. The people around quickly replied, Who could beat Ho-bin anyway? No, I know how to be embarrassed too. Just then, Deokwa's hand went up. The crowd was instantly shocked by this bold action. Even Ho-bin, who was being arrogant, had to look up, but it was still Deokwa's hand, the only hand raised. So he had to endure countless other gossips, Is it Deokwa? This guy is crazy. Really, oh my god. But Deokwa was determined to ignore them. I am not Eminem, I have to try even harder. But all those things were just like a passing breeze over the peaceful school. In the cafeteria, it was now lunchtime, and when everyone saw Hyung-seok walk in, they cheered, It's Hyung-seok. This sometimes made him feel truly overwhelmed, because in the past, the only things that welcomed Hyung-seok were endless beatings. Even now, Hyung-seok still wasn't quite used to it. Transferring from his previous school to here felt like a desperate escape to him, so his feelings about this place. At that moment, Hyung-seok saw Ho-bin bullying Deokwa. Low kick here, he commanded, making Deokwa serve them, Hey, bring me some more water. Beside Hyung-seok, Ji-ho muttered softly, That's Deokwa from the vocal music department. I also went through similar things before eating with you like this. Those bastards. Hyung-seok briefly fell into deep thought. There are always people like me, destined from birth to be at the bottom of the food chain. The only thing that makes me feel comfortable is the appearance of this body, it helps me escape the siege of destiny. Suddenly, Ji-ho heard someone calling him, Ji-ho. At this time, Hyung-seok was smiling gently and suggested, "Do you know him? How about we invite him to share our table?" Deep down, he was probably thinking that there was no other way out in the place he had once run away from. A moment later, the people in the cafeteria gradually dispersed. It seemed they were collectively observing a certain situation. Before their eyes, Hyung-seok was comfortably chatting with Ji-ho. Next to him was Deok-hwa, making the group wonder, who does this bastard think he is? Why are all the losers gathering around him? What the hell is he thinking, or is he trying to gather underlings? But everyone else was praising him, he's really amazing, he must be trying to protect the weak, so kind. Just then, a cup was suddenly thrown onto Deok-hwa's table. "Hey Deok-hwa," Ho-bin blatantly ordered, "go get me some water." After saying that, he cast a provocative glance at Hyung-seok. "Hey, are you that handsome new transfer student? I really like hanging out with handsome guys, wanna have a smoke with me? I might look like this, but I'm much nicer than I appear. Please take off those glasses, dude." Seeing him stay silent, Ho-bin pushed his luck. "What, you got something to say to me? Why are you glaring at me like you want to eat me alive?" Actually, Hyung-seok was thinking exactly the same, so scary. In the midst of that, Ho-bin strangely fell silent. It turned out he had caught sight of Jae-yeol behind Hyung-seok. Ho-bin wondered to himself, who is that guy, why is he suddenly staring at me? Not only that, Jin-sung also spoke up, "Hey Jin Ho-bin, drag your own ass and get the water yourself, are your hands crippled?" Everyone was in an uproar again. Why is Lee Jin-sung so docile now, isn't he bullying the kids anymore? Just as Jin was about to speak up, Ho-bin angrily approached Jin-sung, "Looks like you want a beating, do you know you're pissing me off?" But Jin-sung's aura was no joke either, he growled back, "Can you even see anything with those ugly-ass glasses on your eyes? You also wander around extorting honey butter chips from other kids and you eat them, don't you? What is he talking about?" Witnessing this scene, the crowd had more gossip to chew on. Great, a fight is about to break out, it's the fashion design department versus the vocal department. Hey, Lee Jin-sung and Jin Ho-bin are right. Only Ji-ho, Hyung-seok, and Deok-hwa stayed far away, so scary. Right when the atmosphere became tense, a deep voice rang out, hey glasses." This time, it was Lee Eun-tae's turn to step up, pick up the glass quickly, which made the crowd even noisier. "It's Vasco, awesome. I heard he just took a rest to recover after a fight? He fought with 50 people, right? He had to rest because of fighting with me, what if he demands revenge?" Lee Eun-tae calmly continued, "Throw that glass into the sink over there." What? This made Ho-bin so angry that veins popped out on his forehead. "Do you all want to die? Get lost just like how you came." Lee Eun-tae mocked, "Haven't you ever been scolded by your mom for throwing trash randomly on the floor?" Ho-bin was so embarrassed he yelled out, "What the hell are you talking about? Get lost." After that, the two sides immediately engaged in a verbal fight. "Do you want me to beat you up? Want to fight? Damn it, alright, let me give you a beating." Only the trio silently prayed, hoping not to get involved in this. It seemed Lee Eun-tae had gained the upper hand, he ordered in a deep voice, "Take off your glasses." Unexpectedly, Duel was quite interested, finally. Of course, Ho-bin wouldn't accept it, "Don't mind that, if you've got the guts, bring it on." Lee Eun-tae emphasized, "I don't hit guys wearing glasses. You don't know anything at all." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ho-bin was pushed into a corner. Following that, Ho-bin irritably kicked away a nearby chair and left, damn it. But he didn't forget to drop a few curses, "So annoying, you idiots." Bum Jae frowned, "This punk." The onlookers seemed to have an indescribable sense of regret. What happened? Are they not fighting anymore? Why did they suddenly leave? So boring, are they scared? However, the group of schoolgirls quickly found a new target. "Hey, never mind that, look over there." Their boy-crazy gazes focused on Jin-sung, Jae-yeol, and Hyung-seok. "Look at the guys from the fashion design department, they look absolutely amazing." A moment later, Hyung-seok was tightly surrounded by the girls. "Hyung-seok, are you planning to participate in the slave auction held at the festival? Aren't you going to perform? Should I? You're so funny, join the auction, I'll buy you." On another side, Jin was teasing Ho-bin, "I know exactly why you didn't fight." Ho-bin shouted in a low voice, "Shut up." At this moment, Jin-sung stood up with an annoyed expression, "Why do they always have to fight? Why are they like that? Right?" Meanwhile, Lee Eun-tae, after making Ho-bin leave, was directing his gaze towards the surrounded Hyung-seok. "Hyung-seok, aren't you going to participate in the performance? Were you chosen to join the auction, Jin?" Bum Jae secretly observed Lee Eun-tae, who was silently shedding tears. He wanted to call out to him but couldn't utter a word, "Vasco." In an instant, dusk gradually fell, and the last rays of sunlight slipped through the window panes, shining into the classroom. Right now, during classroom cleaning time, Hyung-seok held the mop in his hand, his eyes showing a hint of deep thought. He was recalling the words of those girls. Hyung-seok, aren't you going to perform? You should give it a try. Ah, Hyung-seok, it turns out you're just not used to it yet. He never thought there would be a time he'd hear these words. Actually, in his heart, Hyung-seok had also imagined that scene. Me on stage? Just thinking about it made Hyung-seok excited, just the thought of it was enough to make his heart feel like exploding. He never dreamed of such a thing, how could he do it? He quietly remembered the past. Singing? Because he was always alone, he sang all the time, never imagining singing in front of many people. Come to think of it, he was always alone in the past. Hyung-seok suddenly felt very nostalgic. Mom went out to work, and he could only look up at the old ceiling when he came home. That feeling always surrounded Hyung-seok, always just being alone, but there were days when he felt even lonelier than others, and at those times, his heart felt frozen by nameless sorrows. Back then, he once had a longing, I want to talk to someone, but he couldn't think of anyone willing to talk to him, just to forget the sadness in moments like that. Thinking of this, Hyung-seok couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, he finally noticed his surroundings, there was no one around. Then, Hyung-seok took a deep breath, I will sing, and raised his voice high just like he used to, singing a song just for himself. At the same time, in the sunlit hallway, Deokwa was walking and thinking. Even though he hated Hobin, Deokwa had to admit that he wished he could combine both singing and rapping like Ji and Jin Hobin. No matter how many lyrics he wrote, they remained soulless without a melody, he couldn't do anything at all. He just wanted to find a place to be alone and do something. Just then, Hyung-seok's singing reached his ears. Deokwa was a vocal music major, so he was very sensitive to sound. Inside the classroom, with the glaring red rays of the setting sun, his singing voice resonated through the room. Deokwa felt as if he were immersed in that voice, which soothed the chill of late autumn and the emptiness of the classroom. Meanwhile, Hyung-seok was still deeply engrossed in his own song. Deokwa increasingly felt like he could perceive a small cry of I am here through the breath and the taste of the wind in the space. He could feel the deep loneliness in the bottom of his heart, even though he seemed to have everything. Deokwa suddenly felt surprised, do we have something in common? He also found it incredibly confusing, I can't understand why I feel sorry for him. Suddenly, the classroom returned to being as quiet as if nothing had ever happened. Hyung-seok was looking around in confusion, feeling a bit anxious in his heart, hoping that no one had heard him singing in class. At that moment, a voice spoke up, excuse me, which made Hyung-seok panic, did someone hear me? Deokwa stepped in from the door, hi. It seemed Hyung-seok recognized him. At this time, Deokwa hesitatingly uttered, with me. Finally, he gathered all his courage to say a complete sentence, could you perform on stage with me at the festival? Hearing that proposal, Hyung-seok's eyes widened in surprise, and he silently asked himself, what? What is it? In front of Hyung-seok, Deokwa tried to express his feelings, you might be very surprised, but I'm asking because I feel that I completely understand you. That singing voice carries so much heart, and I need you. But Hyung-seok still couldn't believe it, what are you talking about when our social statuses are both at the bottom? Deokwa's voice trailed off, you might be unhappy that I'm saying these words, and I don't intend to take advantage of your popularity. However, Hyung-seok still didn't dare to reply, how can we do it? How is it possible? Speaking of dreams, Deokwa immediately affirmed, I am confident that I can do my rap part well, and we will surprise everyone, please believe me. After a while, Hyung-seok remained stunned and speechless, but Deokwa misunderstood, if you're going to hit me. Go ahead and hit me, but please think about this invitation just once, Hyung-seok told himself. So, that's it, it's not us anymore, the pathetic one here is only me. At this moment, Hyung-seok is probably still stuck in that chubby form, will I be able to do it? A few words about Hyung-seok, the extremely outstanding, wealthy guy with superior height and appearance. He is also the one who created a legend, the guy who defeated Lee Jin-sung, and is currently the hottest person in school. He surprised Deokwa with that wonderful singing voice. Thinking about it, sweat rolled down Deokwa's forehead. Now that he was at Deokwa's house, Hyung-seok walked in through the door. Excuse me. This was exactly what Deokwa wanted. They would practice to prepare for the performance at the festival. Looking around again, Deokwa suddenly felt embarrassed. His house was so messy, it must have been Hyung-seok's first time seeing a house like this. He secretly observed Hyung-seok's expression, wondering if he was too disappointed in him. Right at that moment, Hyung-seok suddenly called out, Deokwa, making Deokwa jump. Could it be that he was thinking about giving up and not helping him anymore? Unexpectedly, Hyung-seok only wanted to remind him why he had turned on the lights when it was only afternoon. These bulbs consume a lot of electricity. Following that was a series of instructions from Hyung-seok. You should also store water for the washing machine, don't just wash dishes with running water. You should wipe them with a wet towel first. Deokwa was secretly surprised, wondering if Hyung-seok could be. Hyung-seok's attitude didn't look like he was joking. Soap must also be placed behind the bathroom sink. After washing rice, use that water to wash dishes to save water. Deokwa softly replied, I know. At the same time, he secretly concluded that Hyung-seok must have been educated about household matters much better than he had thought. Following that, Deokwa immediately got to the main point. Do you want to listen to this song? I just finished writing it. Hyung-seok exclaimed in awe, you make music too? Deokwa hesitantly blurted out, I want to sing it at the festival. After listening, Hyung-seok was momentarily stunned, facing Deokwa. How is it? He couldn't hold back and burst out, it's truly amazing. Hyung-seok was engrossed in that wonderful melody, it was simply too good. Deokwa immediately blushed upon receiving praise. This is just a rough draft, so the sound might not be perfect. I guarantee it will be much better after I mix it a bit, so don't worry. But Hyung-seok secretly felt admiration. He's just the same age as me, Hyung-seok silently evaluated. Growing up in a similar environment, with old note papers, it only made Hyung-seok feel this way. Looking back at himself, Hyung-seok suddenly felt extremely ashamed. While he only knew how to blame his mother in the entire world, it was truly shameful. As for Deokwa, he had already started working. Let's start with your melody. Your singing voice is very attractive, so I think it's fine. If I start first, my voice is too strong, and I'm afraid it will overpower yours, so it's a bit. Immediately, Deokwa finalized the plan. First, you sing the melody part. It's very important, it's the opening part of the song, after all. Deokwa's serious attitude left Hyung-seok stunned, he truly loves music. A moment later, Hyung-seok softly spoke up, I think I've memorized it all. Deokwa excitedly asked, really? Do you want to try singing it right now? Immediately after that, Hyung-seok sang out loud. Deokwa focused on listening to that singing part, constantly exclaiming in his heart, absolutely perfect. Through that emotional singing voice, Deokwa could recognize it all, Hyung-seok had poured his whole heart into the song. The singing voice was very captivating, however, his singing ability was still not quite fully developed. At the end of the session, Deokwa gave his feedback, overall, it's pretty good, but I think you should sing this part like this. This part needs to be like this, but he also knew how to be understanding, not everything could be perfect in such a short amount of time. With that in mind, Deokwa encouraged him, saying they didn't have much time, and things couldn't improve in an instant. His vocal cords were quite thin, so there was a limit to his training. Even so, Deokwa still felt quite proud. In the end, he managed to get Hyung-seok to help him, and at the same time, he advised him, feeling a bit worried, just focus on memorizing the lyrics, don't try too hard to perfect your skills. If something happens to your voice, we're dead. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, he told Hyung-seok. Deokwa, however, told himself that he had to try harder to take care of the rest. Before long, dusk had gradually fallen. On the street, Hyung-seok seemed to be having problems with his throat. Is it because I sang too much? Deokwa anxiously approached him. Do you have a sore throat? Your vocal cords have reached their working limit. Don't try to practice too much, just take good care of your voice. If you lose your voice now, we're dead. He was burning up with anxiety inside. Damn it, if only they had a little more time to prepare. Right then, a voice caught their attention, Deokwa. It was Deokwa's grandmother. She looked at him affectionately, my Deokwa has so many friends. Come here and eat something, dear. Deokwa called out softly, Grandma. Hearing her say that, the memory of Ho-bin's gang creating a scene rushed back. Not again. On the other side, Hyung-seok looked very surprised. He realized that Deokwa, standing before him, was saying, I told you not to go out when you're still sick, looking quite genuine. He really is just like me. For a moment, Hyung-seok suddenly felt warm, as if he were looking at his own mother. Thinking so, Hyung-seok politely spoke up, Hello, Grandma. He tactfully expressed, I just ate with Deokwa, thank you for still thinking of us. Hearing him say that, Deokwa looked at Hyung-seok in surprise. The sky quickly turned completely dark. At the corner of the street, only the small convenience store was brightly lit. At this time, Hyung-seok was still hard at work, but his mind was still on the joint performance with Deokwa. I want to practice a little more, I don't know if it's possible, I have too little time left. Then, Hyung-seok softly parted his lips, let's just try a little bit. Just then, a flash of realization crossed Hyung-seok's mind. He touched his throat in a daze. My throat doesn't hurt. Awesome. The vocal cords in this body are not affected. Only then did Hyung-seok realize that when the other body was resting, he could practice more with this body. So he could grind 24/7. That's great, he could practice as much as he wanted without worrying about straining his voice, or rather, without worrying about getting hoarse. Now he could practice much more. Hyung-seok was so happy that he just wanted to exclaim, this is great. I can practice as much as I want. Now I have 24 hours a day to get used to this melody. Unable to hide his joy, Hyung-seok waved his arms wildly. Absolutely wonderful, I'll practice all night long to make up for it. Right at that moment, the automatic door suddenly opened. Hello. Soo-jin walked in while Hyung-seok was wondering, it's that girl. He silently cried out, the pretty girl from before. Remembering the previous situation, Hyung-seok's face immediately turned red. Not again, so embarrassing, the previous time was like this too. However, Soo-young didn't fault him, instead, she praised him, singing today too, huh? Your voice is really great. She continued, seeing you working so cheerfully makes others feel happy too. Hyung-seok awkwardly replied, yes. In his heart, he thought she was truly kind. Now, Soo-young finally stated her request, give me a box of Vita 5. Hyung-seok immediately handed it over, here you go. Soo-young praised him again, it's so late, yet you're still working this hard. She even kindly left behind a bottle of water, my treat, remember to take care of your health, which deeply moved Hyung-seok, thank you, see you again. I hope she comes back. After Soo-young left, Hyung-seok still couldn't escape his thoughts, she's probably the most beautiful girl I've ever met. She almost looks like a celebrity. I need to practice much more. In the blink of an eye, the sky had turned dark. Just as Hyung-seok was about to practice his vocal warm-ups, he suddenly froze, huh? The newcomer timidly said, hello. In front of Hyung-seok was Ji-ho and, the person speaking, do you remember me? Beside him was Deok-hwa, an unexpected guest. It turned out, Ji-ho came just to apologize, I'm sorry for hitting you last time. I wasn't brave enough to come here alone, so... Although a bit hesitant, Hyung-seok understood well enough that Ji-ho came to apologize for what happened last time. He nervously replied, I know, it's okay. Hearing that, Ji-ho felt slightly relieved, thank you. A moment later, still at that convenience store, Hyung-seok handed over a can of soda, drink this. Ji-ho timidly accepted it, thank you. At this moment, the atmosphere among the three of them was a bit strange, and Hyung-seok couldn't stop his random thoughts, the three of us standing together like this, what a pitiful combination. Finally, Ji-ho broke the silence, sharing his own past, ever since I enrolled in this school, I've been constantly bullied. I only came here because I like designing clothes, I never expected it to be full of thugs and bullies, which made Hyung-seok briefly stunned. Ji-ho. Deok-hwa beside him also spoke up, me too. Mentioning his own situation, he sounded a bit depressed, I chose this school for my passion for music, but surrounded by all these good-looking guys and girls, I couldn't make any friends at all, which surprised Hyung-seok even more, you guys. Hyung-seok was also swept up in that flow of emotions, for a moment he just wanted to let it all out, me too, I've had my share. I also have my own story. Under the starry sky, they hid nothing from each other. I even had my head shoved into a toilet. Me too. Really? Then have you ever been forced to be Pikachu? I was even forced to roll around naked. Poor you, as for me. Come to think of it, we've only been talking about sad things. Suddenly, Ji-ho lit a cigarette and said, but. He looked far away, it's much better now. Seeing that skillful action, Hyung-seok softly exclaimed, Ji-ho smokes too? As if noticing the gazes of the two people next to him, Ji-ho explained, do you guys want to smoke? I smoke whenever I'm sad. Looking at him, Ji-ho seemed much healthier than the two of them. This only made Hyung-seok feel more pity, it didn't suit him at all. I think I know the reason why he was bullied. Puffing smoke like crazy, Ji-ho softly sighed with emotion, anyway, after transferring to our school, Hyung-seok also eats lunch with me. And that guy Jin-sung also stops the people who usually bully me, so it's fine now. Hyung-seok was briefly lost in thought. I was also beaten by Jin-sung a few times. Maybe he's changed a little bit now, he's talking about me too. Over here, Deok-hwa also revealed, I was the same. Hyung-seok prepared for the festival with me, and he also ate lunch with me. Hearing this, Hyung-seok secretly rejoiced, him too, he's also talking about me. But there was one thing Hyung-seok had never heard about himself, I used to think he was a playboy, who would have thought he was actually really nice. In the midst of that, the cigarette in Ji-ho's hand was suddenly snatched away. My cigarette. Lee Yoon-tae's voice rang out. What did you guys just say? Is it true? The whole group immediately flinched. Vasco, from the architecture department? No smoking. Did he put out the cigarette with his bare hands? Isn't it hot? But then, they also calmly recounted, Hyung-seok? Right, he invited me to have lunch together. He never bullies the weak. Fighting with Jin-sung was just unavoidable. He didn't want to. The thing Hyung-seok paid attention to was that Vasco was listening to the story about him. His eyes always followed Lee Yoon-tae's every movement, and he stood there in a daze for a while, to the point that Hyung-seok could comment that he showed an extremely complex expression. Suddenly, Lee Yoon-tae called out, and the guy at the convenience store? Hyung-seok instinctively replied, yes. Unexpectedly, Lee Yoon-tae actually encouraged him, you are not weak at all. Try to practice. If you don't know how to try, come see me. At this time, Hyung-seok still couldn't understand. Vasco walked away after saying a few words to me. After that, the two met again. Leun-tae came to buy milk chocolate and burn ointment, making Hyung-seok feel exasperated. It's 4,201, the fingers are all burned. This guy came to buy milk and forgot his finger was hurt, only remembering it now. Then he will return, on another beautiful, clear day. Hyung-seok was trying out his vocal performance. Deok-hwa, on the side, was staring with his mouth wide open in amazement. Before his eyes, Hyung-seok seemed to be glowing. It seemed Deok-hwa was swept away by those wonderful sounds. What is this? His skills have improved so much, it's only been 10 days. By the time the singing completely stopped, Deok-hwa finally spoke up. How? He exclaimed in surprise. How did you get so good so fast? Were you not singing at full strength before? Hyung-seok rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. Really? I just practiced a bit more. Deok-hwa thought to himself, has he become a completely different person? He was still in shock. Is this what I used to hear? Meanwhile, Hyung-seok was thinking, is it real? I just practiced 24 hours a day with both bodies. Of course, Deok-hwa didn't know, he was just seeing it. Is he a genius? Deok-hwa couldn't stop marveling, how can there be such an amazing person in this world? What is this? He will definitely shock everyone. In the blink of an eye, the 10th festival of J1 High School had arrived, and everyone had gathered here early. So, the highly anticipated festival had come. Just then, a sound of music rang out, drawing everyone's attention. What is this, a music club? Electronic music? What is it? Everyone intently watched a truck slowly approaching. Look, a moving truck? That person is? Seeing the person on the vehicle, the crowd became even more excited. It's DJ Rupee. Who is Rupee? He's Jang Jun-ho, a third-year student in the Applied Music Department. They kept exclaiming, playing DJ right on the truck bed. DJ Rupee, I heard he's been exclusively hired by a club since the beginning of his third year, right? Next, they also noticed Suda. And that driver is a recent graduate of our school, DJ Suda. Let's party. Instantly, everyone quickly surrounded the truck and bounced to the music. It's part of the festival. The J1 High School Festival has officially begun. On another side, the attendees were also paying attention to the fully stocked food trays. Snacks prepared by the film department. At this rate, we'd have to make a whole photo album just to document the preparation. This is our school, famous for its festival where there are tons of things to enjoy. Even the promotional pitches were sweet as candy. Hey, handsome boys in high school uniforms over there, drop by our department's booth. Making the group of schoolboys delusional. Does she like me? Oh man, she likes me. Gotcha, kid. Many people coming here is an opportunity for each department to make a profit. There's a snack bar, a cafe, so many places to visit. Returning to Hyung-seok's department. As for our department. After the voting, Jin-sung and Hyung-seok received bad news at the same time. One of them has to participate in the slave auction. Jin-sung irritably said, I'm not crazy, I'm not going anywhere, never. Hyung-seok seemed quite resistant, I don't want to either. Jin-sung glanced slightly at me. Jin. Well, the other party wasn't forcing it. In that case, the department would let them take a break for free, as long as the two of them could help the department make a profit. Hearing that, Jin-sung closed his eyes as if silently accepting. Today was another beautiful day like any other. Jin-sung, with eyes clearly showing determination, was looking ahead. At this moment, Jin-sung was using his professional skills. Then, in the stands, continuous praises erupted. He dodged again. So cool. Someone go beat him up. On another side, for 10 days, no one had been able to land even a single punch on Jin-sung. Amazing, who is he? Hyung-seok sighed, he really didn't want to be present at the slave auction. A few drops of sweat fell on Hyung-seok's face. Did he hate this auction that much? Even Soo-min didn't understand what was making him act so weird. Jun-soo thought differently, he doesn't learn boxing anymore anyway, so maybe he's just using this as practice. Hyung-seok thought wearily, in the end, I still have to represent the department to participate in that slave auction. The other departments organized game events using their skills. Over at the hairstyling department, Jang Hyun gently held out the scissors. Let me fix your bangs. Come here. Just that was enough to make the girls instantly swoon, so cute. Me? Me? Is it me? Yes. Jang Hyun persuaded in a soft voice, I just need to trim it a tiny bit, and you'll be cuter right away. Making that schoolgirl believe it immediately. Yes, oh my heavens, I'm so jealous, will I be cuter? A moment later, everything gradually proceeded like that. Which school do you guys go to? You high school girls. Done. Well, it looks a bit weird now, but it seems Jang Hyun's skills aren't that good. Yet he still dared to show off. It turned out really beautiful. The schoolgirl thanked him profusely. Yes, thank you. Unable to watch any longer, Seo-yeon had to speak up. Jang Hyun, your skills are terribly bad. How can you cut or style hair with such skills? That was Lee Seo-yeon, the second-year president of the hair design department. However, her words were quickly brushed aside. He was the only one making a profit. My pride is hurt now. It looks a bit weird, huh? Give me your number. Okay. Just like a celebrity autograph session, the hair design department was a complete success. Over at the baking department, they were also enthusiastically soliciting, come on, hot bread here. Hwan-jun was even ready to offer more, buy bread now to get free coffee. Young-ho next to him lacked confidence, please buy, please buy. Hearing that, Hwan-jun immediately reminded, Young-ho, shout out louder. Young-ho shyly exclaimed, how can I handle these kinds of things well? This was Chon Yang-ho, the first-year student council president of the baking department. Hwan-jun irritably questioned, do you know that I am working very hard here? Young-ho argued back, but mostly only first-year students are standing here selling, what are you doing here, senior? That was Kim Hwan-jun, the second-year student council president of the baking department. Hwan-jun turned away hurt, did I teach you like that? Yang-ho looked after him in a panic, so annoying, man. While walking, Hwan-jun resentfully pulled out a baking knife, I thought you were worthy of inheriting this legendary bread-cutting knife of mine. It contains my soul and dignity. Yang-ho looked speechless, who needs it? What kind of knife looks so dirty? So, the baking department lost a ton of money because they couldn't sell anything. As for the design department, unexpectedly, Lee Eun-tae decided to play arm wrestling. The crowd gathered around in surprise. Who is he? He's won the arm wrestling contest 10 times already. I think he's a first year in the design department or something. Beating him gets you double the money. Facing the opponent's bold words, isn't he tired? I'll win this time, watch. Lee Eun-tae remained as calm as ever. But the crowd kept growing bigger and bigger. Let me challenge him and see, someone might have thought. Even a saint would be tired by now, and I am too, Vasco thought to himself. Only Bum Jae noticed Lee Eun-tae Vasco's unusual behavior. He was afraid Lee Eun-tae was tired, so he thoughtfully asked, does Vasco want to do anything, for example, something that girls can also participate in? Unexpectedly, it really caught Lee Eun-tae's attention. That's good, look at how happy his face is. Under the clear blue sky, Deok-hwa was still trying hard to invite people. Come visit here. It seemed like he went to middle school with me or something. At this time, the center of attention was Ohira. It was Ohira, the middle school boss. This guy was famous for playing dirty, he would grab whatever he could and smash people with it. Then Dae-won also came into the sights of the gossip. That was Dae-won, he was very famous in middle school. What kind of school is this? It's so scary. All those rumors ultimately converged on Lee Eun-tae. But who's the guy walking in front of them? Look at the whole gang following him. You don't know him? He's the boss of the Burn Knuckles group. The aura around Lee Eun-tae is no joke, the kind of person who makes everyone call him Vasco. However, it all just became a mere formality for the department anyway. But why did the whole gang go and play the damn water balloon game? Even though a few people wanted to try playing, they didn't dare to throw. Hey, hurry up and throw it. Everyone was scared off by Lee Eun-tae's scowling face. Ah, I'm so scared. And so, Lee Eun-tae's tears quietly fell with every step of the departing schoolgirl. Oh well, no one dared to throw. In fact, after changing the game structure, the design department earned a giant zero in profit. Back to the festival. J1 High School's festival is famous for 3 consecutive stage events, and the first event is. Down below, Hyung-jo cheered, it's on air now. On the stage, amateur models wearing unique fashion pieces are performing. What on earth, it's the fashion show organized by Hyung-seok's design department. And the festival also reached its peak in its own special way. It looks so weird. And this is why it's famous, the second-year seniors designed and performed on the stage themselves. Backstage, Choyeon was settling the score with Gongchi. Why did you make these crappy clothes? He explained, why not? It looks beautiful. An argument broke out again. If I wore it, it would look even better. Then why didn't you just make it and wear it yourself? I wish I could. Who told me to be tall just to be chosen as a model? Right at that moment, Jin-sung suddenly spoke up. Excuse me, hello. Only then did Choyeon stop. Senior, is that Jin-sung? Choyeon, the president of the second-year student council of the design department, asked. Taking that opportunity, Gongchi asked Jin-sung. What do you think of the clothes I designed? Even though the model is a bit lame, but... asked Gong Chi, from the second-year design department. In the blink of an eye, they noticed Hyung-seok. Who is that guy? He looks handsome. Yes, he's the newly transferred student. Is that the guy? Hyung-seok panicked and opened his mouth. Hello. They were second-year seniors in the same department as him. Seeing that, Choi-in immediately made a proposal. You look a lot like a model. Next year, try to find another designer friend, if you don't want to end up like me. Knowing he was being mocked, Gong Ji didn't back down and replied, what kind of model is that, making it even more frustrated. Damn it, I'll kill you right now. Meanwhile, Hyung-seok only focused on, do I have to do things like this when I'm a sophomore? Our department's show this year was okay, meeting expectations perfectly. What are the expectations of the customers here? And the next stage program is, none other than, hello everyone, it's starting, the slave auction segment. Hwan Jun confidently introduced himself, I am Kim Hwan Jun, a sophomore in the baking department. I will be the MC for this segment, because I was sold for the highest price last year, so this year I am entrusted with being the MC. Traditionally, the person sold for the highest price the previous year will be the MC for the next year's program. Through the whispers, the rules of this program could be clearly seen. This is a slave auction program exclusively for freshmen. Selling guys to girls who crave boys, the winning bidder will have a date with the sold male student for 8 hours. Night dating is forbidden, so don't even dream about it. This is just called a slave auction. Treating people like actual slaves will get you arrested. The profits from this program will go to charity. Very quickly, Seonbum stepped out, and now our first slave is Kim Seonbum from the Applied Music Department. The auction sounded lively, 50,000, 60,000, 65,000. Yes, his price is 65,000 won. However, deep down Seonbum was still not satisfied, thinking, am I really only worth that much? After that, Hwan Jun introduced the second slave, Lee Yang-ho from the baking department. Regarding this slave's information, he is my junior, the one who will inherit the legendary cake-cutting knife. Lee Yang-ho had to shout, shut up, man, before Hwan Jun finally returned to the main point, 80,000. Yes, and he was sold for 80,000 won. Next up for auction was the third person, Jang Hyun from the hair design department, looking shockingly handsome. Bidding started at 5,000 won, then 10,000 won. Unexpectedly, the bidding closed at 500,000 won. Even Hwan Jun felt jealous, exclaiming, breaking my own record of 50,000 won is truly amazing. Who is it? A moment later, the female students had surrounded Jang Hyun, declaring, we will not let anyone steal Hyun away. Jang Hyun is the property of the hair design department. Jang Hyun, let's go have lunch. I can't, I still have to go to my part-time job. Again? Please tell me where you work. I just found out, it turns out the ones who won him over were the girls from the hair design department. Before long, it was Lee Eun-tae's turn, from the architecture department. Bum Jae could only cheer, Vasco, stay calm, you can do it. The reaction from the crowd wasn't too bad either. Lee Eun-tae, look at his muscles, so cute, his face is red, he looks so muscular. However, Lee Eun-tae's nervousness made his facial expression look terrifying. The people who had just praised him immediately retracted their praise, so scary. The ending was too predictable, no one placed a bid. Thus, the architecture department was unsuccessful in this round. And Bum Jae had to witness Lee Eun-tae crying for the third time today. Vasco. The next contestant also stepped onto the stage. Yes, and now we have Narowal from the vocal department, ladies and gentlemen. 501? Why am I here? Yes, 501, and he belongs to the lady for the price of 501. Time passed quickly. Next up, I just saw this guy earlier, he is really impressive. Finally, it was Park Hyung-seok from the design department's turn. The crowd below immediately burst into an uproar. Who is he? So hot. Hyung-seok was incredibly confused, I'm shaking here. 25. Even so, Hwan intentionally emphasized, and now, this friend of ours is quite a handsome guy, even a handsome guy like me thinks he looks good. Right after Hwan finished his words, the crowd chanted in unison for Park Hyung-seok from the design department, hot. The female students also lost all their dignity, just wanting to lunge at him, take me with you, handsome. Hey, he's a freshman, get in line, ladies. Shut up, as long as a guy is handsome, I'm willing to give my all. Hyung-seok silently marveled that he had never received so much attention until this very moment. Hwan Jun, with a knowing look in his eyes, raised his voice, as expected, our auction floor is heating up. Just as predicted, here is the highlight of our festival, Hyung-seok. Suddenly, Hwan Jun's eyes narrowed. From below, a voice unexpectedly called out, the boys are so handsome this year. Hwan Jun seemed to have realized, that hag. Following that, Lala appeared with a haughty expression, she's here, Kim Lala from Chanel Private School. She was known as the killer of the slave arena. As soon as she walked up, Lala said, "The boys from J1 High School are always the best." Her followers immediately chimed in, "So true, exactly right, Lala." At this time, Hwan-jun was whispering to Hyung-seok, "Hey kid, you said your name is Hyung-seok, right?" He blankly replied, "Yes, sir." Then, Hwan-jun suddenly mentioned, "You know I was the one who received the highest bid last year, so I was nominated to be the MC this year, right?" Hyung-seok continued to answer, "Yes." At this moment, Hwan-jun revealed a shocking piece of news: that girl is the most overpowered slave owner. Over here, Lala felt shy again. "Oh no, why do handsome guys keep staring at me?" Her followers followed up, "Are you bored, Lala? It's always like this, because you're so beautiful." Right. Hwan-jun pointed to the terrified DJ Rupee and explained, DJ Rupee was the slave auctioned for the highest price 2 years ago. That girl got him too. It seemed Hwan-jun just wanted to advise him, "I just want to warn you that if you are auctioned off to her, you should run fast." Remembering that dark time, Hwan-jun involuntarily shuddered. The dating schedule I had to experience was just like hell. Shopping with her endlessly at the stores, holding her bag and waiting for her to go to the toilet. Writing love letters, then listing how the date should be. It had to be cheesy, it had to be even sweeter and more poetic. "Do it again, you should do that. Hwan-jun muttered in a deep voice, "If she wins, you're dead," which made Hyung-seok step back in fear. No. But the auction still went on, and now, I would like to start the bidding, 50,000, 70,000. Meanwhile, Jae-yeol was still trying to find a way to help Hyung-seok. But all he received was a refusal. "Yes, that's right, boys are not allowed to participate in the auction. Yes, no matter how high you bid, it won't work." Hwan-jun's voice rang out like a countdown. "Yes, and the price is getting higher and higher." Unexpectedly, Hanul also made her move, 300,000. The crowd backed away in panic. "It's Hanul, that's crazy. It's 300,000 won, we have a bid of 300,000 won, ladies and gentlemen." It turned out that Hanul had already prepared for this day. "I have been saving up and waiting for this moment for a long time." She ignored the gossip around her. "Crazy, is there anyone else bidding higher? This is terrifying." Her heart was filled with fierce determination. "I will date Hyung-seok," Hanul said to herself. "I have about 500,000 in cash." At this moment, Hwan-jun continued to announce, "Will she win with a bid of 300,000 won?" Hyung-seok suddenly felt touched. It was Hanul, she was truly kind. Only Hanul knew what I was thinking, I would win so easily. Just then, an arm was raised, displaying a terrifying number, 1 million. That person was none other than Lala. The entire stage was shocked simultaneously. "Yes, and we have a bid of 1 million won." Even Hyung-seok couldn't believe it. "Am I worth that much? 1 million won?" Hwan-jun still had to continue, "Does anyone want to bid higher than 1 million won?" After doing so, Lala proudly thought that everyone was looking her way and that the boy was thinking, "Oh, why does she look so much like IU? Isn't that right? I don't like her much. Do I really look like her?" Her underlings spoke up to flatter her, "Yeah, you look just like her, but much prettier." So there was more than one person who had to cry a river. This was a record price, equal to the purchase price of DJ Rupee 2 years ago. Rupee cried out of fear, "Oh my, I'm so scared." Meanwhile, Hwan-jun still tried to stall for time. Will she win this bidding session? Lala casually chuckled to herself. "That's right, my beauty and wealth, not to mention if I also show my shy beauty." Thinking so, she directed a lustful gaze towards Hyung-seok, "Then that handsome boy will be mine." Just when Hyung-seok was in despair, "No, I'm dead." And Lala was secretly rejoicing, "I will definitely get a boyfriend this year." An unexpected voice rang out, 2 million. The number that was just blurted out caused the crowd to fall into another uproar. The arm was still raised in place as proof of what had just happened. This time, Soo-young directly made the bid. "What?" The gossiping crowd immediately gathered around. "What is this? So pretty. Who is she? 2 million. Hyung-seok was speechless with surprise. "Is she?" Amidst the myriad of whispers, 2 million. "What is this, so tasty, so beautiful?" "Yes, it's 2 million won." He had only been paying attention to the pretty girl at the convenience store. Just then, Hyung-seok also noticed Soo-young's outfit. Wait, a schoolgirl uniform? Is she also a high school student? It seemed Lala had met her match. She reluctantly threw out a number, 2,500,000. Someone else immediately shouted, 2,500,000 won. It seemed Lala's ego was hurt. Unexpectedly, Soo-young's arm was raised again. She gave a number high enough to suppress all opponents, 5 million. Lala's group immediately fell silent. Hwan-jun seized the moment to announce, 5 million won. Yes, once again this beautiful girl has doubled the bid. Lala was annoyed but couldn't do anything. That bitch, what the hell is she doing? Lala's underlings were angry on her behalf. That's ridiculous, how much is it? Our Kim Lala seemed very angry. Feeling unresigned, Lala took out the bag she had. She held up the bag and declared, this one is worth more than 7 million won. Hwan Jun politely refused. Very sorry, the purpose of the auction is to raise money for charity, therefore items are not accepted, miss. And so Hyung-seok's fate was sealed. The bidding round has ended, and Park Hyung-seok is, how much? He has been sold at the price of 5 million won. Only the foolish Jae Yeol was still trying to convince the organizers. What? 10 million won? It made them awkward, but it still didn't work. Not to mention, the auction was already over. On the other side, Ohira was also crying her eyes out. Such a pretty girl participating. Bum Jae exclaimed, 5 million won. Waiting for them to stop crying, Bum Jae then saw Lee Eun-tae crying silently. Vasco. In another corner, Jin Sung was also stunned. These guys are all crazy, the whole bunch. Ha Nul drowned in regret. Hyung-seok had been handed over to the winner. Down below, Ho Bin was extremely resentful. Am I not better than him? What's so good about him? Right, dude? The 501 guy. Jewel cursed silently, the guy who was bought for 501 earlier. If you're so confident, why didn't you just go, why drag me into this? Finally, the announcement rang out, we would like to conclude the slave auction of J1 High School here. As for Hyung-seok, the focus of the festival will take place in the evening. There will be wonderful performances. Please don't miss it. Later, at the parking lot behind the school, Hyung-seok faced Soo-young with an awkward expression. So embarrassing. A moment later, he finally spoke, well, thank you. Why do I have to thank her? Looking at Soo-young's beautiful face again, not to mention it's her. But she is really beautiful. Am I really going to date her? Meanwhile, Jong-gun suddenly frowned. Hyung-seok scratched his head and continued, earlier, I was almost sold to that other girl. Suddenly, Soo-young spoke with a hint of annoyance, hey you, what's wrong with that girl? What's so good about you? She coldly blurted out, perhaps you misunderstood. Did you think I bought you because I like you? Not only that, Soo-young also frankly said, why should I keep an eye on a guy like this? Making Hyung-seok unable to react in time. Why did she suddenly? Before leaving, Soo-young left a sentence, don't ignore others just because you are handsome. His eyes were momentarily dazed. I felt like someone hit me right in the head. Since when did I? Recalling his own physique, Hyung-seok suddenly realized, when did he start having these kinds of thoughts? In front of him, Soo-young decisively got into the car, saying, let's go. Hyung-seok still wanted to explain, what could he say to make things right? Wait, I have to make it clear, I can't let this misunderstanding happen. But he was blocked by Jong-gun with one hand. He growled threateningly, stop it, making Hyung-seok dare not advance further. Since when did he become like this? Even Jong-gun said, do you know who you are trying to touch? Hyung-seok tried to move his wrist but couldn't. I can't move, but I. Suddenly, a sense of guilt rushed into Hyung-seok. Did I ignore others? Why do I suddenly hate myself like this? In a flash, he used all his strength to break free from Jong-gun's grip, shouting, let go of me. That action surprised Jong-gun, even Soo-young didn't expect it. He managed to break free. Hyung-seok lowered his gaze. Jong-gun's hand? Right at that moment, Jong-gun raised his leg backwards. This is the first time, this bastard. Hyung-seok realized the intention behind that stance, a kick? But he still couldn't dodge in time, it was too fast. At that moment, Hyung-seok still had confidence in his heart, but, I can block it. However, Jong-gun had already noticed. Then, he stepped forward, and what Hyung-seok received was a kick to the side of his face from Jong-gun. Next, Hyung-seok noticed again, his leg was changing direction? He wondered in astonishment, is it bent completely? What made Hyung-seok unable to believe was that he changed direction in the blink of an eye. Even so, Jong-gun also offered a compliment, good observation skills, interesting kid, but this only made Hyung-seok tremble more, he is too strong. Nearby, eyes were always following the situation, a tattooed arm holding a milk carton. Next, Lee Eun-tae decisively inserted the straw and took a sip. A moment later, the sky was still a clear blue, and Jong-gun casually exclaimed, to be honest, I just wanted to take a quick peek, but anyway, I still have to listen to the person paying my salary. However, he also couldn't quite understand, I don't know if your eyes are good or if I become slower, it doesn't seem like it. Hyung-seok cried out inwardly, this guy. Yet Jong-gun praised, you are quite strong. Your physique is light and balanced, and upon closer inspection, I don't think you play sports. But Hyung-seok, holding his painful cheek, still didn't dare to be careless, what kind of monster is he? As Jong-gun also spoke up, you have talent. Hyung-seok had the same assessment, he is too strong. Their first meeting was incredibly tense. Right at that moment, Soo-young's voice rang out, wait, Jong-gun, I told you to just keep an eye on him, you didn't have to. Jong-gun directly cut her off, that is the order you gave. Pausing for a moment, he continued, as for the order I received, Jong-gun tilted his head, uttering in a deep voice, no one is allowed to touch you. When she heard his declaration, and I will take down any guy who dares to do that, a look of disbelief appeared on Soo-young's face, no, just because of me? Right in the midst of that, someone called out to Jong-gun, hey, glasses. Lee Eun-tae approached and questioned, what the hell are you doing? But Jong-gun was about to deny it. Lee Eun-tae specifically emphasized, I saw everything, you punk. Hyung-seok looked over in astonishment, Vasco. Hearing this, Jong-gun sighed and asked, who the hell are you? Are you this kid's friend? Unexpectedly, Lee Eun-tae admitted, that's right, I am his friend. This made Hyun-seok's jaw drop in surprise, his mind constantly repeating, a friend? Meanwhile, Lee Eun-tae also put down the milk carton in his hand. He rubbed his bulging shoulder muscles, emitting an extremely domineering aura, don't touch him, or else I'll beat you to a pulp. But before he could do anything, he was immediately hit by Jong-gun's punch, a blow that left Hyung-seok and Soo-young in absolute terror. Jong-gun calmly replied, planning to beat me to a pulp? If you are that kid's friend, you deserve to be punished just like him. Hyun-seok's face had already turned pale, Vasco. At this moment, Lee Eun-tae continued to call out, Four Eyes, and gave a command, take off your glasses right now. Hearing that, Jong-gun withdrew his hand. Jong-gun used a probing gaze to look at Lee Eun-tae, being surprised once again, did my punch not hurt? But then, he also took off his glasses according to Lee Eun-tae's words, this school is really interesting. This action made Soo-young even more panicked, no. Meanwhile, Lee Eun-tae was already in a ready stance. Even with blood pouring from his nose, he stood there resolutely, declaring, let me teach you a lesson. Just as a battle was about to break out, a voice suddenly intervened, wait. Soo-young pulled Jong-gun's arm back, stop. She lost her temper and yelled, he hasn't even touched me. I never told you to swing your fists and hit people like that. Because Soo-young knew very well what would happen if Jong-gun took off his glasses. She even threatened, do you want me to send you back to where you used to be? If you go back there, would you be happy, Jong-gun? Only Soo-young understood that he would never stop. Suddenly, Jong-gun spoke up, kid. Hyung-seok hurriedly sat up, what now? Jong-gun looked at his face and continued, I'm a bit interested now. It's been a long time since I fought so often. At the same time, he glanced at Lee Eun-tae next to him, saying, you can tell your friend to lower his hands now. Then Jong-gun put his glasses back on, just as Soo-young said, I guess I'll have to stop being interested here. I still have to go to school to take a quality assessment test. These words made Hyun-seok wonder, is he still a student? Finally, Soo-young spoke properly to Hyun-seok, don't worry about that auction anymore. It wasn't my money anyway, and besides, it was for charity, right? Hyun-seok wondered, are they leaving? Sure enough, Soo-young didn't want to ask for anything more, saying, next time we meet, just say hello to me. But Hyun-seok only wanted to refuse, I don't want to see them again at all. Suddenly, he froze. Soo-young said softly, and also. She spoke up apologetically, on his behalf, I apologize to you. And with that, Soo-young walked away. I still don't understand why she is so cold to me. However, that was also a memory Hyung-seok would carry forever, and I still cannot forget that moment when she turned to look at me with eyes full of sorrow. Finally, everything came to an end. At that moment, Lee Eun-tae's fist slowly relaxed, and in a flash, he collapsed to the ground, his face revealing exhaustion. Hyung-seok anxiously approached, Vasco, are you okay? Is he trying to tough it out? Fortunately, Lee Eun-tae still had the strength to open his mouth, who is that guy with glasses? Hyung-seok hurriedly replied, I don't know. At that moment, Lee Eun-tae firmly affirmed, next time we fight, I will definitely win. A brief silence fell, broken only by hesitant sounds. But as it turned out, Lee Eun-tae was still thinking about Jong-gun, I don't think I can win against that guy with glasses the next time we meet. With that, he conceded to himself, indeed, I am still too weak. Lee Eun-tae's hands were clenched tightly, making Hyung-seok feel that, at that moment, Vasco looked very angry. Suddenly, a voice called out to Lee Eun-tae, Vasco. Hyung-seok sincerely spoke up, thank you for helping me. In response, Lee Eun-tae was strangely stunned. In fact, in his mind, he was recalling the words Jiho's group had said the day before, Hyung-seok is right, he always helps us. At first, we thought he was a bad person, but it turned out he is very good. Next, Lee Eun-tae held out an unopened carton of milk. In the evening glow, the two of them just sat there in silence. Hyung-seok didn't understand Lee Eun-tae's intention, or perhaps he didn't dare to understand. After a while, Lee Eun-tae finally had to speak up, I picked it up on the way here. But this startled Hyung-seok, you picked up milk on the street? What if you get a stomachache from drinking it? However, he couldn't bear to criticize him because Lee Eun-tae was blushing. Following that, Hyung-seok accepted the milk carton, thank you. He happily held it up with a promise, I'll drink it all. Lee Eun-tae remained silent, only his cheeks growing hotter. Hyung-seok thought nostalgically, today I. Lee Eun-tae still talked tough, when we fight again, I'll win, you'll see, making Hyung-seok coax him, alright. In his heart, he was very touched, it's the first time I've been called a friend by someone else. In the blink of an eye, the school festival scene was still extremely bustling. Great! The MC excitedly announced, and now will be a wonderful performance from the dance and vocal departments. Awesome! It will be an exciting duet by Jin Ho-bin and Jong Jin. Amidst the cheers, yes, our dance and vocal departments are wonderful, you guys are great. Ho-bin was complaining, I'm exhausted. Thus, the hallmark performances of the entire festival had begun. Just as Ho-bin had said, Jin Hwan appeared. The crowd was in an uproar again, he's the chairman of the DJ music company. Great! Kim Won-ho is with him. I told you not to come. I also just came back from school. John High School. Stop them right now. Yes, Jin Ho-bin had let it be known that he was accepted by this company. They are celebrities. The atmosphere was gradually heating up. Next, the MC also announced, and now the stage will belong to. It's almost time. Hey, it's your turn. Get ready. This will be an extremely interesting collaboration behind the stage where everything is going crazy. The MC introduced dramatically, this will be a collaboration between the dance and vocal departments with the design department. Is it the dance department and vocal department again? Behind the stage, Deok-hwa called out, let's do this, Hyung-seok. Go up on stage and dance today. Amidst the noise, someone asked, are they from the design department? Who are they? It's true that I can rely on him, he's so good. Hyung-seok felt incredibly wonderful, thanking heavens for having Deok-hwa rock with him. Seeing Deok-hwa's meticulous preparation, Hyung-seok silently praised him. Deok-hwa truly had a good sense of aesthetics, he looked so cool today, even styling his hair to be incredibly stylish. Before going on stage, Deok-hwa still cheered him on, Hyung-seok, just sing comfortably. Okay? Hyung-seok was feeling more nervous than ever, suddenly wanting to run away right then and there. Deok-hwa added a few more things, Hyung-seok, do you understand? Hurry up, are you ready? Let's get on stage. At that moment, Hyung-seok just wanted to confess that, honestly, he didn't want to go on stage at all. But his feet kept taking step after step, feeling as if an invisible force was pushing him forward. Just a few short steps, but Hyung-seok felt they were endless. He couldn't think of anything anymore, his heart was about to jump out of his chest. He wished for time to stop, but no, it still passed ruthlessly and harshly. The stage lights quickly appeared. Hyung-seok cheered himself up, thinking, it's right ahead, let's go out now. Park Hyung-seok and Pyeon Deok-hwa, this is the stage now. As he walked, he thought, let's rock, be brave, my trembling heart. Deok-hwa was also accompanying Hyung-seok, taking one more step onto the stage, and then the scene unfolded before them. And there, where Hyung-seok had to sing in front of a vast sea of people, he realized, in front of me is something I have never seen before. The school festival was taking place extremely vibrantly. On the stage, Hyung-seok nervously looked at the enthusiastic crowd below, as the MC excitedly introduced, our final stage performance. He tried to maintain a calm and professional demeanor to greet the audience, as the MC continued to say, this will be a collaboration between the dance and vocal departments with the design department. The crowd of students in front erupted in cheers. It was Park Hyung-seok and Pyeon Deok-hwa. Hyung-seok seemed overwhelmed by this scene. His heart felt like it was about to jump out. Around him, the crowd's praises and admiration poured in, you're really handsome. Someone else whispered, hot, but who is he? I even thought he was an idol. His face is so bright. He thought nervously, everyone is looking at me. Hyung-seok doubted, I dressed exactly as Jae-yeol told me to, is it okay? Jae-yeol smiled silently as they praised his fashion sense, the outfit he is wearing is also nice, he really has good taste. The MC pointed the microphone to interview him, hey handsome, do you have a girlfriend yet? Hyung-seok stammered, not yet. I think you could hit on any girl you want. He completely confusedly replied, yes. Hyung-seok couldn't help but wonder, why would he ask me that? The MC asked again, did you write this song? That's really talented. He honestly answered, yes, oh no, my friend wrote it. He said again with a mocking tone, right, looking at your friend, he must sing really well. Hyung-seok didn't mind, thinking to himself, Deok-hwa, the person who guided me in everything, the person I can trust. All eyes turned to Deok-hwa, malicious and derogatory remarks from around echoed, who is that guy? He looks like a pig. He looks like he just came down from another planet. He looks like an orc. Hyung-seok felt a pang of sorrow and thought to himself, why is he being judged and pointed at just like I used to be? The MC introduced again. Yes, now let's listen together. The title of the song is Beautiful Day. The audio was ready. When the ensemble began to play, Hyung-seok panicked as he realized his mind had suddenly gone blank. He tried to recall Deokwa's reminders. Hyung-seok, at the beginning, just sing, right, just for the first few seconds. He opened his mouth and tried to force out a sound, but what Hyung-seok uttered was just a terrible noise. Deokwa couldn't help but exclaim, "What on earth is that weird sound?" Hobin sneered, "I knew it would be like this." That guy Sung Jin smirked, "That bastard is only good for his looks." Right, 501? Duel retorted angrily, "Don't call me 501. The audience below clearly showed their disappointment. Hyung-seok worried, "Look at them, just as I thought, I can't do this." He secretly blamed himself, he had ruined everything, all of Deokwa's efforts. Suddenly, Deokwa raised his hand, and with his oversized body, stood proudly on the stage, confidently bringing the microphone to his mouth and starting to sing while raising his hand to the music. Deokwa closed his eyes with intense focus, lifting the microphone to his mouth and belting out a song. The audience couldn't help but gape in awe upon hearing Deokwa's amazing vocals. Hobin was also extremely surprised to hear it. Mr. Jin Hwan was equally startled by the impressive performance, and Hyung-seok stammered, "Deok." He exclaimed in shock, "Deokwa." Deokwa poured all his emotions into the lyrics, his demeanor full of confidence. He winked confidently and reassured Hyung-seok, "It will be fine, I'm right behind you." However, malicious and derogatory comments from the audience still echoed, "What is that pig?" Hyung-seok was amazed, recalling the words of his friend Deokwa when he stepped onto the stage. Deokwa's voice echoed in his mind, "Just think about the most important person to you." Hyung-seok was confused. "One, just one?" Deokwa continued, "That's right, you will be very nervous when stepping on stage. If you imagine that you are singing for that person to hear, with all your heart." Deokwa's voice reverberated, "You won't be nervous anymore." Hyung-seok, moved, called out, "Deokwa." After reflecting on what Deokwa said, he told himself, "I've calmed down now." Hyung-seok looked at him, couldn't help but wonder, who is he thinking about? Being on the same stage with him is wonderful. He closed his eyes and focused his thoughts. The important person, the person I want to sing for, can only be. In his mind, images of a woman gradually appeared, a smile on her aged but deeply gentle face. He blurted out, "Mom." Hyung-seok approached the microphone and slowly began to sing. He performed with all his heart, his mind thinking of his beloved mother. The people who had mocked him were now undeniably surprised. Jin Sung, Lee Eun-tae, and Jang Hyun fell silent upon hearing Hyung-seok's voice. Deokwa's heart rejoiced because he had regained his form. That's right, in his stream of thoughts, Hyung-seok was secretly moved. "Mother, your pitiful son who always lacked confidence." He choked up. His mother had gone through an incredibly hard time just because of this foolish son. Looking at the cheering crowd, he proudly thought that her pitiful son was standing in front of many people today. Hyung-seok passionately delivered the song flawlessly, and Deokwa also coordinated with him perfectly. Below the stage, the audience was highly focused on listening to them sing. It turned out they were just messing around earlier. Jin Sung and Jae Yeol couldn't help but think about the Deokwa from the times he was bullied compared to the Deokwa who was now confidently performing on this stage. Mr. Jin Hwan was also surprised, recalling his past self who was extremely insecure and timid, while Hobin reminisced about the times he bullied Deokwa. On the stage right now, Hyung-seok and Deokwa were like two completely different people, burning brightly with their amazing talent. The stage light shone down on these two transformed individuals, as the crowd swayed wildly to the song. Hyung-seok couldn't help but feel emotional. When the performance ended, both he and Deokwa didn't expect that they would make it. For the first time in his life, he felt a shiver of pure joy as the audience went crazy over their performance, cheering excitedly. The girls around them showed their passionate infatuation and fanatic admiration. "Hyung-seok, so amazing, take a picture with me, you're so amazing, Hyung-seok." They surrounded the two, cheering non-stop, "Hyung-seok, Deokwa, you rap so well." After the earlier derogatory remarks toward Deokwa, they now acknowledged, "Great job, Deokwa, we didn't even know." The audience looked over at Hobin and Jong Jin and commented, "You guys sing much better than Jin Hobin and Jong Jin." "We won, awesome." Hobin was angry, "What?" People didn't care and kept buzzing, "I have goosebumps." Hyung-seok was overjoyed in his heart. It was wonderful because he was finally acknowledged. Jin Hwan walked over to Deokwa and called out, "Hey." He asked, "Are you the kid who attended the audition that day, right?" He shyly replied, "Yes." Seeing this, Hobin couldn't help but be jealous, thinking to himself, "Why is it him?" Jin Hwan praised, "Good job. I am truly sorry for last time." He immediately replied, "It's nothing." Deokwa was surprised and touched, thinking, "He still remembers me. I am acknowledged now." He then took out a business card. "This is my business card, it has my phone number on it." Deokwa carefully received it with both hands. "Yes, thank you. Unexpectedly, he walked straight over to Hyung-seok, grabbed his hand, and said, "Contact me, Park Hyung-seok." Deok-hwa froze at his action. Hyung-seok awkwardly replied, "Yes." He wondered, but what about Deok-hwa? Jin-hwan didn't pay attention and said, "What Deok-hwa?" Hyung-seok immediately reminded him, "You just greeted him." He just answered vaguely, "Oh, that kid? That kid is pretty good." Jin-hwan cruelly commented, "That kid can do well anywhere, but not on a professional stage." As if shattering all of Deok-hwa's efforts, he continued to say, "Where can I even use someone like him? The cold ones here aren't me, but the audience." Hearing this, Deok-hwa was on the verge of tears. But he didn't stop. At the dining table, the audience only enjoys the dishes they find visually appealing. His words seemed to push the boy into darkness. Jin-hwan acted as if nothing happened and continued to invite Hyung-seok, "Never mind that, sign the contract right now, Park Hyung-seok. I will use my financial resources to support you in every aspect." Hyung-seok immediately asked if there would be a salary upon signing, and he naturally replied, "What? Trainees don't get a salary until you release your first musical product." He immediately declined, "Then I guess it won't work, I still have a job to keep." He panicked, "What, you don't want to be a trainee first? Alright, then I will pay a signing bonus for your contract." Hyung-seok wondered how much, and he said 10 million won, which is already very high. He calmly asked for how long, and he patiently persuaded that it's usually 7 years, but for him, he agreed to 5 years, "Is that okay?" Hyung-seok immediately calculated, if it's 10 million won for 5 years, that's 2 million a year, which means less than 200,000 won a month. Finally, he concluded, "I'm very sorry, I cannot agree. I still have to work to make a living." Jin-hwan was stunned, "Does this guy not know who I am? What kind of person is this?" After that, Deok-hwa suddenly disappeared. News about the performance was posted everywhere. That day, our performance was uploaded to SNS, and many people left compliments in the comments. "So handsome, I must visit that school, I'm looking for a boyfriend right now." This was the second time I got 10,000 likes since the first clip of me getting beaten by Lee Jin-sung. Deok-hwa was not present in that edited video. On the bus, Deok-hwa sat sadly. The girls around him all kept their distance when they saw him, but he didn't mind and focused on writing something. In his hand, he held a notebook, writing song lyrics. With persistent determination, Deok-hwa told himself, "Let's turn today's feelings into lyrics, I definitely won't give up." Despite the shock from the school festival, Deok-hwa did not give up. Deok-hwa started broadcasting a live Paprika video, and Hyung-seok, in his original body, also joined to support him. "How is it? Are you connected yet? Is everything okay?" Deok-hwa stuttered, Is it okay?" Hyung-seok thought to himself, "I saw him on the way to the convenience store, he was making a music video on Paprika TV." Deok-hwa anxiously asked, "I created a room, will anyone watch?" Hyung-seok couldn't help but sigh in relief. "I was afraid Deok-hwa would be disappointed after what happened at the festival, but he's stronger than I thought." On the Paprika platform, Deok-hwa's chat room appeared. A few curious people came in to watch. "A rap room? Hope he's at least a little handsome." After seeing Hyung-seok and Deok-hwa, they immediately exclaimed, "What in the world is this?" Derogatory comments about their looks flooded the chat box. Hyung-seok was shocked, thinking, "We haven't even done anything yet, why are they speaking so harshly?" The results of the first system test video are too cruel. Deok-hwa said tiredly, "Let's turn it off. We've already gotten 10 balloons, right? They're probably just mocking us." Hyung-seok asked, confused, "What is a moon balloon?" Deok-hwa explained, "1 moon balloon can be exchanged for 100 won." Hyung-seok was startled. "What? They exchange balloons for cash?" Deok-hwa patiently explained it more clearly to him, "But you can only exchange them when you have at least 4,000 balloons, with a 40% commission fee deducted. I'm not really interested in that stuff, but the most famous BJ makes a massive income." He said it seemed the most famous BJ is in the design department with Ji-ho. Hyung-seok was bewildered, "Really? I must ask him next time he comes to the convenience store." He wondered to himself, "Our class. Who could it be?" In class, BJ Kim Yui smiled sweetly and called out, "Hyung-seok." She acted coyly in front of him and said, "I saw your performance, you sing very well." Hyung-seok thought to himself, "Is she the most famous BJ? Yui is her name. She has been treating me very well lately." Kim Yui took out a wallet and gave it to him. "I bought this, I think it suits you very well." Hyung-seok was surprised, that design. He remembered his mother also had a bag with the exact same logo. "This brand is very expensive," his mother always bragged. "I got this as a wedding gift, it's the Stark edition." Hyung-seok marveled, the bag mom only wears on the most important occasions. He realized he had heard that the best BJs earn a lot of money. Hyung-seok was shy and didn't dare to accept it. "Look, thank you very much, but it's very expensive, I'm sorry." He was confused by her willingness to spend, surely she must belong to a completely different social class. Hyung-seok couldn't help but let his mind wander, why is such a beautiful girl being so nice to me? Could it be? He blushed and guessed, does she like me? During class, while the teacher was lecturing, Hyung-seok peeked at Kim Yui and thought, for the first time in my life, I am thinking about a girl. In his eyes right now, she was truly beautiful. He always paid attention to Kim Yui's every gesture, wondering if she would turn around and look at him when their eyes met. Hyung-seok could hardly concentrate on the lecture. He thought, this is the first time I've ever felt this way. After class, when everyone was about to leave, Hanul excitedly invited the girls, hey, let's go sing karaoke. Suj smiled and asked, us? Junsu also happily said, Baekhyun's new songs are really good. Kim Yui immediately put on a fake smile and said, I don't want to go to karaoke right now, I prefer going shopping. Seeing her like that, Junsu answered fearfully, is that so? Yeah, let's go then. Suj's face also turned pale as she agreed, yeah, Yui, I also just want to go shopping. Yui smiled with satisfaction and said, let me treat you two to coffee. Seeing this, Hanul was confused and thought, what's going on? In the bustling shopping mall, Hanul happily showed everyone the bag she picked, guys, should I buy this coin purse? It's so cute. Junsu and Suj hadn't dared to say a word for a while. Kim Yui put on a hypocritical smile and said, oh Hanul, it doesn't look good at all, I don't think it suits you. Hanul pouted in disappointment and replied, yeah, Yui is right, let's look for something else, right? In her heart, she doubted, is that really true? The next day, in the morning before class started, everyone was chatting lively. The group of Kim Yui, Junsu, and Suj were gossiping with each other. Hanul suddenly saw the bag she was going to buy yesterday next to Kim Yui. That bag. Yui said it didn't look good, so why did she buy it? She walked up to them and stammered, hello. But no one answered her, they just ignored her and continued talking, right, the new song is really good. Hanul was quite surprised to be ignored. There were whispering sounds in the hallway, and people shouted, it's Hyung-seok. Hanul said, hi, Hyung-seok. Suddenly, Kim Yui interrupted her with an excited face, hi, Hyung-seok. Eui ran up to him chirping, Hyung-seok, isn't this coin purse pretty? He stammered, it's very pretty. Hyung-seok smiled and joked with her, is that a purse? I thought it was a pencil case. Kim Eui leaned close to him, acting innocent, you're always joking. Hanul's eyes seemed to realize something at this moment, she looked at Kim Eui and thought, no wonder he. She thought about the rumors going around these past few days about the two of them, hearing that Hyung-seok is very rich, and Eui also earns a lot of money from Paprika TV. She sighed inwardly, they make such a beautiful couple. She felt a bit sad, how well they fit together, much more than with herself. In front of the convenience store, Hyun-doo's group was gathering, that guy was puffing on a cigarette, holding a whole pack and offering it to his bros. Jin-sung couldn't help but be surprised, you bought a whole carton of cigarettes. Junsu was also dumbfounded, why are you being so generous lately? Sumin wasn't much better, Hyung-jo had been unexpectedly generous recently, constantly treating them. Jin-sung held his cigarette and looked at Hyung-jo suspiciously, got a lot of money lately, huh? Are you extorting money from others again? If so, quit it right now. The guy immediately replied, no, I'm streaming on Paprika lately. Hearing this, Hyung-seok was extremely surprised. Was he also streaming on Paprika? Could he earn that much? Hyung-jo was also participating in Paprika. Hyung-jo said with a profound look, do you guys want me to show you live? So the whole group headed to Hyung-jo's house. What caught their eyes was a completely messy room. The guy did all sorts of crazy things to get donations. Hyung-jo stripped off all his clothes, smashed eggs on his head, and screamed with a runny nose. Hyung-jo did a handstand, spun around, and shouted, got another 100 balloons. 1001, thank you everyone so much, followed by a dance of joy. Hyung-jo's voice echoed continuously, should I set my hair on fire next time to liven things up? It's so hot. The whole group looked at this scene, shivering. And so, the whole session was filled with nothing but shouts, another 10 balloons, thank you so much, followed by another dance of joy. Hyung-jo received 400 balloons, equivalent to 4001, by doing these tricks. Turning off the livestream, Hyung-jo sat down, lit a cigarette, and took a drag. After pulling all those stupid stunts, he complained tiredly, damn, I'm so fucking tired. Yet, he still proudly bragged, how is it? Are my skills amazing? Do you guys want to do it too? Let me teach you. Sumin weakly spoke up, no. Witnessing the entire spectacle, the group couldn't help but share the same thought, we'll pass. Ignoring his friend's expressions, Hyung-jo continued to babble on. Convincing these random guys is ridiculously hard, aren't there any game streams? That Heroes of Storm earlier was freaking awesome, should we find a room with some pretty girls? That guy scrolled through Paprika for a while and suddenly saw Hanul's username, then yelled, "Who is this? Who could it be?" The whole group gathered around and shouted that it was Hanul. Hyun-seok complained in dissatisfaction. What? Hanul received 1,000 balloons? Damn it, I did all sorts of tricks and only got 400 balloons. At this time, on Hanul's side, she suddenly looked at the chat box. An account unexpectedly donated 5,000 balloons to her. Hanul felt anxious. That's too many balloons, this guy is loaded, is this really okay? She smiled and greeted everyone. Hello, I'm currently a high school student. Hanul thought to herself, just like Yui, I'm a high school student. I just mentioned I'm a high school student and dressed a little revealingly. Especially this person, they must be really rich, they already gifted me 5,000 balloons today. Hanul hurriedly covered her chest and bowed in thanks. Hello, thank you so much, Gangnam Leota. She secretly exclaimed, they are so rich, sweet, I'll be able to make a lot of money. Hanul, with an ambitious expression, silently promised, I won't let anyone else have Hyung-seok, just wait and see. Yui, she smiled, greeted the audience, said thank you, and then turned off the livestream. Meanwhile, Kim Yui was also streaming at the moment, acting cute and coquettish. I had a nightmare, I saw a ghost. Right after she said that, someone gifted a lot of balloons, Kim Yui immediately said, V-bit, thank you for your moon balloons. Thank you for the 1,000 balloons from Zeon Pon, and another 1,500 balloons. Thank you so much, J-bit. She secretly despised them, idiots, keep competing with each other. I'll just make even more money. Kim Yui quickly put on her headphones, pretending to chat cheerfully with everyone. I'm about to play Heroes of the Storm, it's really fun. Do you guys find it strange seeing a girl play games? Do you want to have a quick match with me? She wondered to herself, I didn't see Gangnam Landlord today. While thinking, she didn't forget to chat with the viewers. Guys, I'm turning off the stream now, does anyone want to play League of Legends with me later? Kim Yui kept thinking about the nickname Gangnam Landlord. Fortunately this guy didn't show up. She thought, he is very dangerous, he is very generous, but I just feel weird about him. Finally ending the live stream session, only then could the true nature of Kim Yui be seen. She wore baggy pants, puffing on a cigarette and muttering to herself, I'm so tired. While smoking, Kim Yui thought, this place is too easy to be discovered, but I can't shoot videos at home, I guess I'll have to move soon. Decorating a studio to look like a house to shoot videos is just too hard. Suddenly, a man's harsh voice rang out, Hey, Kim Yui, it's freaking hot, how much longer do I have to hide while you're recording? Yu Yang crawled out from under the bed and shouted, how much longer are you going to hide the fact that we're dating? She looked at him and thought to herself, it's just my bad luck to be involved with a guy like you. Even so, on the outside, she smiled and said, I'm sorry, try to be patient for just a little bit more. You know, if I say I have a boyfriend, those idiots would never give me balloons anymore, right? Kim Yui took out a wallet exactly like the one she gave to Hyung-seok and said, I bought this for you. Yu Yang happily asked, what is this? He received the gift with great joy. Thank you, it's okay, I'll be patient. Kim Yui secretly despised him, thinking, is the boss of the high school really a person like this? Yu Yang was still happily rambling. Oh my god, this is the new brand that came out earlier this month, right? She seductively asked, do you like it? Her eyes looked at Yu Yang, but in her heart she thought, I'm so tired of this guy, what is he doing right now? Kim Yui imagined the handsome face of Hyung-seok, my handsome Hyung-seok. Contrary to Hanul's beautiful imagination, he was a chubby figure sitting at home. In the design department, Vasco's group was gathered. Bum Jae, feigning worldly wisdom, explained, that's because this is the first time you've liked a girl. He looked at Dae Wong and continued to ponder this innocent feeling. When a boy likes a girl, his mind is always just thinking about that girl. Bum Jae looked at his friend, who was curled up, holding his head and crying bitterly, and concluded, so stop crying, Dae Wong. First love is like that. He continued to comfort him, saying, that's something every boy has to go through. This is your first time with that girl, so there's nothing to compare it to, whether it's good or bad. Chun-song tried to hold back his laughter and asked, why is Daewon like that? Oira playfully teased, he got dumped by a girl. Chun-song said sympathetically, so this is the first relationship he's built with a girl, huh? He recalled, my first time with a girl was playing dirt throwing. Oira remembered his past, saying, as for me, I bought milk for that girl every day. Everyone discussed the male psychology when facing first love. When first love comes, your judgment is completely useless. Another person added, when a girl approaches and purposely smiles at a guy who doesn't know a thing about romance, that guy is doomed. Voices chimed in, exactly, exactly. A lively debate ensued. All of you must know this by now, everyone has dated girls before. While everyone was laughing and talking, Lee Eun-tae sat quietly in the back, shedding tears. In the classroom, Kim Yui's sweet voice called out, Hyung-seok. He replied shyly, Yui. Hyung-seok timidly probed, Yui, what do you think about fat people? She pretended to answer carelessly, what's wrong with that? We are all humans. He innocently believed and thought, she is really nice. Hyung-seok admitted to himself, lately, my mind is full of images of Yui. I don't even know why it's like this, I just can't stop thinking about her and only want to see her. With a passionate look, he thought, when I look at Yui, Yui is completely different from others. She is so beautiful and pure, I'm a fool for her. Kim Yui saw Hyung-seok's gaze on her and looked extremely satisfied. Ha-neul saw the two being intimate and felt a bit disappointed. In the afternoon, after school, at Deokwa's house. He looked at the number of viewers on the channel and couldn't help but gape. Today, Ji-ho joined Hyung-seok in Deokwa. Hyung-seok hesitantly asked, are there only 3 people watching? Deokwa sadly replied, I don't have many viewers at all. Hyung-seok thought to himself, lately, not many people have been watching Deokwa's live streams. Ji-ho wondered, why is it so bad? You're doing really well. Hyung-seok then absent-mindedly thought, what is Yui doing right now? Suddenly, Ji-ho came up with an idea, alright, how about you invite Hyung-seok to sing with you? Hyung-seok, who was in his chubby body, was startled to the point of widening his eyes. Me? Ji-ho suggested. When you two sang together, it was really awesome. Deokwa also considered, should I mention it to him tomorrow at school? Hyung-seok happily thought to himself, oh, is that so? But then Deokwa hesitantly spoke up, is that okay? He couldn't help but worry, saying, he already worked so hard with me during the festival practice, and he treated me the best he could. Deokwa recalled the good things Hyung-seok had done for him. I probably shouldn't ask him for this. This is something I have to do on my own. Ji-ho said in admiration, a true man of my heart. Hearing that, Hyung-seok was deeply moved and thought, Deokwa. However, after careful consideration, Deokwa smiled and decided, I shouldn't cause him any more trouble, I don't want Hyung-seok to be judged. Hyung-seok felt conflicted seeing him think so much for him. At the same time, over at Kim Yui's livestream. Her face appeared extremely angry and frustrated. Kim Yui sat cross-armed on the chair, staring furiously at the screen. She checked the BJ rankings and was stunned to see Ha-neul's rank, since when did her room rank up so crazy? Kim Yui exclaimed in frustration, she is going to catch up to me, and she even copies my cute catchphrases. Why did these guys vote her as the best BJ? She has only joined for a week. She was dissatisfied seeing an old follower of hers consecutively gifting balloons to Ha-neul. That guy Gangnam landlord is clinging to her again, probably preparing to gift her 1,000 balloons. This guy is quite mistaken, does he think he can buy a BJ just because he has money and balloons? Good, thankfully he is staying away from me, guys like him are very dangerous. Despite thinking that, Kim Yui reluctantly thought to herself, let's try to be a bit cuter. She struck a cute pose, forced a smile, and said formally, I'm doing TSO right now, are you TSO? She asked herself, did I overdo it a bit? I'm thinking about that bitch Ha-neul too much. Kim Yui smirked slyly, but there are still a lot of people gifting me balloons, that's right, no matter what monkey tricks I do, they will still submit to me. Her face filled with arrogance as she thought, these losers, pretty girls in this country really have so much power, no matter what I do, they still offer me money just because I'm beautiful. Meanwhile, Deokwa looked at his follower count and grew even sadder. The chat box was mainly filled with rude comments. Deokwa read the comments and felt speechless, his eyes sorrowful as he thought, the number of followers is getting smaller and smaller. He tried to stay optimistic, but there are still people who always cheer for me, let's just take it slow. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Deokwa. Hyung-seok, with his handsome appearance, showed up and said shyly, I was just on my way home and dropped by to visit you for a bit. The door was open, so... He pretended not to know anything and asked, what are you doing? Are you broadcasting a live video? Deokwa's heart was pounding with extreme excitement. Hyung-seok continued to play dumb, asking, I didn't even know since when you started doing this. He suggested, let's do it together, let's sing the song we sang at the festival. Deokwa was speechless at this moment, thinking to himself, how did he know? He sniffled, deeply moved. He really is a good person. Deokwa regained his composure and guided him, alright, let's do this, come over here. Hyung-seok asked joyfully, really? Deokwa screamed internally, thank you, Hyung-seok. Deokwa's live room went on air again. The people who were still following them thought humorously, not this again, good lord. But as soon as they entered, they saw Hyung-seok's handsome face. He asked, can I sit here? Deokwa answered seriously, yes, you are the guest. Hyung-seok showed off his flawless side profile and replied humorously, this is really awesome. The live room exploded with his appearance. Looking at the new face, they thought happily, great, this is absolutely perfect. More and more people tuned in and donated balloons in droves. People everywhere spread the word to each other, open Paprika and watch, oh my god it's so good. Which channel is it today? Can you get online now? A girl received the news and immediately opened Deokwa's livestream. The voice on the other end of the phone said, how is it? Have you seen it? It's amazing, right? On the livestream, Hyung-seok was introducing, we would like to present a song. Deokwa followed up, please listen. A scream snapped Lala back to reality. At this moment, she was shocked to the point of freezing. Lala stuttered, this is, the handsome guy from that day. She recalled in disbelief, J1 High School, the handsome guy from the auction. Lala couldn't help but exclaim in shock, he is right in front of me, is it destiny? She thought generously, let's gift a lot of balloons, maybe I'll receive 1,000 balloons. I have to let him know who I am. Suddenly, Lala's face darkened. She realized that another account was also generously gifting a lot of balloons to Hyung-seok. Who is this? Which bitch is it this time, wanting to fight me? The gift-giving battle began. Lala was furious. How dare you fight me, you bitch? Here's 3,000 at once just for the thrill. Do you even know how much my monthly allowance is? After being continuously surpassed in the item race, she completely broke down and collapsed onto the chair. Lala was dazed, she had gifted everything and still lost. She was miserable and didn't understand what was happening. What on earth is this? Why can't I get that handsome boy? Meanwhile, in a luxurious high-rise building, Jae-yeol watched Hyung-seok's livestream, smiling mysteriously. As for Hyung-seok and Deokwa, looking at the income statistics board at that moment, the two couldn't help but be stunned by the massive amount they received in just one streaming session. Their jaws dropped, unable to believe their eyes. That day, Hyung-seok had a completely new experience regarding making money, thinking, I wonder, is it this easy to earn money? Witnessing the huge disparity in life that the two bodies brought, he exclaimed, this is truly insane. Hyung-seok, in his old body, returned to work at the convenience store, calculating the bill for alcohol and rice balls for the customers. It's 3,001, sir. Suddenly recognizing the familiar man with an untidy beard, he asked, do you need a bag for this, sir? The man said nothing, keeping a cold expression, quickly taking his items and leaving. He sighed in relief and said goodbye. With no customers around, he started thinking about how to use the money he and Deokwa had split. The money earned today was equal to his entire month's salary. Why was he so flustered? His head ached. This was a night to think about all sorts of things. Hyung-seok thought excitedly, what should I spend on after taking the money from Deokwa? Deokwa wanted to give him all the money earned today, but he disagreed, so the money was split in half. The first thought that popped into his head wasn't buying things for himself, but for his mother. I'll buy a gift for Mom, she'll definitely be very happy. Suddenly, he absent-mindedly thought, as for the remaining money. Next, he thought of his dream girl. Should I buy a gift for Yui? Instantly, his face flushed red, feeling embarrassed and full of anxiety. This is too embarrassing, she wouldn't confess to me, would she? The sound of the opening door interrupted Hyung-seok's thoughts. Welcome. Suddenly, Hyung-seok looked up and was immediately speechless. He saw Kim Yui walking in with a man named Ju Young. She said in annoyance, don't you know it's cold? It's already October. Looking at him, muscular, tattooed, wearing sunglasses, and only a tank top in the cold weather, he replied, real men aren't afraid of the cold. Ah, seeing him grumble, he was just getting goosebumps, right? Hyung-seok's expression changed as he silently stammered, Yui. Ju Young stubbornly argued, it's just because I'm breaking out in hives. He felt suspicious as he looked at the man standing next to her. Who is this? Hyung-seok wondered. Is it her older brother, he reassured himself. Right, it's late, so she must have come to the convenience store with her older brother for safety. Lost in his thoughts, Hyung-seok felt sympathetic, seeing how different Yui's brother looked from her, she must be feeling quite uncomfortable. Suddenly, his eyes looked down at what they brought to the counter to pay for. Looking at the vivid box of condoms right in front of him, Hyung-seok panicked. This is... He stared at the two in confusion, thinking, with her older brother? Why are they buying adult products like this? Yu Yang awkwardly said, ring these up separately. Suddenly, Kim Yui caught Hyung-seok staring. Startled, he quickly averted his gaze and awkwardly said, no. She quickly shifted her anger and embarrassment onto Hyung-seok, gritting her teeth with a face full of contempt. What the hell are you looking at? Is it your first time seeing this, you filthy pig? Yu Yang took the opportunity to say, right, how about we just don't buy this? Kim Yui, both angry and embarrassed, scolded, what kind of crap are you talking about, is he teasing? I don't want to buy it anymore either. Hyung-seok looked at the scene in front of him, confused, thinking, Yui, what? He still harbored some hope, staring at the two of them and guessing, are they twins? Suddenly, Yu Yang also noticed his gaze directed at Kim Yui. Hyung-seok felt guilty and turned away. Yu Yang changed his tone, turning to him and growling angrily, hey, turn back here, you pig. What were you thinking when you looked at her? After that, he cursed at him with a barrage of vulgar words, while Kim Yui looked at him with sheer disgust. She muttered with contempt, filthy. Hyung-seok couldn't believe it, thinking to himself, it can't be Yui. Seeing that Hyung-seok was trying to avoid him, Ju-young furiously asked, "Hey, are you ignoring me?" Seeing him space out, he called out, "Hey, hello." Hyung-seok was still lost in his thoughts about the Kim Yui of his imagination. Yui, the image of her gently calling, Hyung-seok. He was so shocked that he was speechless, thinking about Kim Yui. Oh my god, she is. Hyung-seok remembered when she talked to him, that kind Yui, that holy girl. Seeing her cursing at him right now gave him fucking goosebumps. Why are you looking at me like that, you punk? He thought to himself, so she is this kind of girl? Kim Yui looked at him with contempt. This guy must be a fucking pervert. Ju-young also scolded, "You bastard, how dare you ignore me?" Hyung-seok was still drowning in his thoughts. I never thought Yui would be like this. Ju-young was enraged by his attitude and raised his hand, lunging forward to slap him. Hyung-seok was shocked, completely not hearing what he said. Yui, is this how it is? I'm really a bit disappointed. Suddenly, Hyung-seok's body swayed, and thanks to that, he dodged Ju-young's slap. The two of them were surprised to see him dodge the attack. Ju-young was startled and thought, what? He dodged it? Hyung-seok was still in his own world, whispering, my Yui, is this a dream? Seeing him stand there blankly made him even madder, this pig. He gritted his teeth, both angry and embarrassed in front of Kim Yui, thinking, I've been fighting for 10 years, my strike. Suddenly, a shout rang out, hey. Hyung-seok replied, yes. At this moment, he finally snapped back to reality. I came back to the present thanks to that shout. Ju-young, refusing to yield, continued to rush forward. You dirty pig, I went too easy on you just now, didn't I? Hyung-seok closed his eyes tightly in fear and internally cried out, no, why is he suddenly hitting me? My whole body froze as that punch approached. Another shout rang out, hey. Hyung-seok joyfully opened his eyes slowly. The commotion stopped. Who was it? Jin-sung suddenly appeared like a god. He said, wait a minute. Hyung-seok was suddenly confused. Jin-sung? Ju-young yelled in frustration, who are you, you bastard? Kim Yui quickly spoke up, this guy is in my class. He turned back to look at Jin-sung, saying disdainfully, same class? So he's a freshman, right? Jin-sung found it strange at this moment and wondered, is he that girl Kim Yui's boyfriend? Looks like a gangster. He thought again. I shouted unconsciously, didn't even realize what was happening. Why is this chubby guy getting beaten up? Hyung-seok was frantic and worried at this point, what if he hits me too? Jin-sung looked at his fearful demeanor and guessed, could it be that he is always getting beaten up like this? He recalled the beating he had given him earlier and felt a bit guilty, slightly awkward. Jin-sung spoke up, listen, I don't know what's going on here, but... He tried to compromise, please don't hit him, okay? I still owe him a debt. Jin-sung continued, do you know that getting beaten up like that isn't pleasant at all? Hyung-seok looked at him speaking up for him, his eyes welling with tears of emotion. Jin-sung. Ju-young tried to act aggressive and said disdainfully, are you provoking me? You kids nowadays don't know how to respect anyone at all. He continued to challenge, do you know who I am? Suddenly, Jin-sung saw the bag he was holding in his hand. Ju-young continued to threaten, have you never heard of Lee Ju-young from Jonha High School? He was suspicious, that wallet. Jin-sung understood everything. He caught Kim Yui's weakness and asked sarcastically, hey Kim Yui, you're pretty gutsy, aren't you? Jin-sung looked at her with contempt, how dare you do that when you already have a boyfriend? Ju-young didn't understand what they were talking about. Hearing that, Kim Yui reacted strongly and screamed, what? Jin-sung said bluntly, that wallet, wasn't it what you tried to give to Hyung-seok the other day? She felt guilty, her eyes filled with extreme panic, and hastily covered it up. Hey, what the hell are you talking about? Please get lost. Ju-young seemed to have vaguely realized it, saying calmly, wait. His eyes were sharp and cold as he ordered Jin-sung, you, keep talking. Kim Yui shouted in panic, hey. Jin-sung looked at his expression and was also calm. He was silent for a moment and then continued, there's a pretty handsome guy in my class. Kim Yui is madly in love with him. She's always following him around, giving him gifts. Hey. She tried to interrupt Jin-sung's words, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? He pointed, those pants were also given to him by Kim Yui but were rejected. Jin-sung saw through Kim Yui's tricks and continued to expose her truth. Unfortunately, he's also quite swayed by her, so he didn't see her true colors. Kim Yui hastily denied it, not hesitating to drag Jin-sung down, it's all lies. He also liked me but got rejected, that's why he's acting like this. His face at this moment looked as if he had swallowed a fly, thinking, what? Jin is way cuter than you. Yang ignored Kim Yui's explanation and asked, hey, how do you know all this? Jin-sung calmly replied, I sit next to him. At this moment, Yang's body trembled with anger, and he growled, hey, Kim Yui. She desperately cried out, no, don't believe him. Yang gave Kim Yui a deadly look and said, you're messing with me again. She turned pale, realizing he was truly furious, and immediately tried to justify herself. I promised you before, didn't I? I will never do that again. I only have you. Just as she was about to continue, Kim Yui took a powerful punch straight to the face. Her panicked scream rang out, startling Jin-sung and Hyung-seok, who were standing outside. Kim Yui screamed in agony, "Ah, my nose." Yoo-young cracked his knuckles and gritted his teeth, saying, "Shut up, you bitch." He kicked her in the stomach, saying, "This is the second time I've been led by the nose, right?" Yoo-young then stomped hard on Kim Yui's head on the ground, cursing, "You fucking bitch." The sound of his beating and cursing echoed endlessly. "You lied to me again, do you think I'm that easygoing? Before, you met those guys who gave you balloons, then went out with them and told me they were just sponsoring you, right?" Kim Yui still cried foul. "That was another girl on Paprika back then. It wasn't me." Yoo-young didn't stop. "Shut up, I can't fucking believe you anymore." She had to say, "I'm sorry." Hyung-seok turned pale watching this scene. Yui. Suddenly, Jin-sung's voice rang out again, "Hey, you crazy bastard." He couldn't stand watching it anymore and said, "You're beating your girlfriend, both of you are trash." Yoo-young turned to Jin-sung, asking angrily, "Crazy? Trash? I'm really crazy today." He threatened Kim Yui, who was lying bruised on the ground, "You bitch, just lie there and wait for me." Juhi raised her voice and said, "Come here." Hyung-seok panicked and thought, "Police, I must call the police right now." At this moment, Han-nul was wearing an off-shoulder tube top while live streaming. She happily made a heart shape with her hands and said, "Gangnam landlord, are you joining today too? Thank you. Here's a kiss." She thought triumphantly, "Lured another guy. To win, I must cling to this weirdo at all costs." Han-nul winked, smiled brightly, and said, "Thanks." She secretly determined, "I have to be even cuter, I must keep this guy around." Han-nul thought, "He's the richest weirdo I've ever met." Behind the screen of the Gangnam landlord account, the ugly hand of a guy appeared. He secretly sighed, "Han-nul, she is so gentle." Her voice came from the computer, "Thank you." Han-nul's cute voice rang out, "Gangnam landlord?" He thought, Han-nul must be into me. It turned out the account owner was a hideous guy sitting in a room full of trash. Gangnam calculated, "I only have 60,000 won of unemployment insurance left, and a few dozen balloons as gifts." He said greedily, "I must use the rest of this money to buy more balloons, then survive on this cup noodle for tomorrow. Han-nul is waiting for me to arrive." Gangnam hallucinated, "She is completely different from that biggie, that filthy bitch I wasted so much money on. What dog shit luck back then, I actually went to her house only to be greeted by a thug." He recalled the time he gifted balloons to Kim Yui, and she asked, "What do you do for a living? I'm wondering why you have so much money." Gangnam landlord thought to himself, "My job? I just do manual labor." In the comments section, it was full of speculations that he was a CEO or running a big business. Gangnam landlord thought, "No, this is not a lie. I was supposed to be someone like that. The reason I ended up like this is entirely because of my parents and society." He blamed, "It's because I have a sick father." His father lay on a pile of garbage nearby, calling out weakly, "Dad is so hungry." He immediately complained, "Dad, what is it now? You wet yourself again, oh my god." Gangnam landlord thought again, "This whole society, this whole world is against me." He obsessively thought, "This corrupt government doesn't know how to nurture a talent like me." His incessant yelling at his father continued, "Please, you have to try to hold it in, just pee once a day." The old man whispered, "Dad is sorry." Gangnam landlord thought perversely, "I can't be blamed. This is not my life." He looked at the people sending gifts to Han-nul and got angry, "Who is this? How dare they give my Han-nul so many balloons? I cannot lose Han-nul." Gangnam landlord went crazy, "I have to buy everything with whatever savings I have left. A man cannot lose face in front of his woman." Han-nul's gentle voice rang out on the livestream, "Thank you, Mr. Gangnam landlord, for giving me another 2,000 balloons. Let me sing a love song for you." He thought happily, "I'm finally recognized." He stared passionately at her through the computer screen, "What should I do tomorrow? I have to go get money to gift her even more balloons. It's not a waste at all, Han-nul likes me now. I don't want to do manual labor anymore, a person of my caliber is not suited for those kinds of jobs." Gangnam landlord thought angrily, "Everything is because of this society. My plan from now on is to save 100 million won. I need money." He maliciously calculated his father, the bank mortgage book, the savings book, and his disability pension. In his psychotic thoughts, he fantasized about all of his savings. "I will be able to marry you if things keep progressing like this." The perverted Gangnam landlord imagined Han-nul saying, "I love you." He daydreamed in his own thoughts. His mouth muttered creepily, "I love you too." Behind his back, his weak, elderly father lay motionless, groaning, "Hungry, so hungry." The guy thought like a curse, "Once I get her, her money will also be my money. Inside the convenience store where Hyung-seok was working at this moment, Yoo Yang laughed angrily. "You damn brat." He said, "I'm telling you, I've been pissed off for a while now." Jin Sung looked at his reaction in confusion. Yoo Yang held his head, waving his hand toward him and said, come here, I won't hit you." He stealthily lifted his glasses, glancing at Jin Sung and said, "I won't hit you, I really won't." Yoo Yang pretended to approach him and said, "No, seriously, come here." Suddenly, he swung his fist, unexpectedly attacking Jin Sung, but was caught by him with one hand. Shock was clearly visible on his face, unable to believe that a student could be so strong. Jin Sung watched him playing dirty tricks without saying a word. He acted completely confident and threw out a challenging threat. Scared yet? I was just trying to scare you a bit first." Yoo Yang planned to play dirty, pretending to get closer and then continued his sneak attack. "This is the real one." Jin Sung gently dodged the attack without breaking a sweat. Jin Sung found his actions extremely baffling. He turned and called out, "Hey, Kim Yui." The girl with a swollen face replied, "Yeah." Jin Sung asked, "Are you close to me, Jin?" Kim Yui answered in confusion, "Kim me, Jin?" "Not really close." The two conversed without caring about Yoo Yang, who was screaming, "Hey, you bastard. Do you want to die?" He then instructed, "Alright, if so, pretend you didn't see anything tonight." "Okay," Jin Sung waved his hand and said, "let's just say I didn't mess with this guy, I haven't been in a fight, alright?" Without waiting for Kim Yui to answer, Jin Sung turned to Yoo Yang to lecture him. "A man hitting a woman is a no-go." The guy raised his fist and rushed forward. "Do you know who I am?" Right after he finished speaking, a thunderous punch landed straight on Yoo Yang's face. Hyung-seok and Kim Yui were startled and panicked. Jin Sung stood from above, looking down with a calm expression, and said, "I don't need to know." Yoo Yang coughed violently, cough, cough. He was dizzy, "I couldn't see anything." He said disdainfully, "Does it hurt?" "That's how it feels when you go around hitting others." His mind buzzed, thinking, "No, if I lose here, I can't let myself be humiliated like this." Yoo Yang tried to crawl up, rushing forward like a mad bull, screaming, "Damn it!" Jin Sung just used one hand and punched him in the face again. Yoo Yang didn't give up, continued to rush forward, screaming, "You bastard!" Jin Sung used one hand again and gave him 2 consecutive punches. Taking the punches, Yoo Yang thought in confusion, "I couldn't see anything, who is this bastard?" Hyung-seok watched from the outside and marveled, "Oh my god, so fast, with just one hand, could I even dodge that?" He observed and evaluated. The punch was thrown with a fully extended arm and had a short stopping point. Hyung-seok was stunned by Jin Sung's skills. It was completely different from a normal straight punch. Was it a boxing technique? He focused on looking at them and thought, "I've learned this before, it's called a lead straight punch." Suddenly, Hyung-seok unexpectedly discovered something. Jin Sung's movements were very special. Yes, it was completely different from a normal straight punch. He rotated his body to concentrate force into the fist. Hyung-seok was surprised. The attack took advantage of the recoil from rotating the whole body. He tried to understand the movement Jin Sung had just used, rotating to one side. What is this called? While he was analyzing, Yoo Yang took another powerful punch from Jin Sung. He fell backward, his sandals flying into the sky. Hyung-seok and Kim Yui were once again startled. Jin Sung's eyes were extremely sharp. Hyung-seok thought to himself, "This is the first time I've seen a hook punch." With a tense face and eyes showing clear astonishment, he analyzed, he put his whole body weight into the strike. It's much stronger than a straight punch. Yoo Yang held his face and rolled on the ground. Jin Sung lectured, "No matter what she did." He looked at him with sharp eyes and an uncompromising attitude, "You shouldn't hit women." Hearing that, Kim Yui couldn't help but look at Jin Sung in surprise. He continued, "People say you shouldn't hit women even with a bird." Hyung-seok and Kim Yui were secretly speechless, thinking, "It should be a flower." Jin Sung suddenly turned around and reminded again, "And you, remember to keep it a secret." Kim Yui startled and replied, "Yeah." Hyung-seok thought to himself, Jin Sung is really. He turned to him again and said, "Also, we're even now." Jin Sung was a bit embarrassed about his past actions with Hyung-seok and said, "If you still think it's not fair, then I'll let you punch me, but don't tell me Jin." Hyung-seok suddenly thought, does he feel apologetic? In a gym, the chatter was lively. Come to think of it, sunglasses are just glasses, right? He can't do anything even if he sees us. Next to him, Leun Tae's ears twitched as if he were listening to the conversation. Suddenly, they turned around and saw him trembling, unable to put the weights down, and said, "Hey student, what's wrong? Is it too heavy? You're usually strong, are you sick today?" Tears streamed down Leun Tae's face. His ears naturally got itchy while working out, so he couldn't do anything at all. Inside Gangnam landlord's house, he thought in despair, "I've spent it all." His father was lying sick in bed, but in his mind, he only thought about how all the savings and disability money were gone, and now he couldn't afford to buy balloons anymore. He thought with hatred, Hanul is treating me so differently today, someone else is going to steal her. Hanul's voice rang out through the screen, "Oh wow Wang Jin, thank you for the 100 balloons you gifted, we have so many followers now." His face looked terrifying, anxiously biting his nails. "Impossible, Hanul can't do this to me, she has accepted all my feelings from the very beginning." He stared at her with a perverted look. "I don't want us to be separated, has she betrayed me, betrayed our feelings?" Gangnam landlord thought bitterly, "She is just like Yui, is she also a sly fox pretending to be nice to guys like me?" He bit his nails until they bled, frantically blaming, "I can't forgive this, why is the whole world turning its back on me like this?" Hanul said goodbye to the live viewers. "I'm going to end the live stream here for today, good night and sweet dreams everyone." She said, "Kiss." Gangnam landlord zoomed in and stared at Hanul's chest on the screen. He looked at her with a face full of lust, unable to take his eyes off. Gangnam landlord swallowed his saliva, wiped his mouth, and whispered, "I suppose." He desperately thought, "I have to go meet her first, I want to share my feelings with her when we meet." Gangnam landlord quickly took a screenshot of where she was streaming live. "Gotcha." He focused on the window looking out from her room. Zooming in, he seemed to find the clue he suspected. Outside that window was... Gangnam landlord scrutinized every detail to not miss any clues. "What does that sign say?" "Zoom in, it's too blurry, so I can't guess it at all." He concentrated intensely, trying to search for any keywords resembling it. "Mai's apartment complex? Is it Miamide or me something? Let's try searching for Inspector Apartments with these names and see." Typing the apartment name to search online, he deduced 39 results, 42 results, 31 results. If I try all the keywords at once, there will probably be hundreds of results. Gangnam landlord changed his search method, trying with Street View. The Inspector Apartment is on the second floor, with a phone booth right below. He sophisticatedly filtered, searching more smartly. Opposite that apartment is a villa, and on the second floor is Hanul's house. Gangnam landlord analyzed the building's paint color as red, with the sun rising from behind. So that housing area must face south. Ignoring all the unlikely results, he went to check all the relevant areas. After narrowing down the range of possible apartments where Hanul was living, he was overjoyed. "Oh man. I'm going to meet her soon, then our eyes will meet, we'll look at each other and smile, then talk, then hold hands, then..." Gangnam landlord thought he would be Hanul's husband. Hanul was deep in thought on her way home. She excitedly thought, "If I try a little harder, I will beat Kim Yui. Let's go home early to stream the video." She happily chuckled to herself, "Hyung-seok is waiting for me." Behind her back, Gangnam landlord stared at her. With eyes looking at prey, he happily said, "Found her." In the street where Hanul lived, she was struggling to find her clothes. Hanul asked her mother, "Mom, where is my laundry? Is it not done washing yet? I don't see it in the laundry basket." Her mother immediately scolded, "Where did you leave it that you are asking me?" She replied in confusion, "No, I just took it off and left it here." Hanul thought in confusion, "How strange, it's not in the washing machine either. My things have been getting lost like this a lot lately." Gangnam landlord looked at her silhouette appearing through the window, then pervertedly sniffed her panties. Under the street lamp, he sat there dazed in ecstasy. His perverted face savored Hanul's scent and was overjoyed because he was closer to the person he loved. Inside the convenience store, Hyung-seok thought about the fight just now and exclaimed, "Today was really crazy, I was terribly shocked." Recalling his earlier thoughts, he had never known Yui's personality was like that. Hyung-seok felt restless, his heart so confused, he really wanted to take a break from work today. Suddenly, a customer arrived. "Hello." The customer who had just arrived was the pervert who had been following Hanul earlier. Hyung-seok thought to himself, he's here again, the person who comes here every day. In Hyung-seok's head was a determined self-reminder, always buying soju, when I grow up, I definitely won't be like that. He observed the man staring intently at his phone screen and wondered, always staring at the phone, what's so interesting in there? After getting a clearer look, Hyung-seok was truly shocked to realize the livestreamer was his classmate, Hanul. It was Hanul doing a live stream. He thought, why is he watching Hanul's live video, watching and smiling while walking? After sneaking a peek at the man's phone screen, he was caught by the other party. The man stared at him terrifyingly. Hyung-seok was too scared to stammer a word. Confused by the man's gaze, he realized he had been caught. The man put his items on the counter and said, "Here." Hyung-seok was startled and replied, "Yes, yes." Hyung-seok was sick of the man always being so depraved, and exclaimed, "Soju again? It's always like this." Suddenly, an item in his basket made him suspicious. "What is this?" Hyung-seok was completely terrified, not knowing what the man would use it for. In the alley where Hanul lived, her mother forced her to take out the trash. Walking and chatting with her friend on the phone, Hanul laughed happily. Carrying the trash bag out is really annoying, really, cool. She was so engrossed in her conversation that she didn't pay attention to her surroundings. Paprika? Ah, I'm not doing it today, those guys with too much free time giving me money again. What do you want to eat then? Hanul only ended the call as she got near the garbage dump. See you that day then. Bye. She walked quickly, wanting to get out of this dark alley as soon as possible. Who else can I call now? It's so dark here, so scary. Suddenly, behind her, a figure unexpectedly emerged from the darkness and someone asked, "Excuse me." Hanul turned around to see a sloppy middle-aged man, with one hand hidden behind his back, who was none other than Gangnam landlord. He pretended to ask, "Could I ask for directions for a bit?" She looked at this stranger in panic. His face looked extremely suspicious, terrifying the girl, making her exclaim in her thoughts. What the hell, this guy looks too suspicious. All of the girl's senses were on high alert. It's so late, the street is empty, and suddenly a guy pops out to ask for directions. Hanul stammered, "I don't know the way." She tried to keep calm, thinking, "You are 100% a creep." Stepping back, she refused, saying, "I don't know at all." Her heart panicked, "Please just go away." Just as Hanul was in despair, a loud scream suddenly rang out, cutting through the tense atmosphere. Hanul! Hyung-seok rushed over, his chubby arm reaching out, his face showing clear worry as he hurriedly shouted, "Run!" That call surprised her greatly. The chubby and clumsy guy made Hanul panic. What now, this fat guy? She didn't understand what was going on. Where have I seen him before? Hyung-seok shielded her and shouted loudly, "Hanul, hurry up." She was utterly confused. How does he know my name? Looking at both of them, Hanul thought in annoyance, anyway, a pervert and a fat guy. On the other side, Gangnam landlord pretended to be harmless, sorry. Hyung-seok kept shouting, "Hanul." She thought dizzily, looking at both guys, finding both equally annoying. Hyung-seok could only stammer, "This guy." He fearfully informed Hanul, "He just bought a knife." Gangnam landlord turned his back, but his hand tightly gripped a gleaming kitchen knife. She suddenly looked over at him. He was still wearing a terrifying smile. The pervert's look suddenly became more terrifying than ever, no longer a cryptic smirk, but absolute fury. He swung the knife up. Hyung-seok and Hanul looked at Gangnam landlord in utter terror, his face twisted in madness. The knife was raised high as he screamed sick curses, "You bitch, how dare you treat your husband like this? It's the loser who always gifts balloons." Hyung-seok thought in horror, "Run, I have to run." But right at that moment, despite his thirst for survival, he suddenly thought, "But, if I dodge him, then Hanul will." Gangnam landlord kept cursing and charging forward, "Bastard, damn it." Hyung-seok panicked, "What should I do?" When the knife rushed right before his eyes, he knew it was too late. As the sharp blade was about to touch his flesh, a stream of memories was suddenly triggered, flashing like a spark of electricity at that exact moment. Right in that life or death second, I remembered Jin-sung at that time. He suddenly perfectly recreated every lightning-fast movement, throwing a powerful punch that knocked Gangnam landlord's knife away. Both he and Hanul were surprised by his action. The knife fell to the street and rolled away. He thought happily, "I did it, I survived." Hyung-seok calculated, "What should I do now? Gangnam landlord hasn't reacted yet." He immediately thought, "Next is." Hyung-seok thought of Jin-sung's skillful uppercut technique. He immediately followed it. That's right. He rushed forward to perform an uppercut. Gangnam landlord showed a look of sudden panic and squeezed his eyes shut, but he missed the punch. The guy didn't feel pain and opened his eyes in confusion. Even though Hyung-seok attacked, he was still in a state of panic because the punch didn't achieve the desired effect. His arms were too short. He analyzed, the uppercut was quite strong, but the distance created was too short, therefore he needed to get closer to the opponent. Gangnam landlord immediately took advantage of this loophole. He screamed, "What the hell is this? What kind of breed are you?" His eyes were full of anger and madness as he swaggered forward. "Who are you, you bastard? Hanul is mine." The scene was extremely chaotic. Hyung-seok panicked. "It's too dangerous." He quickly pressed Hanul down to shield her. "Hanul." In his mad fit, Gangnam landlord yelled terrifying words, "You dare to ignore me, am I that ugly?" Hanul, desperate with tears welling up in her eyes, thought, "What should I do?" She vaguely remembered, this fat guy. She recalled the time before. That's right, it was then, the fat guy who came to pick up Hyung-seok. The perverted Gangnam landlord outside was still screaming non-stop, "I gave that girl all the balloons I had, I must touch her." At this moment, Hanul firmly thought, it's the fat guy from back then. He picked up the knife on the ground and muttered, "The finishing blow." Gangnam landlord was completely controlled by his mad fit, screaming in sick indignation as he rushed forward with the knife. "I didn't do anything wrong, everything is your fault." Suddenly, a dumbbell flew in from nowhere. It landed right on Gangnam landlord's face, making him dizzy and collapse instantly. Hyung-seok and Hanul looked in surprise at the person who had just arrived. Lee Eun-tae suddenly looked at Hyung-seok and called out, "You." He didn't hesitate to praise, "You're quite handsome, you know that?" Lee Eun-tae said frankly, "I like you already." The Gangnam landlord rolled on the ground in agony. My face. Hyung-seok now saw the newcomer clearly and was secretly startled. Vasco. The Gangnam landlord kept screaming, becoming even more agitated. I will kill you. Finishing blow. I must deal with you guys. It hurts so much. Lee Eun-tae glared at him. I saw everything, you cruel bastard. He spoke out, signaling an unforgiving punishment. I guess I have to give you a beating. Going back in time a little bit, the Gangnam landlord had brought a knife to look for Han-nul. He smiled weirdly while watching Han-nul's livestream and approaching her housing area. After seeing him buy a knife, Hyung-seok anxiously followed him to see what he was up to. He clearly saw his unusual behavior. He was watching Han-nul's video while carrying a knife. Hyung-seok told himself, I must follow him because this guy looks too suspicious. He took out his phone and started dialing the emergency number. He worried, I can't leave the convenience store unattended, I should just call the police. The ringing sound lasted for a tense moment, and finally, the call was connected. 113 listening. He rejoiced, the call went through. Hyung-seok reported the situation. Yes, there's a guy walking on the street carrying a knife. The police asked, where are you? He immediately replied, yes, in an alley. The voice on the other end asked urgently, are you being threatened? Hyung-seok whispered, no. The other side asked again, is that guy drunk? He tried to speak softly, I'm not sure. The police seemed impatient and said, please speak up a bit. Hyung-seok irritably replied, I'm hiding while calling. The other side said with suspicion, how the hell can there be a guy walking on the street carrying a knife? Can you give us the address? He panicked and replied, please hurry up. The rapid-fire, unfocused questions rang out. Is it a razor, a kitchen knife, or a butcher knife? Hyung-seok seemed to have lost his patience. I'm so confused right now, why are you asking so much? The police promised to send someone right away. I'll send someone there immediately. Trying to press himself against the wall, he stammered, yes. He thought to himself, I can't trust these people in this life or death situation. He tried to think of another source of help. Is there no one else who can help? Anyone. And then, a name flashed in Hyung-seok's mind. He remembered Vasco's words, come find me. He took a risk. What if it's Vasco? He had given him his phone number during a dangerous moment. The number he gave me before, will he answer it? The distress call to Lee Eun-tae was connected. His voice rang out hesitantly, hello. Hyung-seok thought happily, wow, he answered. He stammered, are you exercising? You must be busy, right? Seeing that Lee Eun-tae was busy, Hyung-seok thought in disappointment, I shouldn't have called. Hyung-seok said shyly, no, it's nothing, there's just a guy. Clutching the knife, Lee Eun-tae's cold, serious voice suddenly rang out, where are you? He asked again, where's the bad guy? Hyung-seok hesitantly replied, near the convenience store. Suddenly, the Gangnam landlord's voice was heard, excuse me. He was startled and panicked. Oh no, he's talking to Han-nul. The man was pretending to ask her for directions. Let me ask you for directions. Hyung-seok thought to himself, this is too dangerous. He threw his phone to the ground, ran towards Han-nul, and screamed, Han-nul, run. On the other end of the line, Lee Eun-tae shouted, near which part? Where is it? Hyung-seok recalled that at that moment, he couldn't give him clear directions. Lee Eun-tae walked over to the Gangnam landlord and said, I saw everything while running here. That was really dangerous. He panted and said to Hyung-seok, you. Lee Eun-tae tried to breathe heavily and continued, you're pretty cool. Hyung-seok thought to himself about the phone call, did he run around this whole area? Lee Eun-tae then sighed in relief, it feels so much more comfortable not carrying a dumbbell. Hyung-seok was speechless, looking at him and thinking, did he run while carrying a dumbbell? He should have left it behind. Then, looking at Lee Eun-tae's outfit, he wondered even more, and what's with those pants? The Gangnam landlord, holding the knife in a state of extreme madness, stood up and said, it hurts, it really hurts. Again, rejecting me, suppressing me again. His face distorted from his injuries and anger, he shouted loudly, I won't lose her. Damn it, you all have to die. The Gangnam landlord roared, I don't even know how many times I gifted her balloons. Hyung-seok looked at his injuries in panic. It must hurt a lot, is anything broken or fractured? Han-nul was stunned and couldn't believe her realization at this moment. No way, that's... He gripped the knife tightly and yelled, you guys, always bullying me. Gangnam landlord had lost all his reason at this point, swinging the knife wildly, I didn't do anything wrong. Lee Eun-tae stepped forward, his eyes sharp and cold, gently grabbing his wrist holding the knife. Gangnam landlord was startled and stepped back in fear. Suddenly, Lee Eun-tae grabbed his neck, sheer determination etched on his face. He was wearing funny polka-dot pajama pants, but his actions were very serious and decisive. Lifted up like a chicken by Lee Eun-tae, Gangnam landlord struggled to breathe and stammered, let me go. He stared at him and gave a warning, grown-ups don't play with knives. Gangnam landlord struggled, let me go, ugh. Lee Eun-tae squeezed his wrist tightly, preventing the sharp knife from harming anyone. In pain, he dropped the knife. Gangnam landlord weakly groaned, it hurts so much. Hyung-seok looked at Lee Eun-tae and exclaimed, he's really as strong as a charging buffalo, it's so satisfying to watch every time. On the other side, Ha-nul also realized that he was indeed Gangnam landlord. Lee Eun-tae clenched his fist and lifted him up, preparing to beat him to a pulp. He growled, shut your mouth. Suddenly, a weak voice rang out, making everyone freeze, wait. Gangnam landlord's father, skinny and frail, was trying to move on a small skateboard. His anxious face clearly showed despair and agony as he weakly said, wait, please spare him. He knelt prostrate on the ground, begging toward Lee Eun-tae, he is my only son. I don't know what he did wrong again, but please forgive him. In that moment, Lee Eun-tae's anger seemed to subside, replaced by a quiet reflection. He let Gangnam landlord go. Even in his pathetic state, he still scolded his father, damn it. What is it now, Dad? You monitored my computer and followed me, didn't you? How embarrassing. Even at a time like this, he could still say, what if Ha-nul sees this and hates me? He questioned, what are you doing here, Dad? Ha-nul stood there, completely speechless at him. Gangnam landlord's father still tried to cling to Lee Eun-tae's legs, continuing to beg, he only did wrong because of this father, he is my only child, please forgive him. Seeing that, Gangnam landlord screamed, go away. He kept yelling, go home, Dad. To him, his father's appearance was proof of his own weakness and pathetic nature. He kept cursing, what the hell are you doing, Dad? Hyung-seok looked at him, suddenly remembering how he used to treat his mother. Back when he was ugly, he would often get angry at her, yelling, what have you ever done for me? Hyung-seok thought, looking at him is like looking at myself. Gangnam landlord continued to complain relentlessly, they ignore me, just because of my appearance. They judge my personality, they don't know how to respect me, they discriminate against me. It's not fair at all, everyone has the right to be rich. Lee Eun-tae watched him scream, it's the collective, it's this corrupt government, they abandon, they neglect people like us. Women only care about money, they don't value me, and those damn capitalists too. Hyung-seok thought to himself, I feel really sorry for him. Suddenly, Lee Eun-tae coldly cut him off, I don't understand what you're talking about. He looked at Gangnam landlord's appearance and said, you. With determined eyes, Lee Eun-tae delivered a blunt judgment, don't blame others. He replied with a straightforward question, have you ever done anything with your own strength? This question made Hyung-seok ponder as well. Gangnam landlord still stubbornly justified himself, what do violent and ignorant people like you know? The lowest class of the pyramid, they cannot escape their fate. He constantly made excuses for his actions, we cannot overcome it, everything is useless, what's the point of trying? Lee Eun-tae looked straight into his face, his eyes full of determination, and declared, I have overcome it. Hyung-seok thought to himself, Vasco's words have moved me. They're here, so early. After everything was over, the police finally arrived. Gangnam landlord's father still kept begging, please, officer, please let him go just this once. His hands were now adorned with silver bracelets, yet he seemed unrepentant. As he was escorted to the car, he still kept calling out, Ha-nul, Ha-nul. Hyung-seok breathed a sigh of relief, finally, he was arrested. The people in the neighborhood only now began to whisper, what happened? What's going on? It seems like there was a fight. He couldn't help but be sarcastic. When the police arrived, the people who were nowhere to be seen just moments ago swarmed in as if they knew everything. Lee Eun-tae looked at Hyung-seok and asked, are you okay, fatty? You're doing better now. Suddenly, Ha-nul rushed over and hugged him tightly. She burst into tears and said, fatty, does it hurt a lot? Did he hurt you anywhere? Hyung-seok was startled and thought, Ha-nul. Holding her, he realized Ha-nul's whole body was trembling in waves. She sobbed wordlessly, just recently, surely he still was. Lee Eun-tae, watching this scene, suddenly shed tears. Finally, a very long night also passed. Suddenly, Hyung-seok realized he had forgotten something. Oh no, I forgot. He silently lamented, no, before running off, he had hung up a notice board that read, sorry, I have to go to the toilet. Currently, in front of the store, there were already many people waiting. Hyung-seok screamed inwardly, I'm dead. Everyone angrily scolded, where did that seller go? Did he die in the toilet or what? He rushed over and yelled, I'm sorry. Hyung-seok sighed, that night seemed longer than usual for him. The next day in class, everyone looked at Hyung-seok and sighed. The more they looked at Hyung-seok, the more handsome he seemed. Did something happen to him today? Wow, why is he so hot? He was currently thinking about what Lee Eun-tae said yesterday, have you ever done anything by your own strength? Hyung-seok pondered, Vasco's words just kept lingering in his head. Ha-nul suddenly came to greet him, hi Hyung-seok, good morning. Hyung-seok knew Ha-nul had stopped playing paprika. Hyung-seok asked her, are you okay, Ha-nul? She sighed, making money is really not easy at all. Whatever I earned, I gave it all to that extortionist, and Paprika took a 40% commission. I don't know what to do anymore. He thought to himself, having to go through things like that must be a shock to her. Suddenly, Hanul shyly asked, I wanted to ask you something, your chubby friend, that boy, where does he live? Hyung-seok asked in surprise, him? But what are you asking for? Hanul suddenly flinched. She flusteredly didn't understand what was wrong with her. Why was she thinking about that fat guy when Hyung-seok was already here? She must be going crazy. Hyung-seok looked at her and thought in confusion, I guess she is still affected by the aftermath of that incident. At this moment, Kim Yui suddenly appeared and said, excuse me. Everyone looked at her bruised face and gossiped, look at Yui's face, why did she suddenly get like that? Look at her face. Knowing the reason, Hyung-seok couldn't help but worry, Yui must be in a lot of pain. He remembered Yui's eyes when they met at the store and got goosebumps. Hyung-seok replied to her, Yui. He thought in confusion, what should I say to Yui now? A sleepy Jin-sung beside him also looked at Kim Yui and thought, is this girl still planning to cling to this guy even after being beaten up that badly? What guts? Kim Yui shyly handed a gift to Hyung-seok, this is a handkerchief, I bought it for you. Suddenly she called out, Jin-sung. He stared wide-eyed, not understanding what she was trying to do. Jin-sung thought to himself, did she go crazy after getting beaten? Kim Yui smiled and said, I broke up with him, thank you so much for yesterday. Jin-sung panicked, Ni-jin was paying attention. He glanced at Ni-jin and guiltily replied, what are you talking about? Did we meet yesterday? Are you dreaming? She quickly pretended, oh my, I'm sorry, it's a secret. Ni-jin closed her eyes, ignoring them. Hyung-seok thought, Jin-sung must be worried just like him. On Deokwa's channel, positive responses were now starting to appear. At first I was a bit impolite to you, but you rap very well. I see it now, you are quite a dope rapper. Glad to see your effort. The number of followers had increased, social messages were appearing, and there were 52 new followers. Gradually, Deokwa gained more and more viewers. On her way home from school, Kim Yui thought to herself, Jin-sung, just as I thought, he likes me Jin. Suddenly, a man interrupted her thoughts. Excuse me, BJ Yui, Jong-gun suddenly appeared in front of Kim Yui. She nervously asked, who are you? He smiled and replied, don't be afraid, I'm not a stranger. Jong-gun replied friendly, I just came to ask you something. Kim Yui couldn't help but look at him in confusion. Over here, Jin-sung tagged along after me Jin, explaining, hey, me Jin, it's not like that. She didn't care and said, alright, why do you keep telling me about that? Me Jin said casually, we are not even that close. Jin-sung teared up hearing that. Suddenly a guy walked up and said, there you are. Yuan came looking for Jin-sung, he said, you made me wait like crazy, you sexy pig, today I'll beat you to a pulp. Mi Jin's face darkened as she asked, you've been fighting again, haven't you? Jin-sung stammered, no, that is. She said angrily, I'm going home. Jin-sung called out heartbrokenly, me Jin. He thought in despair, she left, me Jin. Yuan called his gang members to deal with Jin-sung. He whined, brothers, it's this guy. The bald guy holding a cigarette asked, did you catch him? The guy wearing a hat glanced at Jin-sung, let's see his face. Meanwhile, the guy wearing a gold necklace ordered, bring him here. Yuan eagerly replied, yes. The bald guy asked, did you send your girl home because you were afraid of being embarrassed in front of her? Hey, turn around. Seeing Jin-sung crying, the whole group mocked, you must be crying your eyes out right now, aren't you? Yuan smiled confidently and said, you are dead today, kid. Do you know who my bros are? The gangsters looked at Jin-sung with intimidating faces and chimed in, look, we are not that scary. Be a good boy. Enraged, Jin-sung growled, you guys. Seeing him look up, the group immediately murmured, it seems like we've seen this guy somewhere before. Jin-sung turned back to look at them with a deadly glare, why do you guys always ruin my life like this? Suddenly, the whole group turned pale and broke into a cold sweat, it's him. Jin-sung, in pain with tears streaming down his face, screamed, I have nothing left to lose now. Yang, not understanding the situation, still stood there grinning, what? Do you still not realize the situation you are in? He gloated, brothers, this guy is a real idiot. The gangsters were now so terrified they didn't dare to breathe heavily. Come on. Jin-sung furiously cracked his knuckles, all of you, come at me. I'm out of patience today. He muttered, because of you guys. Ni-jin. The gangsters nervously stammered, hello, hey, you see. Jin-sung, just wanting to find a place to vent his anger, yelled, it's all your fault. The sounds of punching and kicking, along with groans, echoed. Jin-sung looks like he has a lot on his mind today, the thugs lying flat on the ground said, trembling. I'm not coming here anymore from now on. The next morning in class, Jin-sung smiled and asked, Nam-soo, you often go to that Rana secondhand store, right? He pleaded, I couldn't get the limited edition Jordan, could you help me find a few? Nam-soo thought to himself, Lee Jin-sung is really. Jin-sung smiled amiably, I don't know much about that Rana secondhand shop, he begged, come on, I'm begging you. Through Nam-soo's eyes, Jin-sung's face looked like a demon saying, do I have to go look for it myself at that shop, huh? If you don't want to die, go do it right now. Nam-soo complained angrily, he's ordering me around. He searched everywhere for shoes for Jin-sung and couldn't help but complain, how the hell does he expect to buy it with this amount of money? G-Dragon wore it, so it must be super rare and hard to find. Nam-soo said in frustration, I'm trying hard, but I can't get it at all. I haven't had any luck yet, let me try begging the sellers. He politely texted a shoe shop, hello, it's autumn now, it must be very cold. Be careful not to catch a cold. I saw a second-hand pair of Jordans for sale on Rana. Can I buy it for 300,000 won? Then he bluntly received the reply, fuck off, get lost. Nam-soo thought dejectedly, my god, just as I thought. He didn't give up and asked everywhere, hello, I'm begging you, please sell me the Jordans for 300,000 won. The admin sarcastically replied, sure, but let me ask you this, how about I tear it apart and then sell it to you for that price? Nam-soo resiliently went to the third shop, hello, I want to buy the pair of Jordans for 300,000 won. The admin replied quite harshly, I'm not fucking joking around. He begged, it's already been worn, once you take it off, the shoes smell just like feet anyway. Please, sell it. The admin showed no mercy and said, get lost. Nam-soo thought in despair, I knew it. He shed tears and thought heartbrokenly, Lee Jin-sung doesn't know shit about prices, and then he goes right to asking me. Will I have to add my own money to buy it for him? One last time, Nam-soo tried messaging another shop, the pair of Jordans for 300,000 won, please. Luckily, he secured the deal, 300,000 won huh, yeah sure. Nam-soo silently cheered in his heart, alright. He thought joyfully, sweet, bingo. Nam-soo continued texting, can I pick it up tomorrow? The admin immediately replied, can I send it to you via parcel? He couldn't help but wonder, a parcel? Nam-soo recalled his painful experience, he couldn't mess with parcels. Previously, he bought a camera and they sent him a box with a whole brick inside. Remembering Jin-sung's terrifying face, he panicked extremely. Not to mention, this was Jin-sung's money too, if something went wrong, he would beat the crap out of him. Nam-soo decided he definitely had to go pick it up himself. He texted back the shop, I have to check the shoes too, please help me out, let me come pick it up myself. Suddenly, the admin texted again, then let's talk on KakaoTalk, don't text like this. Nam-soo found it strange and thought, why KakaoTalk? He was confused, maybe they were regretting the texting fees. Whatever, let's just check it out and see the avatar picture. As soon as he saw a pretty girl, Nam-soo screamed in his heart, a girl, so incredibly beautiful. After the two added each other on KakaoTalk, Nam-soo texted first, hello, you are very pretty. The girl replied, thank you, you are cute too. Nam-soo wondered, thank you, but why is a girl selling men's size shoes? She immediately replied. Those are my brother's shoes, he's preparing to enlist in the military. Nam-soo had no suspicions. Is that so? Then let me come see the goods in person. She explained, I'm very shy, so I only send packages. But then she agreed, alright, you can come see the goods. Nam-soo rejoiced inwardly, success. He was visibly thrilled, a beautiful girl too, he definitely had to thank Lee Jin-sung. At school, Jin-sung frowned and asked, are you really going? He said, hey, you don't necessarily have to do that. Nam-soo enthusiastically replied, no, if I help, I have to help all the way. Not to mention, only if I go can I tell if the goods are real or fake. Nam-soo confidently said, just trust me and don't think too much. Hearing his assurance, Jin-sung didn't stop him anymore. If you say so, then fine, that's more convenient. He said sincerely, I'm sorry, and thanks. Nam-soo smiled and replied, you're welcome. Wickedly thinking to himself, let this kid think he owes me, he calculated, getting to meet a girl and getting thanked to Jin-sung, seeing his enthusiasm, couldn't help but suspect, could it be that he found a cheaper deal and is pocketing the difference? I have to thank him, but it just feels so weird, he thought to himself, let him go because he's been so enthusiastic from the beginning. Nam-soo was thrilled inside, killing two birds with one stone, arriving at the meeting point to check the shoes. Nam-soo wore a dapper outfit, with a wicked expression on his face. He thought, nowadays, you really have to be handsome to be loved by many. Today, I've prepared everything a handsome guy needs. Nam-soo meticulously prepared, these shoulder pads, shoulders must be this broad to make girls fall for me. But pads are indispensable for a more perfect figure, with these but pads, the shaking but is what attracts girls. Finally, to subtly increase height, these heel inserts, with these walker insoles, who would know I'm cheating my height? Nam-soo imagined confidently showing off his personality, like a general wearing armor preparing for battle, just like wearing Iron Man's suit. He thought endlessly, the next step in human evolution lies in beauty. I am getting closer and closer to a perfect human. Nam-soo thought confidently, everyone will have to look up to me. Confidently showing off my personality, he thought while looking at the beauty's avatar. But she is as beautiful as an angel, Nam-soo messaged. Where do you live? She replied, I live in Woolgok. It's quite far, I live near Mighty Station. Nam-soo replied, it's in the exact opposite direction from my place. She concluded, then can we meet at an intermediate station right in the middle? Nam-soo thought to himself, she suggested we could just meet here to cut the distance in half, since it was too far. Suddenly, a girl's voice rang out, excuse me. Nam-soo was nervous, she was here. Hyaji approached and asked, are you the one who wants to buy the shoes? He was so busy admiring the beauty that he didn't answer, she was just too beautiful. Nam-soo greedily thought, let's stall for time with her. He hesitantly replied, we still have to check the shoes, right? Let's find a place to sit. Nam-soo had just said, some quiet cafe, but before he could finish, two guys suddenly appeared and grabbed him. Nam-soo was completely dumbfounded, not understanding anything. Suddenly, the snake-eyed guy spoke up, look straight, look ahead. He panicked, what is this? The guy glanced down and said, give us a smile. Nam-soo was shocked, what the hell is this situation? The blonde mushroom-haired guy next to him threatened, if you even try to give a cry for help, look, you're dead, kid. Open your mouth and you're dead too. Nam-soo was extremely panicked at this moment, what? He cast a pleading look at Hyaji, but received no response. She had no reaction at all. What does this mean? It can't be. Nam-soo sat paralyzed, thinking, while the mushroom-haired guy, in Hwan, ordered, I told you to take it off. The snake-eyed guy, Songpyo, said, just make yourself comfortable like friends. Nam-soo was shocked to realize, was I caught in a trap from the beginning? He was certain that he was going to be extorted for money at this rate. In the dark alley, Nam-soo was pushed into a corner, shrinking back in fear like a mouse. The guy wearing a headband, Eugene, was counting the extorted money from him. 3, 4, 5. Nam-soo thought in panic, they took it all. Songpyo puffed on his cigarette and gloated, how about it, let's go grab some coffee now, sounds good. Looking at this kid's profile picture, I knew he would be easy prey. Nam-soo could only hopelessly pray that this was just a bad dream. Hyaji, standing nearby, spoke up, listen, you weren't talking to me from the start. That's not my number, they just used my profile picture. She looked annoyed and said to Eugene, please stop using my picture on that Rana flea market app, it's so annoying. 28, 29. Hyaji, seeing that he didn't answer, grumbled, are you even listening? Woojin paid no attention and said, alright, exactly 300,000 won. Everything gradually became clear. Nam-soo thought, this guy. Woojin said with satisfaction, it would have been better if you made a small bank deposit first. I can't exactly use a fake bank account. He only belatedly recognized the face of the ringleader now. He was the one who contacted me from the beginning, Nam-soo thought in confusion. What do I do now? Woojin even pointed at the shoes he was wearing and mocked, you really want these shoes, huh? Nowadays, without a hot girl's picture, it's not easy to trap guys like this. Nam-soo ignored his words and just focused on finding a solution. What about Jin-sun's money too? Woojin gloated, Hyaji, see, they always take the bait with your picture, and a fake phone number too. She yelled in annoyance, stop using my picture. In Hwan threatened, let's bounce now. You know what will happen if you report to the police. He glared at Nam-soo and said, I know your home address, your school, your class, everything about you. The gang of extortionists laughed mockingly and said, we're leaving. Count to 100 before you do anything. Bye. Briefly imagining Jin-sung's terrifying face, Nam-soo thought in despair, no, if I get scammed and lose all of Jin-sung's money like this. He gathered all his courage and shouted, wait. The whole gang suddenly turned back to look at Nam-soo. He stammered and begged, guys, please, let me off this one time, okay? That isn't my money. Hearing that, they couldn't help but laugh mockingly, what the hell is this bastard talking about? One of them even exclaimed, fucking hilarious. Nam-soo took a risk and thought, I really don't know a damn thing. He said seriously, it's true, it's the money of a guy who boxes too. Nam-soo naively thought, let's try threatening them and see. He continued to threaten them, saying it was the money of someone extremely scary, and that guy was very good at fighting. Nam-soo tried to persuade them, saying please give it back. Hyaji looked at him pitifully and thought, idiot, how are you going to find us, we use burner phones. She was a bit worried, thinking since they let him go, he should leave quickly. However, Songpyo burst out laughing mockingly and said to In-hwan, this bastard thinks we're cute or something. He looked next to him and asked, what should we do now Eugene, he even bragged about boxing or something. The guy Eugene also replied disdainfully, sigh, this is why I shouldn't smile at kids like you when talking. He looked at Nam-soo and yelled, hey. His eyes glared frighteningly at Nam-soo as he asked, do I look like I'm having fun to you? Eugene stepped closer to him and said, let me show you what is truly scary. You bastard. The crowd outside also chimed in, you're dead, he's also a boxer, kid. At this moment, Nam-soo's face was completely agape in utter despair after a miserable group beating. The next day, Nam-soo went to class to report to Jin-sung. Jin-sung frowned at Nam-soo's condition and asked, so? Hyung-seok beside him was also shocked to see his face. Jin-sung looked at Nam-soo's deformed face, suddenly understood the issue, and said, they took it all. Hyung-seok also overheard Nam-soo's story. Looking at him, he thought, Nam-soo was beaten up pretty badly. Pitiful Nam-soo looked at Jin-sung, bitterly telling himself, I'll definitely get beaten up again. He worried, would he have to return it? Suddenly, Jin-sung asked, you must have been beaten out of nowhere, right? He scratched his head, blaming himself, I should have been the one to go. Seeing that Nam-soo had endured it for him, Jin-sung hesitated for a moment, you had to go through this just because of me, it must hurt a lot, huh? Nam-soo was moved to tears looking at him, thinking, Jin-sung, this is so touching. Suddenly, Jin-sung smiled creepily, a smile full of threat, but absolutely do not lie to me. Kim Yui suddenly walked over and asked, what are you guys talking about, Jin-sung? Everyone was suddenly interrupted. Kim Yui. Hyung-seok thought to himself, lately, Yui has been hanging around where we sit a lot. Nam-soo quickly explained the situation, it's like this, like this. Kim Yui immediately asked, they still haven't abandoned that KakaoTalk account, right? Nam-soo was startled and confirmed, that's right, the account is still there. He searched through the chat history and pointed out, it's her. Everyone gasped, it's a girl? Nam-soo excitedly continued, at first, I thought it was her, but it turned out to be a whole bunch of guys. Jin-sung, sitting in the back, heard this and immediately grasped the main point, saying angrily, now I understand what happened. Nam-soo panicked, having made a slip of the tongue, oh crap, I forgot. Kim Yui spoke from experience, registering a fake phone number still costs money, so they will try to use it until it gets reported to the operator. Ah, a suggestion, try looking up that phone number on the second-hand Nano website. Everyone shouted in surprise, there it is, their entire buying and selling history is still intact. Kim Yui continued to lay out the plan, I think this is a good idea, use your phone to contact them, pretending you want to buy something. What do you think, Jin-sung? Jin-sung smiled wickedly, growling with a laugh, so I get to meet the bastards who dared to steal my money. To carry out the plan of pretending to buy goods, Kim Yui reminded him, Jin-sung, change your profile picture first, you have to talk to them with an innocent face like Nam-soo here, then they will show up. Suddenly, she had a bright idea, that's right. Kim Yui held her phone, looking around the classroom, and said, let's find a slightly stupid-looking face. Suddenly, she pointed the camera and said, Jiho, look here. Jiho didn't understand anything, turned around and said, great. Kim Yui quickly took a snapshot and replied, done, thank you. Jin-sung and the others happily discussed, alright, using Jiho's face to talk will definitely make those guys think he's an easy prey. Someone replied, sounds so damn accurate. Jiho stood frozen, thinking, I don't understand. What are they talking about? Why does it feel a bit uncomfortable? Hyung-seok, who had been listening all this time, looked at Jiho with pity. Jiho, Jin-sung said, now you have to pretend to talk like you want to buy something, right? Kim Yui replied, yeah, that's right. Say that you want to come pick up the goods. After the message was sent, a response was received immediately, and everyone cheered happily. Jin-sung then messaged, hello, I want to buy the uptempo. Can you give me the address to pick it up? The other side replied, hello, you're so cute. How about meeting at Jan Station? If you come there, I'll deduct the train fare. Nam-soo shouted, they said they want to meet at Jan Station. He recounted, when they made an appointment with me, they wanted to meet at the nearest station, right in the middle. Right at this garage, Kim Yui guessed, they might have lived in this area before. Lying about meeting halfway, meaning this area. Seeing her so familiar with this, Hyung-seok wondered and asked, by the way, how do you know so much about these kinds of things? She hesitated and replied, my ex-boyfriend used to scam people like this all the time, so I've seen it a lot. Hyung-seok thought to himself, it's that guy. Kim Yui coquettishly added, if it weren't for Jin-sung, maybe I would still be forced to hang out with him right now. Seeing her playing tricks again, Jin-sung looked towards me Jin, feeling guilty, and whispered, hey. Hyung-seok questioned, your boyfriend did things like that and you just stood there and watched? Kim Yui hesitated, it's because. She justified, because he was too handsome, and I was scared, since he was older than me. Meanwhile, Woo Jin's group continued to target a new prey. They once again used Haiji as bait. The whole group discussed, if that guy wasn't there, then there would be no one at all. In the small alley, the scammed victim arrived, but this person surprised the group a bit. What should we do now? Song Pyo sneered, it's beyond our expectations, right? Woo Jin said sarcastically, your avatar looks so goofy, the scammed victim's nickname is, love will never come back to you. He sized up Gomtain, I didn't expect you to be this big. What, he replied in annoyance, is there a problem with that? The person accompanying him, Don Sa, saw the situation and said, hey, I think this is some kind of scam. Sung-sik sneered, weren't you trying to hit on a pretty girl while doing business, but who would have thought you'd get tricked by her? It turned out these three belonged to the Jan Judo Club. Gomtain angrily questioned, you guys are a bunch of bastards, but you messed with the wrong people. Woo Jin's group still sneered, so what? They confidently replied, you guys have gone through the trouble of coming all the way here, just leave the money and get lost, I'll pay for your travel expenses. Don Sae frowned and said, what? You dogs? Gomtain got furious, come here, you. Sung-sik asked with contempt, can't you see what's about to happen? Suddenly, Song Pyo rushed forward, kicking Don Sae in the face before he could react. He smiled confidently and asked, so, do you see what's happening now? Gomtain was furious, you. Sung-sik was a bit panicked and cursed, you bastards. Woo Jin smiled smugly and said, you truly are a taekwondo master. In Hwan also chimed in, kick them away. In Hwan also joined the battle, charging forward to attack Sung-sik. He was startled by In Hwan's strength, what in the world? In Hwan smiled and said, it's been a long time since I used judo. He thought, I am the strongest one at the judo dojo. Saying that, In Hwan twisted Sung-sik's arm behind his back, making him cry out in pain. Gomtain stood on the outside, startled and confused, what the hell? Woo Jin praised, you really are stupidly strong. He smiled terrifyingly and said, now do you see what's happening? The sound of fighting echoed endlessly. Woo Jin asked, do you want to keep playing? He cracked his knuckles, looking at Gomtain full of murderous intent, and said, just so you know, I'm the strongest one here. His face turned pale as he watched Woo Jin charge at him. Haiji looked at the chaotic scene before her in panic. A moment later, the sound of fighting had stopped. Woo Jin counted the stack of money he had just extorted, 87, 88, 90. It's exactly a round number, how awesome. He sat on Gomtain, leisurely fanning the money, and said in satisfaction, just as I thought, using a laptop as bait was perfect. Looking at Gomtain groaning on the ground, Woo Jin smiled and asked, Haiji, do you want to eat anything? She stood trembling, pressed against the wall, without answering. The rest of the guys also cheered, business was so good today, let's go get something to drink. They happily said, there will be another lost sheep later, today is too good. Haiji's eyes were filled with absolute helplessness, she thought in a panic, someone, please. Haiji desperately cried for help from the bottom of her heart, help me. On Jin Sung's side, he was ready to go meet the scammers and signal to leave. Going with him were three other people, Soo-min, Hyun-seok, and Jun-soo. Hyung-seok thought in shock, this is terrifying, if everyone goes, there will definitely be a fight. Everyone buzzed, luckily, we only have morning classes today. Someone asked, we're meeting them at Jan Station at 3 p.m., right? Another reminded, are we taking the subway? The kids in that area are really arrogant. Suddenly, someone called Hyung-seok, hey, what are you still sitting there for? Hyun-seok looked at him and said, we're going to eat first, hurry up and let's go. Hyung-seok was surprised because he was also invited to go with them. Jin Sung asked, hey, why don't we all go together? He doesn't care about him, and you don't need to go there either. Hyung-seok thought to himself, I am really, really scared. But suddenly he stood up and said, alright, let me join you. Everyone laughed and said, you're too slow. Jin Sung was quite surprised to see him enthusiastically participating. When Hyung-seok integrated with his friends, he was deeply moved, thinking, I am really happy to be a part of this group. Hyun-do asked him, by the way, what do you like to eat, Hyung-seok? Sitting next to him, Zach saw the scene and pondered deeply. The scene shifted to Lee Eun-tae's school vegetable garden, where he and Bum-jae were watering the vegetables. Bum-jae smiled and asked, Vasco, what kind of seeds are you going to plant? Lee Eun-tae replied, they are fruits, very delicious, so I saved some to plant. He seriously promised, when it's time to harvest, I will share them with everyone. Hearing this, Bum-jae hesitantly asked again, Vasco, what kind of fruits are you planning to plant? Vasco? Lee Eun-tae expectantly said, durian, it is called the king of fruits. He innocently added, I will give you 2 of them, Bum-jae. Bum-jae bit his lip, swallowing his tears, and thought, Vasco, tropical fruits cannot be grown in South Korea. To protect Lee Eun-tae's innocent spirit, Bum-jae decided it was probably best not to tell him. Suddenly, Lee Eun-tae saw a group of people approaching. Seeing this, he immediately asked, Hyung-seok, where are you going? Hyung-seok surprisingly replied, Vasco. He then told Lee Eun-tae about Jin Sung's plan, saying things like this and that. Lee Eun-tae worriedly asked, that guy, was he beaten badly? Hyung-seok sadly replied, yes, exactly, it is a bit, really sad. Lee Eun-tae's eyes pondered for a moment, he thought and decided, they are bad guys, let me go with you. What? Hearing that, Bum Jae volunteered, Vasco, then let's take a few more of our guys too. Lee Eun-tae refused, saying, no, just focus on planting well. I will go and come right back, there won't be any fighting. Saying that, he turned to Jin Sung's group, hey, you guys don't have to go anywhere either, just let me go with Hyung-seok. Hyun-do nodded, alright. Jun-soo excitedly said, let's go find something to eat. Sumin suspiciously asked, we don't have to go? Hearing Lee Eun-tae's arrangement, Hyung-seok was startled and thought, what the heck, no, please don't. He shouted, no way, we should go together. Lee Eun-tae immediately explained, going with too many people will alert the enemy. Hyung-seok replied in despair, what? Bum Jae saw this and understood right away, what else, it's obvious. He evaluated and thought he shouldn't worry too much, looking at the trio of Jin Sung, Hyung-seok, and Lee Eun-tae. Bum Jae thought, if it was the three of them then. Lee Eun-tae nonchalantly said to Jin Sung, you're paying for the train fare, okay? Jin Sung annoyedly said, hey, you might as well stay home. Hyung-seok mediated, let's just go. In the classroom, Kim Yui linked arms with Nam-soo and said, come on, lead the way, we're going together right? Still haunted by the last time, he tried to refuse, hey, no. Kim Yui secretly thought of Jin Sung. Seeing this, Mi-jin hurriedly spoke up, I want to go too, I want to buy some things, right, at the Kyobo bookstore nearby. And so, another group of three set off, making me even more worried. On this side, Jae Yeol also seemed to appear near Gazan station. At Gazan, people were bustling about, everyone fixing their eyes on the newly arrived students. Whispers erupted all around when they saw Hyung-seok. Hey, look at that guy, he's so hot. He's really handsome. It seems like he's not wearing a school uniform from this area. They couldn't stop wondering, who is he? Is he a celebrity? Hyung-seok seemed to be caught in an awkward situation right now. Opposite them were three students from another school, staring with very annoyed expressions. Jin Sung also blared back in annoyance. Lee Eun-tae didn't care and focused on drinking water, while Hyung-seok was quite intimidated by the scene. He thought fearfully, why do they keep glaring at us? I suddenly feel so uncomfortable. Jin Sung scolded, do you all want to die? His face contorted as he judged, these punks in this area are too arrogant. Lee Eun-tae asked, do you want some more milk? Lee Eun-tae kept glaring intensely at the other group. Jin Sung replied, I don't want it. Hyung-seok prayed silently, Jin Sung, please. He thought, we arrived at this strange town a bit early, so we had to find a cafe to kill time. Hyung-seok's face was covered in cold sweat. He nervously calculated, I guess I'll just hide behind these two guys. After all, there are only three of us. Hyung-seok clearly felt the pressure of time passing. The more time passed, the faster his heart beat. Jin Sung said excitedly, hey, let's go beat those guys up. Lee Eun-tae calmly replied, just let it go. Like an older brother, Lee Eun-tae advised, stop picking fights all day long, just go buy me some milk. Jin Sung yelled angrily, hey, do you want to die first? Hyung-seok thought in confusion, Vasco, what you said is right, but... Hearing this talk about milk from him, Jin Sung suddenly heard familiar voices and looked up. Jin Sung's phone is completely turned off. I'm here to buy books, but I really want to help you guys find those guys. Let's just go home, Mi-jin. Outside the cafe, he was startled to see Mi-jin walking with Kim Yui and Nam-soo. The three of them were constantly bickering outside. Kim Yui was busy trying to call Jin Sung but couldn't get through. She thought sadly, Jin Sung's phone is turned off. Mi-jin turned around in annoyance and said, I'm here to buy books, but I really want to help you guys find those guys. Nam-soo stood in the middle and said weakly, let's just go home. Jin Sung panicked, wondering why Mi-jin was here. He said, hey, I'm going out for a bit. Lee Eun-tae asked, hey, did they change the milk yet? Jin Sung snapped, it's a tea refill. Hyung-seok thought in despair, please don't go, no. Jin Sung chased after Mi-jin, calling, Mi-jin. She happily let out a shout. Kim Yui was thrilled to see Jin Sung and called out, Jin Sung. He rushed over and asked, why are you here? She thought Jin Sung was looking for her and was overjoyed, but suddenly he stepped towards Mi-jin and said, what are you doing here? Kim Yui guiltily replied, I thought we could all go to karaoke after you guys are done. Mi-jin also avoided his gaze and said, it's because, there's a Kyobo bookstore in this area, I have to buy some books. We should go along with that, Mi-jin invited, but are you going to karaoke too? Jin Sung blushed and happily said, you want to go too? No problem, wait for me to finish my stuff, after I finish buying books. Mi-jin stammered, if there's still time, we'll go. Kim Yui angrily interrupted, Jin Sung, why did you turn off your phone? Jin Sung said, Mi-jin, let me buy dinner for you later, let's eat together. She hesitated, just the two of us? Kim Yui unwillingly yelled, Jin-sung, me too. Nam-soo, standing nearby, couldn't stand the cheesy atmosphere around them and thought, why is my ass itching so much? So annoying. Suddenly, there was a commotion behind them. Found him, there he is. Jin-sung turned to glance at the group of people who had just arrived. He recognized these guys, the guys from the cafe. Baek-jong cracked his knuckles and shouted, come here, you. The guy named Kwang-ho said skeptically, it seems he's not from this area. Ju Seong glared at Jin-sung and challenged, how dare you glare at us? Jin-sung thought to himself, did they follow me? Baek-jong, with a scowling and fierce face, ordered, follow me, let's go to that alley over there to talk. Jin-sung, worried about losing his image in front of Mi-jin, silently lamented, really, God? Mi-jin is watching. Mi-jin frowned and said, Jin-sung, not again. Kim Yui asked in confusion, who are you people? Jin-sung smiled awkwardly and tried to make peace, pretending not to understand what was going on. Honestly, I don't know what you guys are talking about at all. Who glared? They sneered, he's shrinking his balls, dead dog. Suddenly, their attention was completely diverted. Ju Song reminded them, hey, look at that. They looked at Kim Yui and Mi-jin and said obscenely, nothing but beautiful girls. Another guy chimed in, oh holy shit, that's true. They looked at Nam-soo and Jin-sung and judged, these dog-like bastards don't deserve them at all, and the other guy shamelessly said, if Woo-jin sees this, he'll definitely try something. Jin-sung tried to explain, Mi-jin, it's not like that. Kim Yui shamelessly replied, I know, Jin-sung. Suddenly, a voice rang out, who is planning to try something? The thugs shouted, Woo-jin. Jin-sung was still busy trying to explain to Mi-jin, that is, Nam-soo heard his name, got startled, and turned around. The terrifying memory made his jaw drop when he saw the person who just arrived. Nam-soo panicked, it's that guy. The guys from the cafe earlier immediately swarmed around, hello, Woo-jin. Woo-jin swaggered over with his arm around Hai-ji, who was planning to try something. I'm walking with Hai-ji here, do you want to die? He looked at the crowd and asked, by the way, what are you guys doing? They flattered, hello, Hai-ji. Nam-soo thought affirmatively, the guy who beat me. Woo-jin glanced at Nam-soo suspiciously and asked, are you? The thugs immediately snitched, there's this guy glaring at us. Nam-soo panicked, he saw me. He quickly shouted, Jin-sung, it's that guy. Jin-sung was still in a daze, calling, Mi-jin. Hearing Nam-soo's shout, Jin-sung was startled, turned around, and asked, the one who took your money? Before Jin-sung could react, Woo-jin did not hesitate to strike a preemptive blow. Everyone was shocked to see Jin-sung get punched. Nam-soo couldn't believe it and thought, what, he got beaten? Woo-jin pressed his advantage, not giving Jin-sung a chance to fight back. Nam-soo was startled looking at Woo-jin's fighting style, punching, it's boxing. He stuttered, he can't fight back. Kim Yui and Mi-jin screamed, Jin-sung. Nam-soo panicked, he was getting beaten up so badly. He looked at Jin-sung collapsed on the ground with contempt. Woo-jin said sarcastically, you brought a friend too, planning to take revenge? Mi-jin and Kim Yui screamed in fear, Jin-sung. Woo-jin looked at Nam-soo with disdain, do you trust a weakling like this? His cronies immediately praised him. Woo-jin fights really well, another guy flattered him, saying, that's so awesome, so good. Hearing that, he happily replied, it's not fun at all, man. Suddenly, a rock was thrown at him. After throwing it, Mi-jin cried and scolded, hey, what kind of person are you? Why would you suddenly hit someone like that? She anxiously supported Jin-sung, looked at Woo-jin, and asked, who are you? Why did you hit Jin-sung? Woo-jin saw her and pondered, what a beautiful girl, if only I could. He looked at Hai-ji and clicked his tongue, no, Hai-ji is here, otherwise I would have played with them. Kim Yui nearby also screamed, I will call the police, you bastard. Woo-jin put his arm around Hai-ji and walked away swaggering with his gang, saying, we still have things to do, bye, don't come back here. They challenged, go ahead and call the police, I know where those guys are. Kim Yui cursed, Jin-sung, this bastard. Mi-jin agitatedly said, police. We must call the police on those bastards. Suddenly, she was startled and turned back to Jin-sung. He had woken up and was grabbing Mi-jin's leg, his face covered in blood, weakly saying, don't, call the police. Jin-sung struggled to speak, Mi-jin, she asked in a panic, full of worry, are you okay? You're bleeding. Jin-sung looked at Mi-jin and said gently, you don't want me to get into a fight, right? Mi-jin cried heartbrokenly and said, no, you idiot, let me take you to the hospital. Jin-sung turned around and asked Nam-soo, how much time is left until we have to go meet them? He hurriedly looked at his watch and stuttered, 20 minutes left. Jin-sung, his face now completely enraged, growled, it's not over yet, I won't let myself get beaten up. Mi-jin continued to sob softly, you jerk. In the alley where Jin-sung had arranged to get his shoes, Woo-jin's gang was already waiting. Song Pyo wondered, who is it? What is he planning to do here? Wu Jin reminded him, the shoes. In Hwan smiled triumphantly, these shoe deals seem to be quite lucrative lately. Wu Jin, with a confident smirk, recounted, that's right, the guy who got extorted yesterday just brought his friend over. The other two asked in surprise, really? Then what did you do? He said arrogantly, I beat him like a dog, what else? Ji stuttered, calling out, Wu Jin, Wu Jin. Wu Jin, still gloating in his victory, asked, Ji, did you bring them here? He asked her, you can take care of yourself now, right? Suddenly, Jin Sung's voice rang out from behind, that's right, I'm here, coming with Leung-tae and Hyung-seok. He said angrily, you extorting bastard. Wu Jin looked at the three of them with interest. In Hwan asked curiously, do you know him? He burst into a delighted laugh, looking at them with sheer contempt, and said, what's this, is it you again? Did you drag your friends over again? Wu Jin proudly told his gang, hey, it's him, the guy I beat like a dog just now. They mocked, is that him? He said sarcastically, why did you drag yourself all the way here? Do you want to get beaten up again? His accomplices chimed in, do you want another beating or what? Wu Jin's gang acted with malicious intent, threatening with a disdainful attitude, or do you want a black eye like your friend yesterday? They looked at Nam Su and asked, you're here again too, kid? Seeing them as an eyesore, Leung-tae immediately wanted to charge forward. Jin Sung raised his hand to stop him and said, wait, let me go first. Jin Sung's eyes suddenly blazed with anger, and he declared decisively, all three of you, come at me. In the narrow street alley, Jin Sung looked at Wu Jin's group and challenged, all three of you, come at me. Hearing that, Song Pyo shot a mocking glance, what? In Hwan beside him also scoffed contemptuously, what the hell is he barking about? Then all three of them laughed and said, I'm speechless, you idiot. They looked over at Hyung-seok and said sarcastically, he got beaten up and brought two more guys, and the one in the back is pale with fear. Hearing that, Hyung-seok turned pale and thought, am I scared? Seeing that reaction, Song Pyo smiled in amusement and said, you're really interesting. Then he continued, you want all three of us to fight just you? Hearing that, Ji worried in her heart, no, Song Pyo. She recalled his previous attacks and secretly judged, he often attacks by surprise. Song Pyo continued to look at Jin Sung, raising his voice to ask, how old are you again? Jin Sung clutched his wound while staring fixedly at him. In the very next second, Song Pyo kicked his leg high straight towards Jin Sung. Jin Sung swiftly dodged and got into a defensive stance. Song Pyo seemed surprised that Jin Sung evaded that attack. Immediately after, Jin Sung's hand reached out and tightly grabbed his cheek. Quick as lightning, Jin Sung slammed Song Pyo's face hard against the adjacent wall. Hit with a heavy impact, he became dizzy and started bleeding from his nose. Ji, In Hwan, and Wu Jin were all astonished witnessing that scene. They secretly wondered in their minds, knocked out just like that? Song Pyo kicked, but he dodged it? After taking down Song Pyo, Jin Sung turned around and spoke up, next guy. Hyung-seok stood watching and also felt scared, silently exclaiming, he's serious now. Meanwhile, Jin Sung stood somewhat unsteadily, losing his balance. Leung-tae seemed to have noticed that, thinking to himself, he's really exhausted. With that thought, he stepped forward and said, now it's time for. But Jin Sung immediately interrupted, leave it to me. Leung-tae heard that and didn't understand why. Jin Sung glanced back. Mi Jin was standing there, anxiously watching the fight. That sight gave him more strength to encourage himself, I can do this, let's keep going. The next guy to aggressively rush forward was In Hwan. He looked at Jin Sung and started to evaluate, he learned boxing, just grabbing him will end this. He immediately lunged forward wanting to grab Jin Sung, thinking in his head, if I can just grab him. In Hwan rushed over with all his might, full of determination to grab him. In Hwan turned this way and that but still couldn't catch Jin Sung. Seeing Jin Sung swiftly dodge everything, he began to wonder, why can't I catch him? Why is he so fast? Jin Sung compared In Hwan and Wu Jin. Somehow, even compared to Wu Jin, Jin Sung couldn't deny that In Hwan's speed seemed even faster, despite Jin Sung's ability to dodge. In Hwan spun like a top but still couldn't catch Jin Sung. Hyung-seok watched, his mouth wide open in amazement. Mi Jin was also very surprised by Jin Sung's ability, and so was Ji. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. In Hwan, bleeding from his injuries, asked himself, what kind of monster is this guy? Wu Jin also broke a sweat and exclaimed, too fast. After dodging a series of consecutive attacks, Jin Sung started panting and said, now, let's continue. He didn't surrender, looking up with full determination. Seeing this, Wu Jin became even more frightened, what the hell is with this guy? Why is he fighting like a pro? He began to analyze, he's like me, he also learned boxing, but he's still injured because he got beaten up earlier. He continued to look down at Jin Sung's legs and thought, his legs are trembling, he's completely out of gas. Then he looked towards Leung-tae and Hyung-seok. Even when reaching his limit, he still had to fight alone. the two guys behind him looked completely useless. Thinking so, Woo Jin became more confident, so if it's one-on-one, I can still win. At this moment, Jin Sung's body suddenly trembled. Seeing this, Mi Jin was extremely worried. Jin Sung. Lee Yun-tae whispered in his mind, is it over? Then he seemed to suddenly realize something. Now Jin Sung felt more tired and was panting heavily. On this side, Woo Jin raised his fists, ready to fight. In his head, he thought, this guy, what is he calculating, while shouting out loud, how about it? Am I fast enough? You box too. I've participated in the national tournament once. Meanwhile, Jin Sung prepared to raise his hand. Hyung-seok noticed and thought in panic, that is. Jin Sung's arm punched straight ahead. In a split second, he punched Woo Jin straight in the stomach. Hyung-seok silently recalled the move he once used on Jin Sung. He knew clearly, it was a straight punch to the nerve bundle near the abdominal muscles. Lee Yun-tae understood why Jin Sung did that. He was too tired, so he wanted to finish the guy off with a single blow. Boxing. Hyung-seok, so I was right, he learned from this guy. Jin Sung looked at Woo Jin, who was struggling and throwing up, and called out loudly, hey, you extortionist. He continued looking down and said, what the hell did you just say about the national tournament? Finally, Jin Sung concluded with a completely disdainful sentence, still not fast enough, kid, does it hurt a lot? Then he looked towards Mi Jin in the distance, silently thinking, Ni Jin, I won. Jin Sung was feeling emotional, I'm no longer the one getting beaten, when a voice echoed from a distance, here they are. A group of people appeared, shouting, Songpyo, we are here. Here, we found them. The appearance of the group made Hyung-seok's group both amazed and terrified. Songpyo sat leaning against the wall, holding his wound and said smugly, you guys are done for, you bastards, I'm the boss of the third year. Seeing this, the group hurriedly asked, boss, are you okay? Woo Jin. Jin Sung was exhausted by this time, damn it, I have no strength left, while the other side kept provoking, come here if you have the guts, you piece of shit. Suddenly, Lee Yun-tae spoke up, you did very well. Lee Yun-tae took off his jacket, threw it aside and said, now rest. He said firmly, leave it to me. Hearing that, Jin Sung reminded, hey, don't show off, Vasco. The other group started whispering, hey, are those tattoos? Damn, is he a gangster? He has a beard and tattoos. I think I've heard of this guy somewhere before. But they still spoke toughly, you bastard, you think you can take on all of us by yourself? Do you want to die? Meanwhile, Lee Yun-tae was calculating in his head, 17. 18 guys? I can handle this. He looked back and thought, Hyung-seok is right behind me, I can win. Then he turned and told him, Hyung-seok, watch my back. Then Lee Yun-tae said, I'm going to attack, follow me. Hyung-seok hadn't even processed it and silently yelled, wait. Suddenly, a voice from outside surprised him, what's wrong, Vasco? The group opposite them was also confused. The voice seemed to come from quite a large crowd, who lets the boss make the first move? We are so sad about this. Hyung-seok seemed to have realized. Behind them, a group of people stopped their bikes, looked at Lee Yun-tae, and smiled, don't leave us behind. He replied, you're here? Then there was a shout, Bum J. He immediately got ready and said to Lee Yun-tae, take a rest, Vasco. Let us handle this. At this moment, Woo Jin looked over, his face full of fear as he thought to himself, that symbol is. He looked at the symbols on the shirts of the crowd in front of him and thought, I've heard about them, the freshman group full of monsters in the West District. Finally, a name popped into his head, Burn Knuckles. Upon realizing it, Woo Jin became incredibly terrified. The sounds of fighting began to echo. Seeing his members being constantly beaten, he fearfully thought, what is this? The Burn Knuckles continuously launched their attacks. Questions kept appearing in Woo Jin's mind, what the hell is this? I can't even withstand their normal punches. He looked at Lee Yun-tae and thought to himself, I didn't even pay attention to this guy. He is the leader of Burn Knuckles. Lee Yun-tae suddenly asked, Bum J, how did you know I was here? Bum J replied, because of our friendship, because of what is called telepathy. Hearing that, Lee Yun-tae was touched, I understand, just as I thought. But in reality, Bum J was secretly thinking, I'm sorry, Vasco, I installed a tracking app on your phone, so I found your location with GPS right away. But then Lee Yun-tae spoke up again, but why did all of you have to come? Hearing that, Bum J asked, what do you mean? For the sake of our friendship, you're making me sad. The underlings were secretly thinking, we don't want to go plant durians. Right, we definitely don't want to plant durian seeds, they won't even grow anyway. Finally, Lee Yun-tae advised, but remember to wear your helmets, we'll all walk back later. The whole group groaned, Vasco. Suddenly, In Hwan jumped onto Lee Yun-tae's back from out of nowhere and said, got you. He laughed triumphantly, you're done for, kid. Once I've caught you, I'll crush your shoulder to pieces. Tell your friends to stop right now. But suddenly, he was startled, as Lee Eun-tae immediately reached out, grabbed Hwan from behind, and lifted him up. He couldn't believe it and screamed in his mind, "What kind of strength is this? Impossible. Is he a monster?" Lee Eun-tae calmly turned around and asked, "Is that so?" Then he grabbed his shoulder and said loudly, "Don't mess with me." A severe pain shot through Hwan, making him scream in agony. Hyung-seok was amazed. "That's it." Everyone else also realized it and secretly exclaimed, "Crushing the shoulder bone, that must feel really good." Woo Jin still couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible, he can actually match Hwan's strength? Holding his phone, he thought to himself, the second years are all wiped out. Where did those damn first years go that they haven't arrived yet? Did they stand me up? The scene shifts to a street corner where a red motorcycle is parked. Jae Yeol is sitting and smoking, leaning against the bike. He thought back to a moment ago when he accidentally overheard a group of people urging each other, "Hey, this way, hurry up." Woo Jin called the whole gang over. "What's going on? You don't know?" At that time, while sitting on his bike, he heard them say, "There are 3 of them coming to cause trouble." "What? Let's go." Upon hearing the part, "Once we get there, those bastards are finished, the second years are already there too," Jae Yeol seemed to realize something. So, a short while later, he took care of the whole gang. Now they are lying on the ground in pain, crying out, "It hurts, it hurts." Jae Yeol gently exhaled a puff of smoke. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, "What is this?" Han-jul appeared and said in surprise, "You took them all out by yourself? That's really impressive." Seeing this, Jae Yeol was startled, stood up, and stepped back. Han-jul immediately reassured him, all right, don't worry." He smiled and continued, "They keep messing with our group all the time, I'm pretty tired of these guys too." Yoon-seol urged from the side, "Hey, let's go, man." Before leaving, Han-jul winked and reminded Jae Yeol, "By the way, you should stop smoking. Don't you know you have to quit smoking to get girls?" He added, "Me and that guy over there also had to quit smoking to get girls to cling to us." Yoon-seol urged again, "Come on, get over here, man." Jae Yeol thought for a moment and then threw his cigarette away. The scene shifts to Hyung-seok's side. Woo Jin was charging forward intensely, calculating in his head, "This is bad, I have to escape quickly. That boxer and that tattooed guy are too strong. The only position I can break through is..." Seeing this, the burned knuckles shouted loudly, "What's this? Catch him." It turned out that Woo Jin had shifted his attack target to Hyung-seok. This guy, what a coward. He calculated, "I'll knock him out in a few seconds, there are only girls behind him." Hyung-seok turned pale, thinking, "If I dodge to the side, Yui and Mi Jin right behind me will." When Woo Jin looked towards Lee Eun-tae and Bum Jae, he found it strange, but, these guys? He looked over at Jin Sung and grew even more puzzled. Why do they look so unfazed? Why? And just as Woo Jin's fist came close to his face, Hyung-seok dodged it. This made him horrified, thinking, he dodged it? This guy too. Is he really a coward or what, good lord? Meanwhile, Hyung-seok was thinking, there are only women and children behind me, I have to stop this guy. I can't dodge anymore. He pondered for a moment, what should I do? First, that's right, first is. He remembered the punch from last time, and immediately Hyung-seok launched a straight punch at Woo Jin. Woo Jin thought in fear, what, a straight punch? Why is his straight punch so powerful? Meanwhile, he was still recalling, that's right, last time I tried but failed. He remembered the reason, the strike had been too short then. Hyung-seok continued to advance, stepping in deeper, one more step. Thinking uppercut, he landed a punch directly on Woo Jin's stomach. Woo Jin was in extreme pain, thinking to himself, the move I learned at the beginning had never succeeded, until now. Then he swung his fist again. Hyung-seok delivered another straight punch to Woo Jin, thinking to himself, another straight punch. Woo Jin was severely injured, his front teeth flying out, leaving Woo Jin's gang staring in shock. Jin Sung thought to himself, that bastard, he also does boxing. Who would have thought, seeing Hyung-seok here? Lee Eun-tae also stood frozen in surprise, a thought surfacing in his mind, this scene, I've seen it before. Lee Eun-tae recalled, the guy at the convenience store, he also knew Hyung-seok. He began to suspect, his posture and habits are just like Hyung-seok's. What kind of relationship do they have? Hyung-seok breathed a sigh of relief, alright, it's a success. Woo Jin's group was in an uproar, who is that guy? Woo Jin, he fainted. Haiji rushed over to Woo Jin and asked, are you okay? Seeing this, Lee Eun-tae reminded him, you must know how to cherish your girlfriend. He continued to remind, don't take advantage of her just because she likes you. Lee Eun-tae glanced down and saw Haiji tightly holding Woo Jin's hand. Lee Eun-tae shed tears. Seeing this, Bum Jae silently wondered, Basco? Then everyone invited each other to go home. Let's go home. Damn, no helmets, then let's walk back, why worry? Finally, the incident with that second-hand selling site Nana also ended. Inside the car, Jong-gun was sitting and looking out the window. He thought to himself, I only came here because Yui called. They resolved everything on their own. Jong-gun recalled the fight earlier. Burn Knuckles is truly a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Then he thought back to Hyung-seok's strikes. Even more surprising was him. Jong-gun silently evaluated, he is getting more and more formidable. Now I understand why that person wanted me to pay attention to him, he is really not ordinary. Wu Jin and In Hwan recognized him from a distance and immediately said, Jong-gun, you are Jong-gun, right? He seemed surprised and asked back, who? You know me? Wu Jin's group immediately replied, yes. Last time when you came here, we saw you from a distance. We respect you. It is an honor. Jong-gun finally remembered and said, that's right, we are all from the same place. But now I am somewhere else, doing different things, so I don't extort money like before, only Jungu is doing it. Sorry for not being able to help despite coming from the same place. Wu Jin's group hurriedly said, no, sir. Thank you for your concern. Jong-gun thought to himself, even if I wanted to help, I couldn't anyway. Then he chatted back and forth for a while. Are you guys in your third year? Yes, that's right. Then we're the same age, I'm not older than you guys. Well, I have to go now. I still have to take an ability test. The next day, upon arriving at class, Jin-sung put his feet on the desk and called out to Hyung-seok, hey, Park Hyung-seok, do you learn boxing? You cheapskate, fight me again. Hyung-seok hurriedly denied, no, I don't. Jin-sung heard that and said, are you making excuses with me again? Or do you want to get in the ring like a pro? Back then I wasn't prepared, so my attacks weren't very good, but with headgear and gloves, you wouldn't be able to take me down. But Hyung-seok thought to himself, no, who would ever fight again? Jin-sung was wearing those shoes. Gut Day evaluated them, freaking awesome, he just extorted that guy's shoes. With 300,000, he could never afford these shoes. What a crazy business. Kim Yui suddenly came over and invited, Jin-sung, are you doing anything today? Do you want to review together to prepare for the test with me? Jin-sung immediately refused, alright, I never study at all. At this moment, Hyung-seok suddenly remembered, what, a test? He panicked, right, there's an upcoming test, I completely forgot about it. Hyung-seok was extremely panicked, he hadn't studied anything at all. So, with the midterm test approaching, Hyung-seok took a shower while thinking back to the story of his two bodies. Thank goodness, I currently have two bodies, he thought to himself. Honestly, I also don't understand why I got that new body, but the important thing is... He thought about the speed of the second body, very fast, so awesome. I can run like this. Then there's the strength, stronger too. 98, 99, 100. Is this the stamina of an athlete? Hyung-seok, with his robust body, silently exclaimed, I am very, very strong. Then Hyung-seok compared, it's amazing. Only by living in this body can I see how pitifully weak my original body is. He then pondered his intellect, wondering if this body would possess an equally remarkable intellect. Midterm exams were scheduled for next week and the week after. Hyung-seok secretly wished that if only his brain were that good too, it would be wonderful, but life isn't a dream. Hyung-seok still couldn't retain knowledge in his head, forgetting it again. Why couldn't he remember anything at all? Finally, he drew a conclusion, indeed, this brain was not much different from his previous bodies. A while later, his mother called. Hello, Mom. How are you doing, son? Yes, everything is still the same, Mom. He muttered, Mom called me. Then his mother asked, you're about to take your midterm exams, aren't you? Hyung-seok replied, yes, but you don't have to worry. Hearing that, his mother felt reassured, thinking her son must be studying very hard. She happily advised, just trust me and study well, son. On the other end of the line, Hyung-seok listened and replied, yes, Mom, but in reality, he felt that he hadn't learned anything at all. From the phone, a customer's voice could be heard, please wipe this table, miss. Followed by his mother's voice, yes, coming. She then told him, if anything comes up, I'll call you later after work, son. He replied, yes. Because of the sound he just heard, Hyung-seok secretly wondered, is my mother working at a restaurant? He started to feel sorry for his mother. She kept working so hard and still took the time to care for him, while he hadn't done anything good for her since moving to the school. Those thoughts became the driving force behind Hyung-seok's determination. I have to do well on this exam, I can do it, I will. He then encouraged himself, thinking, I have 24 hours to study after all. Hyung-seok made a firm determination, deciding to make the most of this opportunity. Opening his books, he thought to himself, I need to try and memorize everything tonight, there's still plenty of time until morning. Then Hyung-seok wondered, what about Korean, English, and math? Maybe I should go to class and find someone good at studying to teach me. He made a plan. I've decided to memorize things tonight, and in class, I'll enlist the help of my friends for Korean, English, and math. The next morning, in the classroom, well, since you're the top of the class, I wanted to ask. Hyung-seok scratched his head shyly while sincerely asking for a favor. Could you tutor me a bit? He thought to himself, the top student in our classes, he continued. Jae-yeol, who was sitting on a chair, resting his chin on one hand, looking over. It turned out the top student was Jae-yeol, looking somewhat pensive. A moment later, a buzz of chatter suddenly broke out in the classroom. Hey, look at that. Everyone looked at Jae-yeol, who was explaining the lesson to Hyung-seok, and whispered to each other, it's Jae-yeol and Hyung-seok, they look so attractive. Someone else spoke up in disbelief, but wait, no way, how can they even talk to each other? The important thing was whether they could actually talk, while Hyung-seok kept asking Jae-yeol continuously. So you have to calculate the square root like this here, and this part, like this, really? Jae-yeol simply nodded. Seeing this, the classmates were full of admiration. Hyung-seok studies so hard. Is he good at studying? I thought he only loved playing around like Jin-sung. Since we always see the two of them hanging out together, this is really unexpected. Kyung-soo ground his teeth in anger. Park Hyung-seok, that guy is just a pretty face, and he wants to compete with me in studying? And Hong Jae-yeol, it's so frustrating that he ranked first, and the class president ranked second. He looked toward Hyung-seok, thinking with full contempt, got tired of playing and now studying? What a pathetic guy. Then he looked over at Jae-yeol. Just wait and see, Jae-yeol, you're wasting your time on an unworthy guy. I'll beat you, just watch. While Hyung-seok was talking about how Jae-yeol had helped him at school, an inviting voice echoed from the classroom. Done, does anyone want to go play games? At the end of the school day, Hyung-seok raised his hand, smiled, and said, hello. Deok-hwa and Ji-ho ran over, happily waved their hands, and replied, hello, Hyung-seok. Deok-hwa and Hyung-seok went to the library together. Let's go in, Hyung-seok said sincerely, thank you, Deok-hwa. Deok-hwa hastily replied, no, I should be the one who is always grateful to you. You made the plan. Hyung-seok had decided to go to the library to study with Deok-hwa and Ji-ho. As soon as they walked in, the library was buzzing with non-stop gossip. Hey look, so handsome, is that Park Hyung-seok? Are the guys next to him his underlings? Everyone kept exclaiming about him. Despite his appearance, he's really good at fighting, and he's so tall. A moment later, Deok-hwa asked, Hyung-seok, do you want to change seats? Hyung-seok replied, yeah, because someone's stuff is left at my spot. They probably left it there to reserve the seat. Deok-hwa asked, really? Hyung-seok looked at the pile of stuff on the table and thought to himself, someone must really like snacks, as the table was full of food and a confession sticky note that read, you are very handsome, please call me. Ji-ho happily patted Deok-hwa's shoulder beside him and said, Hyung-seok is amazing. Deok-hwa ranked 5th in his department. Hyung-seok was also surprised, what? Really? After the festival, Deok-hwa was finally recognized by his class. He has a lot of fans on Paprika, and Hyung-seok secretly felt admiration. Deok-hwa is also good at studying, that's amazing. As for Deok-hwa, he thanked him, saying it was nothing. Everything is thanks to your help, Hyung-seok. At this moment, Hyung-seok thought about himself again. In a similar situation, why was Deok-hwa recognized by everyone, while I hid the opportunity from myself? I only knew how to hide behind that stigma and abandon myself. In the afternoon at the library, Jin-sung was feeling extremely annoyed. He thought to himself, I just want it to be me and me Jin. I even followed her all the way to the library. Why the hell is everyone here? Is this a meeting place or what? Me Jin suddenly suggested, Jin-sung, should we go eat something? Meanwhile, Deok-hwa was still attentively tutoring Hyung-seok, explaining, this part should be like this. Jin-sung shouted, hey, all of you get out. Me Jin gently interrupted, Jin-sung, how about we go out together? Hearing this, Jin-sung asked back with a mix of joy and surprise, what? The noise from the group of friends continued to echo in the library. Jin-sung then said to me Jin, do you want us to go somewhere else? What's wrong? Well, it's too noisy. Going out? Bum Jae, sitting at the next table, also felt annoyed and grumbled, did they rent this whole place or what? He turned to ask Lee Eun-tae, Vasco, this is a shared study place, so it's too noisy, right? Should I make them all shut up? Lee Eun-tae immediately interrupted, Bum Jae. He continued, the telepathy between the two of us, can we use it during the exam? Bum Jae was surprised and thought, no way. Vasco, don't tell me you still don't know anything until now? As dusk gradually fell, Hyung-seok sighed after a stressful study session. It's really tiring, in this new body, I've been studying since morning. He thought as he walked, now let's switch shifts to study next. Can I do it? A while later, Hyung-seok lay flat on his bed. I'm so tired, I don't even want to hold a book to read anymore. He closed his eyes and gradually fell asleep. In his mind, he thought, I probably can't do it. It's too hard, even as I fall asleep with my body and mind exhausted. Hyung-seok woke up in his old body. When he woke up in his new body, everything had recovered to a perfect state. He thought to himself, his mind was clear, just like it was his first time learning this morning. If it's a body where the brain is fully rested, it is like being 100% recovered. Hyung-seok felt extremely happy that he could focus again. This is great, I can concentrate again. I'm starting to remember everything in the evening. The door of his workplace suddenly opened. Welcome. Hyung-seok turned around in shock. Hanul appeared at the door, smiling brightly and said, Hi, I'm here. Hyung-seok couldn't believe it. Hanul. She continued to approach and said to him, Are you bored? What are you doing, fatty? A moment later, a voice rang out in the store. What? Hanul held up her phone and cheered. Nice, Bangtan is streaming. I'm going crazy over this V app, it's awesome. She turned to Hyung-seok and pointed it out to him. Great, they even answered my question. Meanwhile, in Hyung-seok's mind, there was only one question, why is she here? He continued to speculate, she didn't come here to buy anything, so why is she hanging around and refusing to leave? What if some crazy guy follows her again? As for Hanul, she was still joyful. He read my message, so happy. Hyung-seok started to speak up, could you please go home if you aren't buying anything? Hearing this, she asked back sulkily, what? Do you want me to leave? Hyung-seok stammered in denial, no, well, it's just. Then he gently continued, what if you fall into danger again? Hearing that, Hanul smiled. She said in a cheerful voice, what? Are you worried about me? Hyung-seok heard that and said, so annoying. But in his head, he was thinking, seriously, why is she acting like this? Hanul still didn't let it go, asking, you don't have a girlfriend, right? Spot on, you don't have one, right? He thought in confusion, does she want to pick a fight or what? Then Hanul saw the notebook on the table and asked, are you studying? She was extremely curious, how can you go to school if you stay up all night working at the convenience store? Hyung-seok scratched his head and explained, well, I'm preparing for the entrance exam. The store was quiet for a moment, then Hanul spoke up, alright, let me drop by here every day at this time to help you study, okay? I have a test coming up too. Hearing that, Hyung-seok wondered, what is she talking about? Hanul saw this and was displeased, what's with that expression? Do you not believe me? Hanul proudly boasted, I rank first in math in our class. Hyung-seok couldn't believe it, what? Then she decided, you're not very good at studying, right? Alright, I will come over for about 2 or 3 hours to study. As for Hyung-seok, he just thought, what? Mom, I think I'm the most pitiful person in this world. Then Hanul said, by the way, I'll take triangle sushi as my tuition fee. Hyung-seok thought anxiously, I have to try to remember everything after she leaves. And then review again near dawn. He thought to himself, now I'm studying 24 hours a day. All day long, it seemed like Hyung-seok was only at school, from 8:40 a.m. to 4 p.m. Everyone looked at Jae-yeol and Hyung-seok studying together every day and exclaimed, it looks so great. Since when did they get so close? Then they looked at Kyung-soo, the class president is also looking very bored. He's really hard-working, at least he has to study well to make up for it. Hearing that, Kyung-soo thought to himself, just wait and see. Jae-yeol brought a pile of books. Hyung-seok asked in amazement, Jae-yeol, what is this? Do you want me to study all of this? You finished studying all of it? You don't need them anymore? Jae-yeol immediately nodded profusely. The classmates continued to watch and commented, hey, isn't that a CD from a famous tutor who teaches well and charges expensive fees? The tuition fee at that guy's place is terribly expensive. Told you, Hyung-seok lives such a good life. Jae-yeol is really lucky. Hyung-seok profusely thanked him, thank you, Jae-yeol. As always, he was at school studying with Jae-yeol, the top student in the class. Hearing that, Kyung-soo thought resentfully, Park Hyung-seok, this damn silver-tongued bastard, no matter how great the CDs or study tools are, stupid will still be stupid, kid. From 5 p.m. to 7 p.m., after class, he was tutored by Deok-hwa at the library. Deok-hwa was super enthusiastic, Hyung-seok, you should do it like this. Hyung-seok felt guilty. I'm so sorry, Deok-hwa, you haven't learned anything because of me. But Deok-hwa immediately replied, no, by showing you, I'm learning even more. The classmates in the library were in a buzz again. They stared intently at Hyung-seok, hey, who is that? He's so handsome, but what kind of friend is he hanging out with? I left a letter but he didn't reply at all, it's like a noble walking with a servant. More than anyone else, Hyung-seok completely understood what was going on in those people's minds. All eyes were on Deok-hwa. I understand what those eyes are thinking, their heads are indeed full of, he looks like an orc in Dota. He should just die, honestly. Thank goodness I don't look like him, how could anyone live looking like that? Hyung-seok felt indignant, they should understand that he could hear them, but they didn't give a damn. Deok-hwa, you are amazing. They continued to gossip, no comment, he really looks like a pig. Meanwhile, Deok-hwa just continued to passionately explain the lesson. Hyung-seok, here, it should be like this, then like this. The scene transitions to the convenience store. After leaving the library, he did a body swap and started working at the convenience store. It's evening at the convenience store, from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m., and Han-nul is tutoring Hyung-seok. You chubby fool, I told you this isn't the formula. He thought to himself, I'm studying together with Han-nul. Han-nul turned around and said, no wonder you don't have a girlfriend. Well, it's true, you don't have anyone, right? He was still overthinking, it's really hard to concentrate while studying at the store, so worrisome. After studying, Han-nul said goodbye. See you tomorrow, chubby. You have to memorize all the formulas by tomorrow. I'm heading home. He just wondered why she was always wearing those kinds of pants even though it was autumn, as Han-nul left and he was alone. At the convenience store, from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., Hyung-seok still continued to study hard. He was determined, I will study what I can learn by myself, and memorize things too, he thought, *, I can utilize my time like this until dawn. Since when have I been living this miserably? I feel like I concentrate better at night compared to other times, *. The next morning, in the exam room, the proctor's voice rang out, don't look at other people's papers. Don't fall asleep after you're done. Check your work carefully. Hyung-seok was focused on doing the test. He was surprised when he could solve it. I can solve this, it's in the workbook Jae-yeol gave me. For the second question, Hyung-seok could still solve it. He silently gave thanks, Deok-hwa already taught me this. For the third question, there was still nothing too difficult for Hyung-seok. He recalled, I remember studying this during the night. Hyung-seok felt extremely satisfied. Studying properly was great, he was able to solve all of it. This was his first experience like this. Studying well led to gradually better results. However, on the second day of the exams, a problem arose during the math test, and Hyung-seok broke out in a cold sweat. He blamed himself, I already studied with Han-nul, why don't I know this? Damn it, the only thing I can remember is... He stared down at his desk in despair. I'm dead. I should have studied harder. Hyung-seok blamed himself, Mom, I'm sorry. I'll try to do better on the remaining tests. While he was endlessly overthinking, back at Hyung-seok's house, he suddenly woke up. I woke up at home. Hyung-seok's mind was in turmoil with scattered thoughts. I fell asleep, I completely fell asleep. What should I do now? Try to go back to sleep? Why is this body so damn tired? Then he calmly analyzed the situation. No, the teacher will definitely wake me up when collecting the papers anyway. Lying slumped on the desk now won't help either, after all. Hyung-seok remembered, I can perform a body swap even when the two bodies aren't close to each other. I've only ever swapped when the two bodies were close, so I completely forgot. On his first day of school, he had fallen asleep and luckily Han-nul woke him up. Then, he took out his notebook to check. That's right, it's this formula. I solved it but got it completely wrong. Regarding being woken up, to avoid ending up in an awkward posture, which might happen if he were to simply pass out, he waits until he can get into a safe position before actually going to sleep. Hyung-seok thought happily, taking a test like this is too amazing, should I give it a try? This body is so tired, I can sleep whenever I want. Then he woke up again in the exam room, determined, I can do it, I'll go back to this handsome body now. Hyung-seok was about to slump on the desk again, I have to sleep again, I can't do anything, let's just slump back down. But he suddenly realized something, surprised, wait a minute, Hyung-seok now knows how to solve it, I know the answer now. He looked at the test paper and couldn't believe it, no joke, I just saw the answer. He thought, sweating, if this continues, I'll definitely get a perfect score. Hyung-seok did the test fluently in the exam room. He secretly exclaimed, it's too easy, I've seen this part before too. It's a bit hard to sleep, but it's not impossible if I try. Then he continued thinking, it is indeed a bit difficult to sleep in both bodies like this. Can I force one body to wake up? Thinking so, Hyung-seok leaned down and asked, Ji-ho, if I accidentally oversleep, please help wake me up about 5 minutes before the test ends. I'm hard to wake up, so you can hit me hard. Ji-ho agreed, sure. Hyung-seok was relieved, now I can just switch back and forth without fear, there's no question I can't do. A few days later, in class, the teacher's voice rang out, alright, quiet down. The person at the top of this exam is Park Hyung-seok. That statement left Hyung-seok utterly amazed. Hyung-soo couldn't believe it, what? How the hell? The whole class looked at Hyung-seok with admiration, he's so good at studying. Hyung-seok, you're really good, you just transferred here and already took first place. Meanwhile, Hyung-seok thought, me, first place? Amazing. He looked over at Jae-yeol, remembering that he had to break the news to his mom. She would be so happy, as before this he was always at the bottom of the class. He thought happily, great, now I don't have to worry about studying hard anymore. On the contrary, Jin-sung, who was at the bottom of the class, was very annoyed. You traitor, I thought you were dumber than me, let's box, man. Everyone turned their attention towards Kyung-soo, gossiping, hey, look. The class president is crying. That guy, crying because he didn't rank first, good grief. The murmur continued, no way, he studied so hard too. Kyung-soo cried out, thinking, I'm only good at studying, you have everything, why can't I do it? Hyung-seok also looked towards Kyung-soo. He thought, when I saw the class president cry, I felt that something wasn't right here. He remembered the class president studying very hard. In the evening, Ha-nul came to congratulate him, Hyung-seok, you are really amazing, congratulations. Then she thought to herself, just as I guessed, Hyung-seok is truly excellent. But, how do I tell Fatty now? I accidentally bragged that I was the best at math in the class. Oh, I'm going crazy. I was actually supposed to fail math. Meanwhile, Hyung-seok whispered, Ha-nul, I really failed at math. Hyung-seok started to reflect, day after day, he had studied hard every night. He thought further, Deokwa raps, makes music, and still studies. Then he remembered the class president at his desk in class. Hyung-seok broke into a sweat, realizing, me, did I cheat? That afternoon, upon hearing the news, Hyung-seok's mother rejoiced, first place? Oh, my Hyung-seok. But Hyung-seok's feeling of joy was gradually turning into guilt. On the other end of the phone, her joyful voice still rang out, my son got first place. Accompanied by a customer's voice, hey, ma'am. Oh, how wonderful. Hyung-seok called out, Mom. He had a lot of mixed feelings hearing his mother's praise. My child is the best, I'm so happy. Hyung-seok's eyes were full of sadness. He thought, I suddenly realize I don't feel proud at all. A bunch of self-blaming thoughts echoed in his head, the class president, Ha-nul, Deokwa, everyone is independently asserting themselves. While I just sit in one place, only I can't do anything at all. Or am I wishing for someone to follow and help me step by step again? At the gym, Lee Eun-tae was bending down to tie his shoelaces tightly, then he stood up and started warming up. Suddenly, Lee Eun-tae stopped, his eyes flashing with surprise as he looked ahead. Someone was running towards him. Hyung-seok in his old body was running and panting heavily. He ran while telling himself, everyone is trying their best, from now on I must exercise for 30 minutes after finishing things. Lee Eun-tae looked at him with curiosity, deep in thought. Hyung-seok was full of determination, I can do it. I have decided to change myself, and after 10 seconds, Hyung-seok felt like he had been running for an hour. On the day of the camping trip, the sky was clear and blue, and clouds drifted quietly in the sky. A group of female students was waiting, and one of them greeted Hyung-seok, hello, Hyung-seok. A girl smiled, her voice slightly playful, there you are, punk. Jin-sung stood with his hands in his pockets, seeing Hyung-seok, he spoke up, there you are. Ji-ho stood behind, raising a hand to lightly greet, hi Hyung-seok. Jae-yeol remained silent next to them. Seeing everyone, Hyung-seok began to think. He looked around at the crowd. Hyung-seok was amazed, thinking that everyone was dressed so stylishly. Someone in the group exclaimed, damn, he's so handsome. Another person looked at Hyung-seok, crying out in their heart, he's like an alien from another planet. A girl softly cheered, my handsome guy. A group member couldn't help but admire, he's practically shining. Hyung-seok pondered, wearing a fashionable set of clothes. A voice rang out, those are the clothes Jae-yeol gave him. Hyung-seok's mind registered that everyone would be attending the autumn camp. A voice announced, you should fulfill your duties as a student. One of the angry students blurted out, damn it, when is this going to be over? The voice from the loudspeaker continued, with dreams and passion, let's shine in both body and spirit. A girl standing nearby turned to her friend and asked, did you bring a curling iron? Another guy muttered in frustration, they keep saying the same few sentences over and over again. Hyung-seok recalled his past memories. He thought, back in middle school, I only had bad memories of the autumn camp. A shout echoed from a bus, sit in the right seat. A voice yelled a reminder from a nearby bus, remember your bus number. Hyung-seok continued to think, now nobody knows me anymore. Stepping onto his bus, Hyung-seok bowed his head to greet the driver, hello. Looking down at the back of the bus with an eager face, he thought, before coming, I stopped by the convenience store to rest for a bit, now I'll just go all out until the night. Just 3 days and 2 nights, sleep a lot, my chubby guy, my heart is pounding now. Hyung-seok approached the seat next to the teacher, his mind recalling the past, his seat. Right in front, right next to the teacher, in his memories, his middle school teacher had asked him, Hyung-seok, are you pairing up with me again? A voice rang out, that guy always sat there in middle school. He sat down next to the teacher. Hyung-seok smiled softly, thinking to himself, so comfortable, I've prepared a lot of music to listen to today. The teacher next to him looked clearly confused, wondering, why is he sitting here? Did he lose a bet or something? A voice suddenly called him from the back of the bus, hey, Hyung-seok, what are you doing? Hyun-do smiled brightly, tapping his left hand on the middle seat, and said, your seat is right here. Hanul raised a hand, smiling and calling out to him, Hyung-seok. Kim Yui smiled, teasing, haven't you had breakfast yet? Hyung-seok was a bit stunned, stammering in his mind, that place? The seat in the back. Hyung-seok's thoughts were in disbelief, I never even dreamed of this. Kim Yui turned to Jin-sung, smiling and asking, Jin-sung, do you want some chewing gum? He replied coldly, alright. Hyung-seok approached, feeling a bit hesitant inside. Me, Hyung-seok thought in confusion, I get to sit here? Hanul smiled brightly, inviting Hyung-seok, let's play a game. Hyun-do exclaimed, let's do it. Jin-sung looked down at Mi-jin sitting in front of him, and smiled, asking, Mi-jin, did you just change seats? Sumin sat with his arms crossed, asking everyone, does anyone have snacks? Mi-jin stuttered. She replied to Jin-sung, I just get motion sickness. Kim Yui, sitting next to her, gritted her teeth, glaring angrily at Mi-jin. She thought, TCH, Jiho is sitting next to Hanul, he's confused wondering why he's even here. Jae-yeol sat with the teacher from earlier, the teacher still looked puzzled, looking over at him sleeping soundly. Cut to a while later, the school bus was still speeding down the road. Hyung-seok's group was playing a game. A voice rang out, alright. Mi-jin lost, and she sighed softly, looking down at her hands. Someone in the group yelled, Mi-jin is it? Another cheered, finally she gets caught. Jin-sung, with his hands flushed red, stared blankly at Mi-jin. A voice urged, hit her, Jin-sung. Another agreed, take revenge. Jin-sung is the winner, here is the winner. Jin-sung exclaimed in his mind. Mi-jin looked at him tearfully, oh god, why did you have to win? A guy yelled, take revenge for me, Jin-sung. Another voice cried out in excitement, she's finally caught. Someone laughed loudly, took long enough. Jin-sung thought in confusion, why is the universe playing with me? Jin-sung closed his eyes and stepped forward to hold Mi-jin's hands. He thought, it's just a game. Jin-sung grabbed Mi-jin's hands, he suddenly stopped, let out a breath, and his face turned red. He softly exclaimed, so soft. Someone laughed loudly, mocking, like a pervert. Another guy turned to his friend, laughing and asking, did you see his expression? Jin-sung shyly shouted, I am not. Hyung-seok smiled brightly, his eyes crinkling. Jin-sung stammered, my hand slipped. A voice rang out, damn it. Mi-jin shouted, Jin-sung, you're so slow. A thought flashed through Hyung-seok's mind, this is so much fun. Changing the scene, a convoy of buses drove back to back on the road. On a bus belonging to the design department, the outside of the vehicle had the words, J1 High School Design Department, Teijin Travel. Inside the bus, Leun-tae and his classmates sat in silence, the atmosphere incredibly heavy. Bum-jae lowered his head, sweat rolling down, and thought to himself, heavy, this atmosphere is way too heavy, it's a total sausage fest. Bum-jae looked over at Leun-tae, quietly observing, and thought, Vasco, he must have really been looking forward to this day, so much so that he couldn't even sleep, just look at those dark circles and you'll know. Bum-jae suddenly stood up, tore his shirt open with his hands, and said loudly, guys, let's party, right? A guy yelled, nice, Bum-jae. A voice rang out in the bus, let's do the backward jump. A guy in the class stood up, lifted his shirt, and yelled loudly, nice, let's do it. Jun-soo raised one hand high and shouted, so fun. A voice echoed, let's party. Someone laughed out loud, screaming with excitement, freaking stimulating. The driver sitting at the front looked completely bewildered, thinking, these crazy kids, what kind of school is this? One guy shouted loudly, so much fun. The other guy agreed, yeah. Leun-tae sat in the back, his face somewhat moved and touched, choking up, everyone. Leun-tae glanced outside, right next to them was a bus running parallel, and inside was Jang Hyun, sitting with other girls. A reading voice rang out, the hair design department's only male, Jang Hyun. The design department students stood motionless. They looked toward Jang Hyun, who was surrounded by girls in the next bus, tears beginning to roll down from the corners of their eyes. Bum-jae stood dumbfounded, a thought appearing in his mind, these guys. Transitioning the scene, the convoy stopped at a rest stop. Jin-sung rushed over and punched the punching machine's rubber pad hard. Sumin, Hyun-soo, and Jun-soo shouted in unison, a new record, awesome. Jin-sung smiled, his eyes glancing toward Mi-jin behind him, feeling extremely arrogant inside, everyone's looking up. What do you think, Mi-jin? Jin-sung suddenly heard a loud noise, and his eyes darted to the machine next to him. The nearby machine beeped, a score appeared, and 903 points displayed on the screen. Ho-bin was the one who got the score, cheering with delight, another new record. Jin stood nearby, smiling in admiration, broke the record again. Jin Sung recognized the person in front of him, thinking, Jin Hobin. Hobin turned his face, looking at Jin Sung, his tone full of sarcasm. Was the old record yours, Jin Sung? Eat more, kid. Hobin laughed loudly, continuing to provoke Jin Sung. I don't know what kind of man that is. Jin Sung gritted his teeth, looking at the people behind him, and angrily thought, me Jin. Everyone is looking. Jin Sung approached another machine, and Hobin watched curiously. Jin Sung set a new record on the hammer machine. He turned to look at Hobin, smiled confidently, and said, now I win the hammer game. He set a record again. He broke Hobin's record. Can a man like you do it? You bastard, Hobin got angry, clenching his teeth. He thought, cheap trash, everyone is watching. Jin Sung stepped forward. He aggressively yelled, bring it on, you. I only used 50% of my strength. Hobin retorted, and I only used 70% of my strength. Jin Sung growled, what do you want? Hobin continued to provoke, let's fight, a real brawl. A voice suddenly rang out, catching both of their attention. Who's playing the punching game over there? Leun-tae stepped out from nowhere. He said to Hyung-seok, give it a go, Hyung-seok. Hyung-seok was surprised. He stuttered, huh, what? Jin Sung stood from a distance, his mind paused. And Jin Sung recognized the person in front of him. He thought, Vasco. Leun-tae warmed up his shoulder joints, saying in a deep voice, let me go first. Jin Sung shifted his eyes toward Hyung-seok. He was surprised, even Park Hyung-seok is here. Someone screamed, Hyung-seok, good heavens, the punching machine is completely broken. Everyone looked toward Leun-tae, and someone stammered out, and Vasco, the hammer game is totally destroyed too. Switching scenes, in the men's restroom, Jin Sung thought irritably, tch, Hobin gritted his teeth, thinking in frustration, those muscle-headed meatheads. Suddenly, a shout rang out next to them, so strong. Hobin turned around, he shouted angrily, hey, you splashed it all over everyone else, you punk. Woo-seok turned around, he exclaimed in confusion, huh? Motherfucker. Woo-seok turned, his tone provocative, huh, what's up, punk? Hobin continued to taunt, what kind of breed are you? Trying to be a hip-hop wannabe. Woo-seok got angry, he yelled, what the hell is with this guy? What school did you crawl out from? Hobin calmly replied, learn what? I'm a rapper. Jin Sung glared beside him. He asked, hey, how old are you? Woo-seok replied, we are 17. What about it? Jin Sung continued, 17, you immature brats. A reading voice echoed, same age. Woo-seok looked at them, his voice mocking, I am a rapper too, you ignorant fools. Moon-sik beside him added, have you guys ever heard of the 4 heavenly kings of Mount Daebon? Jin Sung looked outside, startled as he said, oh crap, let's go, the bus is about to leave. Hobin said to the opponent, you are lucky, punk. Woo-seok interrupted, we have to go now too. Moon-sik backed away, shouting back, if we ever meet again, you are dead meat. A reading voice appeared, will they meet again? Transitioning to the scene at the campsite, Hyung-seok stepped off the bus. Someone yelled, we're here. Another person nearby shouted as the whole group arrived at the campsite. A voice rang out, directing the students, everyone, line up. Heemin stood still, telling everyone, gather in a line in front of me. Heemin put his hands on his hips, raising his voice to urge them, everyone move, hurry up now. A voice rang out, the scout guides are already waiting. A girl cheered, oh my, why is the scout guide so handsome? Another person softly exclaimed, he's mine, I called dibs on him. Someone in the group shouted, look at his perfect male god physique. A female classmate cried out loudly, oh god. They shifted their gazes to one bin next to him, and there were whispers, look at that guy over there. A disparaging voice echoed, like a wild boar. Someone compared the two, let's try comparing the two of them. A girl blurted out critically, oh my god, who let him be our scout guide? Heemin spoke loudly, we, the scout guides here, can be angels or devils depending on how everyone behaves. A person standing below softly cheered, so handsome. Heemin looked serious, continuing, we trust you, but depending on the situation, we should take precautions so nothing bad happens. We will check your luggage. Hyung-seok's thought appeared, here it starts again. A line of text appeared, the 3-day 2-night military-style camping trip begins. Heemin looked into the snack box, wondering, why is there liquor in this Pringles can? A student in the group tried to dodge, so strange, why is there liquor in here? Heemin looked at another snack bag, asking a student, and why are there cigarettes in this snack bag? How did you guys do this so well? The student stammered, replying fearfully, I tore it open, put the cigarettes in, then used a lighter. Heemin's voice turned stern as he said, we don't even know if you guys went as far as pouring liquor into plastic bottles and gluing them back together. It's better to confess. The whole group of students, punished by having to squat, shouted in unison, yes. Hyun continued his interrogation. Is anyone hiding their phone? A voice rang out. Some of you guys specialize in hiding phones in your underwear. Hyun stood still, seriously commanding, from now on, if you get caught, don't hate me. Many schools have participated in camps here, but your J1 high school is the worst. One girl softly replied, yes. A female student cheered, yes, oh my, he's so handsome. Someone in the group suddenly got curious, why is his name just, though? Another person guessed, he probably uses that name so it's easy for us to remember. The group of schoolgirls rolled their eyes at Wonbin, and a complaining voice said, but why is this guy named Wonbin? It's so confusing. Someone else chimed in, this guy has no conscience. A text line appeared, Wonbin is the name of the hottest male actor in South Korea. Wonbin was angry, furrowing his brows, thinking to himself, I can hear everything, you brats. I am from the first generation of commanders, and besides, this is my real name. He looked over at Hyun, angrily thinking, and this guy is only a part-timer, I'm way better than him. Hyun smiled, his eyes narrowing, and gently said to Mi Jin, hand over your phone. Mi Jin hesitantly replied, yes. Mi Jin blushed looking at Hyun, and the surrounding girls also looked at him shyly. Wonbin stood nearby, grinding his teeth, his eyes full of jealousy as he looked at Hyun. Hyun cleared his throat. He shouted loudly, announcing that after changing into comfortable clothes, there would be some recreation time. Once your resting areas have been assigned, everyone change into your PE uniforms and gather back here. Someone was shocked, what, that K3 fashion? A girl sighed softly, ah. Dressing up nicely to go out, and yet. A student suddenly yelled out, PE uniforms, is this a thing too? A line of text appeared, recreation time with the pipe connecting game. A group of students held pipes in their hands, passing a ball on top of them, while classmates outside continuously cheered, come on, hurry up. Bum Jae stood from a distance, arms crossed, eyes indifferent. He thought, this childish game is not fun at all. Bum Jae suddenly looked over at Lee Eun-tae, who looked very interested in the game. The whole team immediately ran in to join the game. Bum Jae shouted vigorously. Chun-sung stood next to him, yelling, come on, you have to do well. A group member slapped the ground, cheering his teammates, if you drop it, you're dead. Just imagine the thing you're supporting is a nuclear bomb detonator. Bum Jae yelled excitedly, nice, success, Vasco. Madonna stood watching from a distance, thinking hesitantly, what kind of school is this? A line of introduction appeared, Game Master Madonna. Transitioning to another game, the grouping game. Bum Jae ran over, pushing Aura aside. He hugged Lee Eun-tae and shouted, a group of 3. Chun-sung also rushed over, clinging to Lee Eun-tae. Simultaneously shouting, 3 people. Bum Jae shouted, see our group of 3? He hugged Lee Eun-tae with both hands, smiling and thinking, Vasco. Chun-sung opened his mouth wide and laughed. He yelled at the people around, do you bastards want to fight? Suddenly, there was a scream from behind. Lee Eun-tae rolled his eyes back to look. A group of 3, someone yelled, as Jang Hyun was surrounded by other girls. Jang Hyun, pair up with me, the person next to her shouted, he has to pair up with me. The other girl hugged Jang Hyun tightly and firmly said, no, pair up as a trio with me. The girls hugged Jang Hyun, they kept screaming, Jang Hyun, with me, Jang Hyun, over here. Bum Jae hesitantly looked at Lee Eun-tae, who was crying, and thought to himself, Vasco. Scene transition. Sun Shin appeared with 2 drumsticks and said loudly, alright, now if you want to play the drums really well, you have to follow the rhythm. An introduction line appeared, Game Master Lee Sun Shin. Yang Ho sat below, raised a hand, and asked, Mr. Game Master, what are we learning? Sun Shin replied, hot, it's time to focus on learning so you can perform in the talent show. Yang Ho smiled and implicitly said, are we learning Nanta? We probably don't need to, right? Scene transition. Yang Ho and his classmates shouted with determination in another competition. At the talent show for the baking and culinary department, the students sitting below started to get excited. That's pretty cool, a person shouted, this group is so energetic. While shouting, Yang Ho thought, I learned this trick at school, from Senior Monkey. The image of Hwan Jun appeared in Yang Ho's mind, being a kid chef means having to learn what Nanta is? Why? Scene transition. On a stage, the girls from the hair design department were dancing to the music. A student marveled, nothing but beautiful girls. Another person laughed loudly, their hair looks like a rainbow. Scene transition. On to the next performance, the dance and vocal department. Diakwa was performing on the stage. An audience member yelled, that's Diakwa, Payan Diakwa. Someone below shouted loudly, fat rapper. Hyung-seok stood below smiling. He thought, Diakwa is gradually being recognized by more and more people. Hobin next to him gritted his teeth, visibly annoyed, and clicked his tongue. A voice rang out introducing the act, and now it will be a performance by a band from the Applied Music Department. Madonna stood below, thinking, what kind of school is this? One bin next to her was completely helpless. He thought to himself, I've never seen a school like this before. Hyung-seok asked himself, why does a school like this even exist? A stuttering voice echoed through the hall, a school like this is truly unimaginable, your J1 high school is the very first case. Someone suddenly exclaimed, what, really? Hyung-seok smiled gently, excitedly thinking, this is so fun, coming here was definitely the right decision. After the talent show ended, a scout's voice reminded the students, you all have to wake up early tomorrow, so stop talking and quietly go to sleep. Hyung-seok's thoughts continued, the day has ended and everyone is getting ready to rest. Hyung-jo turned around, smiled, and beckoned, come on, come here. Jin-sung, walking behind, asked, what's wrong, what is it? Hyung-jo sighed softly and replied, sigh, do you know how hard it was to arrange this? Hyung-seok's mind noted, but when we followed Hyung-jo. Hyung-jo went ahead, pushed the door open, and said, here we are. Jin-sung frowned, his voice irritated, what is this? Both Jin-sung and Hyung-seok were surprised as they looked inside the room. A group of girls was sitting in the room, one exclaimed, great, they're here. The girl next to her raised her hand and called the two over, sit down, sit down. A nearby girl smiled and greeted gently, hello. Hyung-seok looked around for a moment, thinking, their hair. Someone in the group spoke up, hi, Jin-sung. Hyung-seok wondered to himself, are these the girls from the hair design department at the performance earlier? The girl next to him looked at Hyung-seok and asked, you are Hyung-seok, right? A girl in the group secretly rejoiced, phew, they're here. Sumin smiled, he raised his hand to greet, hi. Hyun-do beside him smiled and asked, your alcohol didn't get discovered, right? That guy threw out a compliment, your PP dance performance earlier was really good. Among the girls, someone thought, the handsome boys from the design department. A girl looked around, her mind showing, my target is, just is. A voice complimented, you're really handsome. Someone invited Jin-sung and Hyung-seok, sit down, sit down. Another girl expressed, I really want to be friends with you. Hyung-seok clearly showed his confusion, thinking, again? I wonder if there is drinking here. The group of girls looked towards Jin-sung and Hyung-seok, their mind saying, Lee Jin-sung, Park Hyung-seok, the rest can just be thrown away. Jin-sung turned slightly, he flatly refused, sorry, I already have plans. Jin-sung turned his back and walked away, saying softly, see you later. Hyung-seok hurriedly followed up, me too. Hyun-seok was a bit disappointed, he asked, where are you guys going again? Hyun-seok thought, where are you guys going again? Hyun-seok's thoughts continued to appear, hey, if you guys leave, the rest of us. Sumin smiled lightly, he said, sit down, sit down. Hyun-seok suddenly smiled, he spoke up looking regretful, alright, it would have been fun if those two joined. Jun-soo stepped forward, he smiled and said, there's never the whole group anyway. Let's just play by ourselves. Scene transition, at the hotel hallway. Jin-sung walked on, he called out to Hyung-seok, hey, can you come with me? Hyung-seok was a bit startled, he thought curiously, where to? Where does Jin-sung want me to go with him? They arrived in front of Mi-jin's room. Mi-jin ran out to open the door, looking outside. Jin-sung held a bag of food out to Mi-jin, he said shyly, Mi-jin, let's hang out. Hyun-seok's thoughts appeared, to Mi-jin's room? Scene transition, a water bottle was placed on a phone's flashlight. A voice echoed in the room, if you put a water bottle on the phone's flash like this, tada, it becomes a colored light. Jin-sung cheered softly, so beautiful. Ji-ho sat cross-legged, he was confused, why am I here? A line of text appeared, Hyung-seok is calling. Kim Mi-jin smiled, looking at the liquor bottles. Jin-sung, let's play the truth game, the truth game. Mi-jin hurriedly interrupted, I can't drink alcohol. Ha-nul smiled lightly, she reassured Mi-jin, it's okay, because Jin-sung and Hyung-seok are also light drinkers. Ji-ho held a glass of alcohol in his hand, he drank continuously, deep down Ji-ho thought, drinking with these people? A voice directed at Ji-ho, first time drinking alcohol in your life? Someone in the group wondered, why is he drinking so much? Someone asked in a stern voice, so what do you want to become now? Another person answered, Baskin-Robbins. Ji-ho continued to drink, he was determined, I have to drink really aggressively. Someone softly cheered, Jin-sung is caught. Someone curiously asked him, who do you like in our class? Jin-sung stammered, no, I can't drink. Someone in the group urged Jin-sung, then drink. Jin-sung stuttered, unable to utter the words, I. Kim Yui suddenly grabbed the glass of alcohol, she yelled out in a rush, wait. Jin-sung, I am the dark female warrior who destroys alcohol. Jin-sung stopped Kim Yui, wait, I was just about to say. Kim Yui immediately retorted, no, I drank it so you have to do what I want. Give me a kiss. Ji-ho continued to drink, his mind screaming, so aggressive. Jin-sung on the other side dismissed it, keep dreaming. Kim Yui shouted, then drink 2 glasses. Ji-ho thought with full intensity, so strong. Mi-jin ultimately didn't drink alcohol, finally a line of text directed at her, didn't drink a single glass at all. A reading voice spoke out, it is true that teenagers should not drink beer and alcohol. Hyung-seok shouted, stop smoking. No fighting. Hyung-seok, flushed from drink, kept yelling at Jin-sung, being drunk means you're the boss. Hanul, equally intoxicated beside him, asked Hyung-seok, hey Hyung-seok, do you know the chubby guy's phone number? Hanul continued, no, I only have you. Jin-sung replied to Hyung-seok in a weak voice, I'm sorry. Jin-sung spoke through tears, the alcohol had made him weak. Hanul held Hyung-seok's hand, talking nonstop and confessing everything. Kim Yui had fallen asleep from drunkenness at some point. The Black Widow had fallen. Ji-ho sat below, smiling and saying, do you drink? I can drink a lot. A thought appeared, everyone was drunk. Someone's voice suddenly screamed, you bastard. A scout ran into the room and shouted loudly, who is it? It's the scout. Someone in the room startled and yelled, Ji-ho threw up. A voice rang out. When the scout burst in, everyone had already passed out, so they didn't get caught. The scout shouted angrily, raising his hand high, you're students and you're already dabbling in alcohol? A person in Hyun-doo's group thought, this is too bad. The girl next to her grumbled, just a bunch of ugly guys and a terribly ugly scout. The last girl thought, I should just go to sleep and get it over with. One bin looked towards Hyun-doo's group, who were being punished. He thought, hey, I can hear everything, you know. Scene transition. Hyung-seok, in his old body, was jogging on the street, sweating profusely. Hyung-seok panted and thought, when did I fall asleep? I don't even know when Han-nul tricked me into drinking. Hyung-seok continued running, his thoughts surfacing, not to mention I'm taking a break from the convenience store, so when I'm sober, I should exercise. Inside the convenience store, Soo Jae was sitting quietly by the desk, silently looking at the computer screen. Soo Jae thought curiously, Hyung-seok took a few days off, so why is he suddenly running like an ox right now? He turned his face toward the computer screen. Soo Jae continued to think, but lately there are so many pictures like this. The Earth is going to be extinct. The computer screen flickered as a forum page loaded, showing the title Bin Review 740. Sung-jae frowned slightly and muttered to himself that he must have clicked into it by accident, since he had only been looking at pictures of idols before. Another post appeared on the screen, labeled Street Photography Collection, and he couldn't help but think that whoever took these photos must have put in a great deal of effort. Comments began to scroll beneath the post, praising the angles, the quality, and asking whether Bin had taken the photos himself. More remarks followed, wondering where the shots were captured and expressing curiosity about the perspective. A quiet thought surfaced in Sung-jae's mind, as if questioning whether this was his first time seeing something like this. The page refreshed again, revealing a new post titled Bin Review 1940. Leaning in slightly, Sung-jae wondered where people even found scenes like these to photograph. More comments appeared in rapid succession, complimenting the timing and composition, asking for more uploads, even requesting video clips. One comment suggested showing the full frame to better understand the shot. Sung-jae said nothing, his eyes fixed on the screen, but deep down he felt that something about this page was off. Bang bang, Bin, what is your identity, a god? Goodsview, did you really take these pictures? The text continued to appear, truly turning this into a very interesting camping trip. A picture of Mi-jin was posted with the title, The Female Student I Like the Most. Bin Right View 1940, Jin-sung whispered, that guy posted more pictures again. Comments about the photo continued to pop up, so hot, wait, let me go get some tissues. Dunaloku, looks like she had surgery, but so freaking sexy. Trin chat, oh Bin, how did you take these good pictures? You are a true god. Cat, wow, teen girls nowadays have such beautiful bodies. Good person, hey, you should have taken more pictures when she took off more clothes. Pervert, Bin, I admire you, so good. Jin-sung looked at the screen and said to himself, they are secretly taking pictures of these schoolgirls. A voice rang out, signaling that something was wrong. Something terrible was waiting for us. Hyung-seok opened his eyes, waking up from his sleep. A passing thought, the camping trip. A laughing voice rang out, Hyung-seok's face is so funny. Someone in the room laughed and said, I thought you wouldn't wake up. On Hyung-seok's face, there was a line of text, the word stupid written on it. The whole group looked over at Ji-ho, his body was covered in marker stains. Someone shouted, who drew so terribly on him? Another person added, you threw up after drinking alcohol. Ji-ho sleep-talked while still fast asleep, drink up. Someone angrily shouted, hey, my toothpaste, did you stuff it in there? A line of text appeared, moving on to the second day. Scene transition, the students moved on to other activities. Someone yelled when being splashed with water. Hey! A title card appeared, river rafting. Min splashed water on Mi-jin. She smiled and said, "Is it too cold?" Kim Yui sat on the raft. She raised both hands and said to Min, "It's cold, brother." Mi-jin had a bright smile on her face, her heart full of excitement. Wonbin sat silently. A cheer rang out. "This is so much fun." A student excitedly exclaimed, "The scout leader is the best." Wonbin also began to splash water on the accompanying students. An annoyed girl said, "What the hell?" The person next to her grumbled, "Ah. What's wrong with you, man?" A student glared at him, in a frustrated tone, "What's that for?" Someone yelled at Wonbin, "Why did you suddenly splash water on us, old man?" Someone else was annoyed, "Oh my god, I just got my hair permed." Wonbin suddenly turned his head, his eyes looking towards Mi-jin. Mi-jin quickly averted her eyes downward. She intentionally avoided his gaze. She thought, "Is it my imagination? It seems like he just glanced at me." Scene transition. In the evening, the students gathered in the courtyard. A voice echoed through the space, "These candles are burning their brightest to light up the world around us. Think about the people who are like candles lighting up our lives." The voice continued loudly, "That is our parents, our parents." Jin Sung held a candle cup in one hand, covering his teary eyes with his hat held in the other. He thought, "TSK. I'm going to cry because of these cheesy words." The other students also started crying, all listening to the voice giving the presentation. "Let's think about the faces we will see tomorrow. Your mothers. Only when we stop complaining about our parents do we realize how much they love us." Mi-jin noticed something. She opened one eye and looked in a direction. In the distance, Wonbin was staring at Mi-jin. She quickly averted her eyes. Mi-jin's mind was extremely confused. Not again. The scene transitions back to the hotel hallway, the end of the second day of the camp. The second day passed very quickly. In the room, Bum Jae's group was having a pillow fight with each other. Bum Jae suddenly looked at the corner of the room. Lee Eun-tae was huddled in a corner. He quietly observed his friends. Bum Jae smiled. He called out to Lee Eun-tae. "Why is Vasco sitting all alone? Do you want to have a pillow fight?" The whole group panicked. They shouted in unison, "Hey! Hey!" Lee Eun-tae held two pillows in his hands. He smiled and jumped up. Someone exclaimed, "Oh no! Era got knocked out of the room." Someone panicked, "Oh, Era is flying." Someone shouted, "Did Vasco really hit him with a pillow? Good heavens." A thought appeared, "We create good moments together." At the same time, Jin Sung and Mi-jin were walking together. Mi-jin's eyes narrowed. She gave a bright smile. Jin Sung walked beside her. He remained silent, his eyes watching Mi-jin smile. The thought continued, "These moments will become memories." Hyung-seok lay next to Ji-ho. He smiled and thought, "So much fun, 3 days and 2 nights are almost over." A caption referring to Ji-ho, "This pitiful face slept for almost the entire second day." The words kept running through Hyung-seok's mind. That was how the final camp night passed. We had no idea that night would be so long. Cut to the scout leader's room. A person sitting on a chair called out to Wonbin. The person next to him looked at him and said sarcastically, "Have a little drink, we're going to throw it away anyway, why do you have to make it so hard on yourself, man?" Wonbin rolled his eyes down, thinking to himself, "You people are truly lower life forms." The other scout leader said, "We're not giving this stuff back to the kids anyway," and the other replied, "It's just that we shouldn't throw it away." Wonbin thought in frustration, who would ever drink the alcohol confiscated from those kids? Wonbin remained silent, his mind resolute. "I am the first core generation, you guys will never understand, I am a responsible person with a proper certificate." His thoughts continued, "You people work with absolutely no sense of responsibility." Wonbin opened the door, stepped outside, and stammered back, I'm stopping by the storage room." A thought crossed Wonbin's mind, "No one understands me." Wonbin took out a phone, thinking, "Actually, Mi-jin's photo appeared on the phone screen, and Wonbin's mind had one final thought, "I have to find that girl." Wonbin walked to the storage room, opened the door, and looked inside. Wonbin suddenly yelled when he saw Min with Mi-jin, "What is this?" Mi-jin was shocked, gradually recognizing the person in front of her. It's him." Wonbin shouted in confusion, Why are you two together?" Min smiled slightly, answering evasively, "It's because she couldn't sleep and woke up in the middle of the night, so I punished her by making her move things, since they're too heavy." Wonbin frowned, his face filled with anger. Wonbin's mind screamed, "You bastard." Mi-jin felt a bit frustrated. She thought she had been caught saying goodbye to Jin Sung, and now she ran into this guy again. Wonbin continued to think, once the girl left, it would just be the two of them. Min placed the box on the shelf and said, "I will let the girl go, and then I'll clean up this place. You should also go home and rest early." From behind, Wonbin lunged at Min, pushing him to the ground. Min cried out, "Boss!" Mi-jin felt confused, her mouth hung wide open, her mind wondering, what's going on? Wonbin sat on top of Min, continuously punching him in the face. Mi-jin stood watching, asking herself, this person, why? Mi Jin stayed on guard, he is too dangerous. Wonbin gritted his teeth, angrily blurting out, how dare you? Mi Jin made a decision, I must help him. Heemin was being beaten repeatedly, he cried out, Senior, ugh, why? A phone slipped out of Wonbin's pocket and fell to the ground. On the phone screen, a picture of Mi Jin appeared. Mi Jin's eyes widened, she was shocked, what is this now? Mi Jin rushed over, pushing Wonbin off Heemin. She recognized herself on the phone, it's me. Mi Jin panicked and screamed, it's a picture of me, since when? Heemin, holding his cheek with one hand, stood up in pain and shouted, you're done for, you crazy bastard. Heemin approached, kicking Wonbin, attacking him while screaming loudly, I treated you like a senior, you uneducated idiot. Wonbin raised his hands, trying to defend himself. Heemin continued to scream, are you mad at me? How dare you hit me? Mi Jin ran over, grabbed Heemin's arm, and hurriedly stopped him, stop it, just calling the police is enough. Heemin stopped, and Mi Jin told him, this person secretly took pictures of me. Heemin turned his face, flashed an awkward smile, and replied, thank you, Mi Jin, if it weren't for you, I would have been in danger. Scene change. At the convenience store, Hyung-seok, in his original body, was holding a stack of papers. Soo Jae was working and called out to the back, put those flyers near the door. Hyung-seok replied, yes. His thoughts appeared, I was exercising with this body when the manager caught me. He pasted the flyers on the glass door. While doing so, Hyung-seok thought to himself, now I'm resting and working at the same time, I should probably sneak out after pasting this. Suddenly, he realized something, his eyes darted toward a piece of paper. Hyung-seok panicked, his mouth opened wide, and he stuttered, this is. On the paper, a series of photos of wanted suspects appeared, a wanted criminal list. On it was also Heemin's photo, and the content of the wanted poster read, Number 12, sexual offender, Kim Heemin, 22, 185 centimeters tall, is a martial arts expert, has a good-looking face. Everyone please be careful, especially do not hire this guy, he has sexual issues. Hyung-seok recognized the person in the photo. Failed, Hyung-seok thought. The scout failed? Scene change. Heemin suddenly smiled, he suddenly licked his lips, his voice stuttered, I can't take it anymore, hiding it until now is more than enough. Mi Jin looked at the person in front of her in shock. Heemin continued speaking, you like me too, right? Am I not handsome? Girls always flock to me when they see me. He turned towards where Wonbin was lying and hurled an insult at him, this damn pig, I don't even know when he stole my phone. Heemin turned back to look at Mi Jin, asking her softly, aren't the photos beautiful? I had to go through a lot of trouble to take them. Wonbin was in pain, lying motionless on the ground. His mind began to recall the details, on that phone, I accidentally saw a lot of secretly taken photos. His memory brought back the social media posts, and Wonbin continued thinking, he posted them on the internet, acting like a pervert. The story ran through Wonbin's head, there were hundreds of pictures of schoolgirls in that phone by now. Wonbin's train of thought continued, after that, I observed this guy, and then the image of Heemin and Mi Jin rafting on the river appeared. Wonbin's voice recounted, always with this girl, or the image when Mi Jin was listening to a lecture, Heemin standing behind her, he always closely followed the girl. Wonbin lay motionless on the floor, his mind constantly crying out, they are both in the storage room, so there is no time to call the police anymore. I am the first generation of young leaders, the kids, I have to protect the kids. Mi Jin was terrified, she screamed, somebody save me. Heemin smiled dangerously, whispering, it's no use, this is an automated storage room. You forced me to do this. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched Mi Jin hard in the stomach. Heemin said loudly, don't make things difficult for each other. Mi Jin was in pain, almost losing consciousness, flying backward. Heemin smiled grotesquely, saying, I know you like me too, but you want to play rough like this, right? Your breasts are beautiful. Sweat poured down his face, Heemin licked his lips once again, he said to Mi Jin. Do you want to touch them that much? Will you take off your clothes yourself, or should I do it? The scene flashes back to when Min Chun and Heemin were young. At this time, the chubby classmate was sitting on the ground, throwing a tantrum and crying loudly, Teacher, Heemin ate all my cake. His noisy complaints gave the teacher a headache, he even hit me. I'm going to be punished. Looking at his face, covered in a mess of tears and snot, which made him look even uglier, Heemin beside him could only lower his eyes, not daring to speak. The teacher glanced at him, and after a long while, she spoke, startling him, don't make such a fuss just because your friend ate your cake. The teacher gave a wide smile, showing her bright white teeth, and advised, and Min Chun, you should eat less to lose weight. Heemin is small and cute, let him help you eat it. Hearing what the teacher said, Min Chun was left completely dumbfounded and unable to understand. Give the cake to Heemin. At that moment, I wasn't punished. Right at that moment, Heemin started to smile. Over time, his pranks became more and more excessive. He would flip up a schoolgirl's skirt, say take this ice pop, then stand there watching and laughing with amusement. Ah, Heemin again. But as long as the prankster was Heemin, that female student would just laugh happily and act cute with him. You shouldn't do that, no. They liked it that way. He would stand there, licking his lips creepily and thinking to himself, just as I thought. Gradually, Heemin grew up and became more handsome. Heemin. The female students in the school all looked at him with sparkling eyes of admiration. We're planning to go on a vacation at a villa. Do you want to come with us, to make it a perfect 3-on-3 pairing? The scene shifted into a pitch-black room, lit only by faint light from outside. Heemin stood there, his voice low and unsettling as he spoke Eugene name, admitting that he had been drawn to her since the very first moment they met. Eugene tilted her head slightly, smiling in a way that seemed calm on the surface, yet carried something difficult to read. She mentioned Jae-han, but quickly brushed it aside, saying she would end things and start anew. For a brief moment, everything felt strangely quiet, until Heemin's expression changed. The warmth in his eyes faded, replaced by something far more disturbing. Eugene's voice grew hesitant, asking for space, her tone no longer confident but uneasy. Outside, night had already fallen. Streetlights flickered on, casting dim light across the quiet street. Inside the small, cluttered room, tension thickened. Eugene's fear became more apparent as Heemin stepped closer, his words turning colder, more possessive, as if he had already decided everything. She tried to explain herself, her voice trembling, mentioning her situation, her job, and how she had struggled just to stay where she was. But her words only made the atmosphere heavier. Heemin ignored it all. To him, none of it seemed to matter. At that moment, everything felt wrong. Not far away, Wonbin slowly regained his senses, holding his head as fragments of sound reached him. The unease in his chest grew stronger. Something wasn't right. And then it hit him. That girl was in danger. He didn't think much and immediately ran over to rescue her, but Wonbin was no match for Heemin. He was just kicked straight in the left ankle by him. You are bothering me. Then he used both hands to grab his head. Look at this bastard, followed by a knee strike straight to Wonbin's nose bridge, causing it to bleed. Does he still think he is my senior? Seeing him being beaten, Mi-jin cried and screamed loudly, because of you, once again, I have to go find another place to hide. But her scream didn't help anything. Wonbin was still beaten with his face covered in blood, screaming won't do you any good now. After dealing with his senior, he continued to turn back to her with a despicable look. Let's continue, I don't have much time. But at this moment, a whistle sounded behind him, making him freeze. Even though Wonbin was beaten flat on the floor, he still tried to blow the whistle loudly to call for help. But the light in front of him was gradually covered by Heemin's shadow. He used his thumb to press the whistle straight into Wonbin's mouth. Then he used his huge hand to grab his face, the other hand clenched into a fist. Now which is bigger and stronger, the whistle or your teeth? The scene shifted to the empty hallway by the break room. Jin-sung frowned, putting his hands in his pockets, and asked, has she not returned yet? In front of him were two of Mi-jin's friends, one was happily smiling and talking, while the other looked annoyed. Yeah, she's probably in another room. Come drink with me, Jin-sung. Hey, what about Hyung-seok? Didn't he come with you? He's sleeping. Upon receiving the answer, Jin-sung became even more suspicious. That's strange, she told me she was going back to her room after saying goodbye, so she should be in her room by now, right? Is it true that she moved to another room? Jin-sung, come drink with me. He didn't linger long but turned around and left immediately, making the other girl regretful. Thanks, let's meet tomorrow if anything. The phone rang. Aren't you staying to drink with me? A strange number? Hanul answered the phone in annoyance. Hello? Hanul, it's me, Hyung-seok from the convenience store. Oh my god, is that you, fatty? How did you find my number? That's... On the other end of the line, Hyung-seok also seemed quite nervous, his face covered in sweat as he spoke into the phone. Hyung-seok gave it to me. What? Why did you get my number? Wait, Hanul. There's another person who knows my second phone number now. I have something to ask you. At this time, in a room with the lights still on, Hyung-seok sat blankly on the bed, muttering to himself. He said it was very urgent, so he wanted me to wake you up. Ah, yeah, thanks Hanul. I returned to that other body. In his mind appeared the image of Hanul crying streams of tears, biting her lip tightly to reproach him. If I take the identity of a fat guy from a convenience store out of nowhere, it won't be convincing at all. Why did you give my number to Fatty? Does Fatty like me? My heart is torn in two. Wait, did you give Fatty my number because you don't like me? I have to call the police as a witness in this place, I have to call the police right away. Thinking about it, he hurriedly made a call and reported the situation to the police. Yes, he looks a lot like the person on the wanted list. Yes, I'm not completely sure either. Hyung-seok, feeling anxious, tried his best to explain everything in detail over the phone, then quietly listened to the police's response. It will take some time because you guys are deep in the mountains, but now that there is a witness, that guy won't be able to escape. However, it will take us 30 minutes to get there, so remember to keep in touch. Yes. Yes, I'll keep my phone on. The call ended, and he hung up. It's done, now all he has to do is sit and wait for the phone call. At this moment, a soft noise caught Hyung-seok's attention, and he looked towards it. A black plastic bag had been dropped on the ground, with the beer and snacks inside spilling out through the open bag. Jin-sung stood at the door, glaring fiercely at the person in the room, his entire face turning gloomy and terrifying. Why is Jin-sung's face? Hyung-seok turned around, feeling tense upon seeing him. Jin-sung. But without waiting for him to ask clearly, Jin-sung hurriedly ran outside, shouting as he ran, "Me Jin." I had never seen a face like that in my life. Hanul saw him turn and run as if chased by a ghost, looking visibly annoyed. What the hell? She's his girlfriend, why is he acting like Me Jin owes him a debt or something? Ah, Hanul, what happened? I don't know either, just a moment ago, none of us could find Me Jin anywhere. Hearing her say that, Hyung-seok felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The scene shifted to a small, isolated warehouse where Mi Jin was locked up. On the ground were 3 knocked-out teeth and a bloody hand. Mi Jin sat curled up in a corner, covering her face and sobbing bitterly, while Won Bin had been beaten to the point where his parents wouldn't even recognize him. Won Bin, what should I do? Meanwhile, the deranged Min still wouldn't drop his disgusting expression, flailing his limbs in front of her. Why are you crying, baby? There's no one left to stop us, now it's just you and me. Mi Jin kept wiping her tears, her voice choking with sobs as she pleaded upon hearing his words. Hurry up, take off all your clothes, I don't have time. Please, let me go, she begged. But she had accidentally mentioned a sensitive phrase that made his expression even more terrifying. I won't call the police, I promise. Hearing the word police, Min stopped smiling and lunged forward, pinning Mi Jin to the ground. You bitch. Min started to lose his temper, throwing punches straight into her face. You clung to me. And now what? Call the police, huh? Thudding sounds echoed in the room, Mi Jin's choking sobs gradually faded away, leaving only Min's curses. You are a lying, miserable bitch. You used your body to seduce me. Now what, sexual assault? Here's your sexual assault. Everything went dark, only his maniacal laughter echoed endlessly, accompanied by a disgusting tone. I'm sorry, he laughed, saying nonsense in the dark. Sorry for hitting you. Finally, Mi Jin regained consciousness. I'm so sorry for hitting you. It was just that the bastard had already groped his way to her waist with a depraved look on his face. I'm so sorry my hand slipped. He was intently enjoying his own world when he saw Mi Jin's leg twitch, so he looked up. Huh, you're awake, that was fast. His mouth spoke, but his hands didn't stop moving, popping the button on her pants and pulling the zipper down. Hey, why are your pants so hard to take off? Ah, there we go. Seeing him do that, Mi Jin was terrified, trying to squeeze her legs together, which made his face twist even more. No, he flexed his muscles to force her to stay still. Come on, lie still. Just as Mi Jin was trying to resist, a sudden noise behind them made Min stop. He turned his head to look at the warehouse door, a silhouette that had just pushed the door open was standing backlit there. Jin-sung had found Mi Jin. He stood there staring at the shirtless man restraining her. Then his eyes fell upon Mi Jin's bruised face, tears streaming down as she tried to resist, and finally on the 2 filthy hands trying to take off her pants. Jin-sung was now furious to the extreme, his face even more terrifying than a fierce god. Without saying a word, his eyes looked as if he wanted to immediately deal with that bastard. Jin-sung clenched his fists and rushed straight into the warehouse. Seeing someone coming, Min immediately stood up and took a fighting stance. What the hell? Hey, is it just you? Jin-sung did not reply, his anger did not allow him to speak at this moment. He swung his fist forward, but the guy was in a defensive stance even when standing up so hurriedly. Lee Jin-sung had probably realized from the beginning that this pervert was an experienced martial artist. His speed was so fast it seemed to tear through the wind, but not today. Min continued to use leg sweeps, and this time he landed a hit again, boxing? Jin-sung lost his balance and stumbled forward, he was too agitated. He licked his lips and smiled smugly. Low kicks? Did you just happen to come here? Or were you following me? A perfectly executed counterattack. At that moment, his eyes widened in shock. As a boxer, his center of gravity was entirely on his front leg, so Jin-sung took quite a bit of damage from that low kick. And those hands appeared right in front of him, those demon-like hands reaching out so fast, those dirty and blood-soaked hands. He once again grabbed Jin-sung's head, exactly how he did to Won Bin earlier. Next came the familiar knee strikes, gotcha. Jin-sung used both arms to block his strikes as much as possible, his mind calculating the next move. Muay, it's Muay Thai, I have to break free immediately. His vision went dark, only able to stand there and take continuous hits. I've lost my space, if I keep fighting like this. Min was continuing his knee strikes when he suddenly noticed his right arm swinging up. Gotta use the signature move. He didn't seem to have much trouble guessing his intention, instantly throwing Jin Sung onto his back to the side. In your dreams. Jin Sung's foot slid a bit and then tensed up as a pivot. Jin Sung managed to lock his strike. He was preparing to counterattack. But Min once again overpowered him, pulling Jin Sung's entire body forward toward him. It's not that easy. He started to panic, unable to make sense of what was happening. What kind of skill is this? I can't create any distance. Jin Sung once again fell into a disadvantaged position, only able to use his arms to block the rain of blows from Min. I have to make him let go. I'm not used to attacking at this range. While he was busy thinking of a way to create distance, Min landed a punch right in Jin Sung's stomach. So you can only guard your face, huh? This strike seemed to use 80 to 90% of his strength, causing even Jin Sung's ribs to crack. The pain struck instantly, making Jin Sung's expression even more unsightly. Min didn't stop there. He laughed like a maniac. Broken ribs, right? Come on, eat this now. He created some distance from him, but his hand still tightly gripped Jin Sung's neck. No, it was followed by another fatal knee strike. This time, Min also successfully smashed a knee right into Jin Sung's face. Now it's the face, kid. Jin huddled closely in a corner. She looked in terror at the brutal scene before her and screamed, Jin Sung. Knee, she thought, paralyzed. She couldn't stand up or do anything. Her legs were trembling, and she couldn't stand up at all. Is anyone there, please? She finally managed to scream. Min's taunting voice followed. Do you want this arm broken too? Aha, arm broken too, right kid? I have to help him, Jin thought desperately. Outside, the crescent moon hung very high in the pitch-black sky. Hyung-seok's group was currently looking for the two of them, Jin Sung and Jin. Hyun-do grumbled in annoyance. They're probably just fooling around somewhere together. Nothing could have happened. They'll definitely come back in a bit anyway. Hyung-seok saw him say that and could only turn his head to look, thinking, it's true that it's not very urgent, so I can't wake the others up. More importantly, he mentally rearranged the scale of this entire area again to search within this incredibly vast region. No one noticed the small warehouse located in a corner far away from this bustling area. Inside, Jin Sung's arm was drenched in blood. Jin Sung, his body was in a miserably battered state, no less than Won Bin, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Both his ribs and arms are broken now, yet he can still stand? Jin Sung's entire face also turned red. But he still resolutely stood up amidst Min's mockery. As a boxer, now that both your arms and ribs are broken, what are you going to do? He looked at his despicable, smug face, his mind filled with thoughts. It hurts so much, surely you can't do anything to me now, let's just end it here, I can't even move a finger anymore. But he still kept encouraging himself, I can't fall. Have you ever been taken down by a high kick? Can you handle a hit like that now? Now it's just me. In front of Jin Sung, Min was getting ready for a finishing blow. If I fall too. But he didn't allow himself to collapse because Jin Sung knew Jin needed him, or else Jin would. Exactly at this crucial moment, Min's ankle was suddenly grabbed tightly by a hand. He panicked and looked at the bloodied Won Bin, not knowing since when he had dragged himself near him. Min looked at his face, where eyes and nose could no longer be seen, and asked in astonishment, what? He can still move? How the hell? Then his gaze shifted to the long trail of blood on the ground. With blood splattered everywhere like that, is he crawling? The moment he was distracted, Jin Sung threw a punch straight at his face. Was he here already? Only then did he truly notice the opponent before him, turning his head back. However, Jin Sung's fist, full of resentment, was already in sight. With that broken arm? A powerful punch instantly deformed Min's despicable face. His nose was twisted to one side, and his face was no longer handsome and bright. Jin Sung's vision was still pitch black, but the thoughts in his head were extremely clear. Once I land this punch, I'll kill you right after. Jin Sung continued to clench his fist. With that left arm? Again? The moment his left fist approached, Min's eyes widened more and more. Wait. Continuous slapping sounds echoed in the small room. At this time, Min had been knocked down and was lying flat on the ground, blood continuously flowing from his nose and mouth. But Jin Sung still refused to stop. His shadow cast over him made him terrified. Min screamed in despair. More? Hey, your arm is broken. Stop. But Jin Sung didn't listen to those words at all. He only knew to continue throwing his punches. After a long time, a noisy sound erupted outside the warehouse. Found them. Over there. It turned out that Hyung-seok's group had led the police rushing inside. Jin Sung, stop. When we and the police found Jin Sung in that room, we were astonished to see his tightly clenched hands covered in bright red blood. He was still continuously smashing down on the rotten face of Min, who seemed to have fainted. His right fist was also bleeding and trembling endlessly, and Mi-jin was hugging him tightly, trying to stop Jin-sung. Jin-sung, it's over. He's completely unconscious. But his subconscious still wouldn't stop attacking. The sight of Jimin hugging him was deeply ingrained in Hyung-seok's mind, along with the pent-up emotions after those punches with his bare, broken hands. Every image left him amazed and unforgettable. It was more despair than anger. Very soon, the police car arrived. Jimin walked away in handcuffs under the lights and the murmurs of the crowd. Unbelievable, that guy was truly deceptive. His face, now wiped clean of blood, was smiling as he calmly faced the gossip. Could there be a mistake with a face like that? Mi-jin sat in the car, looking at him and wondering, this guy is so handsome, what could he possibly want? But just a moment later, the face that she would probably never forget in her lifetime appeared again, and Mi-jin's eyes shifted from pity to panic. Meanwhile, Won-bin was placed on a stretcher by the medical team and moved outside. It's Won-bin, Won-bin. Lying on the stretcher, he listened to the whispers of the onlookers and felt proud, he had protected them. He was the one who stopped that guy. Really? I did it. But hearing some unpleasant words made his eyes turn sad. But this fat guy looks a lot like a criminal too. Hey, he might hear you. The two onlookers kept laughing and mocking Won-bin. He's being carried away on a stretcher as if he were being arrested. Hey, what, why do you keep nudging me? While that guy was laughing and talking cheerfully, Jin-sung, wrapped in a thin blanket and sitting in the back of the ambulance, looked up at him. Hey, his eyes glared fiercely as he growled at the guy, what? Try saying that one more time. No, sir, the onlooker replied. Won-bin lay there and was slightly surprised to hear Jin-sung's words. Don't bark nonsense around here. Yes, I'm sorry, the onlooker quickly added. After the gossiping crowd left, Jin-sung's eyes still hadn't lost their sharpness. Suddenly, he gave a slight bow, and seeing that, Won-bin secretly smiled with deep satisfaction. After that, Jin-sung started grinning widely and showing off to Mi-jin when she asked how he was. Jin-sung, are you completely better now? Mi-jin, I'm perfectly fine, let me finish with the first aid and then I'll go to the police station with you to make a statement. But are you really okay? 100% sure. Seeing them dawdling, the police officers urged them and drove back to the station. Hey students, let's go. Ah, yes sir, Jin-sung, I'll go first. Jin-sung watched the car Mi-jin was sitting and leave, the smile on his lips still not fading. But a second later, darkness suddenly surrounded him, and everyone around panicked because of it. Jin-sung passed out. Jin-sung's injuries were quite severe, he had to be hospitalized for 2 whole months. Mi-jin came to visit, peeling an apple while constantly grumbling for both Won-bin and Jin-sung to hear. Lying in the shared hospital room, only seeing the ceiling now, why did he pretend to be okay when he was so badly injured? Oh dear, hasn't changed a bit, luckily it didn't leave any lingering effects. After complaining to her heart's content, Mi-jin became gentle again, thank you. Hearing these words, Jin-sung's face turned bright red out of shyness, but he just stayed silent, trying to act cool without replying. The scene transitions to another place, a rather quiet prison, in Wool Prison. Heemin, now wearing a prisoner's uniform, was hugging his blanket and kneeling on the floor. Hello, I am Heemin John, I am in here for physical assault, and I also have 2 other prior convictions. Who is the cell boss? He must be a big shot. There were a few other inmates in the same cell as him. One of them, sitting on the side listening to his introduction, spoke up, I hate guys who attack women like you the most. You handsome guys are all trash. Is that guy scary? Is he the cell boss? Heemin didn't seem afraid of the other guy's authority at all. He even licked his lips with interest and thought, looks incredibly weak, not a threat at all. The older brothers were exaggerating a bit. Do you have a knife? I can become the cell boss. You even dare to ignore me? That guy, whose face seemed arranged by nature like a puzzle to the viewer, roared angrily when being ignored, just because I'm ugly, right? I have a schoolgirl wife, do you know that? You're laughing at me, right? When Heemin witnessed the appearance of his cellmate, he was scared out of his wits. I'll screw you up, you brat. What the heck is this? What kind of crazy guy is this? And the 2 of them started a brawl, making the others rush in and yell to stop them. It's that lunatic again. Stop him. This crazy guy. The scene gradually returned to a familiar pace. The supervisor calmly handed out an envelope and said to him, Hyung-seok, you did a great job this month. This is your 2nd time getting paid. Hyung-seok blushed and reached out with both hands to take it. Thank you for your hard work. I added a little extra, use it to buy a gift for your parents. So touching. Oh manager, Thanksgiving is coming soon. Right now, in his mind, he was happily contemplating what surprise gift to buy for his mother, she would be overjoyed to see it. During this holiday, I'll stay with my mother in this chubby body. Those thoughts made him recall his mother's torn sleeves from before. Mom, your sleeves are all torn. So he bravely went to the shopping mall, then walked into a beautiful and luxurious women's clothing store. When greeted by the staff, Hyung-seok suddenly became awkward. Hello, what are you looking for? Some clothes. Two female sales clerks saw his appearance and covered their mouths, giggling with mocking words. This is the women's section. I don't think you're planning to buy clothes for your girlfriend. The girl with a huge mole on her face squinted at him with disdain. Or are you buying a gift for your mother, right? At this moment, Hyung-seok could only listen silently to those impolite words, not knowing what to say. It's a bit expensive, can you afford it? The cold and contemptuous atmosphere that he had endured for a long time. The scene shifted to a crowded and bustling bus station. A beautiful-looking girl sitting in the aisle seat looked up when she heard someone talking to her. Excuse me, Hyung-seok timidly held the phone in his hand, looked at her and said, my seat is next to the window. As soon as she saw his face, she clearly showed a discriminatory attitude without bothering to hide it, but seeming to realize it wasn't civilized, she immediately said hurriedly, okay. At this moment, Hyung-seok truly craved that handsome figure of his own. The world around him had been very cold from the very beginning. I could feel that pitifulness myself, but now I have experienced it from a completely different perspective. Long lines of people were still waiting to get on the bus to go home, almost reaching their destination, when the bus left the station, rolling smoothly on the crowded streets, still exactly the same as before. Finally, the familiar alley appeared in front of Hyung-seok. He had walked on this street his whole life. Those guys were always smoking in that small bar. He gripped the straps of the backpack on his back tightly, his face gradually becoming tense. It had only been 2 months. Had anything strangely changed? Now he just needed to worry about getting home as fast as possible. He was so nervous, he just wanted to hide in the toilet as soon as he got there. Every miserable image of him from his old school appeared like photos newly taken yesterday. If possible, he wished he hadn't had to walk on this street, a place he had long wanted to avoid. Hyung-seok was walking, drowning in a mess of anxious thoughts. What if he ran into those guys from before in the town? Park Hyung-seok. He heard his name being called and quickly turned his head to look back. Is that Park Hyung-seok? Who is it? A friend wearing a black shirt looked visibly happy when he saw him. It's you. Hyung-seok looked at the gentle face and the smile that closed both eyes of the other person and suddenly realized. Is it him? You just transferred to another school, right? How long has it been? What was his name again? He was one of the people who just stood and watched when Hyung-seok was bullied. He knew this classmate, so he stopped and greeted him. Hello, how are you? Thank you. The two of them sat down together to talk. Under the bright sunshine and a clear blue sky, the two started chatting. When you transferred, Lee Tae-sung was so mad, the guys around him were chilled to the bone, almost peeing their pants. The other guy's mouth was talking non-stop, but his hands didn't stop tapping on his phone. You transferred because you couldn't take the suffering anymore, right? I was a bit surprised not to see you in the next semester. You moved during the summer break, right? Why is he talking to me so much all of a sudden? Are we even that close? Hyung-seok thought as he looked down at the hand that was frantically texting. He hadn't taken his eyes off the phone this whole time. Now that you've transferred, you must be a bit more comfortable. These questions that seemed to be stalling for time made Hyung-seok anxious, but they also made him a little happy. I'm going to be late because of him, but it's really unexpected that he likes talking to someone like me. Oh, right, I have to go meet my mom now. Seeing him say that, the guy turned his head and looked at Hyung-seok with a puzzled expression. Are you going to run away again? That question made Hyung-seok confused, not knowing how to answer. Are you going to run away again? Why do that? Just when he didn't know what to say, a ball flew in from nowhere and accurately smashed right into the face of the boy in the black shirt, making him fall backward. Seeing that, Hyung-seok was startled and terrified amidst someone's yelling. You're screwed, damn it. The ball bounced off that face, fell to the ground, and rolled for a while. What? To her cafe? The ball rolled back under Messi's feet as he was with two others. How dare you call me while I'm there, huh? The three of them looked over and yelled loudly, terrifying Hyung-seok. Who is that? Damn, this pig. Right at this moment, a series of images of those guys flashed in his mind. Oh no. Is it that pig? Nice to meet you. It is definitely him. How the hell did we meet? I have reunited with the guys that I never wanted to see again in my entire life. Jong Jin tilted his head slightly and glared at him. Hey, having the chance to see you again is pretty fun, isn't it? Why did you suddenly transfer schools without saying a word? What kind of pet runs away without greeting its owner? Messi also smirked and added, that guy wanting us to come to that cafe bar was a bit surprising. Are you hanging out with that pig? Is that even possible? The boy in black behind Hyung-seok held his face, looking at him with deep resentment. He's mad because he's the pet now. He wanted to call us here so that you pig, would go back to being the animal. Everything was so sudden that Hyung-seok didn't know how to react. What? He is their target now? Why? He looked at those hostile eyes. Why? Did he keep me here just to call these guys over? It truly is an endless cycle. The boy's eyes were filled with hatred. You transferred to another school? It's all your fault. The weak wanting to push down the even weaker. A long while later, Song-hoon walked out of the small alley alone. He walked cautiously, ignoring the noise behind him. Hey, be careful. That guy is pretty shady too. Jang Jin's group had cigarettes in their mouths, laughing triumphantly after snatching the money from Hyung-seok's pocket. The pig has a lot of money today. Nice. That was the money I intended to give to my mom. JG arrogantly lifted his shopping bag and asked loudly, Pig, what's with these clothes? Why are they so old-fashioned? It's a gift for my mom. Really? At this moment, Hyung-seok could only stand rooted to the spot, listening to them talk to each other. Hey, give the money back, he's bringing it to his mom. You dog, what nonsense are you sprouting? I have to bring money back to my mom too. They had never extorted my money before. Is it because I'm not here anymore? Jang Jin, looking down on everyone, leaned against the wall and opened Hyung-seok's wallet. Let's check the pig's wallet. Oh my god, is this a wallet or a torn money bag? I'm speechless. Luckily they didn't take the clothes. Just as he was beginning to feel relieved that the bag of clothes he had bought for his mom was still there, he was immediately startled by the next words. Hey, he only has 5,001 in his wallet, guys. Oh man, what a cheapskate, let's take this money to play games. His mind quickly reacted. 5,001? No, that 5,001 is. The image of his mother's tattered sleeves offering him the 5,001, the money she got from selling scrap paper, flashed in his mind. Hyung-seok always remembered how surprised he was when he received that gift from his mother. Mom gave it to him, it was like his lucky charm. His mother's smile at that time was still deeply etched in his mind, so Hyung-seok gathered all his courage to say a word that made Jang Jin turn his head, give. He stood huddled against the wall, sweating profusely, and mustered all his courage to say, I gave you guys my envelope of money, give me back that 5,001. Hyung-seok's hands clenched tighter and tighter. I demand it back from you guys. Jang Jin, seeing him dare to resist, was displeased. Give him back the 5,001, what a pathetic loser. He approached, placed his hand on his shoulder, and took the cigarette out of his mouth with his other hand. No, who told you to be so impolite? The hand resting on Hyung-seok's shoulder gradually applied pressure. It's only been a few months, seems like he got brainwashed because he hasn't seen our group, huh? This fat pig is talking pretty tough today. Hyung-seok stood there watching him gleefully insult him just like before. Do you want me to make you crawl like an animal, huh? Hey, look, he's going to cry now. He didn't let those words enter his ears, his mind was just busy remembering the painful sensation of having his shoulder tightly squeezed. Compared to Vasco, it didn't hurt at all. Hyung-seok reached up and grabbed Jang Jin's wrist. This action of his surprised him so much that his eyes widened. He couldn't believe it and thought in horror, what the hell? His strength. Then, in the blink of an eye, Hyung-seok spoke up, I'll give you guys everything. Although his voice was still hesitant, he was able to make Jang Jin kneel using only one hand. Give me back that money. The other two were extremely shocked seeing that. Jang Jin himself couldn't believe he was that strong. What the hell? Does he play sports too? Hey, let go, it's because my arm was already hurt before. Damn, this is so humiliating. Seeing his friend get grabbed, Messi arrogantly yelled and pulled his leg back, preparing to kick. You bastard! Are you out of your mind? Let him go. Hyung-seok looked up at him through his thick glasses, a series of fighting images from the past period flashed through his mind again. His eyes were glued to Messi's raised leg, everything seemed like a slow-motion scene. Why? I don't feel scared at all. Hyung-seok accurately grabbed his ankle with his left hand, easily blocking that kick with just one hand. Messi froze on the spot, his face turning pale because his divine lightning kick had failed. Thus, with one guy in each hand, Hyung-seok controlled both of them. I'm so sorry. My leg. Let us go. JG also dropped his jaw in endless amazement. You bastard, it's just because I'm right-footed. Hey, let me go, my arm was already hurt beforehand. Right in front of Hyung-seok's eyes at this moment were two miserable losers who had no way to escape from his grasp. Both of these guys were beneath his line of sight. He stood there, looking down at them from above. Ridiculously, he was actually feeling. Song-hoon's face once again appeared in Hyung-seok's mind, feeling satisfied by the respectful attitude others showed him. He suddenly felt so happy that his cheeks turned a proud pink. Could it be that I let go when I was drunk, and that feeling I always hated was just a lingering euphoria that hadn't passed? A voice along with heavily tattooed legs stepped into the alley. No wait, as soon as that voice rang out, Hyung-seok's face darkened completely. It turned out that when Song-hoon left, he had also texted Tae-sung. What a real surprise. Hyung-seok stood in a daze, his hands still holding tightly onto the two guys from Jong Jin's group. In a situation like this, the final boss had arrived. He put a cigarette in his mouth and smiled as he called out to him, "Hey Pikachu." The moment he yelled, his two victims instinctively complied like a habit deeply engraved in their minds, "Pika, Pika." Hyung-seok panicked as he heard him bloat, "That's right, now I have two Pikachus." Tae-sung swaggered over, looking at his pets, having just found the one that ran away earlier. "Pika, Pika." As soon as he appeared, the terrifying past of being beaten came flooding back to Hyung-seok. The face he could never forget stared right at him. "You, explain the current situation to me." Lee Tae-sung, the fear fast asleep deep within his soul, suddenly awakened. Hyung-seok likened everything to the image of a bell appearing. Before the owner feeds them, they always ring a bell, and the subject of the experiment, a heavily drooling dog, would then respond. When the dog hears the bell, it starts to drool. The beatings that seemed to have rested quietly in the past reappeared like a habit. Pavlov's dog, I have gotten used to that fear. Tae-sung squatted down, stamping out a pile of cigarette butts under his shoes. He then realized, wait, for me, that bell was his glaring eyes staring right at him. "Why are you running away?" Lee Tae-sung. Hyung-seok knelt weakly not far away, bowing his head completely, not daring to look up as he heard him ask, "Don't you want to play with me anymore?" As he spoke, his face grew increasingly terrifying, a fear greater than anything else. Hyung-seok bowed even lower, sweat pouring down his face, too terrified to look him in the eye, not daring to even think about fighting back anymore. At this moment, a foot with clean sneakers was raised, and Jong Jin aggressively stomped hard on Hyung-seok. He furiously kept kicking him. "Now let's see you try to fight back, you troublesome bastard. How dare you grab my hand while I'm hurt?" Amidst the cursing, Messi was also trying to explain to JG in the background, "Hey, the truth is I'm right-footed, you already know it." Hyung-seok could only hold his head, clenching his teeth to endure the venting of anger. He shut his eyes tightly, he still couldn't change anything at all. After Jong Jin grew tired of beating him, Tae-sung approached. He took the money from Hyung-seok's envelope, put his arm around Song-hoon's shoulder, and said, "You have so much money, pig. You ran away from home and earned a lot of money, huh? My old pet Pikachu doesn't have your skills." Hearing his sarcasm, he became so enraged he felt like he was going crazy. "Here, do you see how your senior's pet is doing his job? Watch and learn. It's all your fault, I didn't do anything wrong." While he was busy glaring at Hyung-seok, Tae-sung suddenly said something that made Song-hoon freeze, "But except for running away, if you run away, I'll take care of you." After saying that, he turned to Hyung-seok, who was kneeling on the ground. "Oh, by the way, you've graduated now." Tae-sung took a drag of his cigarette, took his money, and said nonchalantly, "Now you're free. You've moved away, and now there's a new Pikachu, but I'll take this money as a graduation fee. Live well, humph." He turned around and waved his hand to say goodbye to him, while Jong Jin spat a wad of saliva and warned, "Don't let me see you again. There's no bastard who can dodge as many balls as you do. Bye-bye." Hyung-seok remained frozen in place, letting the saliva land straight on his face. Bastards. What made him even angrier was that they took his receipt along with his 5,000 won. In his mind, he still couldn't believe everything was over. Over, really? Was it true that his relationship with Tae-sung was finally over? He felt a little happy. While he was still busy thinking about Tae-sung's unexpected action, a bag was held out in front of him. JG leaned over slightly, handing the bag to Hyung-seok with an awkward expression. "You were going to take this home to your mother, right? Keep it safe." The image of the female classmate wearing a short skirt, sitting on the desk and talking to him unhappily, flashed through his mind. "I don't want to talk about that anymore. You're so pitiful, I really am." At this moment, only Hyung-seok and the bag of things he bought for his mother were left in the small alley. Was it still the same? The scene shifts to a building with unique architecture. Inside the room, with a computer turned on, a voice rang out, "I'm sorry, it's so hard to see you during a Thanksgiving holiday like this." A hand, adorned with valuable rings on all 4 fingers, quietly listened to the other person speaking. The voice continued, "I also want you to come home, but I'm just afraid that you and everyone else would be uncomfortable." Someone was soaking in a large bathtub, in front of them a TV screen was still on. The voice from the phone added, "You're going to travel alone again, yeah, thank you for understanding me." Jae-yeol silently listened to the rest of the words from the other end of the line, Jae-yeol. That person quickly ended the call. "If anything, I will call you back later. Have fun, child." The ensuing noise was the words of a reporter on the TV screen. "Hello everyone, I am reporter Eun In-hwa, I am right in front of the bridge in Busan. He remained silent, letting the sound from the TV cover the quiet space in the large bathroom, a city well worth traveling to alone. Then Jae Yeol slowly stood up from the bathtub, standing straight to let the bathwater slide off his body. Next to him, his computer was still open, the screen showing a successful flight booking interface, Seoul to Busan, ticket booked. The scene shifted to a crowded street, with signs and mashed potatoes. Hyung-seok pulled the door, looked inside, and seriously asked, "What? My mom went out a while ago?" The two aunties looked at him, then smiled with squinted eyes and said, "Yeah, whenever she has a break, your mom always goes out for a bit." "Wow, are you the son she's always proud of?" "So good, your mom went out, probably just nearby." My child is better, my child is better." "Yes, thank you. Mom wasn't at the restaurant." Outside, the sky was clear and high. Hyung-seok carried the shopping bag while walking on the street, looking left and right, observing everywhere, looking west, looking east. He was trying to look around to see if he could catch a glimpse of his mom on the street. "Where did mom go? I tried calling but couldn't reach her. Will I surprise her?" Hyung-seok's hand unconsciously gripped the bag handles tighter. "This was the first gift I used my bonus money to buy for mom. Thank God, they didn't rob it." He suddenly felt relieved when recalling Tae-sung's face earlier. "It's true that I lost money to Tae-sung, but just thinking of it as a graduation fee, well, I didn't dare to fight back against that guy, I couldn't do anything." Hyung-seok calmly accepted everything, like a natural disaster, earthquakes, volcanoes, tsunamis, things like that. The important thing was that he was still alive. But in his heart, he still thought about the bill that had been taken from him. Honestly, 5,000 won is not a big amount of money. More important than material things, it was a spiritual gift from mom. He bowed his head and thought, tomorrow he would be the handsome, well-endowed Park Hyung-seok again. "Ah, please don't take that." At this moment, a familiar back was sitting on the ground, enduring the scolding of another woman. "Someone will come to pick these up, why do you keep coming to take them?" I'm sorry." Hyung-seok's mother looked embarrassed upon hearing the other person's words. "I know you are trying to collect these recyclables to provide for your son's education. But if you keep doing this, I'll get fired." Her hands, full of calluses, were placed on the piece of scrap. Hyung-seok froze, looking at that back. "Mom." A weathered face, yet a very gentle smile. She sat there, gathering the cardboards, remaining cheerful even when being scolded. Very soon, it was dark, in the small house of the mother and son, light shone through the window. Hyung-seok's mother was overjoyed to receive his gift. "Oh my goodness, my Hyung-seok has grown up." He looked at her being so happy, yet he couldn't even force a smile. "You even saved money to buy a gift for me? How could I dare to wear this, what if it gets ruined?" He looked down at a table full of food, beef, grilled ribs, it was like a big feast. Did mom prepare all of this just to welcome me home? While he was still busy with his internal thoughts, his mother suddenly spoke, startling Hyung-seok. "Hyung-seok." She looked at him, a happy smile blooming on her lips. "Don't worry too much about money, don't worry about anything at all, just study well for me, I will take care of earning money." Hearing her words, Hyung-seok fell deeper into silence. I know, all his memories of his mother's hardships over the years flashed through his mind. That 5,000 won, I definitely won't lose it. He made up his mind not to let that round-faced Tae-sung peacefully steal his money. Hyung-seok bit his lip tightly, then changed the subject. "Mom, do you remember the friend who lives with me?" Hearing that, Hyung-seok's mother clapped her hands happily. "Ah, I remember. The friend who has a similar name to yours, right? What about him?" "Well, during the holiday, he is all alone." Hyung-seok bowed his head low as if pleading, "Can he come and stay here?" The scene shifted to the crowded bus station. The girls entering and leaving the station all gasped in amazement. It turned out they were all stunned by Hyung-seok's handsomeness. So handsome, too handsome. Is he a celebrity? Who is he? He stood there, ignoring the gossip and closed his eyes to think. The matter with Vasco was indeed a misunderstanding, I will take it back from him. His face appeared in Hyung-seok's mind again. It has to be this way. Tomorrow, with this body, I will leave everything to the other me who has always been running away, without knowing how long. While he was seriously thinking about tomorrow, someone approached. The person coming was Jae Yeol in a black coat. Their eyes met. Seeing Jae Yeol here, Hyung-seok was stunned with surprise. Jae Yeol? Who would have thought to meet Jae Yeol here? Jae Yeol also did not expect the two of them to meet at this place, just looking at him silently without saying a word. The two of them stood in the bus station. "Jae Yeol, where are you going?" Hyung-seok asked. "Where am I planning to go?" "Ah, to Songgakaro. I'm going to a friend's house. Sign, Songgakaro. I'm so glad to meet you." Jae Yeol held the bus ticket in his hand, listening to Hyung-seok's question. "Where are you going, Jae Yeol?" A ticket from Seoul to Busan. It was still the familiar bus. Also, the same scene, the black-haired girl already sitting in the outer seat. I'm very sorry, miss. But this time, Hyung-seok, with his handsome appearance, leaned down and spoke to her, my seat is inside. The person looked up at him, her eyes sparkling brightly. Hyung-seok smiled, his eyes curving into crescent moons, listening to her flustered yes. The bus was still quite empty. Hyung-seok managed to sit in his seat. How should I tell mom that we take turns sleeping? Oh my, so freaking sexy. Let's go back to town. By chance, Jae-yeol sat in the seat right behind Hyung-seok. He sat in the back, silently looking out the window. It's really nice to have Jae-yeol. Who would have thought that we would go to the same place, on the same bus too? The scene shifted to the bus station, where the crowd gradually thinned out. Sign, ticket counter. Inside a trash can, piled high with messy papers. Right on top of it, a bus ticket was left behind. Sign, from Seoul to Busan. As for Jae-yeol, he was secretly smiling on the bus with Hyung-seok. Outside, it started to get dark, and the electric lights in the small room of Hyung-seok's house turned on. Hello, ma'am. Oh, come in. His mother happily smiled brightly to welcome them. It's been a long time, hasn't it? How are you now? Hyung-seok is sleeping inside. Hyung-seok entered looking handsome and smiling, followed by Jae-yeol. Our Hyung-seok has so many friends. Yes, how have you been lately, auntie? He stood behind him, silently listening to their conversation. This kid Hyung-seok, his friends are here and he sleeps like that. Let me go wake him up. No, there's no need, auntie. Jae-yeol also came to our house. Inside the house, there were cardboard boxes and all sorts of messy scrap materials. The house wasn't very clean. Right, kids? I am sorting out scrap paper, so I haven't been able to tidy up. Yes, it's fine. The small room didn't even have a space to step on. I'm sorry, Hyung-seok also didn't want me to wake him up. He must be very tired from work. She didn't stand up, her hands still resting on the old cardboard. Let me help you, auntie. Oh no, how could I let a guest do this? Jae-yeol, since stepping inside, only knew how to silently listen to their conversation. I earn 5,001 a day doing this. Later, they shifted their gaze to the chubby friend, Hyung-seok, who was sleeping soundly. That's him, the guy who is sleeping. He smiled brightly and told him, he is my friend, he's living with me now. Jae-yeol still quietly listened to him speak, he's having a bit of trouble, so I came to help him. The electric light of the small house was still shining in the night. The chubby Hyung-seok had woken up, he hesitantly greeted, hello, I've heard a lot about you. Jae-yeol continued to stand in the small house, staring at the other person. I'm Hyung-seok, right now I'm sharing a room with Hyung-seok. Our names are so similar, right? He suddenly remembered the handsome, smiling face of Hyung-seok. He is my good friend, we are living together. Suddenly, he held out a piece of candy. His mouth remained silent, saying nothing, only quietly nodding in response. Chewing gum, are you giving this to me? Chewing gum is great for quitting smoking. Oh, but I don't smoke. Seeing him so friendly and enthusiastic, Jae-yeol stood there smiling at his thanks. Thank you, you're so good to me. I don't have to worry anymore. Jae-yeol is too good to me. And so, the two of them chatted while the handsome Hyung-seok was fast asleep. So, did Hyung-seok come here because of me? He sat folding old cardboard for his mother, talking to Jae-yeol as he worked. My mom gave me 5,001, but those guys took it. The two of them worked together for his mother. My mom also gave some to Hyung-seok. She works hard to earn it by selling scrap paper. Jae-yeol listened silently with his head bowed. It wasn't a large amount of money, but to Hyung-seok, it was like a lucky charm. The image of Hyung-seok's mother smiling warmly to welcome him appeared in his memory. Jae-yeol, just treat me like your mom at home. Get some good rest, let me cook something for you too, take a rest, dear. He remained silent, his bangs hiding his eyes. Then Jae-yeol remembered the handsome Hyung-seok's smile. He is my good friend, I came to help him. Those images overlapped with each other, making Jae-yeol even more silent. On a beautiful, clear sunny day after that, when someone respectfully handed an envelope to another person with both hands. Here is the money for this month. 3 large guys appeared in the room, the leader blew on the envelope and looked at the amount of money inside. Senior. The guy looked at the stack of money inside the envelope, his eyes narrowing in annoyance. Then he swung his arm, slapping the face of the guy opposite him directly. The other guy's cheek quickly turned red from the hit. Look at me. Following the guy's demand, Tae-sung turned his head to look straight ahead. Lee Tae-sung, are you messing with me? He opened his mouth wide and carefully replied, I'm sorry, seniors. The other two guys sitting on the torn sofa laughed and said, "That dude is angry. Hey, you need to properly enforce martial law with the freshmen." Tae-sung grimaced but didn't dare to argue back, only listening in silence. "We trusted you, so you should at least do a better job. You disappointed us." Suddenly, he spoke up, startling all three of them. 3,000,000 won? Tae-sung angrily thrust his hands into his pants. "Is 3,000,000 won the name of your dog? How the hell am I supposed to earn that much money every month? Damn it, it should have been 1,000,000 per month like before." The three seniors were shocked by his attitude. "But why the hell do I have to bust my ass to earn money to feed you second and third year bastards? I don't care who you hand this over to, but F*** you guys." As soon as he finished speaking, the tattooed guy standing in front of him lifted his leg and stomped hard. "How dare you, you son of a b******. Tae-sung was beaten by the guy and could only use his hands to block the blows. "This year's freshmen are so damn arrogant. Damn it, I was only nice to you because you're a junior from our jiu-jitsu gym." Tae-sung glared at him with hateful eyes. "Are you trying to mess with us? Or do you want us to strip off your black belt and beat you up?" A bill suddenly flew out amidst curses. "Don't give us this loose change, get a crisp 50,000 note." Then the three guys turned and walked away one after another. "Giving you until next week, kid. Does he think I'm a beggar? Do a good job." Tae-sung squatted on the ground, looking at them with an unconvinced gaze, but there was nothing he could do, only able to silently curse in his heart, like shit, what kind of rule is this? The weather today was another beautiful sunny day. In a massive high-end building, a fully equipped room echoed with a sincere voice, "I didn't know the young master was coming, it is such an honor." Hyung-seok clasped his hands in front of his chest with a flattering expression, "I am the manager here." He cowered and carefully observed the person opposite him. "Why didn't you drop by yesterday, sir? I hope you understand that I have tried my best to serve you as well as possible." He, along with two female staff members, carefully served his young master, Jae-il, his voice softer than usual. He didn't reply, just turned his head to look at Hyung-seok. The manager suddenly became tense, raised his hand to adjust his glasses, and said, "Yes, I still remember what you requested yesterday, sir." Then he carefully read the information on the paper. "His name is Lee Tae-sung, he is your age and is quite a notorious and aggressive guy in this area." All of Tae-sung's information was investigated extremely meticulously by Jae-il's people. "He is the root cause of many troubles, a cancer of the school and society, always bullying and oppressing other students." Hyung looked at his young master and voiced the question in his heart, "But why do you want to find out about this guy?" Besides that, there is one more notable thing." Right at the moment he spoke the most important sentence, on the other side, Tae-sung was also starting his task. "Ryu, Jisoo, he is an expert." His expression was very scary, dripping with sweat as he looked at someone. "I'm not going to collect money for you guys anymore." It turned out that the three seniors who forced him to collect money were knocked out on the floor by Tae-sung. King can't, all because it's annoying as hell. "Damn, you damn bastard seniors." Saying that, he looked at them with contemptuous eyes and a disgusted smirk. "You don't need to wear that black belt to fight, you know. If you guys ever nag about this again, I'll kill you." He grabbed the envelope containing the money and said to the three of them, "Let me take back the money I worked so hard to collect. You know how long it took me to earn this much?" Then Tae-sung turned to leave. "Go collect the money yourselves, kids. I don't make a habit of extorting money from others like that. If I give them all the money, what the f*** am I supposed to live on?" He looked at the group with contempt, then addressed the bastard who had previously said, "You took my money, if you have any complaints, just come find me." The guy whose nose was beaten bloody by Tae-sung could only groan softly. Suddenly, an unspoken thought popped into his head, "You don't know." The silhouette of a man with glasses standing hidden in the dark appeared in his mind. How terrifying that monster is. Everything passed by, another day with beautiful weather. At Hyung-seok's house, he was sitting right in front of the door, adjusting the shoes on his feet to prepare to go out. Hyung-seok silently decided in his heart, "Alright, let's go, to Lee Tae-sung's place." He didn't hesitate any longer and made up his mind, "I must find him, I will do it." Before leaving, Hyung-seok bowed his head and said to his mother's back, "I'll go out for a bit." He also carefully reminded her, Hyung-seok is sleeping so soundly, he doesn't want to be woken up. But when he just looked up, Hyung-seok's eyes widened in surprise. Right in front of the door of their house, for some reason, old cardboards were piled up. Hyung-seok's mother was also stunned on the spot. "This morning, the hotel right in front of our house." She spoke in astonishment, and he just stared wide-eyed as she continued, "They said they wanted me to collect all this paper, they left it all at the front of the house for me." The sky gradually turned towards the evening, the last sunlight of the day turned the clouds into a beautiful orange-yellow color. Tae-sung was walking alone on the street with his hands in his pockets. "What? You know me?" He slung something over his shoulder and said in annoyance, F***ck, acting as if everyone's just offering me this money. What the F*** is wrong with today? Tae-sung tightly gripped his bag strap and asked the other person, or are you? Now, opposite him was Jae Yeol silently reaching out his hand. Are you trying to extort my money? No matter how loudly he talked, he still patiently stood there without making a sound. Under the brilliant golden sunset, Tae-sung roared, money? He looked at him with a disdainful attitude. Are you kidding me? Who sent you? Why did you come alone? Jae Yeol simply let him say whatever he wanted. Did those upperclassmen of mine send you? His gaze shifted to the text on Tae-sung's t-shirt. And he maintained an almost absolute silence. Then, Jae Yeol took a step forward, his hands starting to take off his outerwear. Seeing his strange behavior, Tae-sung smirked with contempt. He's taking off his jacket? Are you trying to bluff me or what? The sleeves? He just doesn't want to get grabbed. He turned around, then looked back to signal him. Smart move. Having sleeves would mean death against me. Since you already hustled all the way here, follow me. Tae-sung, quite confident in himself, warned Jae Yeol, I'll make you spit out who sent you. Beating him up will reveal everything. Meanwhile, in a deserted neighborhood, a sign read, Jiu-Jitsu Dojo. Inside, the floor was still stained with bright red blood streaks. Yes, we collected all the money. But we got attacked, and it was taken back. Tae-sung's 3 seniors were sitting on chairs. One was smoking, another was making a phone call to report the situation. We, yes, are cowards. Yes, we know. Yes, we are very ashamed. It's all because we weren't strong enough. Damn it, so embarrassing. Sigh, how do we even go to school now, guys? On the other end of the line, someone whose face hadn't been revealed spoke into the phone. So this time you guys want me to come and handle this, right? Yes, we are very sorry. In that magnificent room, a high-hanging chandelier radiated sparkling light. What should be done here? Yang Ho's gang senior sat cross-legged on the chair, laughing and saying, I don't go collecting money anymore. Yes, so, what do we do now, bro? That guy, dressed somewhat flashily with tattoos all over his body, spoke into the phone. Jun-gu just collects the money himself now. Let me talk to him. Ah, yes, thank you, bro. He hung up the phone. The girl in front of him saw this and arrogantly asked. Sigh, so annoying, but isn't it better that you don't go collecting money anymore? It seems like Jun-gu will have to work twice as hard. He looked at Soo-young, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him, and said, It's fortunate that the chairman arranged for me to be your bodyguard, so I can be this comfortable. Working and protecting you isn't too troublesome, and I don't have to go collect money anymore. She replied in an annoyed tone. This is not being a bodyguard, it's surveillance. And you don't even help with a damn thing. Why didn't you come when Yui called? She said you didn't show up. I did go, but that wasn't a situation I necessarily had to get involved in. Someone picked up the wine glass on their table, listening to him explain, the guys causing trouble with Yui are the ones who collect money for us. They paid directly too. Yui is the same, they are all members of the extended family, so I couldn't interfere. At least you should negotiate a bit with that guy accompanying Yui. Their conversation continued, paying no attention to the third person present, who was slightly startled. That guy the chairman wants me to keep an eye on, so I couldn't come in person. He suddenly spoke up, interrupting the conversation. Hey! The person wearing all sorts of beautiful jewelry spoke up, that guy, can I go meet him? You? But your schedule is completely full. Even the chairman is keeping an eye on him. DG reached for the wine glass on the table but didn't lift it, looking at the two of them, so I just have a little interest. Well, it's up to you. Soo-young looked at him with clear annoyance. But hasn't everything been handled by the facility here? Those celebrities are very different, not my type at all. Outside, the sun had not yet gone to sleep, the afternoon sunlight shining down on the couple Jung Jin and Hai Ji as they walked together. What, Lee Tae-sung? He didn't understand what was going on, his very punchable face talking loudly, but who the hell are you, do I know you? It turned out that Hyung-seok, with his handsome appearance, had come to Jung Jin's place to ask around. If you ask, do I have to answer? Damn it, what school do you go to? He looked at his face and felt annoyed, showing an extremely cocky attitude, but Hyung-seok didn't need many words, he simply looked down at him from above. That oppressive gaze made Jung Jin scared, making him turn his head away, not daring to face him, as Hyung-seok seriously listened to the information Jung Jin gave. Ah, so you really are his friend. Tae-sung probably just finished practicing jiu-jitsu. He's probably resting and chatting with some upperclassmen at the construction site right now. Thanks. Damn it, he's so calm, is he really that badass? No, if you're a friend of Tae-sung, then you're a friend of mine too. Not knowing if it was because they had just met for the first time, Hyung-seok turned away to leave and look for Tae-sung, ignoring Jung Jin who was enthusiastically waving goodbye behind his back. Hey, let's grab a few drinks next time we meet. By the way, where are you from, so I can ride my motorcycle over? Damn, I should have acted a bit tougher. Ji was right next to him. Hyung-seok didn't know what Jong Jin was thinking, he just closed his eyes and ignored Jong Jin's clinging words without replying. I didn't know you were Tae-sung's friend, we almost got into a fight. Come on, you're overdoing it. I've even beaten Lee Jin-sung in Basco with this body before. He opened his eyes, the black and white of his pupils showing a clear, fearless determination. I can beat Lee Tae-sung, I can do it. The scene shifted to a rather deserted construction site. Tae-sung was roaring as he put all his strength into punching forward. However, his punch was easily dodged and blocked with just one hand by Jae-yeol. After that, he used his left hand to continuously punch him in the face. Tae-sung went crazy with anger, swinging his fists to force him to step back and dodge. You son of a bitch. But Jae-yeol stepping back to create distance turned out to be convenient for a high kick straight to Tae-sung's face and then his knee. He couldn't block that attack at all, his face getting kicked until it deformed. He's not caught off guard by jiu-jitsu grappling moves? At this moment, Tae-sung started to panic seeing him effortlessly overwhelming him. It's Systema, Russian martial arts. This is the first time I've seen someone use this. He guessed the martial arts he was using, so he kept his guard up and continued to run his mouth. You must watch a lot of movies, huh? Or am I facing a crazy one-bin fan here? He dodges all my grabs and tackles. It was more troublesome than he thought, although he took several consecutive hits, Tae-sung's expression remained very confident. I don't know where the hell you learned this crap. I'm tired, so let's make this quick. This is the second fight today. My stamina is dropping, and I still have some painful spots from brawling with those upperclassmen. Suddenly, Jae-yeol gritted his teeth and became tense. It turned out that Tae-sung had taken out the money envelope and threatened to tear it apart. This is... If I tear this up, are you just going to stand there and watch? His eyes were fixed on the two hands preparing to tear it apart. The words that chubby Hyung-seok had said to him echoed in his ears again. It was the money his mother had given Hyung-seok, and to him, it was like a lucky charm. Jae-yeol didn't hesitate and lunged straight forward. Tae-sung seemed to have grasped his weakness, so his smile became even more sinister. That's right, close combat like this gets the blood pumping, isn't this much more exciting? As soon as he finished speaking, he managed to snatch the envelope of money from Tae-sung's hand, but in return, Jae-yeol left an opening that allowed Tae-sung's right arm to reach his chest. He quickly leaned backward, dodging Tae-sung's grab in time, but Jae-yeol suddenly stopped, his head shaking slightly. It turned out that Tae-sung had taken the opportunity, while Jae-yeol was rushing to save the envelope, to grab his hair. At this moment, Tae-sung's face showed an arrogant and triumphant look as he smiled and said, "Got you." His left hand tightly gripped Jae-yeol's hair. This isn't an official match. There's no need to try and grab your sleeves, did you just learn and practice online? Jae-yeol lowered his center of gravity but failed. Tae-sung astutely noticed all of Jae-yeol's movements. Still trying to hold your stance? You're exposing your entire defensive posture. You learned well, but still. As he spoke, Tae-sung swung a thunderous punch at Jae-yeol's face. I told you this isn't an official match. Jae-yeol was hit by the strike, lost his balance, and stumbled. Tae-sung looked at his achievement and laughed even more gleefully. Jiu-jitsu, did you think I only know how to roll around? Then Tae-sung grabbed Jae-yeol's head and jerked it down hard, after which his right arm wrapped around Jae-yeol's neck, locking it tightly. Tae-sung glanced at Jae-yeol with a despicable smile. That's right, a guillotine choke. No need to lie down anymore, huh? Rolling around hurts the back like crazy. After saying that casually, Tae-sung used his strong arm to clamp down on Jae-yeol's neck and lifted him up. Jae-yeol was in pain but could only grit his teeth and endure while listening to Tae-sung's rambling. Surrender, kid, and tell me, who sent you? Tae-sung still had that fierce look, waiting for Jae-yeol to answer, but the only response was a trembling, tense hand gripping the hem of his shirt. Hey, if you keep holding on, you'll die. Just surrender. Jae-yeol didn't listen to Tae-sung's advice, his legs started shaking violently, and then Jae-yeol's arms went limp. Right at this moment, an anxious call rang out, drawing Tae-sung's attention and making him look over. Jae-yeol. Hyung-seok arrived, saw the scene before him, and gritted his teeth in anger. He didn't say another word and just jumped toward the two of them. Tae-sung also looked up at his attacker, but he hadn't released Jae-yeol yet, so he just stood there dumbfounded. Tae-sung's despicable face looked up at the person flying toward him, Hyung-seok's angry expression gradually magnifying before his eyes. He looked at Jae-yeol being put in a chokehold by Tae-sung, feeling both worried and angry. Why was Jae-yeol fighting with Tae-sung? However, while he was still suspended in the air, his mind didn't know what to do in this situation. What should I do now? I'm not sure what is happening, but I have to intervene. Seeing someone approaching, Tae-sung's face wrinkled like a dried jujube. What now? Who is this guy? He quickly deduced the identity of the person rushing towards him, maybe this guy's friend? What a shitty day this is. Then he dropped Jae-yeol, who slumped to the ground, and spun around to continue his attack toward Hyung-seok. Rushing right above me, you idiot. His massive hand reached out, aiming straight for the boy's head, right at the moment Tae-sung was secretly celebrating. Got him. Hyung-seok, facing that hand, thought, how scary, I can't let myself be caught. Yet he was able to turn the tables, swinging his arm hard and knocking Tae-sung's hand aside. Tae-sung was also taken by surprise by this strike of his arm trembling uncontrollably. His face turned pale following Hyung-seok's movement. He easily smashed my attack? In Tae-sung's mind was the image of Jae-yeol lying slumped on the ground. Even this blonde guy could only dodge it. Hyung-seok ignored him, hurriedly squatting down to check on Jae-yeol's condition. Why both of these guys? Jae-yeol, wake up. This whole day. He cursed inwardly while taking the opportunity to attack Hyung-seok, who had his back turned to him. But intuition made the boy turn his head back. Hyung-seok faced Tae-sung's resentful gaze. He grimaced in extreme irritation, looking down and asking, who are you, his friend? Hyung-seok just stared at him in silence, waiting for him to finish asking. Who sent you? I'm facing Tae-sung now. The two of them just stared fiercely into each other's eyes as they met. A series of images from the whole journey appeared in Hyung-seok's mind, his strong determination when he left home. And all the memories of his chubby body being beaten and tortured surfaced at this very moment. Overwhelmed by a deep-seated fear, Hyung-seok started to panic, feeling isolated in the darkness of the past. Just seeing Tae-sung's face at this moment, that determination melted away like snow in the summer. What kind of day is this? Will I have to keep fighting you? Hearing his question, Hyung-seok became even more unable to calm down. Do I really have to fight this guy? A series of negative thoughts echoed in his head at this moment. Getting hit hurts a lot. Can I just resolve this with words? If we fight, my clothes will get all dirty. These clothes were a gift from Jae-yeol, I have to cherish them. I also have to worry about Jae-yeol, and if I wash them again, my mom will definitely find out. A voice deep in my heart. Those weak thoughts kept appearing in his head. If possible, I want to stay away from this situation. A voice deep in my heart. Just as he was still confused and didn't know what to do, Tae-sung suddenly said, get lost, and then, with a backward glance, he added, I don't know who sent you, get out before I change my mind. His eyes were still full of intimidation. This guy is really strong, and I'm out of my damn breath. This is a tough situation. Tae-sung looked at Hyung-seok, who was kneeling on one knee shielding Jae-yeol, and arrogantly said, you bastard, take your friend and get lost, I remember your face now. But little did he know, his words surprised Hyung-seok's inner self so much. Is he really just leaving like this? Honestly. He looked down and still didn't speak, waiting until Tae-sung left before Hyung-seok muttered to himself. That's right, I must have spent that 5,001 already. I have to prepare in advance so I can answer when my mom asks. Why do I feel so relieved? At this moment, Jae-yeol's vision was pitch black. Then he slowly opened his eyes, the light of the sunset gradually creeping into his vision. Everything gradually became clearer, and he finally woke up on Hyung-seok's back. Seeing him wake up, Hyung-seok smiled brightly, tilted his head, and greeted, Jae-yeol, are you awake? Jae-yeol, startled by finding himself being carried right after waking up, panicked, prompting Hyung-seok to reassure him, it's alright, let me carry you. He listened silently to a series of Hyung-seok's questions. What happened? Why did you come all the way out here? Did that guy pick a fight with you? Hyung-seok smiled gently and told him, he is a notorious bully in this town. But his voice suddenly trailed off when he saw the 5,001 bill and the envelope that Jae-yeol had retrieved being held out in front of him. The precious bill his mother had given him, and the money stolen by those guys. Hyung-seok stared at it so intently he forgot to breathe. He hesitated as if he couldn't believe it. Is that my money? He looked at the quiet friend who said nothing on his back. He got it back, Jae-yeol. Hyung-seok stopped dead in his tracks and thought, from Lee Tae-sung's hands, to help me? As he thought this, he suppressed his emotions so much that his teeth clenched together, and he blamed himself. How shameful. The more he looked at those bills, the more uncomfortable he felt in his heart. And me, I just... Hyung-seok squeezed his eyes shut in pain. A body swap, what is it even good for? Whether it was his chubby self or his neat, handsome appearance, neither dared to face Tae-sung. His tears involuntarily fell onto the paper money. Why am I suddenly getting so emotional like this? Jae-yeol, who was still holding the money out in front of him, felt the warm wetness and looked up at Hyung-seok. He didn't expect him to be crying with his face completely covered in tears. Even if his outward appearance changed, it didn't mean his true self had changed. Hyung-seok's choked sobs echoed in the brilliant sunset. I always only know how to worry about myself first. At this moment, Jae-yeol had already stepped down to the ground. He didn't say anything but lowered his body into a piggyback stance, causing Hyung-seok to become flustered. Jae-yeol, I'm not crying because you're heavy, you don't have to carry me. Really? The scene shifts to the familiar shopping mall, at the exact same stall Hyung-seok had visited last time. Yes, dear customer, it's very difficult to exchange items once purchased. The salesperson held up the pink shirt with a stain on it and said, not to mention there's another stain right here. I wasn't planning on exchanging the item anyway, just changing to a different size. Hearing him say that, the female salesperson was furious but still had to force a smile. No, since you've dirted it like this, we can't exchange it. No, this stain was there from the beginning. I'm very sorry, but we cannot exchange it, that's the policy. A woman who looked quite elegant, wearing a new coat, left the store amidst the whispered gossip of the staff. Did that lady exchange items for the same reason as last time? Could someone like that be scamming us? No way, if that were the case, I could lie to you too. That female staff member frowned in annoyance and said, well, who knows? She suddenly pointed sharply at Hyung-seok and his mother in front of her, but occasionally there are people who intentionally stain the clothes like this. What? There was a stain on the shirt he had bought for his mother. His mother felt nervous and timidly bowed her head, saying, yes, I am sorry. It's okay, Hyung-seok, I can still wear it, it's just that I didn't want it to get ruined. Why did she have to apologize? His mother had come to help clean his place. Seeing her like that, the store employees all covered their mouths and laughed, saying, see, his mother knows right from wrong. We have seen many cases like this. She looked at the mother and son with a disdainful gaze, even if you weren't the one who stained that shirt. Hearing this, Hyung-seok couldn't bear it and got angry, maybe another customer did it. What? What did you just say? While the two sides were arguing back and forth, someone arrived and spoke up, causing Hyung-seok to turn his head to look while the sales staff respectfully bowed. Why is it so noisy? I told you to be careful. Ah, MD. Hyung-seok was startled with surprise when he saw the person arriving. I told you the higher-up boss is visiting today. Why are you all making so much noise? Yes, we are sorry. It turned out that Jae Yeol had come with Shin-young to check on the sales situation. I will deal with you later, the MD said, then turned to Jae Yeol. I am very sorry, young master, there seems to be a minor issue. Hyung-seok stood there looking at his noble friend in front of him, Jae Yeol. He happily approached and asked, Jae Yeol, why are you here? Is Hyung-seok's back okay? Huh, why are you suddenly asking about Hyung-seok's back? Are you here to work? So you're working part-time here, something like that, right? The two of them chatted intimately, causing the other three to turn pale with fear. Huh, why am I here? Oh, it's no big deal, I just came here to exchange the size of a shirt. Jae Yeol didn't say a word, simply turning his head to look at his employee, which made him flustered. Now, exchange the size for the customer immediately. Yes, Jae Yeol really is. Hyung-seok looked at him, smiled, and said softly, thank you, Jae Yeol. He must have been working part-time at this clothing store for a long time. There were no customers in the store at this time, and the two female employees knelt on the floor sincerely. I am sorry, very sorry, sincerely sorry for being loud. Jin-sung, his face covered in sweat, looked at Hyung-seok's mother, making her flustered. I am also sincerely sorry. I will change the sales process as an apology for this mistake. Oh no, please stand up. I didn't recognize you, madam. Hyung-seok also cried streams of tears when they suddenly pleaded with him. Please put in a good word for us if he mentions it. Alright, there's no need to do that. What a progressive clothing store indeed. Moving on to the days after that. A man was practicing lifting weights in the gym. After sweating for a while, the weights were put back in their proper place. Alright, you're here. Lee Eun-tae sat up, looked at the person who just arrived, and asked, what's the matter? He looked at Hyung-seok in front of him, looking serious. Fatty. Hyung-seok looked at him and, gathering all his courage, spoke loudly, I want to change. Hearing this, Lee Eun-tae's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. But he quickly accepted his determination. It's not just about your outward appearance, are you completely ready? I have to change. I understand that whenever I meet Lee Tae-sung, I only know how to run away from everything. As time passed, right in front of the gate of some area, still unknown to me, a figure was silently taking a drag from a cigarette. The relationship between me and Tae-sung. He sat in a hidden corner, constantly thinking about the previous encounter. Damn, which school do those two guys go to? It still wasn't over. His eyebrows furrowed into a line. I've searched the whole town and there's no information at all. Do they not live around here? While Tae-sung was wondering, Jong Jin rested his arm on the railing and smiled, saying to him, Pikachu has arrived at class. He looked up at Jong Jin, who was boasting and thinking of an amusement. Tae-sung, let's find something fun to do with him today. Be a dog. Pikachu, your mission today is to be a dog. He gleefully shouted loudly, I give you 30 seconds. 30, 29, 28. The person below, having just stepped into the school gate, heard Jong Jin's counting and immediately crawled on both hands and knees, barking loudly, 28, 27. Woof woof. Song-hoon's face was full of resentment, but he could only grit his teeth and endure it. Don't look at me. 26, woof. 25, woof. He just wanted to die and get it over with. The image of the dog in that terrifying experiment appeared again at this moment. Somewhere, right at this moment, another Pavlov's dog was born. One afternoon, Lee Eun-tae excitedly encouraged Hyung-seok, just 30 more seconds. Hyung-seok ran and thought to himself, right now Lee Eun-tae continued to motivate Hyung-seok, you can do it. Hyung-seok thought as he panted, running alongside Vasco. Hyung-seok ran, completely out of breath, almost there, I'm dying, so tired. Although exhausted, Hyung-seok listened closely to Lee Eun-tae, I just started training, so I must closely follow his instructions. Hyung-seok suddenly recalled the past, after that day, the day he expressed his desire, I want to change. Lee Eun-tae was very surprised by that effort, so Vasco started working out with him at a certain gym. Lee Eun-tae drank water and praised Hyung-seok, you did a great job. Meanwhile, Hyung-seok, still out of breath, asked, but Vasco, should I only run like this? Is there anything else, like practicing martial arts or something? Then Lee Eun-tae answered Hyung-seok, there are no shortcuts. Lee Eun-tae continued to encourage him, your own efforts will never betray you, if you just try your best. Lee Eun-tae turned his back to Hyung-seok and said thoughtfully, then your body will not betray you either. Hyung-seok looked at Lee Eun-tae's back, deep in thought. Then Lee Eun-tae said bluntly, without effort, changing overnight is impossible. Hyung-seok thought to himself, I never said that. After waking up from sleep, I got a perfect godlike body for free. Then Hyung-seok asked again, what about you, Vasco, do you train every day? He replied, I do 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. Hearing that, he was completely shocked. Oh my god, this is crazy. While he was thinking, someone called out, Vasco. It turned out to be Bum Jae. He greeted, there you are, good morning. Hyung-seok was surprised, Bum Jae. Hyung-seok thought to himself, sometimes Bum Jae also trains with us. Lee Eun-tae asked happily, Bum Jae, did you find me using telepathy again? Bum Jae hesitated, huh? He thought to himself, I guessed you were here, I should have called first, just peeking at the GPS would have told me right away. As if suddenly noticing something, Bum Jae thought to himself, but, why? Bum Jae looked at Hyung-seok, thinking, why is that guy always sticking to Vasco? Seeing the tall guy approaching him, Hyung-seok suddenly thought, Bum Jae is. Bum Jae sarcastically said to Hyung-seok, hey, hello. Still working hard, huh? Hyung-seok hesitantly greeted back, yeah, hi. He thought, still? What does he mean by still? It's only been 3 days. Bum Jae looked down at Hyung-seok from above and thought to himself, this guy keeps wasting Vasco's time on useless things. He looked at the milk carton in Hyung-seok's hand, he even gave this fat guy chocolate milk? This fat guy is bound to give up soon anyway. Why is Vasco treating him so well? Looking at Bum Jae's reaction, Hyung-seok guessed, I don't think he likes me. At school, the teacher wrote a few words on the board and then turned around to call on students to recite their lessons. Today is the 20th, number 20 come up and recite. Who is number 20? Then a bandaged hand was raised high. Jin-sung raised both of his bandaged hands high and said, Teacher, my hands are like this, you can see it too. The teacher angrily said, you don't do anything, then what are you coming to school for? He nonchalantly replied, to get attendance points, teacher. Hyung-seok thought to himself again, Jin-sung is doing much better now. Ever since he broke his arm, Jin has been feeding him. Because of that, Jin-sung was extremely delighted, he opened his mouth wide, just waiting for the food to enter his mouth and chew it deliciously. Jin-sung pushed his luck, that one, feed me that one. Jin was shy, you better eat everything I feed you. Hyung-seok was still standing outside and thinking, look at him, so delighted now. Jin-sung became even more demanding, Jin, give me the cabbage roll. She could only agree, alright, dad. What? Why? What do you want now? Just eat it for me, dad. While Hyung-seok was busy watching, Lee Eun-tae brought over a carton of chocolate milk. Hyung-seok looked at the milk carton in surprise. Putting the milk carton down, Lee Eun-tae said, drink it. Hyung-seok was surprised, Vasco. Lee Eun-tae lied, I picked it up on the way here. Hyung-seok was speechless, why are you always picking things up on the street? Bum Jae saw that and felt annoyed, he also handed over chocolate milk, for this guy too. Hyung-seok accepted it and said, thanks Vasco, where did you pick it up? Do you find one every day? After that, Lee Eun-tae invited, Bum Jae, let's go exercise. He replied, come on, just take a break at school, Vasco. Oira and Dae-wong invited instead, do you want to play soccer, Vasco? Lee Eun-tae decided immediately, it's too cold, so don't play around outside. The guys nodded immediately, agreeing. As for Hyung-seok, Ha-nol was smiling brightly, Hyung-seok, do you want me to feed you? Hyung-seok pondered, thinking back to it, what was up with this burn knuckles group? While he was thinking, Lee Yoon-tae's group asked, Hyung-seok, does the fat pig use kakao talk? Hyung-seok judged that they looked like guys who only liked to play around. Lee Yoon-tae was inviting his friends, do you guys want to arm wrestle? Dae-woong was immediately teased, Dae-woong really loves playing that. Exactly, that's Dae-woong's signature game. Seeing this scene made him reconsider. No, it didn't seem quite like that. Hyung-seok looked at Lee Yoon-tae and thought, Vasco, the leader of Burn Knuckles. The Ohira and Bum Jae group was still teasing Dae-woong, Dae-woong, you need to know how to take care of Vasco. He thought, when I get a bit closer to him, I'll ask him then. Then suddenly, Hyung-seok saw 2 cartons of milk in front of his eyes. It turned out the person handing Hyung-seok the milk was Jae Yeol. Seeing this, Hyung-seok quickly thanked him, Jae Yeol, thank you, I was just about to enjoy this. But Hyung-seok still couldn't stop thinking, I'm so curious about Burn Knuckles. That afternoon, on his way home from school, Hyung-seok saw something strange. In front of Hyung-seok was Dae-woong pushing a handcart. He was surprised, huh? Hyung-seok looked for a moment and then realized, that's right, it's Dae-woong. Hyung-seok thought to himself, is he helping to push that cart? Let's go help him out. Then he approached, hello, let me help you push it. Hyung-seok was so strong that he pushed the cart very fast, making the woman surprised when she saw it. The woman praised him while pulling the cart, oh my god, you are so strong. Meanwhile, Dae-woong was left behind. Dae-woong reached out his hand forward intending to signal the cart to wait for him, but Dae-woong suddenly stopped and looked at his hand. That same afternoon, Bum Jae was kicking a tree trunk. Over there were 2 children crying, hey, can you really help get the ball back? Oh, it's very expensive. Bum Jae yelled, shut up, you brats. Suddenly, Hyung-seok appeared and helped the 2 kids, they shouted, thank you. Bum Jae was extremely surprised seeing Hyung-seok, Park Hyung-seok. Hyung-seok greeted back, hi, I also want to help. Bum Jae looked up at the huge tree and thought, this guy, that tree, just one kick? Then for some reason, Hyung-seok suddenly said, I'm really sorry, Bum Jae. There's a caterpillar crawling on your shoulder. Bum Jae was so scared he screamed out loud, it turned out he was the #1 insectophobe in the world. Bum Jae yelled and scolded Hyung-seok at the same time, you son of a *tch. Meanwhile, Hyung-seok kept saying, I'm sorry. Now Hyung-seok finally pondered, the more carefully he observed, the more he realized that they were not bad people. Hyung-seok smiled and thought, I guess it's just me who judges everything by appearance. At a certain gym, Bum Jae was feeling annoyed after what just happened, damn it, that guy, he really has good legs. Then he thought, it's true that it wasn't just a coincidence that he beat Vasco. Then Bum Jae also realized Hyung-seok's good points, well, he can do a lot of things, completely different from what I thought about him. He really is a good guy. While he was thinking, a voice rang out, I'm very sorry. It turned out to be Hyung-seok, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? Bum Jae replied, just about some nonsense guys. He didn't even know that the guy was right in front of him. Bum Jae asked further, but what's wrong? You have something to say, right? Hyung-seok then said, no, it's just that guy is also pretty awesome. Bum Jae was curious, who? He replied, Vasco. Hearing that name, Bum Jae was startled. Hyung-seok praised him, he's truly amazing, both strong and kind. Honestly, I feel jealous of him, born with such an incredible body. As Hyung-seok continued his praise, he added, it's like he's from another planet. While praising, Hyung-seok smiled in admiration, finding it very cool. Bum Jae looked at Hyung-seok, momentarily speechless. Bum Jae thought about Hyung-seok, this guy, does he really think like that? It seems he's better than I thought. Meanwhile, Hyung-seok was thinking, I need to take a shit so badly. Bum Jae suddenly thought, he must be getting bullied all the time. No wonder Vasco cares about him so much. Then Bum Jae thought to himself, I can't imagine that. No, it's not the Vasco of the present. Then Lee Yoon-tae came over and asked Hyung-seok, did you bring water, kid? Hyung-seok replied, I only have a cup. Hearing that, Lee Yoon-tae immediately said, then just throw it away. Bum Jae was still thinking, remembering the Lee Yoon-tae of the past, the Lee Yoon-tae from that particular afternoon. Little Lee Yoon-tae was holding a superhero toy and singing, I am a hero, representing justice. Suddenly another voice cut in, how dare you bully the weak? It turned out to be Bum Jae, wearing a cape, saying, come here, I will defeat you. Bum Jae reminisced that he and Lee Yoon-tae played together all the time back then. Back then, Bum Jae eagerly asked, what are you doing, Lee Yoon-tae? Say it like a bad guy, let's see. Bum Jae continued to remember that he always chose the role of the defender of justice, while Lee Yoon-tae just did everything he was told. At that time, Lee Yoon-tae just looked without saying anything, then suddenly Lee Yoon-tae asked, Bum Jae, if a hero doesn't help others, is that wrong? What if the bad guys are stronger? Why don't they fight for others? Bum Jae reminisced and assessed that Lee Eun-tae had a very peculiar personality. But Bum Jae didn't think much about it when he was young. What an idiot, what kind of hero thinks like that while still alive and kicking? Take my super speed punch. Lee Eun-tae tried his best to dodge. Stop, it hurts. After saving the world, they had to recharge their energy. Lee Eun-tae's mother bought them both candy. Thank you for being a good friend to my Lee Eun-tae. Bum Jae obediently replied, yes, ma'am. Bum Jae recalled that because he was his only friend, Lee Eun-tae's mother gave him a ton of food. On the day of admission, Bum Jae happily started the conversation. It's fun, we're in the same class now. Lee Eun-tae, are you happy? Lee Eun-tae remained quiet. Yeah, I'm happy. In the class, the students were talking excitedly. Hey guys, have you played Wonder 5 yet? That one is great and so much fun. What game is that? A mobile game. Hearing that, Lee Eun-tae asked, Bum Jae, have you ever played games on a phone? Bum Jae thought to himself, he must really want to play. After thinking for a moment, Bum Jae spoke up, yeah, Lee Eun-tae, do you want to play games? And Lee Eun-tae shyly replied, yeah, I really want to. So the two decided to play games together. This is so cool, there are even cartoon characters on it. Bum Jae remembered an important turning point. Things didn't change at all for Lee Eun-tae until middle school. While playing the game, Bum Jae heard someone calling, hey, you bat-eared guy. It turned out to be the three kids Jin-ho, Tae-jun, and Ju-gon. Tae-jun asked first, which elementary school did you transfer from? Jin-ho continued, this guy wants to be friends with you. And Ju-gon teased, your ears are huge, like this. After chatting, the three asked if Bum Jae wanted to go get coffee smoothies with them. Bum Jae hesitantly agreed and also invited Lee Eun-tae. Yeah, do you want to come along, Lee Eun-tae? Lee Eun-tae also agreed, sure, buy me chocolate milk. At the cafeteria, there were many students buying things. Tae-jun, holding bread in his hand, boasted, Jin-ho used to be the school boss in elementary school. Ju-gon also said, he already passed level 100 in MapleStory. Jin-ho pretended to be modest, hey, come on now. Bum Jae secretly admired him, he's really good. He must be at least 1.70 meters tall. By the way, Jin-ho also bragged, my nickname is the Fire Punch Champion, it was a long time ago. I don't know why I brought it up, so embarrassing. Lee Eun-tae, holding chocolate milk, said, Fire Punch Champion? Bum Jae is a hero. Jin-ho was surprised, huh, what? Hearing that, Bum Jae stuttered, Lee Eun-tae. Jin-ho didn't understand and asked, which school did you go to before? Why does this guy talk so weirdly? Bum Jae hurriedly explained, normally he also. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted, hey, get lost. Ji-hoon appeared, and his two underlings, Hyung-seok and Min-hyuk, shouted. Get lost, you guys. Why aren't there any steamed buns, are you all starving to death? Greetings echoed around, hello sir, hello, greetings. Bum Jae wondered who it was. Meanwhile, Jin-ho, Tae-jun, and Cho-won bowed respectfully, hello sir. Jin-ho's group reminded Bum Jae, hey, greet him. He is the scariest person in the third year. Bum Jae obeyed, hello sir. Seeing this, Ji-hoon asked, a newbie? Bum Jae replied, yes, sir. He thought to himself, he doesn't look that scary though. Lee Hyung-seok threatened, do you guys have cigarettes? They hesitated, yes, sir. He yelled, do you or do you not, spit it out. Standing behind, Ji-hoon laughed and said, this guy, always using this trick to extort cigarettes from ignorant kids. Now Bum Jae was terrified, oh my, so scary. Jin-ho immediately took them out of his pocket, yes, here it is, sir. Bum Jae was startled, you actually have cigarettes? Taking advantage of the situation, Lee Hyun-seok asked, did you bring a lighter? Seeing him take it out, he praised him. This guy is quick. You guys follow me, let's go smoke. Ji-ho didn't dare to talk back, yes, sir. Ji-ho turned and asked Bum Jae, let's follow them, Bum Jae, do you know how to smoke? Cho-gun was excited, that's great. If we get close to them, we'll have connections and won't be bullied anymore. Bum Jae was stunned and thought, I've never smoked before. But Bum Jae still lied, of course, I do smoke. Bum Jae thought he had to act tough and not be too meek, this could be considered having connections now. Lee Eun-tae saw that this was not right, so he stopped him, don't go, Bum Jae. Lee Eun-tae reminded him, Mom said smoking is not good, she doesn't want me to get involved in that. Lee Eun-tae added, Mom also said that kids who smoke are all ruined. Ji-hoon was obviously not pleased to hear that. Hyun-seok yelled loudly, hey, what kind of freak is this? Is he short-circuited? Ji-ho submissively replied, yes, a little bit. Then Hyun-seok immediately slapped Lee Eun-tae, yeah, but still, you insolent bastard. The whole group, including Ji-ho and Bum Jae, turned pale with fear. Bum Jae thought to himself, he hit him? Meanwhile, Hyung-seok cursed Lee Eun-tae, "You bastard, you can still stand? How dare you be disrespectful to your senior? Apologize to me right now." Seeing Lee Eun-tae standing as still as a statue, Hyun-seok's blood boiled even more. "Not going to apologize, huh?" Hyun-seok hit him harder and harder, making Bum-jae's group outside tremble with fear. "Take this, take this, take this." Hyun-seok kicked Lee Eun-tae relentlessly, but the guy didn't let out a single cry. "Do you guys want to get a few hits in?" Hyun-seok kicked more vigorously. "This guy is really fun, I'll beat him until he bursts into tears." At that moment, Bum-jae stood rooted to the spot, watching in fear. Right then, Lee Eun-tae's and Bum-jae's eyes met. When their eyes met, Bum-jae turned away. Lee Eun-tae was looking straight at him, while Bum-jae avoided his gaze. "I ignored him." This left Lee Eun-tae astounded. Bum-jae recalled, "I couldn't bear to witness Lee Eun-tae's expression at that moment any longer." Ji-hoon, who hadn't participated until now, finally spoke up. "Hey," Ji-hoon looked at Lee Eun-tae and said, "You made me a laughingstock in front of so many kids here. You're small but you've got a lot of nerve." His bullet-like glare pierced Lee Eun-tae. "From now on, let me play with you." And Lee Eun-tae was targeted by that guy from that day onwards. One fine morning, Lee Eun-tae walked into the classroom. The classmates were terrified as soon as they saw Lee Eun-tae. They gossiped, "Today is even more terrible than yesterday. They are not joking around. How much longer will this last?" Bum-jae reminisced again. Since that day, Lee Eun-tae was called outside every single day. Everyone knew what for. Seeing his friend like that, Bum-jae was worried. Lee Eun-tae, is he okay?" Suddenly, Bum-jae noticed something. "Huh?" Bum-jae saw it on Lee Eun-tae's school uniform. Blood? Did they beat him up this badly? At this moment, Bum-jae was extremely hesitant. Should I talk to him? I should at least listen to share his troubles. I should at least defend him a little against that group. Then Bum-jae asked, Lee Eun-tae, are they giving you a hard time?" But Lee Eun-tae appeared very resolute. "No, Bum-jae, I'm fine." This made Bum-jae incredibly surprised. Bum-jae didn't quite believe it. "Are you really okay?" Lee Eun-tae still affirmed, "Yeah, I'm fine." He still didn't believe it. "Does it hurt a lot?" Lee Eun-tae still replied, "No." Bum-jae kept asking, "But hey, about when you were called outside?" But Lee Eun-tae said, "Nothing happened at all." Seeing this, Bum-jae thought to himself, he must really be fine, right? Lee Eun-tae is a very special guy. Suddenly, Bum-jae thought, what is this? I almost forgot, getting involved with him is very dangerous. Then Bum-jae looked at Lee Eun-tae and said to himself, he'll probably be fine. Bum-jae recalled, at that moment, I felt like all my guilt for ignoring him completely disappeared. One morning, Lee Eun-tae invited Bum-jae to go get a drink. "Bum-jae, let's go get a drink." Bum-jae tried to avoid him. I'm busy going with these guys." Jin-ho's group also cooperated perfectly. "What are you doing?" "Bum-jae, let's go." Then he left his friend behind and went to Jin-ho's group. "Hey, what are we eating today?" Leaving only Lee Eun-tae sitting alone drinking chocolate milk in the classroom, Bum-jae's group went out to eat but still looked back at Lee Eun-tae. He thought back, I completely kept my distance from Lee Eun-tae. Behind the school, Bum-jae was walking quickly while grumbling in his head. The fifth period is in another room again. I went to take a crap and missed lunchtime. The toilet was so far that I didn't know when I left the others behind. Bum-jae recalled that one day he heard a strange sound. Bum-jae looked in the direction of the sound and saw someone crying there. Who is it? All alone in a place like this? Bum-jae was extremely surprised. In a corner of the school where there was not a single soul, the person covering his face and crying uncontrollably was Lee Eun-tae. Bum-jae recalled, I saw Lee Eun-tae standing, silently crying without making a sound. Bum-jae called out Lee Eun-tae's name in his mind. Eun-tae, Lee Eun-tae. At this moment, Bum-jae suddenly realized he had to endure everything all by himself, and then just pretended that everything was fine? Did it come to this? Was he that sad? Bum-jae recalled, this was the first time I saw Lee Eun-tae cry. Then Bum-jae realized, I. But Bum-jae remembered that terrifying group of Ji-hoons, and Bum-jae ran away in panic. I didn't see anything. And once again, I abandoned him. One morning, a classmate asked, who sits at that empty desk over there? Bum-jae hesitantly replied, Lee Eun-tae. He recalled, and then one day, Lee Eun-tae stopped coming to school. Bum-jae looked over at Lee Eun-tae's desk and thought, Lee Eun-tae wouldn't run away like that, that's not his personality. He must have been beaten up so much lately that he can't come to school. Bum-jae thought to himself, this might be better. If he comes here, everything will just be like hell again. While he was thinking, Jin-ho called out, hey, Bum-jae. Bum-jae asked, what, going to get water again? Jin-ho's expression was serious. No, it's not that. Jin-ho fearfully recounted, those older guys, when I told them Lee Eun-tae didn't come to school, they said they wanted me to bring Lee Eun-tae's friend to meet them. Hearing this, Bum Jae was startled. Bum Jae was completely unprepared for this situation, his eyes widening. Huh? Bum Jae recalled that time, the image of Jin-ho's group flashing in his mind, the situation beginning to twist in a surprising and strange manner. Behind the school, at the spot Bum Jae had been summoned to, a few people were already waiting. Here he is, the kid's here, hey, you've arrived, huh? There, Hyung-seok was trembling as he climbed a pole, while Min-hyuk waved at Bum Jae. What a coward, what a coward. Just be obedient, and we won't beat you up. Eun-seok also smiled, looking at Bum Jae. Hey, what's there to be afraid of, huh? Come here now, don't shit your pants. Jin-ho's group asked Hyung-seok, who was still climbing the pole, when do cicadas fall off the tree? He fearfully replied, it's when they die. Buzz buzz, buzz buzz. Bum Jae thought to himself, there's another person too. One guy said, Jin-ho, he's here, that guy's friend. Bum Jae saw Jin-ho and trembled uncontrollably. It's that senior, that scary person. Jin-ho held a cigarette in one hand and asked, his mouth barely moving, are you that guy's friend? Bum Jae replied, yes. Bum Jae was terrified at that moment, he was so scary. Jin-ho asked, do you know why I called you out here? Two schoolgirls smoking nearby were watching the drama unfold. So cute, he looks just like a monkey. Bum Jae thought, even these demon-like girls, oh my god, this is so embarrassing. Bum Jae trembled, no, I don't know. Then Bum Jae thought of Lee Eun-tae, he didn't even dare to look at his face. Did Lee Eun-tae have to be in this place every day? Then suddenly, Jin-ho kicked Hyung-seok, breaking his balls. Hyung-seok, who was climbing the pole, fell down, and Jin-ho shouted, who allowed you to put one leg down, huh? Bum Jae, standing to the side, had a lot of questions. Asterisk, who is this guy? Besides Lee Eun-tae, are there many others being treated like this too? Asterisk. After that, Jin-ho turned to Bum Jae and threatened, do you want to try being like him, huh? Or are you going to start acting like that guy, being insolent to your seniors? Ji-hoon took a pen out of his pocket, do you want to be punished the way I punished him? Seeing that, Kyung-soo turned pale with fear, and he hurriedly climbed up the pillar again. Bum Jae was terrified seeing the scene in front of him. Bum Jae's eyes widened to the max, will I be bullied like that too? Bum Jae felt like a dog back then, completely defeated, both physically and mentally. Ji-hoon held the pen and drew on Bum Jae's face, do you understand that I also don't want to play with you like this? Then Ji-hoon asked, are you that guy's best friend? Bum Jae obediently replied, yes. Ji-hoon ordered, don't squirm, open your mouth. Bum Jae remained obedient, yes. Ji-hoon asked, is it uncomfortable? Bum Jae was scared, no, sir. Ji-hoon asked again, do you want me to beat the crap out of you? Bum Jae obediently replied, no, sir. The schoolgirls outside were discussing, does he always look so stupid like that? Bum Jae opened his mouth, Lee Eun-tae's situation was a bit. In his heart, he secretly rejoiced, thanking God that he only bullied him like this. Before he could finish his sentence, the pen flew straight into Bum Jae's nose. Bum Jae was in pain, my nose, a whole colored pen. Ji-hoon spoke up, that's right, that idiot. Ji-hoon asked, he didn't come to school yesterday or today, right? Then he sat down and ordered, bring him up here to me tomorrow. Ji-hoon's eyes became even more terrifying, if you can't do it, from now on I'll be playing with you, kid. Ji-hoon threatened, when that time comes, it won't just be this crayon poking into your nose. At an apartment complex, Bum Jae was standing on the street looking up at the building, thinking to himself that when he was young, he used to come play with him all the time. Bum Jae looked up at the building and recalled that it had been a long time since he'd seen Lee Eun-tae's house. At that time, by the water fountain at school, Hyung-seok had said to Bum Jae, your friend is really cool. To verify, Bum Jae asked back, Lee Eun-tae? Hyung-seok continued, he said something to them at the cafe, right? Bum Jae replied, yeah. Bum Jae remembered that this friend was in the same class as him. Hyung-seok wiped the ink stain while talking about Ji-hoon. That guy always showed off in front of girls, so his pride was severely hurt at that time. Damn it, he used an oil marker to draw on my face. Bum Jae remembered that this guy had been spitting randomly the other day and almost hit those guys. So from then on, he was put in the same bullied group as Lee Eun-tae. Then Bum Jae wiped his face and cursed inwardly, damn it, I can't stand it anymore. Should I just go all out? Living is too miserable. I have to worry about erasing all these drawings on my face first. Hyung-seok continued talking about Ji-hoon, not to mention that guy taught him a lesson every day, just showing off. When he beat him. Hyung-seok also added about Lee Eun-tae's bravery, that until the very end, he didn't even let out a single sound. Hearing this, Bum Jae suddenly seemed to remember something. What? Bum Jae thought about the scene where Lee Eun-tae was bullied by Ji-hoon's gang, how he gritted his teeth and endured everything from those bastards. Lee Eun-tae, shivering cold while stripped to the waist, said, besides, lately, it's actually gotten a bit easier to breathe. Lee Eun-tae continued, the first few days I could bear it, but day by day they went too far. Should I teach this gang a lesson for you right now? While Bum-jae thought, Lee Eun-tae has to endure everything, he's so incredible. Bum-jae recalled, at that time I felt both admiration and shame towards Lee Eun-tae. Bum-jae realized, Lee Eun-tae is truly strong. If it were me, I probably couldn't endure it. If it were Lee Eun-tae, he would. Bum-jae reminisced, if it were Lee Eun-tae, everything would probably be fine. Bum-jae recalled, I thought he would endure it much better than me. Looking up at the building where Lee Eun-tae lived, Bum-jae thought, I'm just a coward. When he entered the house, Lee Eun-tae's mother opened the door, and Bum-jae greeted, hello, ma'am. Lee Eun-tae's mother was very enthusiastic, oh, is that Bum-jae? It's been a long time. Bum-jae then asked, yes, is Lee Eun-tae at home, ma'am? At this point Lee Eun-tae's mother hesitated a bit. Ah, Lee Eun-tae right now, Lee Eun-tae's mother continued, is in his room, dear. Bum-jae stood in front of Lee Eun-tae's room door, hesitantly thinking, Lee Eun-tae, what should I say now? Bum-jae thought of a few sentences in his head, those guys want me to bring you there, if you don't come I'll probably die, Lee Eun-tae, at least you should come to school, does it hurt a lot, Lee Eun-tae, cheer up. Bum-jae remembered back then, how he struggled to find the right words to say to him. Then Bum-jae opened the room door. Eun-tae, are you sleeping? Hearing the noise, Lee Eun-tae asked back, Bum-jae, is that Bum-jae? Bum-jae stood outside the door and said, yeah, are you okay? Lee Eun-tae was lying on the bed, his complexion still stable. Is there anything wrong? Bum-jae recalled that Lee Eun-tae's complexion at that time wasn't too bad. Then Bum-jae explained, because you didn't come to class, I thought something happened. Then Bum-jae made up an excuse, I just thought I should bring my notebooks for you to borrow. Lee Eun-tae replied, thank you. Bum-jae looked around the room and thought to himself, he still hasn't changed at all compared to when he was little. Seeing the blood-stained gauze pieces on the table, Bum-jae thought to himself, blood, are those bloody towels? Is he badly injured? Was he beaten up a lot? Bum-jae felt awkward at this moment. How could I dare to bring up telling him to go to school, so he changed the subject, there is a lot of homework. Bum-jae suddenly brought up the past, it's been a long time, right, since I came here to hang out with you. Bum-jae smiled while talking about Ji-hoon's group, you must have suffered a lot too, right, those guys. Lee Eun-tae interrupted again, it's okay, Bum-jae. Lee Eun-tae replied very firmly, it's nothing, I will go back to school soon. Lee Eun-tae explained further, because I've just been sick for the past few days. Bum-jae reminisced about that moment. Bum-jae felt like he was saved. So he will go back to school tomorrow, Bum-jae remembered his feeling at that time, I thought it was wonderful. Bum-jae shouted with joy, really? If so, let me show you how to do your homework. Bum-jae looked at Lee Eun-tae and guessed, his face is so red, does he have a fever? That blood, is it a nosebleed or what? Then Bum-jae quickly brought out his notebook and pen, let me show you the lesson I copied in class, oh no, let me copy it for you. Just upon seeing the pen, Lee Eun-tae's face changed color. Lee Eun-tae turned his back and screamed, Bum-jae, don't, throw that pen away from me. Bum-jae didn't quite understand, why? Bum-jae wondered, is he trembling? Then he asked, what's wrong, Lee Eun-tae? But Lee Eun-tae kept saying, it's nothing. Seeing that, Bum-jae thought, is it because of this pen? The more he thought about it, the more unbelievable Bum-jae found it. The images and speculations flashing through his mind made it impossible for Bum-jae to believe. No way, it can't be, but that thought became even clearer. Then Bum-jae jumped straight toward Lee Eun-tae. He grabbed both of Lee Eun-tae's hands. Lee Eun-tae, you. Bum-jae's eyes looked down, and he seemed shocked by the sight before him. But Lee Eun-tae kept saying, I'm fine, Bum-jae. Bum-jae recalled, all over his body, on that fragile, thinner than usual frame, there was. Lee Eun-tae still said, it's nothing. Bum-jae looked at those wounds in disbelief. On the table were blood-soaked bandages, and on Lee Eun-tae's body were obscene drawings carved by Ji-hoon's gang using a pen. Bum-jae painfully remembered, there were wounds, scars slashed into him that could never be erased. Still in that apartment. He called out softly, his voice trembling, Lee Eun-tae, you. Lee Eun-tae took a weak breath. No, how could, as he saw the wounds on his body. A heavy thought flashed through Bum-jae's mind. I saw the slash marks on his body, then my eyes stopped on a few bloody tissues thrown on the table. Another thought pierced straight into his heart. He didn't have a fever for a normal reason, but because of those wounds. Bum-jae clenched his fists, letting out a choked roar. You were tortured to this extent, why did you still suffer in silence? He snapped in despair, idiot, shouldn't you at least beg them? Why? Looking at the wounds deep into the flesh, Bum-jae just exclaimed, what should we do now? These wounds have eaten deep into your flesh. His voice choked, full of helplessness. You should have begged them, at any cost, you should have begged them. Lee Eun-tae replied, his voice soft but very calm, if I'm scared. He paused a beat and continued, if I'm in pain. Lee Eun-tae continued, if I scream, they will feel satisfied. Each of his words seemed to carve into the air. They bully people because they want to show off to everyone. When I show them what they want, I have lost. But as for me. Lee Eun-tae's eyes shone fiercely, I don't want to lose. Bum Jae looked at him in surprise. A strong tremor rose in his heart. Lee Eun-tae, he was fighting against them, Bum Jae thought, in his own way. Lee Eun-tae suddenly muttered, his voice exhausted, good-looking guys are all jerks. He was startled inside, that's not it. Bum Jae's hands clenched tightly, his face full of anxiety. The next morning at school, Hyung-seok walked up and growled, what? He sneered, this bastard is so funny. I told you to bring him here, did anyone tell you to just sit there and think? In the corner of the classroom, Ji-ho's group was terrified, these seniors came all the way to our class. Hyung-seok growled, try saying that one more time. Min-hyuk yelled, what the hell did you just bark, you bastard? He panicked and clenched his fists tightly. Lee Eun-tae. Bum Jae cried and said, Lee Eun-tae, he has endured enough. You guys, please, stop. Then a sudden punch landed right on his face. The whole class gasped in shock. Bum Jae held his nose, only having time to think, it hurts so much. In his head, he screamed, Lee Eun-tae. Hyung-seok said coldly, have you seen the earth turn all red yet, kid? Bum Jae thought painfully, does he have to endure this kind of abuse every single day? Remembering the wounds on Lee Eun-tae's body, his heart tightened. Lee Eun-tae fought bravely, I also want to be like him. I also want to. But the fear still swelled up, but, I'm too scared. He glanced down at Bum Jae, are you keeping quiet now too? In that moment, he only thought, at that time, I wanted to unconditionally beg and grovel to them. Hyung-seok approached and hit Bum Jae continuously, you, again? Like him? Trying to act tough with us? He tried to endure every kick. The cold stares around him made him hurt more than the beatings. Bum Jae recalled, at that time, I was extremely angry at those who just stood by and watched the abuse happen. Then he saw his own reflection in those people, just standing and watching Lee Eun-tae get beaten. Bum Jae sighed and thought, but I don't have the right to speak. Hyung-seok shouted, I told you to bring him here, not to be as stubborn as him. Ji-hoon glanced around and asked loudly, hey, where is Cicada? The guy replied, huh? It seems he didn't come to school today, man. He chuckled coldly, funny. Then Ji-hoon angrily yelled, this bastard and that scumbag, are they messing with me? Seeing him go crazy, both Hyung-seok and Min-hyuk turned pale. Ji-hoon pointed to the door, you, go out to the hallway and keep watch for me. Ji-ho was startled and replied, yes. He growled, stand there, if any teacher comes, let me know, you hear? He nodded repeatedly and replied, yes, sir. The guy muttered, trembling, damn it, he's going crazy again, this unstable psychopath. Hyung-seok thought, if we fought, I might not lose to him, but who knows what he would dare to do when he's crazy. Ji-hoon approached Bum Jae, hey, big ears. He gritted his teeth, I told you yesterday, if you don't bring him here today. Ji-hoon held up a tattoo pen close to him and said, you'll take his place as my toy. A chill ran down Bum Jae's spine. Is it that thing? He yelled at the crowd around, what the hell are you looking at? Is there anything worth looking at? Turn your faces away, just try looking, I'll take care of you all. The students turned pale and thought to themselves, what's going on? What are they going to do? He pulled out a small tool, his voice nonchalant, this is normally for tattooing eyebrows, but it seems it can be used on the belly button too. The needle was close to his stomach, Bum Jae's face turned pale, he closed his eyes and thought, no. Suddenly, Lee Eun-tae's voice rang out powerfully, stop. The whole group froze and turned their heads. He opened his eyes wide. He slowly walked into the classroom, Bum Jae's heart skipped a beat. Lee Eun-tae then said, I'm here. Bum Jae couldn't understand, thinking, did he really come? But he has a fever. The whole class whispered, it's him, it's him. He actually dared to come to class? Wow. What's he doing here? I thought he wouldn't come to class, isn't he skipping school? Even Park Bum Jae abandoned him. He silently observed everything, his eyes stopping on the mark on Bum Jae's forehead. Lee Eun-tae immediately tightened his lips, saying nothing. Lee Hyung-seok stepped forward, smiling maliciously. You're here. Look at you, speaking so abruptly and briefly, you're still the same. He pointed at him. Your friend is being very arrogant here, Min-hyuk chimed in. He promised us that he would bring you here. Ji-hoon watched silently. He recalled the scene behind the school, he held the tattoo pen, his voice sharp and cold, if you utter a word about this, or cause any trouble for us. Ji-hoon continued, your big-eared friend will also have the exact same cute marks on his body. He smiled threateningly. Got it? Just try to endure it. Ji-hoon's eyes darkened as he remembered that incident. In the corner of the class, the whispers arose again. But why was he beaten up like that? No idea. Maybe he thought doing so would save him from getting beaten. I heard he abandoned his friends. A friend? When his friend was in trouble, he abandoned him. Bum Jae's heart choked up, not even daring to look at Lee Eun-tae anymore. He thought sadly, right, I don't deserve to be a friend. Bum Jae's thoughts surfaced regarding what he had done, how he had treated Lee Eun-tae. He raised his hands, making him look in surprise. Huh? Recalling when they were young, he asked, why did you call me here? Lee Eun-tae calmly replied, I'm curious about this. He tilted his head and asked, why do heroes help people? What if the bad guys are stronger than the heroes? But Bum Jae said, you idiot, what kind of hero would care about that? But then he replied with a serious tone, one thing is for sure, a hero's responsibility is to save the weak. To Bum Jae's astonishment, Lee Eun-tae stood blocking his front, taking an attacking stance that surprised the whole class. The group of Dae-jae, Jin-ho, and Jong-gun all gasped, and the bully's anger flared up. He said slowly, he is. Then loudly and clearly, word by word, my friend. Lee Eun-tae stood shielding Bum Jae. Looking at him, everyone started whispering, but what's wrong with his body? What the hell is that? Are those tattoos? Then the whole crowd of students froze in shock. Jin-ho's side also blurted out in panic, seeing the scene before their eyes. Facing them all, Lee Eun-tae just softly called, my friend. Right then, Lee Suk suddenly kicked him squarely in the body. Lee Eun-tae took the full brunt of the kick. From behind, Bum Jae thought in shock, realizing he wasn't mistaken, as the guy growled in frustration, is this monkey's brain fried? So what? He could only think in complete helplessness. My hope, kindled and then extinguished by that guy's kick. He tried to throw a punch, but Hyung-seok merely tilted his head and said, hey. Min-hyuk's face frowned in annoyance, and he kicked towards him, you crazy bastard. Then, dodging another weak hit from Lee Eun-tae, Min-hyuk said coldly, what now? Not stopping, Hyun-seok threw another kick and yelled, are you sick? Bum Jae was stunned into dead silence, anxious to the point of suffocating. His heart twisted. Lee Eun-tae, even when you can't even touch them, you still in that classroom, he panted, a thought forming. The other narrowed his eyes in annoyance, a similar thought forming. Both shared the same thought, he'd been beaten up this much but still hadn't opened his mouth to let out a single cry. Lee Eun-tae spoke in a weak but firm voice, Bum Jae, don't touch him. That sentence shocked him. In Bum Jae's head, it just echoed, me? Just because of me? Unable to bear the pressure, he collapsed to the floor. In his heart, Bum Jae trembled, I can't take this anymore. He knelt down in front of Ji-hoon, begging in despair, please stop. The whole class was turned to stone, no one dared to speak. Bum Jae told himself, I can't just stand here and watch anymore. Then he trembled and continued begging, I'm sorry. I'll tell him not to do that anymore. I'm sorry. Bum Jae said, crying, Lee Eun-tae is a bit weird. Please let us go this one time. In his head flashed the thought, that's right, and the other also muttered, I'm damn tired. Ji-hoon held out his hand in front of him, and seeing this, Bum Jae happily grabbed it. Thank you. A question suddenly arose in Bum Jae's mind, is it okay now? But the moment their hands touched, Ji-hoon suddenly squeezed hard. Without a second of hesitation, Ji-hoon threw multiple straight punches right into Bum Jae's face. Bum Jae couldn't resist at all, only able to take the hits. Hyun-seok tried to stop him and said, stand still. Hyun-seok thought to himself, this crazy bastard. Not stopping there, Ji-hoon grabbed Bum Jae's hair, while his other hand continued to swing punches, yelling, stop? Why should I stop? Then he growled, do I look like a funny guy to you? The students quietly gossiped, what the hell is this? Should we call a teacher? It's getting more complicated, what do we do now? Isn't this too much? What about those cuts on that guy's body? Seeing this scene, Min-hyuk suddenly thought, damn it. Meanwhile, he worried, will this damn mess follow me? Then he turned and whispered to Hyun-seok, I'll go guard the door just to be safe. Hyun-seok shivered, thinking, this guy is a beast. Right at that moment, Min-hyuk shouted again, someone is coming. Watch your front. In his mind, he thought, damn it, things are getting more and more out of control. As soon as Hyun-seok turned his head, his eyes froze for a second. Min-hyuk was hit by a punch so hard that he was sent flying away. A voice rang out, Do Bin. He passed out. Bum Jae tried to open his eyes through his ragged breathing, only having enough time to think, who is it? Joon-gu looked ahead and spoke, is it that guy? Ki-young nodded, yes. Joon-gu calmly replied, all right. Young-ho rolled his eyes and said, one guy passed out, so there are two left, right? He happily replied, I'll leave it all to you. He laughed in delight, 100 per guy, so that's 300. Nice, doing business is so easy. Hearing that, he dazedly thought about his previous memory. It was. A thought popped into Bum Jae's mind, cicada? Hyung-seok stepped forward, bent down, and said, hello, how miserable, you got beaten to a pulp, huh? Bum Jae just tried to stay conscious and thought, cicada brought people here. Hyung-seok looked up and said, I warned you guys, I'm going to deal with all of you. Eun-seok anxiously thought to himself, is it real? At first, I thought this cicada was just bluffing. He called out loudly, hey, cicada. Then Ji-hoon sneered, are you brain dead or something? Hyung-seok asked a bit worriedly, Young-ho, are you sure about this? But he just smiled confidently and replied, as long as you give me the full cash up front, it's all good. Young-ho suddenly pointed at the guy and said, hey, forgot about this guy is too big, add 20 more. He was annoyed, you really only care about money. All right. Hearing that, he happily said, nice. Eun-seok shouted, what? What kind of breed is this bastard? Young-ho gave a faint smile and provoked, me? He stepped forward a beat, his eyes darkening, I'm a bad guy, just like you guys. Bum Jae, Ji-hoon, and the guy all froze at the same time. Eun-seok gritted his teeth, lost his temper, and rushed forward, you're fucking crazy. Hyung-seok quickly interrupted, if anyone asks, say he's my cousin, he doesn't live very close to here, and he's the same age. Right as Eun-seok lunged forward, Joon-gu gently swept his leg, making Eun-seok lose his balance and trip. In that very moment, Joon-gu casually raised his foot. Watching him beat someone up, he boasted proudly, he's really good at fighting. Joon-gu's knee struck straight into his face, making the guy's nosebleed spurt out instantly. Hyung-seok continued to brag, where he's from, even the upperclassmen wouldn't dare touch him, but this guy is really greedy for money. He was about to add and also, but Hyung-seok blurted out, his face contorting when he saw Joon-gu kick straight into Yoon-seok's crotch, brutal as hell. The guy was in so much pain he could only open his mouth but no sound came out. Joon-gu looked at him teasingly, alright, I didn't break any of your bones, did I? I'm scared of getting caught too, so I'm just playing around with you a bit. A bored thought flashed through his mind, I really want to beat the crap out of these guys, this sucks. Ji-hoon suddenly reached his hand into the desk and pulled out a box cutter, he raised it, defending himself in a state of panic. Ji-hoon growled, trying to act tough, you don't know what you're dealing with, do you think I'm easy to mess with? But in his mind, he was terrified, what do I do now? He smirked, his voice trembling, come here, are you scared now? The whole class was in an uproar, call a teacher. Joon-gu laughed, turned around, and said, hey, he's got a weapon, I have to charge an extra fee for this, okay? Hyung-seok watched the scene and sighed inwardly, this guy is going to strip me of all my money no matter what. So Bum Jae asked in a low voice, is that okay? He immediately replied, money? Why worry? My family is well off. He then reminded him, no, I mean the knife. Joon-gu smirked in amusement, you're big bro, then he thought to himself, I don't really like these punks either, but I can't just beat them up however I want, if I get caught, I'm screwed. Joon-gu's eyes shifted to Lee Eun-tae, a hint of disdain flashing through them, who else is this? These ugly-ass tattoos are. Then he looked back at Ji-hoon, thinking, did this guy do it? With that, and a thought crossed his mind, he's holding a knife, and there's a victim right here. Joon-gu looked at him and said, hey, your bro is taking care of this guy as a service, free of charge. Hyung-seok gasped, for real? In his mind, he cursed silently, is this a joke? This guy is more of a bloodsucker than Kotex. Joon-gu took a leisurely breath, as if reminiscing about something, it's been a long time since I could do whatever I want without worrying about getting caught or penalized. Hearing that, Hyung-seok shivered, panicking in his mind, at first, I was just a little worried. Then he frantically lamented, a madman meets an even crazier madman, a bad guy meets a villain multiple times worse. Hyung-seok swallowed his saliva and thought, this guy. Ji-hoon suddenly screamed and rushed forward, keep your eyes wide open and watch this. Seeing that, he inwardly lamented, it's completely screwed up now. Ji-hoon gritted his teeth and roared, you shit-eating monkey. He lunged forward madly just like that. At that moment, his mind growled, stab him, slash him, pierce him, tear him apart, I must stab him. Humiliated and furious, Ji-hoon thought, how dare you humiliate me in front of these people. His breathing became heavy, with only one single thought left, I'll stab you to death. Joon-gu said nothing, swinging the chair up to block the incoming rush. Ji-hoon couldn't dodge in time, taking the full blow and staggering back. Bum Jae, Lee Eun-tae, and Hyung-seok stood stunned. Internally, Ji-hoon panicked, a chair? A chair? Joon-gu raised an eyebrow, you cheap trash, playing with knives too, he angrily thought to himself, but wait, you're holding a chair too, with his mouth full of blood, Ji-hoon cried out in pain, oh my god, you broke my teeth. Do you know how much it costs to get dentures? Stop it right now, if you keep this up. Before he could stand steady, he roared fiercely again, I'll make you eat shit. The students watching took a deep breath, thinking, a direct hit right to the face. He bent down and said, these hands, you were planning to stab me with them, right? Ji-hoon panted, trying to say, no, wait. But before he could finish his sentence, Jun-gu suddenly raised his foot and stomped hard on Ji-hoon's hand, causing him to scream out in agony. He growled, beating him while speaking, where I'm from, there was also a guy who wanted to skewer me like you. I broke all his hands so he couldn't even jerk off anymore. Ji-hoon screamed, stop it, you bastard. Ji-hoon groaned in pain, you demon, why are you doing this? Jun-gu replied coldly, isn't it obvious? He looked over there and continued, just like what you did to these guys. Jun-gu emphasized, I'm doing the exact same thing. Hearing him say that, Ji-hoon just froze, and then Jun-gu burst out laughing. He shrugged and replied, even though I have no reason to beat you at all. Jun-gu tilted his head, looking at Ji-hoon. Don't you know, you and I are the same kind of person? He continued, did you beat them because you had a reason to do so? Or did you just invent a reason to torture them? Ji-hoon panicked in his heart, I'm going to die. Suddenly, a teacher yelled as he entered the classroom, what are you all doing? The classmates panicked and exclaimed, what now, teachers? Upon seeing the scene in the classroom, the two teachers were instantly stunned speechless. Bum Jae thought to himself as the teachers arrived. Jun-gu turned around and smiled, hello, teachers. Ji-hoon sobbed and cried out, teacher, look at Min-hyuk lying motionless. Meanwhile, Hyung-seok clutched his stomach and collapsed. Bum Jae thought in fear, the scene is like hell. The other teacher shouted, call the police right now. The other teacher hurriedly stopped him, Mr. Chan, there are a lot of students here, don't blow things out of proportion. For now, let's just head to the teacher's meeting room first. Ji-hoon cried and said, teacher, please save us. Bum Jae thought in frustration, the first thing teachers do is force the students to keep quiet. At the office, Hyung-seok explained, this is my older cousin, we are the same age, but he was held back a year. He screamed loudly, teacher, he's a bully, he even hit me with a chair. Jun-gu ate a snack and let out a faint laugh, stupid, so cute. Then Ji-hoon groaned, my nose is broken, my hand. Hyun-seok clutched his crotch, his face grimacing as he said, my balls hurt. He howled, you bastard, you'll be sent to juvenile detention, just wait and see. He shrugged and replied, I'll probably just crawl back in there again, but... Then Jun-gu pointed at Bum Jae and Lee Eun-tae, saying, have you teachers taken a look at these guys' bodies yet? School violence seems pretty intense at this school. He calmly continued, if you call the police, at worst I'll go to juvenile detention one more time, but these guys will 100% go in there too. Jun-gu continued, his voice neither heavy nor light, my cousin was bullied and abused by these guys. And I was attacked by them with a knife, so after all, it's just justifiable self-defense. If I get sent to a juvenile detention center, I'll go crazy, it's not fair at all. And if I go crazy, I'll leak everything about this school to the reporters. Jun-gu coldly placed the glass of water on the table. He said sarcastically, or should we just close down this school and send all the students to the juvenile detention center? Or should I just go home quietly? Then Jun-gu concluded, call the police. He thought to himself that those guys were cowering like little lambs. Transitioning to the scene outside, Jun-gu reminded, I'm leaving, remember to send the deposit today. Then he waved his hand, I'm off now kid, normally I would have to take your money too, but since you cooperated well today, I'll give you a free pass this time. Bum Jae sighed and thought, Lee Eun-tae let everything go, and those guys transferred to another school. He also kept everything a secret from his parents. Lee Eun-tae choked up and asked, how do I? Then he asked, how can I become as strong as you? Jun-gu said nonchalantly, 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 pull-ups, and a 10 kilometers run every day. Then he thought, how annoying. Bum Jae thought to himself, looking at that face, it's obvious he doesn't want to teach. Bum Jae remembered, from then on, he followed Lee Eun-tae closely and trained hard. Lee Eun-tae always thought, he can only bully the weak, I must not surrender to anyone. He told himself, I have to overcome them. Hyung-seok happily said, hey guys, do you want to eat grilled rice cake skewers, my treat? Seeing the sharp skewers, Lee Eun-tae suddenly trembled, hugging himself in panic. Bum Jae saw this and his heart felt heavy. Lee Eun-tae had developed a phobia of sharp objects, so he just watched in silence. Cut to the school gate, Bum Jae turned and asked softly, Lee Eun-tae, you really like birds, right? Lee Eun-tae nodded and replied, you still remember, Bum Jae? He leaned in and whispered, this is a secret. Then Bum Jae pulled up his shirt, showing off the tattoo on his body, tada, it's a real nightingale, isn't it cool? Lee Eun-tae opened his eyes wide, extremely surprised, and blurted out, that's so incredibly cool. He smiled and asked further, do you want to get one like mine? Then Bum Jae explained, it's a tattoo. He teased, Lee Eun-tae, are you scared, are you? He immediately shook his head, no, I'm not scared at all, do it for me. Lee Eun-tae even asked back, you're not scared at all, Bum Jae? The two admired the new tattoo. Lee Eun-tae asked, how is it, cool right? He replied immediately, absolutely perfect, it looks ready to burst. Does it hurt a lot? Lee Eun-tae said calmly, doesn't hurt a bit, I don't feel anything at all. The two then made a bet, then let's test and see who can endure better next time. Great, I won't lose to you. What about the arm, the spot right on your scar? Alright, the tattoo artist, 22-year-old Lee Hyun-seok, sitting in the back looking at them both, sighed, these guys are ridiculous, I really can't believe it. The scene shifts to the tattoo parlor where Bum Jae first arrived. Hyung-seok slammed his hand on the table and shouted, cover it up? Are you out of your mind, you middle school brat? You let some high school thugs ink garbage on your body, and now you want me to tattoo over it? Bum Jae immediately knelt down and pleaded, it's not like that. He explained frantically, my friend got hurt because of me. I just want to get a tattoo to cover his scar. I need to do it first so he'll have the courage to do it. Please, do it on my body first. Hyung-seok yelled, are you out of your mind? Get lost, kid. Soon after, snow began to fall, yet Bum Jae remained kneeling there, trembling and begging, please, I'm begging you. His voice sounded like he was about to cry, please, just this once. Save my friend. As Hyung-seok was about to leave, he froze. Looking at the scene, he could only sigh helplessly, who would have thought I'd be tattooing high school students? I'm just lucky I haven't been caught yet. He stared blankly and thought, the other day you were trembling in fear, and now you act like it's nothing. He chuckled, next time we're tattooing the chest, are you really not scared? Lee Eun-tae happily replied, of course not. He thought happily to himself, this guy, he really is a good friend. Then Bum Jae snapped back to reality, smiling faintly as he remembered, it had already been. Recalling that memory, Bum Jae thought to himself, it's been 3 years. So many things have happened since then, meeting those guys and continuing to train like crazy until now. Hyung-seok walked up and asked worriedly, excuse me, are you okay? Bum Jae jumped up and shouted, hey, are you peeking at me? You fatty. He panicked and waved his hands, no, it's just that you were sitting completely still, so I got a little worried. He replied in annoyance, you scared the hell out of me. Bum Jae glanced around and then asked, where is Vasco? Hyung-seok pointed into the distance, he's still doing pull-ups over there. Seeing that, his eyes widened, still? We've been talking since the beginning of the year, and it's already mid-year, and he's still going? What a beast. Then Bum Jae stood up and dusted off his pants, let's go, we still have to go to school. The roaring sound of an engine echoed, making him annoyed, what's that? So noisy early in the morning. Bum Jae gritted his teeth, irritated, who rides motorcycles into the park this early in the morning? From a distance, a group of people riding motorcycles approached. When he recognized who they were, Bum Jae's expression immediately changed, them, is it them? The sound of motorcycles sped over from afar. It was Ji-hoon and Min-hyuk who had now dyed their hair, and beside them was Eun-seok, who was driving with the girls. There, those guys. Memories of those 3 guys from the past resurfaced, it's the guys from before, at the deserted park. The 3 motorcycles were parked close together. This is great, I really want to keep these, Ji-hoon. Min-hyuk and Eun-seok were puffing on cigarettes while talking. Min-hyuk said to the girl sitting next to him, just yesterday alone we made 400,000 won. Let me buy you couple rings. Ji-hoon, sitting next to him, added, they've been dating for 200 days now. The two noticed Eun-seok's silence and wondered, what's with that look, why are you suddenly so quiet? From a distance, they saw Lee Eun-tae doing pull-ups. Oh, over there, a gangster is working out, huh? His body was covered in tattoos, both arms flexing as he gripped the horizontal bars, muscles clearly bulging, his face fierce and seemingly intensely focused. Ji-hoon, Min-hyuk, and Eun-seok were startled watching this scene, that's a real gangster. Ji-hoon warily turned his face away, it's better not to look him in the eyes, but immediately they noticed Bum Jae and Hyung-seok intently watching Lee Eun-tae. What the hell are those guys doing, staring like that? Damn, where have we seen them before? Looking really familiar, one of the 3 commented, they look like pathetic losers, another of the 3 questioned. Hey, do you know that guy? No, Bum Jae noticed them, eyebrows furrowed, face looking thoughtful. So they ended up doing delivery work, suddenly a familiar image of the student with big ears appeared in his memory. Those 3 were startled to recognize an acquaintance. The dear, isn't that the guy from before, huh, that big-eared guy? Eun-seok started first, let me bring him over here, Min-hyuk made his attitude clear. Bring him over here quietly, don't alert that gangster. The girls accompanying them asked but all 3 didn't care, Appa, what's wrong, where is everyone going? Lee Eun-tae, standing next to Bum Jae, spoke up, Bum Jae, let's go to the restroom. Bum Jae was dumbfounded and asked, you want to do a number 2, do you have tissue? Lee Eun-tae replied nonchalantly, no? Ji-hoon, Min-hyuk, and Eun-seok were panicked by this scene. What? Bum Jae replied wearily, let's go, I yield. Lee Eun-tae continued the back and forth conversation, wet wipes command, making the three guys still unable to believe it. Do they know each other? Bum Jae had to stand up. Let's just go. Watching from afar, they didn't understand what Bum Jae and Lee Eun-tae were talking about. Did that guy tell him to take care of us? Bum Jae felt extremely confused. You can go by yourself now. But Lee Eun-tae bluntly replied, I'm scared to go alone. The three guys standing far away still didn't dare to make a move. Damn it, is that gangster protecting him? Ji-hoon felt infuriated, gritting his teeth. Bastard, how dare you look down on me? What's wrong, bro, aren't we going? Hyung-seok, sitting nearby and witnessing the entire conversation about going to the restroom, was dumbfounded with his mouth wide open. He thought to himself, do those two even go to the restroom together? I'm so jealous. Suddenly, he heard a call from behind and turned around. Hey, three tall figures with aggressive auras, led by Ji-hoon, appeared in front of Hyung-seok. You, come here when I tell you. Ji-hoon ordered, follow me. Hyung-seok immediately felt bewildered. Huh? They all moved to a deserted corner of the park. One of the three spoke up. The more I think about it, the more pissed off I get. This guy has the word pathetic written all over his face. Hyung-seok trembled like a leaf. Why yes, I'm sorry guys. He didn't understand what was going on. Wah, what is this? Ji-hoon glared, spitting on the ground. You're out of luck today, kid. This was supposed to be about that big-eared guy. Hearing the familiar identifying feature, Hyung-seok immediately recognized, big ears? Are you talking about Bum Jae? Ji-hoon interrogated, are you that guy's friend? Hyung-seok answered tremblingly, why yes, friend. But he briefly thought, Bum Jae doesn't even like me. Someone's voice rang out, friend? Bum Jae approached from behind, making Ji-hoon and Min-hyuk jump. So it's you guys. Hyung-seok was also surprised, Bum Jae. With a serious face, so it's you guys, you haven't changed a bit, huh? Come here, Hyung-seok. Hyung-seok was stunned, Bum Jae. Min-hyuk gritted his teeth, Bum Jae. Ji-hoon cautiously asked again, just you alone? You? He thought to himself, where is the gangster? Bum Jae didn't quite understand and frowned. Gangster? It's just me here? The three guys quickly changed to a smug attitude. Alone? No gangster around? Ji-hoon sneered, does this guy not realize the situation? The three guys angrily said, because of you, our lives are messed up. Damn it, in the end, we had to give up, damn it. Despite the back and forth arguments between the two sides, the two accompanying girls still watched with interest. So cute. So attractive. Ji-hoon growled, today you have to pay the price. He suddenly pulled out a knife, looking extremely furious. Don't you see the scar on my face? Remember yet, kid? Let me give you a few slashes. Bum Jae wasn't swayed at all, hands in his pockets, he casually replied, you haven't changed at all, huh? Leave before I'm still talking nicely. His words made the three guys opposite him darken their faces. Later I will order some food to support you. Ji-hoon lost his patience and rushed forward, you insolent bastard. Bum Jae immediately grabbed the wooden sign and smashed it hard against his body. Ji-hoon was hit by a thunderous blow, making him dizzy. Ji-hoon thought in pain, not again? Bum Jae looked down at him from above, haven't you learned your lesson? Do you have no skills at all? Ji-hoon panicked, my teeth. Loud shouts echoed around, brother. Min-hyuk rushed forward, you. Followed by Yoon-seok, you bastard. Bum Jae effortlessly dodged Min-hyuk's punch, and conveniently delivered a kick to his stomach. Yoon-seok watched in absolute terror. Bum Jae's attacks were lightning fast. He fought while angrily saying, do you know that I have to work hard every day because of you guys? Hyung-seok watched from afar and felt full of admiration. Only a moment later, Ji-hoon, Min-hyuk, and Yoon-seok were all lying flat on the ground. At this rate, you guys will end up bald. Ji-hoon trembled and thought, this guy. Bum Jae looked at him seriously, I want to teach you guys another lesson. But I will stop here. Ji-hoon did not expect this change in Bum Jae. This guy is truly strong. Bum Jae spoke and paused briefly. He continued, leaving Hyung-seok stunned, Vasco wouldn't want that. Hearing this, Hyung-seok suddenly thought, Bum Jae, he really respects Vasco. He couldn't help but feel admiration for the two of them, truly admirable, this friendship. Bum Jae turned around and called, let's go, Hyung-seok. Hyung-seok began to feel curious, what happened to those two? Time went back to the tattoo parlor from years ago. 2 years ago, Hyung-seok breathed softly, looking down at his own work. Finally, everything was done. Lee Eun-tae was sitting there, his body covered in new tattoos, with no trace of the past remaining. Hyung-seok spoke slowly, over the past year, little by little, you've worked really hard. That trashy tattoo is no longer there. Finally, Lee Eun-tae's facade over the past year had come to an end. Bum-jae excitedly crossed his arms, smiling brightly. Congratulations, Lee-eun-tae. Hyung-seok exclaimed, you kids, your bodies seem much more muscular. Bum-jae also happily replied, we practice like crazy every day. Although Hyung-seok still had many doubts, he frowned and silently acknowledged it. This kid is truly a good friend. He watched Bum-jae chatting comfortably with Lee-eun-tae. Because his friend was scared of getting a tattoo, Bum-jae raised his hand to show off. Geez, how's this? My latest tattoo. I'm so hungry, Lee-eun-tae. Hyung-seok felt a bit of admiration. He had finally cured his phobia. Vasco was able to overcome his fear of metal by getting tattooed little by little, and that was how the story of Burn Knuckles began. The sky was gradually turning into evening. Jong-gun stood imposingly, hands shoved into his pockets, looking at the person in front of him. Is that you? It feels like meeting a celebrity, huh? I kept hearing the girls talk about you all the time, so I came to find you directly. He smirked somewhat provocatively. What? Partner? Test? You arrogant bastard, should I gouge your eyes out? A tall person with slicked back hair, wearing a trench coat, was standing right there. Jong-gun didn't flinch either, just calmly replied, I find it annoying too, but first, I was ordered to. Under the evening light, a duel began. Up to this point, sure enough, other troublesome matters had also begun. A familiar and secluded spot at the school, and the school was... A student was forced to take off his shirt and climb up to cling to a utility pole, surrounded by commanding voices, cling tight, hilarious. A person was squatting nearby, puffing on a cigarette. Do you know that if a cicada falls to the ground, it will be eliminated? The student could only tremble and reply, yes. That voice was full of mockery and violence. So funny, does a damn cicada like you also speak human language? Hyung-seok's face appeared with a ferocious look. You saw my little brother back then, didn't you? Let me call him again. If the trash can isn't emptied, the garbage inside will only rot more day by day. With a serious look, Lee-eun-tae spoke up. Bum-jae, let me ask you this. What is it? He looked at Bum-jae's hand, extremely curious. The tattoo today, why is your hero an E? Bum-jae had tattooed E on his hand. Bum-jae didn't want to tell the truth, so he just made up an excuse to explain. Well, I was deeply impressed by E, so... Lee-eun-tae believed it immediately. Is that so? Bum-jae immediately asked back. Lee-eun-tae's hero must be Vasco, right? Hearing this name made Lee-eun-tae hesitate for a moment. Vasco? The image of the childhood superhero they both admired in a red and blue suit appeared. For some reason, wasn't the hero's real name Vasco? But Lee-eun-tae just replied indifferently, is that so? I didn't know. He turned and walked away, but still emphasized, anyway, my hero is you, Bum-jae. Bum-jae smiled and watched him, me too, my hero man. Lee-eun-tae's shadow cast long on the street. Lee-eun-tae, a dog with smooth golden fur standing in place, my mother is very beautiful. With its very gentle-looking eyes, Binu was praised endlessly. Oh, Binu, how can it be this pretty? It's a retriever breed, so it's very gentle. Hesitant and reserved glances were then cast towards another dog, raising questions, but why this one? Indeed, when did it even appear? Inu stuck out its tongue, wagging its tail in excitement, but the people around were not happy at all when they saw it. When was this mixed breed born? Giving birth to a mutt. If only it had given birth to one that wasn't like this, it would have been lucky. Inu didn't seem to mind much, so it kept wagging its tail despite the gossiping words. Baeyeon's mother must have been very sad. Baeyeon had said she would raise it and even opposed her. Inu even had a bit of confidence, secretly thinking, I will grow up fast and be as beautiful as my mom, just wait and see. Baeyeon hugged Inu tightly and retorted, why? I think it's cute. I will hug it to sleep every day. The adults, seeing the little girl like that, also felt helpless. Oh dear, Baeyeon, alright, do as you wish. Inu was extremely happy, thinking, oh, my owner. Baeyeon smiled at it, your name is Inu, you will live with me. Inu felt happy, believing that it seemed to have found a loving owner. I love my owner so much. Time passed, and Inu was already a grown dog. Still getting to stay next to its mother Binu, but everyone still hadn't changed their view of it. Indeed, growing up reveals the mixed breed, right? Being next to its mother, it looks like a mutt no matter what. Inu excitedly wagged its tail again, thinking, I'm grown up too. Words went back and forth, but couldn't stir Inu's inner feelings. It's good because it's similar to Binu, but it's a pity that Inu is a mixed breed. Inu felt extremely satisfied. Staying with its mother and owner was a lot of fun. Someone whispered to Baeyeon, causing the expression on the little girl's face to stiffen. Baeyeon, it's a mutt, right? It's really ugly. Seeing Baeyeon, Inu rejoiced even more. My beloved owner, I love you the most in the whole wide world. The sky that day was perfectly blue. Baeyeon pointed her finger and ordered, wait there. Inu still obediently complied, I understand. A family member wondered, Bayan, why have you been reducing Inu's food portions lately? But Bayan just indifferently replied, well, it's fine as long as I feed it good stuff, right? Meanwhile, Inu sat obediently, wagging its tail and watching. Until my owner returns, I will sit quietly here and wait. The sky gradually darkened, the moving truck was ready, everything is packed up, let's go. Bayan lingered, looking down at the dog, showing no emotion and not responding to the call. Bayan, mom and dad will go first, so after you finish cleaning up, call a car and follow with those dogs later. The little girl pointed her finger and ordered again, wait there. The car started and slowly rolled away. Binu jumped up against the rear window, trying to bark. At the gate, Inu, wearing a red scarf around its neck, was still obediently and happily wagging its tail. It thought to itself proudly, don't worry, Mom, I'll wait like a good boy. It saw Binu looking sad and wondered, what's wrong with Mom today? It's not like this is my first or second time waiting. This time, if I wait obediently, when my owner comes back, she will definitely give me delicious food. The sky turned perfectly blue again. Inu was now a skeletal dog, looking pitifully filthy. Passers-by gossiped about it, it's been months already. These wicked people, how could they just abandon a dog they raised for years and move away, only taking the mother dog with them? Inu was so hungry its stomach growled, it just stubbornly stayed in front of that door. The people who just moved in seemed to hate keeping such a big dog. As it continuously got dark, it didn't have a single doubt, only wondering, why is everyone so late? It would be great if they came back quickly. Someone brought a bowl of food over, but Inu barked angrily. Just eat this. We probably have to euthanize it, it won't be able to hold on much longer. It barked aggressively. People around gradually didn't want to touch it anymore, it didn't eat or sleep. Because it was too scary, no one could even get close. Even so, Inu simply thought, thief, thief. This is my house. Until my owner returns, I must absolutely protect it. Time passed again, Inu could no longer sit up straight, it collapsed and curled up. Inu shivered, rolling itself in the old, dirty, and tiny scarf. It's so cold, the scent of my owner, it's dark again. Bayan's face appeared in its memory, I miss my owner. I want to be held in her arms right away. It was just another normal day at school. The teacher stood on the podium and announced that a transfer student was arriving today. The whole class gasped, asking if it was a boy or a girl. As the teacher spoke, the boys were extremely excited to hear it was a girl. A short, chubby girl appeared and introduced herself, I am Choi Soo-young, hello everyone. The excited atmosphere immediately died down, please take care of me. Hyung-seok was stunned. Around him, there were buzzing murmurs, wow, how amazing. Many questions rushed into his head, a transfer student coming now when it's almost winter break, it seems there isn't much time left. The murmuring in the class did not stop, it seemed like all the words were directed at Soo-young, wow, look at her. She had to comfort herself, I'm already used to this feeling every time I transfer schools. Glancing past me Jin's group and the other girls chatting, she secretly evaluated, so this is the hot girl group. They were chatting happily, seriously, what do you even like about Jin-sung? You should ask him directly. The transfer student had arrived, and the place where she belonged was. Glancing to the side, some unremarkable-looking girls approached her and said, hello, nice to meet you, your eyes are really pretty. Soo-young concluded they were the weirdo group. School held no interest for her at all. She continued to look towards the boys' side, where Jae-yeol sat silently next to Jin-sung, and Hyung-seok looked surprised in the back. She thought, that must be the hot boy crowd. Someone asked her, where do you live? I live around in Wangsan. Jin-sung just muttered, those guys are really rude. Normally, those boys would treat me as invisible. Otherwise, guys like Soo-min, Hyung-jo, and Jun-soo would immediately close in to make acquaintance, saying, you're really amazing, you live there? That place is full of homeless people. They would tease, mock, and humiliate me, or... Soo-young didn't waver in the slightest. I'm doing a program on Paprika TV, she said. Be a guest BJ for me. Let's do a mukbang show, an eating show. How many hamburgers can you eat? My whole life I've been treated like this, it would be so nice if I could hide in a damp, wet place where no one could find me. Amidst those whispers, Hyun-seok suddenly froze, amazed. This girl is really bad at studying, it seems she hasn't even reached 150 points. A familiar image came to his mind from that night at the convenience store, Hyun-do throwing a disdainful look at him. He had taken a picture of his embarrassing moment to mock him. Hyun-seok looked serious at the sarcastic voices around him. Great, he thought, am I feeling wronged, or just doing something stupid? A friendly voice spoke up to Soo-young, hello. Hyung-seok smiled warmly to get acquainted with Soo-young, startling her. I am Hyung-seok, I also just moved here a few months ago. Nice to meet you. The three of them, Soo-min, Hyun-do, and Jin-sung, were also stunned by Hyung-seok's action. He continued, you live in Hyun-do? I also live in that area, there are many nice houses there too. The air is fresh, and the neighbors are kind. But Hyung-seok didn't seem to care, he still smiled happily. We live in the same area, let's be more friendly. Soo-young felt as if there was a halo radiating from that smile. She was stunned, ignoring the words around her, thinking, Hyung-seok is really nice, look at how he cares for her. I hate good-looking guys, Soo-young told herself, looking at Hyung-seok's handsome face. He is indeed very attractive, he must be very popular. I've endured the scene of people pretending to be kind and sympathetic and then mockingly laughing at me so many times. Soo-young only replied with a forced smile, saying, thank you, and answering vaguely. She thought, if they hear my ugly, cheap voice, I'll probably be isolated more easily. If I smile too much, it will be very ugly. The gossiping voices shifted focus back to Hyung-seok. Hyung-seok, you live in that area? Isn't your family very rich? Do you live independently? You are really great. Do you cook for yourself? Good-looking guys get praised for whatever they do, huh? Jin-sung raised his bandaged hands and said in annoyance, so what? Please don't be childish. How old are you guys? Jin-sung grumbled, crazy. Pick my nose for me, will you? Disgusting. Your fingers are still perfectly fine over there. The broken finger suddenly, childish. So old yet still. Soo-min, Hyun-seo, and Jun-soo immediately felt weird. Since when did that guy become so nice? Is he pretending to be kind? It's best not to mess with this guy. As the golden evening glow faded, Soo-young walked silently alone on her way home. She looked down, whispering to herself, I'll just live quietly. Anyway, I just want to graduate. Being alone is better. The phone screen showed a conversation between the tutor and Soo-young. She replied to a few messages while thinking, there's no need to go to the cram school. Lately, the tutor has been managing me through KakaoTalk. Soo-young, your scores are good this test. As expected, Soo-young is the best. Thank you, teacher. Thanks to Simpson Wonder School Center, my scores got better. Thank you, teacher, thanks to that my English score improved. Suddenly, Soo-young was startled by a loud dog bark. Hobin was walking with Sung-jin in duel. He was raising his foot to kick the skinny dog. Waving his hand, he shouted loudly, does this bitch bite? Inu held the towel tightly in its mouth. I must protect the house. Hobin's cursing voice rang out, this crazy dog. Inu didn't yield at all until its little owner returned. What kind of mop is this? Seeing that, Mi-jin frowned, showing her dissatisfaction. Hey, why did you hit it? Hyung-jo, standing next to them, laughed in amusement, the dog is there every day, it bites whenever someone passes by. Despite that, Mi-jin still insisted, do you guys have no humanity? Hyung-jo just casually smoked and showed a disdainful attitude, that thing looks really annoying. He said while flicking the cigarette ash down, since when did you become an envoy of justice? You guys? The red-hot cigarette ash fell onto Inu, causing it to panic, hot, really scared, so hot. Hyung-jo held the cigarette straight to Inu's face, let me fix this bad habit of yours. This is a hot ash stimulation treatment. There was an exclamation, are you crazy? Suddenly, a hand reached out. Soo-young stood right in front of Inu. Hyung-jo looked at that still fearful face and exclaimed, what is this? This ugly girl. Soo-young firmly retorted, don't do that, why are you bullying the dog? Hyung-jo vaguely remembered something, I think I've seen her somewhere. He burst out laughing with delight, the transfer student today. A minute later, Mi-jin heard that and followed up, same class? Anyway, don't press a cigarette onto a dog, seriously. Hobin looked down, not hiding his contempt, what are you? You stink. He ordered, move away, it stinks. But Soo-young didn't move a single step. No. The whole crowd around saw the scene and started joking around. Chattering noisily, looking at you reminds me of that Diakwa guy, my mood is ruined now. If she's that ugly, I'd even beat a girl. Hobin really hates ugly people, huh? So mean, Soo-young felt incredibly angry, these guys just thought they were always right and looked down on others. I really hate it. A voice spoke up. Soo-young? Hyung-seok saw the situation from afar, looking completely surprised. The bag in his hand dropped heavily to the ground. Is something wrong? Soo-young once again felt his radiant presence. Hyung-seok, feeling guilty, immediately said, he's from our class, is there a problem? Park Hyung-seok. Hobin gritted his teeth, handsome guy. The gentle call made Soo-young feel comfortable. Soo-young, he patiently reached out his hand to her and called, come here. In the quiet school hallway, Soo-young was heavily carrying a thick pile of papers. The girl walking next to Jin-sung begged, Jin-sung, it's too heavy, give me a hand. Jin-sung raised his injured arm to refuse, sorry, both my arms are in casts right now. A sarcastic voice rang out again, hey, look over there, a pig is transporting goods. Soo-young's legs accidentally tripped over each other. She slipped and lunged forward, the papers flying everywhere. Suddenly, Jin-sung from behind used his leg to prevent Soo-young from falling. Dangerous, dangerous. She regained her composure. Our class? Jin-sung raised his hands again to explain, as you can see, it's because of my hands, don't misunderstand. Soo-young was surprised, did he save me? Hyung-seok, witnessing the situation from afar, was also stunned. He remained silent amidst the surrounding gossip, a pig almost rolled over. The tall, heavy pile of papers was neatly stacked back together. Hyung-seok helped Soo-young carry the pile of papers, walking next to Jin-sung while chatting back and forth, let me help, I was the one who saved you. Soo-young really couldn't understand this situation. It's this guy again. Hyung-seok was still smiling brightly at her, did you go straight home yesterday? Let's go home together today. That made Soo-young even more suspicious, why is this guy so nice? She silently observed Hyung-seok. We live in the same neighborhood after all. Soo-young remembered how he had helped her yesterday, he helped yesterday too. Watch out, it's cheap sympathy. Only handsome guys have this kind of demeanor. She seriously emphasized to Hyung-seok, don't treat me well. Soo-young's words were extremely decisive and straightforward, making Hyung-seok dumbfounded. I appreciate your kindness, but because you are nice to me, I might end up more tired. He was surprised because it was the first time he heard someone say something like that. What are you talking about? The three of them continued walking to class. Little did they know, they had left behind the inexplicable bloom of the schoolgirls behind them. The gossiping words around her made Kim Yui's face darken, so old and weak, is she hitting on Hyung-seok? Seriously, playing both sides. She scowled and thought, does this pig not know who I am, now she's hitting on Jin-sung too? When class started, open your books. Where were we? On the pages of the book were doodles and scribbled words, pig, trash. Mocking laughter erupted, do you guys smell a pig anywhere? The smell of pig trash. Soo-young just bowed her head gloomily, thinking to herself, it ended up like this, I have to live even more quietly. Feeling out of place among the girls, a group of female students walking ahead laughed and chatted lively, what's the menu for today? Grilled fish, I don't like that dish. Ahead was a rushing crowd, behind were Soo-young's slow, lonely footsteps. At first glance, it looked like they were walking together, but her footsteps were always one step behind. Wandering thoughts followed her all the way to the cafeteria. Because she didn't want the boys to see how cruel they were to her, she realized she wouldn't have any peace at this school either. It was truly bleak. Her food tray had the usual portions, except for the grilled fish, which was piled up high, piece by piece. The group of schoolgirls looked down at her tray, smiling with deceitful and contemptuous expressions. Eat a lot, Soo-young, I see you like grilled fish. Soo-young immediately realized they were doing this probably because they saw she couldn't eat fish. Their conversations continued, treating Soo-young as if she were an invisible ghost. Did you watch DG yesterday? He's so handsome, absolutely mesmerizing. Soo-young was no stranger to these actions, she didn't bother saying a word, it was all too familiar. Kim Yui approached from nowhere, brushed her hair aside, and asked a fake question. Oh, Soo-young, do you like grilled fish that much? Then, without waiting, she picked up a piece of grilled fish, dropped it onto Soo-young's tray, and said, go ahead and eat my portion too. Soo-young kept her head down, looking at the pieces of fish stacked as high as a mountain, thinking that if she ate all of this, how could she ever lose weight? She could still hear the mocking voices, these girls are really nice, is she going to eat all of that? Regardless, school life wasn't that important to her anyway. Han-so angrily swung his arm and punched Ji-ho hard in the stomach, gomu gomu slingshot. He grimaced, gritted his teeth, and said, lately you've been acting cocky relying on Lee Jin-sung and Park Hyung-seok, you're really arrogant these days. Everyone is watching me right now, aren't they? Bullying the boys is so easy because they always try to act tough in front of everyone, but as for the girls. Inside the restroom, cigarette smoke billowed thickly. Did you see that pig's face earlier? She looked hilarious, just like a crazy girl. Kim Yui sat by the window in the exhaust pipe, holding a cigarette, frowning slightly as she listened to everyone talking. Just now Yui offered more fish, I almost died laughing, it was so hilarious. She spoke up, her voice bitter. Why doesn't that pig lose weight? She really doesn't know her place, girls who don't know how to behave themselves in front of everyone. Soo-young had been standing silently in the adjacent restroom listening. How dare she flirt with Hyung-seok and Jin-sung too? When afternoon came, Inu barked defensively at the person in front of it. Why are you here again? Don't come here. Soo-young just sat quietly observing it. She looked at Inu's bulging belly. This one is pregnant. Inu kept barking loudly while Soo-young thought to herself, asterisk abandoned and pregnant too. I want to take it home but it refuses to leave this place even for a step asterisk. She held out a piece of sausage towards it. Try eating this. Inu defensively bit her hand again. Don't come anymore. Soo Young bought food, but Inu didn't care at all. Hey, eat the food, don't eat my hand, this is my hand. It still thought aggressively, don't come to my house anymore. Suddenly Hyung-seok walked up from behind. Soo Young. Seeing him made Soo Young feel a bit annoyed. This guy again. Hey, you said we are in the same neighborhood, right? In Hyung-seok's hand was a bag of dog food. I saw it had no owner, so I bought some food for it. Soo Young was briefly surprised. He came to feed a dog? Hyung-seok, seeing her sitting there, asked, Soo Young, did you come to visit it too? Inu got angry again. Did you bring an accomplice? She secretly evaluated. There are plenty of handsome guys, but he likes dogs. The afternoon light was still golden and peaceful. Canned food, sausage, and the bag of dog food sat side by side, untouched on the ground. You're so silly, how can you just buy bran? Oh, is that so? Soo Young slowly explained about the dog. Its name is Inu, its owner probably abandoned it. Although it acts fierce, it is actually very gentle. Because its bite doesn't hurt at all. Inu was still gnawing on her hand. Don't enter my house. Soo Young's actions made Hyung-seok observe thoughtfully. Don't eat my hand anymore, eat this food instead. He suddenly saw Soo Young still patiently talking to Inu. Eat your food, you're so skinny. Hyung-seok marveled, she is really nice. Then Hyung-seok suddenly remembered what Soo Young had said to him this morning at school. What's with him earlier? Don't treat me so well, she needs a friend by her side more than anyone. Me too. The days when Hyung-seok was bullied and had to crawl in the hallway rushed back into his memories. Because I used to be like that too. Hyung-seok awkwardly started to speak. Soo Young, do you feel tired every time you're at school? Soo Young calmly replied, your name is Hyung-seok, right? She said straightforwardly, I am very grateful when you help me, but I don't need pity. Looking at the dog Inu, who was still firmly biting her hand without letting go, just like this guy, he is also fighting alone. I am the same, I am enough on my own. Soo Young smiled decisively, because I am not as weak as you think. Her words were firm and steady, and if I keep relying on others, I will become weak. Those words made Hyung-seok's eyes widen in astonishment. She is different from me. His thoughts were in turmoil. She is very strong, much more than me. Hyung-seok's face suddenly flushed red, his heart beating loudly, as he quietly observed Soo Young sitting there. My heart is beating fast again. On a steep road, there was a luxurious villa with an extravagant interior. There was no one around, only the sound of running water and thick steam rising from the bathroom. On the table were Soo Young's school uniform and familiar glasses. In the end, I was abandoned. I tried to act like an invisible person, I even intentionally wore these glasses. Hyung-seok's image from the afternoon appeared. What's with that guy? Is he good at playing innocent? The girl wiped her hair, angrily cursing to herself, because of that guy, I'm suffering like this now, I swear. A beautiful face with a gorgeous body appeared faintly behind the water vapor. The girl frowned, why did they tell me to monitor him? And Soo Young is fast asleep on the bed. Transferring to the same school and class, is it really worth doing all this? I have two bodies. Checking another phone, she thought in annoyance, 87 missed calls, why so many? They really are just a bunch of perverts, every single one of them is the same. Changing her lifestyle every 12 hours, she changed into a neat outfit and wore an expensive watch. Soo Young now appeared incredibly beautiful, tall, and slender in a designer suit. So now, as for her real life, the beauty's face showed a serious expression. Time to go to work, the night is when it begins. I should probably head to the convenience store first. The garden was immersed in silence, the lush green trees standing close together. John Gunn stood leaning lightly against the car, his eyes occasionally glancing toward the door. Waiting forever without seeing anyone appear, he began to lose his patience. Why do I have to wait for her? And living in such an isolated place too? Seeing Soo Young slowly walk out, John Gunn immediately frowned. The chairman is waiting. She maintained her calm demeanor, completely unaffected by his attitude. Sorry, I was late because I slept in. Do you just sleep all day? Soo Young replied in a leisurely tone as if there was nothing for him to complain about. You already know I sleep a lot. The beautiful Soo Young was hiding a little secret. My secret, Soo Young falls asleep very easily and she herself has a special fondness for it, so don't make any appointments during the day, it's exhausting. Then you should just be the chairman. The second body is sleeping. Before her eyes, the light flickered softly, as soft as golden silk in the dawn. No one knows my secret, except for exactly one person. That man's silhouette was full of majesty, every step radiating authority. That is, the chairman, my father. Soo Young's beauty made the wealthy chaebol praise her endlessly. Just like the rumors, she is very pretty. She is the prettiest girl I have ever met. Truly a beauty of South Korea. Soo Young's beautiful appearance is an advantage. When she usually accompanies her dad to meet his business partners, people often remark, "Your daughter is so beautiful." Hearing that is really nice. All the compliments are ignored by her, she remains as calm as if she hadn't heard anything, because with her tagging along, everything is resolved faster. Her beauty captivates people's hearts, making all eyes turn towards her. "Here is my business card. I'm here on behalf of my dad, and you are very pretty." Soo-young's eyes fall on the business card. It looks completely different from the ones she had seen before. These business cards made from eggshells are truly luxurious. Her gaze stops on it, full of judgment and without any respect. All men are the same. Even though they talk about work, their real purpose is just to get to know her. "Well, I'll be going now. Can I get your number?" A hidden contempt lay within her. They believed that merely seeing a pretty girl meant they could offer anything. The light outside peeked through the car window, flickering mysteriously. Jong-gun held the steering wheel with a mischievous smile on his face. It seemed the son of the Hong Group's chairman really liked her. Soo-young appeared completely indifferent. "I don't care about people like that." In silence, she recalled her past self from days gone by. If she still had her old body, she could never even dream of this. A fleeting sadness mixed with contempt for those who were obsessed with outward appearances. After all, they were all just people who valued looks. Soo-young looked into the distance, her eyes filled with unspeakable feelings. Sometimes she also felt a bit of regret, like an eggshell. Her beauty today was not just natural but the crystallization of persistent effort, having done her absolute best to change. In the night sky, thousands of stars twinkled, creating a magical tapestry of light. "Drop me off here, I want to walk." "From here? You're going to walk home from here?" "Well, I need to exercise to lose weight." On the deserted street, Soo-young took step after step, the gentle light shining through her hair. Her legs kept walking, but her mind was constantly focused on her determination to lose weight. "I ate 700 kilocalories today, I have to exercise for another 2 hours when I get home. And then, waking up in the morning, swapping bodies, and going to school." She didn't like going to school at all. An image of Jong Jin flashed in her mind, and an uncontrollable feeling of disgust surged up. It was all because of that guy that she had to live a hellish life. How did her dad even know someone like him, and why? Soo-young then thought of the older brothers she respected and admired. What was so outstanding about him compared to those guys, the ones her dad had trained into geniuses? In her heart, Jong Jin was the target of deep hatred. Whatever the case, he definitely wasn't a good person. Under the star-studded night sky, she quietly worried about her little dog. "I wonder if Inu is okay? I should probably drop by and check on him." Soo-young always held a prejudice against handsome guys, believing they only chased after pretty girls. Startled by the sound of a dog barking, she froze for a moment. It was Inu's voice, barking again. She worried about Inu, afraid that bad people would appear and hurt him, or perhaps it was those guys again. Without time to think, Soo-young immediately ran quickly towards Inu, her heart full of worry. When she reached Inu, she stood stunned, her eyes wide open in surprise, as if the moment before her was frozen. Right before her eyes, Inu was growling and barking fiercely at Hyung-seok. Soo-young recognized him because she had previously seen him working part-time at the convenience store. Hyung-seok, the part-timer from the convenience store, was very surprised and confused to be confronted by such a beautiful girl. "So beautiful, what should I do?" he thought. Realizing her misunderstanding, Soo-young's lips mumbled a greeting. This person also takes care of Inu, truly kind-hearted, she thought. "Hello, do you also know Inu?" she asked. "Yes, I do," he replied. Under the soft yellow streetlights, the two stood there chatting happily. "So, we're the same age," Soo-young said. "At first, I thought you were an older sister." "Do I look that old?" Hyung-seok asked, a little self-conscious. "No, that's not what I meant," she quickly clarified. Seeing the canned fish and water that Hyung-seok had thoughtfully prepared for the dog, Soo-young was impressed. "You are so thoughtful, bringing canned fish and water too," she remarked. "Not like someone who only brings kibble." He shyly explained, because he can't just eat kibble all the time. Inu was biting Hyung-seok, but he completely ignored it. He seriously asked her, "Do you know that Inu is pregnant? She needs to eat something to have strength. Don't come to my house. She is so sick, so I'm very worried about her." Watching Hyung-seok care for Inu with such a worried expression, a strange feeling crept into Soo-young's heart. She said to herself, his heart is so precious and kind, this person is really good. "Don't eat me, but eat the food, it's too skinny." The image of the first time she met Hyung-seok, when he was exercising, made it hard for her to forget. It was just like the first time they met, he was exercising then too. In that moment, she saw her past self in him. He definitely wants to change, just like I did before. Those similarities awakened a strange curiosity in Soo-young. He worked at night, so he probably wasn't going to school during the day, or maybe studying was too hard, so he dropped out. She felt a desire to be closer and help Hyung-seok, wanting to share part of his burden. I want to help him, if it's okay then. Her casual remark surprised Hyung-seok, who wasn't expecting her to say, let's exercise together. Soo-young felt extremely embarrassed, telling herself how silly it was to say that out loud. Because I like exercising, I find it very beneficial. What is this? Soo-young justified it with an excuse, perhaps sounding like a multi-level marketer. I exercise every day because I'm an expert, or even like a human trafficker scammer. Her sincerity in every gesture made all her reasons convincing. Because last time I saw you exercising alone, I'll show you how to train. In an unexpected moment, Hyung-seok realized something special about her. So this is it, what I felt from Soo-young. Her kindness blended with her strength created Soo-young's unique character. That heart. Soo-young must be very tired from school activities, right, wanting to help others. A light both warm and fierce radiated from her. I'm not as weak as you think. Soo-young is very strong, very different from me. Looking up at Soo-young, Hyung-seok desired to become resilient and strong himself. I want to be like Soo-young, I have to be strong too. He smiled, looking at Soo-young sincerely. Thank you so much for your kindness. Inu bit tightly onto Hyung-seok's arm, yet he remained calm, his words softly echoing, but even Inu is fighting alone like this, so I also want to overcome it by myself. Leun-tae's words echoed in his mind, I have overcome it, giving him more strength so he wouldn't falter. Gently turning toward her, Hyung-seok uttered sincere and serious words, I will overcome it myself. Because if I rely on someone, I will only want to rely on them forever. His words took Soo-young by surprise, leaving her not knowing how to respond. It seemed she recognized a different side within Hyung-seok himself. Hyung-seok's words made her unable to stop thinking, how could his thoughts be so similar to mine, what is with this person? When she felt her worst, Soo-young really wanted a solid shoulder to lean on, at that time, she really wanted to rely on someone, after all. She admired Hyung-seok's spirit and believed that he could do it, he is a strong man. A loud voice rang out, startling both of them into turning their heads toward the source of the sound, you pig. Han-nul rested her hands on her hips, proudly shouting at the two of them, what are you doing closing the store here? Anger was clearly visible on Han-nul's face, as she impatiently said loudly, do you know how long I've been waiting outside? Her eyes darted to where Soo-young was standing. Han-nul couldn't help but be curious, who is that girl? Hyung-seok, realizing his mistake, continuously apologized. Was it Han-nul? She stared intently at Soo-young, constantly marveling at her beauty. Who is she? Why is she so pretty? How does that pig know such a beautiful girl? Curiosity led Han-nul to come up with various different thoughts. How could that pig possibly know her? Did he call for more accomplices? Multi-level marketing? Selling her body? Han-nul hurriedly pulled Hyung-seok's hand away. Hurry up, the customer is waiting. He was still regretful and worried about the dog, Inu. Wait, let me feed that puppy first. Before going far, still so curious, she couldn't help but turn her head to glance back at Soo-young. Soo-young just stood there silently watching Han-nul pull Hyung-seok away, without saying a word. She still had many lingering concerns and questions in her mind, but Han-nul didn't dare to ask, only daring to watch from afar. She felt that it was absolutely ridiculous for Hyung-seok to get acquainted with such a beautiful girl. How could that even be possible? The next day, it rained incessantly for the entire day. The fierce rain splashed heavy drops onto the road. Under the pouring rain, the dog Inu huddled up, silently enduring the freezing cold. The sickly Inu tightly closed its eyes, enduring the pain as the moments of giving birth drew near. It hurt so much, they must be coming out soon. The red piece of cloth appeared in its memory, the mark of its owner was still there. The treasure that its owner left behind, that guy had stolen it. Weak and exhausted, Inu lay on the cold ground, enduring indescribable pain. Sorry master, I have to guard the house, but it hurts so much. The pain in the freezing cold spread throughout its body, making it fall into a drowsy state. It's so cold, what should I do if that guy comes back? A mysterious figure appeared, silently standing from afar with their eyes directed towards Inu. Even though it was drowsy, sensing someone approaching, Inu immediately became alert and barked loudly, why are you here again? The figure gradually moved closer to it, despite being afraid, Inu still tried to bark to drive that person away. Its eyes stared vigilantly at the hand that person was reaching out. Timing it perfectly, Inu lunged forward and bit hard into that person's hand, don't come here anymore. Not just biting one spot, it lunged and bit that person's body multiple times as a threat. Even though being bitten many times, the person's hand still did not stop, always advancing towards Inu. And don't try to bring anything else, you thief. Under the heavy rain, Inu remained vigilant against the stranger to protect the place it called home and to protect its unborn children. Get away, this is my home. The rain poured down more and more fiercely, the sky was pitch black and suffocatingly gloomy. Both hands were bitten to the point of bleeding, but that person still did not fight back or cry out, "Stop." That mysterious person was Hyung-seok, causing Inu to growl warily, "It's me." He still smiled brightly and was gentle with Inu even though the wounds hurt a lot. "It'll just take a little fixing." "Are you doing this because I took the scarf?" "It's all done here." A temporary house made of cardboard boxes was an ideal place for Inu to give birth. Despite being temporary, it provided shelter from the rain and created a warm space for Inu. Being pregnant is a big deal, you can't catch a cold. Hyung-seok's words shook Inu's vigilance towards him. Ah, and Inu secretly thought that it turns out it's not too cold when it rains. Ha! Suddenly, it's not too cold. His hand, full of wounds, held the red piece of cloth that had been washed clean and neatly folded, handing it to Inu. "I washed this clean. I'm sorry for keeping it so long." At first, it was a bit messy because it was dirty. Inu's eyes, looking at Hyung-seok, no longer held vigilance. Instead, they were eyes that seemed to want to express a sincere thank you. The image of Hyung-seok standing in the rain, smiling gently at Inu, made all the pain from the cold disappear. Inu happily rolled back and forth on the piece of cloth in her new home, her owner's. Inu seemed very satisfied. The rain poured heavily, Inu's painful breathing echoing in the quiet space. Inu seemed comfortable being there. The writhing pain in her stomach was a sign of Inu's impending labor, making breathing really difficult. That night, she started having stomach pains. Hyung-seok stood quietly from a distance, anxiously observing Inu's birthing process. "If I am next to her, she will be extremely stressed during labor. I can only stand and watch from afar." He was restless, reassuring himself and at the same time silently cheering Inu on. "Inu, you can do it." Inu fought alone for a short time. Inu's effort was successful in giving birth to 4 cute puppies. After the arduous birthing process, Inu was exhausted next to her babies. She became a mother and had 4 children. To help Inu quickly recover her health, Hyung-seok placed some soup for her. The soup was like a reward to encourage her spirit after giving birth, specifically for Inu. This is seaweed soup, from the LG Mart convenience store. After giving birth, the natural reflex is wanting to protect her children, putting Inu in a constant state of high alert. It had only been a short time since giving birth, so approaching her seemed a bit difficult. Inu growled, vigilant and wary of everything. She was wary of everything, even food. Inu kept barking loudly, making Hyung-seok give up and walk away to give private space for the mother and children. I know, I'm leaving right now." His hand, full of Inu's bite marks, had been bandaged. The wounds hurt a lot, but in his heart, he was still always worried about Inu. After giving birth, she needs a lot of nutrients, there's no one near her. Inu's eyes stared at him, it seemed like she could also feel the deep sincerity from Hyung-seok. Suddenly, from behind, he heard a rustling sound as if something was rubbing against each other. Turning around, Hyung-seok was very surprised that Inu had agreed to eat the soup he brought. Seeing Inu carefully eating small bites made Hyung-seok feel very happy. Under the heavy rain, his joy spread across the space, making it feel truly warm. "Inu, so you've started eating?" His joy at being accepted by Inu, the dog, made him oblivious to when he had gotten wet from losing his umbrella. "That's right, Inu, you eat really well, eat this, eat some more." From a distance, Soo-young had been observing for a long time, and in her hands was nutritious food for Inu. She just quietly observed without approaching. "I will bring food every day." Looking at the scene before her stirred many emotions for Hyung-seok in her heart. His innocent, cheerful expression made her strangely attracted. Soo-young mused quietly, letting thoughts slip into her mind, that guy, coming every night. A smile appeared on her lips, because Hyung-seok was truly kind and gentle. Inu ate a lot, he was so happy that he became noisy, making Soo-young couldn't help but think, this guy is too loud. This was the first time Inu ate what I brought. Because he was so happy, he completely forgot about his work in the time until he returned, and customers had already gathered outside. "Oh no, where is the fat salesman, did he die in there?" Sorry. The clear blue sky was dotted with floating white clouds. Inside the skyscraper, the vast space was overwhelming. Ki-tae lifted his teacup, every gesture gentle and unhurried. "I want to ask your father if my description is a burden." Soo-young turned away, a feeling of discomfort spreading through her body. Being modified was a terrible burden. This was a daytime activity, these days were meant for Myoji's body. He smiled, his tone and eyes full of gentleness. "Recently he mentioned that the numbers are increasing significantly, and regarding me, I find those things absolutely wonderful," said the eldest son of the Hong Ki-tae group. Ignoring Ki-tae's rambling, Soo-young absent-mindedly thought about distant things. "My father has modified the program." Ki-tae, meanwhile, continued, "He is a major shareholder of Paprika TV, there is no other way. That is a mutated seed that was provided to Beyonce. Do you like Kopi Luwak coffee? Taking care of my father is just an excuse to call me every day." The hot, steaming teacup with an elegant design, the light shining on it highlighted its noble and luxurious beauty. Recent public opinion of Paprika TV in the Gangnam area has been unfavorable. How about we look at Paprika's base, including the BJs, to plan a program on a TV channel owned by us? An A-list artist, for example, Ji Byung-da. The father's contact address is also very important. The chandelier hanging from the ceiling, with its sparkling crystals, emitted a soft light, making the room look exquisitely luxurious. The BJ and that A-list artist will participate in a Paprika program. For the public's perception and recognition to change, the stock will jump significantly. Kite scratched his head, smiling shyly under her gaze. If we have made adjustments, the seeds will continue to work together. Let's see, so now please give me your number, it's finally over, sometimes I can call and invite you to dinner. Men are all the same, Soo-young thought quietly. Men are no different, they all just want to approach because of her beauty. Her charming smile exuded a mesmerizing allure that made it impossible for anyone to look away. Thank you, Mr. Kite. Kite felt his heart clench, constantly throbbing in her presence, while Soo-young could only endure and force a smile to get through it. You said my contact address, yes, damn it. In her heart, she secretly calculated every step carefully. This way, I won't be able to go to school for a few days because I have to choose carefully. Will it cause any problems? Hopefully. In the evening, the deep sky dotted with shimmering stars radiated a gentle light, making the scene magical and dreamy. Yes. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Soo-young was on the phone talking, full of anxiety and insecurity. My parents, yes, transfer everything, transfer to a new school because I am sick. There's a slight impact, but I will transfer it to you tomorrow. Mr. Augustus is rarely here during the day. As expected, she spoke anxiously on the phone, her eyes heavy with thought. If you look at the records, I don't have a mother. Then how about your father? In reality, my father doesn't allow me to go to school. Let's put that aside, then what about a guardian or someone who lives with you? In that moment, a sudden thought popped into her head. I have an older sister. She had figured out the perfect plan to handle everything. Her heart felt light, and all worries vanished. She leaned back on the bed and drifted into a peaceful sleep. The clear blue sky stretched wide, with white clouds floating gently. Hey, vocal department guy, look at that dog, evaporating. Amidst the noisy crowd, Mi-jin walked leisurely, her steps light yet full of confidence. Noisy, annoying bunch. How can I make my Jin Ho-bin famous? Stepping up to glory together, she looked over at Ho-bin, and that brief moment suddenly left her surprised and amazed. Ha? His face flushed red, his eyes fixed on the other person, looking just like a child. Why the sudden change in mood? Curious, Mi-jin tilted her head to see who it was. Blue clouds drifted lazily high above, while below stood a large, sturdy, and modern building. In front of the door leading to the municipal room, Hyung-seok suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. Oh my, it seems the older sister possesses more charm, huh? Twin sisters, but you don't look alike at all, right? Soo-young forced a smile. Yes. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly slipped away. Goodbye, yes, it's almost break time. Getting compared again. Upon seeing her, the boys immediately dropped their jaws, so stunned that they were left speechless. Under the admiring gazes of everyone, Soo-young proudly walked forward. Who is that? Look, so commanding, is she a celebrity? What? Seeing this, Mi-jin frowned in confusion and asked, what's this? Is she entering our school? Ho-bin pouted slightly as he suddenly realized a truth. That's how it is to be born in this world, being more beautiful gives you an advantage. A while later, every corner of the classroom was lit up by the lights, creating a bright and clear space. The girls fake smiled. Choi Soo-young hasn't been here for a few days, is it because of us? We didn't mean anything, right? They turned around and called her name, while Kim Yui sat alone, her eyes scowling with dissatisfaction. Yui. Being called, she yelled, why are you turning to me? What reason do I have to bully her? So annoying. They smiled and replied, no, it's not like that. Suddenly, a voice from somewhere unexpectedly rang out, making Kim Yui stop in her tracks. Kim Yui. She turned around and saw Jin Sung slumped over his desk. Stop pretending, you were also involved in this. He snorted coldly and mocked, you still haven't kicked that habit, huh? His words made Kim Yui's jaw drop. What? Jin Sung? Hearing this, Kim Yui's followers refuted in unison, what? Jin Sung? She didn't do anything. Seriously, Jin Sung, why would you say Yui did that? Yui didn't do anything at all. Hearing the noise, he lowered his voice and warned, what are you dogs barking at? Do you want me to make you eat porridge for the rest of your lives? Jin Sung's aggressive voice made the crowd behind him turn pale with fear. Don't make me mad. Kim Yui turned pale. Jin Sung. Mi-jin suddenly appeared and scolded, is Lee Jin Sung causing trouble again? Jin Sung instantly changed completely in the blink of an eye. What are you talking about, Mi-jin? I didn't cause any trouble. Don't be mad, don't be mad, don't be angry. A moment later, the classroom brightened under the sunlight shining through the window frame. A clear and gentle voice rang out, I hope you will treat Soo-young well. Enjoy your lunch, everyone. With a very charming smile, Soo-young gently spoke up, my sibling will change. As twins, we are the same age. Upon seeing the girl in front of them, the people below were immediately stunned. It's that girl. The girl who was with that fat guy that night, at the convenience store. They couldn't hide their surprise. With Soo-young, twins? Soo-young continued to smile gently, enjoy your meal, everyone. The crowd below kept whispering, look at Ni-jin. Are they sisters? They don't look alike. Soo-young's eyes suddenly widened, looking forward intently. Hanul was looking up at her with curious eyes. Park Hanul, how annoying, Soo-young thought. Hanul marveled, she is really beautiful. Is she close to that fat guy? Soo-young pondered, that guy sure has a lot of friends. Which groups is he in? She casually rolled her eyes to the side, maybe it's. Right after that, in her mind, the figure of Kim Yui appeared clearly. Soo-young sneered, Yui? Not interested. Kim Yui below gnashed her teeth, is she her sister? No way. A voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts, please treat Soo-young well. Kim Yui turned her face. Who is harassing? The boys behind froze. I don't know anything, she tried to signal the crowd, say something for me. They immediately acted self-righteous. It's Yui, right? Yui shouldn't be like that, right? Right? Their words made her furious and curse inwardly, these bastards. Hyun-seok suddenly stood up, don't worry, it will be fixed. I will take responsibility for this incident, so stay strong. Suddenly, a memory flashed through Soo-young's mind, making her realize that this person had ignored her words. She replied indifferently, oh, yes, and her whole body suddenly felt a chill. What is it? Why the sudden chill? While Soo-young stood there, a voice rang out, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Ho-bin, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding out his phone, said, let me get your number. Seeing this, the crowd below started whispering, Jin Ho-bin is asking for a number? What a man. Soo-young remembered this guy, back then, when she tried to stop him, he had blushed and didn't dare to look her in the eye. I'm so embarrassed, come on, I am a great man. She recalled the scene at that time, how he had ignored her intervention and continued to abuse Inu. People like this are truly. Immediately, Soo-young flatly rejected him, I don't like you, nor those sunglasses either. Her blunt refusal made Ho-bin freeze in his tracks. Completely petrified, how pitiful. The crowd below burst into lively laughter, I don't like it at all, not even the confidence. The sound of laughter echoed, turning Ho-bin into an unmoving statue in the middle of the class. Kim Yui on the other side clenched her teeth, worry clearly visible on her face. Hyun-seok also said nothing, just trembling quietly when hearing the laughter ring out. The crowd below looked up at Soo-young, she was really pretty, probably very famous, truly captivating to look at. Hyung-seok also looked up at her, that girl, talking to people she met for the first time like that was really too much. Soo-young's eyes suddenly widened, clearly revealing astonishment in every detail. She immediately looked toward the boy sitting below, what was that guy looking at? Soo-young suddenly remembered what happened before, at the school festival, why did he say those words? On the other side, Hyung-seok's face darkened, his sharp gaze sweeping over her, a person who acts really badly. Soo-young also fiercely met his gaze, are you proud of hurting others? That's not very nice. Her ugly face appeared, even being from the same family, I think the face is beautiful but the true nature is truly ugly. Hyung-seok also had to admit, Soo-young was straightforward and much better, very much better. The two faced each other full of tension, our actions and words are worlds apart. Scene transition. Under the flaming red sunset sky, Hyung-seok looked at Inu and the puppies. Hey Inu, you look healthier now. In his mind he thought, asterisk so noisy. Inu is clearly getting fatter now, asterisk Hyung-seok smiled on his chubby face. For a while before you didn't eat, so you have to eat really well. I built a temporary shelter and bring food every day. The people around seeing this did not hesitate to praise, the young man brings food every day. No one else could do it, many people tried to feed her but failed. Inu suddenly received attention and care from everyone, and she started to recover her health quickly. Hyung-seok watched the puppies scrambling to eat slowly, they are so energetic, rice, 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 this time I can't let anything hurt them again. Suddenly, Inu let out a loud bark, I know, it seems the main reason is that it had waited for its old owner to such an extent. Fortunately, Hyung-seok had tried to take care of it, and it stayed right here forever. He calculated silently in his mind, I don't want it to face difficulties here, if things keep going like this, the bad guys will abuse it again, but that possibility is probably not high. It was time to leave. Hyung-seok hurriedly waved goodbye to Inu. It's time for me to go to work. I will visit you guys again when I come back. Inu stood still, its eyes quietly following his fading back. It silently called out in its heart, "Master, please come back quickly." Inu's puppies were wriggling actively under their mother. Inu narrowed its eyes slightly, remaining silent as if thinking about something. While it was still lost in thought, Inu's little one suddenly darted away. It looked at the puppies chasing after Hyung-seok. "Where are you going? All of you come back here." Inu panted in panic. "We have to wait." With mother, a light suddenly shone down, pointing straight at Inu. It looked at the image of Hyung-seok gently petting the puppies. "Master, Inu wants to meet you." He smiled tenderly and said, "Little guys, run back to your mother. Aren't you afraid of leaving your mother?" After that, Hyung-seok promised the kids, "I will come tomorrow." Suddenly, Inu walked towards him, its shadow imprinted on the ground, wagging its tail, with a red scarf in its mouth. Inu approached with a joyful look. Hyung-seok looked at it, his heart filled with emotion. Inu," he mumbled. Inu." It silently thought in its heart, "Master, I am sorry." Inu stood still, an unshakable determination burning in its heart. "The master's sent, I can't wait." On Hyung-seok's lips, a smile suddenly bloomed, his eyes following Inu affectionately. "Today,